Chinsong's consciousness fragmented and reformed. Two voices seemed to echo incessantly in his mind, splitting his head with pain. Chen Song, with an 8 million yuan bank loan, are you planning to enter the international market this time? Brother Song, I heard your parents are going to divide the family among you three brothers. Two sets of memories, one identity. Chen Song felt his brain was about to explode. He didn't know how long it lasted, but slowly his awareness returned and the splitting headache gradually faded. He let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Before him was a bare red brick house with no decoration. On the wall hung a tattered, yellowed portrait of Chairman Mao. The room contained nothing else. The bed was made of bricks stacked at the four corners with a wooden board placed on top. Several dry bamboo poles supported a mosquito net patched in several places. A soot blackened tungsten bulb was propped up by a wooden stick, its wires exposed outside the wall. You're awake? A man with graying hair entered, holding a pottery bowl. Seeing Chen Song's complexion, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Dad, Chen Song called out. This man with graying hair and deeply lined face was his father, Chen Aigua. Even if you're angry or upset, you can't jump into the reservoir. If it weren't for Widow Wang passing by and seeing you, you'd be truly gone this time. Chen Song opened his mouth, only then realizing his throat was parched and his lips cracked and painful. He didn't bother to respond to what his father said. Water. Chen Aigua finally realized, sat on the edge of the bed, and fed Chen Song some water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After a few sips, Chen Song finally felt he was alive again. The dog days of summer in the south were scorching. Mosquitoes were as big as fighting cocks, and even in the evening, the oppressive heat made people sweat profusely. Chen Song looked at the sweat on this man's face and the deep worry etched in his features, and his lips involuntarily trembled. Dad, I didn't jump. I just slipped and fell in accidentally. Chen Song felt a pang of guilt as the original body's memories surged into his mind. He had actually traveled back to 1983, a dynamic era, with reform and opening up in full swing. Yet for most people, it was still a time when they couldn't get enough to eat. Chen Song's father was Chen Aigua, his mother Huang Qin. Chen Song was the youngest son. The family also had the eldest brother Chen Mo, who had married a woman from the neighboring village. His sister-in-law had recently given birth to a healthy baby boy. The second sister, Chen Wan, had married into a village over 10 kilometers away 2 years ago and only visited occasionally. There was also the youngest brother, Chen Jin, still in elementary school. The Chen family had never been wealthy. A few years ago, when the village production team disbanded and the household responsibility system was implemented, ending the era of eating from a communal pot, they could at least eat their fill, but that was about it. Even during festivals, they couldn't afford to buy meat, so everyone was thin and wiry. There was no help for it scratching a living from the soil, depended entirely on fate. Previously, his sister-in-law had insisted on dividing the family, using the eldest brother's age and the young child as reasons to forcefully take several mu of paddy fields and the family's earthen house. His parents doted on their grandson and couldn't bear to see him suffer, so they accepted it, moving in with a third son into the firewood shed. Thus, Chinsong was left with only 2 mu of dry land far from the family home and an old pigsty. The original Chinsong had been rather weak-willed. Though he felt wronged, his sister-in-law was sharp-tongued, domineering, and wouldn't let you up if you angered her. She could stand at the village entrance and shout, drawing scorn from the whole village. Thinking of his elder brother's honest, meek face, Chinsong lost interest in fighting with his sister-in-law over the inheritance and resigned himself to his fate. He was just feeling down, so he went to the reservoir to clear his head, but accidentally fell in. If not for Widow Wang passing by and shouting for help, Chen Song might have been dead. It's good you're safe. You scared me half to death. Chen Aigua patted Chen Song's shoulder. Come on, your mother has prepared dinner. After we eat tonight, we'll move the things and divide the family. Okay. Nodding silently, Chen Song got up and followed his father to the dining area. The dining area was essentially the kitchen, with an earthen stove beside it, and a large table placed in the open space. Chen Song saw his elder brother, sister-in-law, mother Huang Qin, and younger brother Chen Jin already eating, and his expression immediately soured. The table was almost bare, with only some watery broth left. The family had few dishes to begin, with usually just 2 or 3 vegetarian dishes for a meal. Mom, brother, sister-in-law, 4th brother, I'm sorry to have worried you, Chen Song said, taking a deep breath to calm himself and sincerely apologizing. It's fine. Sit down and eat, his mother Huang Qin replied coldly. Chen Song knew he had never been favored by his mother since childhood, probably because he was the middle child. Eldest and youngest were pampered, while the one in the middle was overlooked. Oh, 3rd brother, are you back to your senses? Sorry, we didn't know how long you'd be asleep, So we accidentally finished all the food, his sister-in-law said, picking the last vegetable from her bowl, swallowing it, wiping her fingers, and mocking him. Chen Mo, the elder brother, pulled her arm, but she glared at him. He didn't dare move again, only giving Chen Song an apologetic look. Third brother, you're better? Come eat, I still have some food, Chen Jin said, picking up food from his bowl to put into Chen Song's. Brother's fine. You eat, Chen Song smiled, ruffled Chen Jin's hair, sat down, scooped a bowl of rice, and poured the broth over it. After all, he was a strong, healthy man who had nearly died in the reservoir, starving with his ribs touching his spine. Without further ado, he picked up his bowl and started shoveling rice. All others could hear was the constant sound of his chewing and swallowing. Truly a starving ghost reincarnated. His sister-in-law rolled her eyes, muttered, and stopped looking at him, lest it bother her. All right, after eating, everyone go do what you need to do, Chinsong spoke up. He felt for his son. After the meal, Chinsong left the house with only a quilt. From tonight on, the family was divided. He had to go live in his own place. The 2 mu of dry land he received was on the other side of the village. Originally, it had belonged to his grandparents. After they passed away, the old house collapsed, leaving only the 2 mu of land and a pigsty that hadn't collapsed but was in terrible condition. The land was dry, suitable only for growing vegetables. The vegetables in the field had already been picked by his sister-in-law, leaving only a field of rotten leaves and vegetable roots. Chinsong stood in front of the pigsty and sighed. The pigsty was in terrible shape, and used for a long time, it emitted a musty, rotten smell. The wooden boards were decayed, crumbling at the slightest push. Only the main beam was still usable, and the leather-like roof covering provided some protection from sun and rain. As dusk fell, Chinsong looked at the moon rising on the distant horizon and sighed. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. A 21st century tycoon, surely he could think of a way not to starve in this dynamic era. All right, I'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow I'll go to the mountains, get some things to trade for money, and then think about the rest. Chinsong quickly tidied up a bit, planning to spend the night in the pigsty. The collapsed old house was still there, with plenty of usable wood inside. Chinsong simply found some wooden boards, patched up the pigsty, assembled a wooden bed, and lay directly on it. At this moment, stars twinkled in the sky. Lying on the wooden bed, Chinsong gazed at the starry sky through the pigsty and swore to live a new life. Chapter 2. The utmost importance is earning money before dawn. Chinsong had already awoken. He gathered a bamboo basket crafted from thin strips of wood, secured it with a rope, and set off toward the nearby mountains. In these times, laboring tirelessly in the fields yields only a few hundred pounds of grain annually. After paying taxes, what remains is sold at the grain station for meager funds to purchase diesel, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. For families like Chinsong's, with several mouths to feed, survival is a constant struggle, and the prospect of indulging in meat is utterly unattainable. Unlike in later years, where taxes are abolished and farmers receive subsidies for their crops, can one even fathom such a reality in this era? It is, after all, largely thanks to the contributions of Professor Yuan Longping. The mountain known as Chunjiao bears no name and is overrun with weeds. While it is true that edible resources are scarce, most people prefer to fish in the waters rather than venture into the mountains to hunt. This is twofold. First, the creatures in the mountains are cunning, and the average person lacks the skill to capture them. Secondly, the journey uphill is arduous, and by the time one reaches the summit, they likely lack the strength to pursue prey. Moreover, one can never be certain of encountering wild boars or venomous snakes. A single bite from a small creature could prove fatal in this era, leaving no time to reach a hospital. At the village's edge, there exists a hunter who is said to have migrated there long ago, after the government imposed a ban on firearms. He abandoned hunting and instead trained police dogs at the county bureau, earning a steady income that left the villagers of Chunjiao green with envy. Chinsong ventured into the mountains in search of something valuable, ironclad dendrobium. In the future, this plant would be classified as endangered, without its high medicinal value. It might have faced extinction. On this mountainside, there exists a vast expanse of wild dendrobium, untouched by cultivation. Due to its unharvested nature, it has flourished year after year, presenting an abundant opportunity for foraging. While the current market value of wild dendrobium is not particularly high, as state-run pharmacies tend to undervalue these herbal sellers, there is always a market for those who know where to look. This substantial patch of dendrobium is undoubtedly a treasure trove. Chinsong's eyes sparkled as he beheld the scene before him. After bending down to gather for a while, Chinsong felt a significant strain in his back. Fortunately, the dendrobium grew densely here, allowing him to straighten up and continue his task. Before long, his bamboo basket was filled to the brim. The freshly harvested dendrobium was quite heavy, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Although it was the height of summer, the temperature on the mountain remained relatively mild, with plenty of blooming flowers, suggesting the presence of beehives. Nibbling on a piece of dendrobium, Chen Song's gaze drifted toward a distant sea of flowers. After a thorough exploration, he indeed discovered a massive beehive nestled in a large cedar tree, swarmed by a dense cloud of bees that made one's scalp tingle with apprehension. There were far too many bees. Being stung a few times could be just as perilous as encountering a venomous snake. As a self-made tycoon from the future, he possessed a certain spirit of adventure. Since he had already set his sights on this beehive, there was no way he would let it slip away from his grasp. Chinsong snapped a few branches and collected a handful of dry leaves from the ground. Most of the leaves were parched, although a few, having been in contact with the earth for years, retained a slight moisture that perfectly suited Chinsong's needs. He stacked them into a pointed tower and constructed a frame from wood. Afterward, he cut several bamboo stalks, hollowed them out, and prepared them to hold honey later. Stealthily approaching a large fir tree, Chen Song ignited the tower of dry leaves and branches with a match. The damp leaves did not catch fire immediately. Instead, they produced a considerable amount of thick smoke, which quickly wafted into the beehive. Observing the bees being startled, Chen Song watched as they buzzed out of the hive, scattering in search of the source of disturbance. Fortunately, he managed to hide behind a cluster of bushes, avoiding detection. Many bees, unwilling to abandon their hive, succumbed to the choking smoke. When the time seemed right, Chen Song lifted a long bamboo stick and struck the beehive, sending it crashing to the ground. A few resilient bees, undeterred, charged towards him in a desperate attempt to defend their home. "Oh no, I must flee." Without a moment to assess the honey within the hive, Chinsong seized the beehive and dashed away, enduring several painful stings along the way, each one burning fiercely. After safely hiding the beehive, he returned to extinguish the smoldering remnants of the fire by burying them in the earth. Only then did Chinsong head back down the mountain with the honeycomb in tow. Once at his modest pigsty, he eagerly pried open the beehive, discovering that many bees had perished inside. Carefully, he extracted the lifeless bodies, revealing glistening golden royal jelly and honey, which resembled liquid gold, causing his mouth to water in anticipation. Without hesitation, he scooped some honey with his hands and tasted it. The sweetness enveloped his senses. In an era where even candy was a rare commodity, honey commanded a high price and was cherished by many. Pouring the honey into the bamboo tubes he had prepared, the golden liquid flowed in abundance, whetting his appetite. After filling several bamboo containers, Chinsong nodded in satisfaction. "This first fortune for the new house is all thanks to you." With the orchids and numerous bamboo tubes slung over his back, Chinsong set off for the county. Chinjiakeo was not far from the county, merely a few kilometers away, but that was under the convenience of modern transportation. In the present day, the journey to the county was mostly on foot, with the occasional encounter of a small donkey offering a brief ride. Today, luck was not on Chinsong's side. The uneven path was fraught with prickly bushes, and the sharp stones jutted painfully beneath his feet. His cloth shoes provided little comfort, and after only a few kilometers, his feet ached fiercely, while the burden on his back felt negligible. To achieve wealth, one must first pave the way. He mused as he took a break after traversing a significant distance, gazing at the long road ahead with a sense of resignation. After more than an hour of walking, he finally entered the town just before noon. Once in the town, Chinsong made his way directly to the county hospital's gynecology department. In 1983, the county hospital was relatively quiet. Women suffering from gynecological issues often bore their ailments in silence, as only those with severe conditions or those from affluent families could afford to seek medical attention. As a businessman, Chen Song understood that women's purchasing power is unparalleled. He placed the dendrobium orchids near the entrance of the gynecology department and opened one of the bamboo tubes to reveal the golden honey within. Sitting patiently on the steps, he awaited potential customers. The foot traffic was sparse, predominantly comprised of middle-aged women, with the occasional young girl passing by, shyly scurrying away upon glimpsing the tall and handsome Chinsong. Before long, a middle-aged woman exited the consultation room, dressed in a fashionable new dress and adorned with jewelry. She appeared well-maintained, a rarity in this era, far from the roughness typical of rural women. Chen Song's eyes sparkled with opportunity as he subtly shifted to the side, blocking her path in the corner. The woman, startled by his presence as she turned the corner, gasped, "You startled me, young man. What are you doing?" Chen Song donned an innocent smile, slowly moving aside to reveal the dendrobium and honey. "I apologize, sister. I brought some mountain goods from my aunt, but I just learned she passed away a few days ago, so I arrived too late." He had no qualms about fabricating this tale, as he had no aunt. "Oh, young man, do not be disheartened. Everyone faces the inevitability of life and death," she replied kindly, noticing his forlorn expression. "And why call me sister? I am significantly older than you. Dear sister, you appear to be under 30. Surely, you are a sister," he flattered. "You have quite the sweet tongue. So, what do you plan to do?" The woman covered her mouth, smiling. Women often concern themselves with age, and Chinsong's subtle flattery had eased her reservations. "Alas, my aunt has passed, and I am left with this fine dendrobium and honey, originally for her. They are freshly harvested and possess anti-aging properties. Regrettably, they may have to be sold at the supply cooperative to help fund my younger brother's education." "Dendrobium? Honey? Anti-aging?" The woman's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is that truly the case? Isn't that merely a grass? Can it really combat aging?" Although she feigned disbelief, her gaze remained fixed on the pile of dendrobium in Chen Song's bamboo basket, filled with longing. "Indeed, dear sister, our ancestors recorded in the Shinong Benchao Jing Ambin Gongmu that this humble herb not only nourishes the lungs and delays aging, but can also treat eye ailments and combat tumors. Remarkable, isn't it?" Chen Song spoke earnestly. While the benefits of dendrobium were not exaggerated, they were indeed beneficial. "And this honey? It comes from local wild bee royal jelly. Freshly harvested this morning. You can see the bee sting mark on my hand." Chen Song rolled up his sleeve, revealing a purplish bump for her inspection. "That looks painful," the woman remarked, now convinced. She promptly picked up 2 jars of honey. "Young man, I'd like a few pounds of dendrobium as well, and I'll take these 2 bamboo tubes of honey." "Certainly, sister. I shall give you 2 pounds, and the remainder will be taken to the cooperative." Chen Song then selected the dendrobium from his basket, weighing it carefully before stuffing it into the woman's bag until it brimmed, likely exceeding 2 pounds, which brought her immense joy. A woman produced 2 large bills and handed them to Chen Song, intending to express her gratitude for the young man's generosity. Just then, a young female doctor emerged from the outpatient department, donned in oversized glasses and a white coat, and approached Chen Song. "Hey there, young man, this is not a marketplace. You cannot sell goods in a hospital," she began. Before she could finish, the woman beside Chen Song interjected to explain, "Doctor, this young man is in a difficult situation. He came to see a patient, and now that the patient is gone, he has no place to give away these items. Please, have a heart and let him sell them here." "How unfortunate. Let me take a look," the doctor said, her keen eyes quickly spotting the dendrobium and honey. She picked up a stem of dendrobium, inhaled its scent, and her expression brightened. "Indeed, this is wild. You got a good deal, sister. I told you this young man is honest. He wouldn't deceive anyone," the woman assured, patting her chest. While the dendrobium was commendable, the honey was even more exquisite, boasting a rich color and fragrant aroma, evidently freshly harvested from the hive. "You have a good eye, sister," Chinsong complimented, giving a thumbs up. "All right, wait here. I'll consult Director Wang from the logistics department. Our hospital is indeed in urgent need of a batch of dendrobium. If he approves, you won't need to sell here," she said, then hurriedly departed. Dr. Su was as spirited as ever. The woman glanced at the departing figure of the female doctor and turned to Chen Song. "Young man, if you have more of this honey next time, come find me at the county government staff quarters. I'll take it all." What a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought to encounter a customer residing at the county government staff quarters? The residents there are keen on health and generally have little resistance to such wild products, making them excellent prospective buyers. "Good sister, I will definitely bring you more next time," Chen Song replied, rubbing his hands together with a smile. The woman left, satisfied, carrying 2 jars of honey and a bag of dendrobium. Meanwhile, the female doctor reappeared, accompanied by a middle-aged doctor with a balding head. "Director Wang, come quickly. This is undoubtedly pure wild dendrobium with exceptional medicinal properties. Didn't you mention last time that the cultivated dendrobium from the herbal merchants has been increasingly ineffective? Here's a batch worth considering. I guarantee the quality is excellent." Director Wang glanced at Chen Song, observing his humble farmer's attire. which instantly conjured images of the young man's arduous early mornings spent foraging for herbs. He felt inclined to trust Dr. Su's words. Squatting down, he picked up a stem of dendrobium, crushed it, and inhaled its fragrance. After tasting a bit of the root, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Indeed. This is remarkable. It's top-quality wild dendrobium. Young man, may I sample the honey?" Director Wang clapped his hands and turned to the bamboo tube containing the honey. Earlier, to attract customers, Chinsong had opened a bamboo tube, revealing the golden honey within. "Director, please try it. This wild honey from the mountains is much sweeter than syrup," Chinsong offered, holding out a bamboo stick. Director Wang took a taste and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Young man, we will take all these items for our hospital. Please assist in moving them to the herbal storage." Chinsong secretly chuckled to himself. It had worked. However, his face still bore a simple and honest expression, resembling that of a submissive individual. "These are all valuable items. I truly do not know how much I should sell them for," he lamented. Upon hearing this, Director Wang assumed that the simple farmer was unaware of the market value. "Let us do it this way, then. I shall offer you a price that is 10 cents higher than the cooperative's rate per pound. Including the honey, I will give you 100. How does that sound?" Chen Song recognized that Director Wang had indeed offered a generous price, for the purchase price of dendrobium at the cooperative was quite low. However, the honey was unexpectedly excellent, indicating that Director Wang placed greater value on it. At his proposed price, the few jars of honey could very well be worth as much as dozens of pounds of dendrobium, rendering it a premium purchase. Chinsong feigned delight and nodded. "Very well, I shall sell these items to you, Director." After assisting Director Wang in delivering the goods to the herbal medicine storage, Chinsong withdrew. Upon exiting, he encountered Dr. Su, who inquired, "So, how did it go? Did I not introduce you to a lucrative business opportunity?" "Thank you, Doctor. I have nothing to offer you in return, but this is something I intended to take home for my younger brother's indulgence. Please accept it." Chinsong produced a small bamboo tube, filled to the brim with honey. This was not a fabrication. He genuinely intended to bring it home for his family to savor. Dr. Su, upon hearing this, waved her hand in refusal. "Since it's meant for your family, you should take it back. It's a trivial matter, no need to thank me." "How can that be? Please take it. Who knows, I might seek you out again next time," Chen Song insisted, pressing the bamboo tube into Dr. Su's embrace, unintentionally brushing against her silhouette beneath her white coat. Dr. Su's face flushed, and she turned to leave, clutching the bamboo tube. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Song scratched his head. It was not his intention, yet such situations often become more convoluted the more one attempts to clarify. Thus, he chose to let it be, hoping that by their next encounter, it would be forgotten. Having emerged from the hospital with over 100 cash in hand, Chinsong promptly sought refuge in a small eatery. In this era, numerous private dining establishments had begun to flourish. Compared to the exorbitant prices and subpar service of state-run restaurants, these small eateries, albeit modest, offered commendable dishes with the added advantage of generous portions. He ordered a plate of spicy stir-fried pork, a bowl of beef soup, and 2 flatbreads. The proprietress promptly served the dishes, and upon seeing the gleaming sheen of oil on the food, Chinsong could no longer contain his hunger. He dug in with gusto, having not eaten all day, and after scaling the mountain and carrying dozens of pounds of goods to the county, he was ravenous. Without further ado, he devoured his meal, perspiring profusely, utterly content. Upon settling the bill of $1.65, Chinsong could not help but reflect on how in the future, such an amount would scarcely afford him any meat. Yet, in this era, he was still able to relish authentic, delicious meat dishes sufficient to satiate one's appetite. Chapter 4. The Dilemma of Widow Wang in Shinjiako. The midday sun blazed fiercely, yet the laborers in the fields had yet to return for their meal. Clutching their hoes, they toiled in the earth, drenched in sweat, yet the gazes of most men were not fixed upon the ground, but rather upon a woman diligently working in a distant corner of the field. Though clad in coarse fabric, her allure remained unmistakable. She possessed a slender and graceful figure, her skin fairer than snow, with eyes as clear as water and a delicate complexion as pure as cream. Even in the harshest and hottest of weather, a rosy blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her skin's tender, jade-like quality. Wang Yao married into Chunjiao 5 years ago, causing quite a stir in the village, for she was renowned as the beauty of the region. To everyone's surprise, she ended up with the village's bookish Chunwanza. Chen Wenza had separated from his family early on and worked as a teacher at a local primary school, earning a decent income. Together, he and his wife led a fulfilling life, eventually welcoming a daughter. Unfortunately, fate was unkind to Chen Wenza. Just 2 years into their marriage, he fell gravely ill and passed away, leaving their world in ruins. Despite the devastating loss, life had to continue, and Wang Yao resolutely declined the insincere assistance of well-meaning relatives, choosing instead to raise her daughter alone. Wang Yao observed her daughter playing gracefully with the village children from a distance, pausing for a moment to retrieve a small cloth pouch she had sewn. She took out a piece of flatbread, dipping it in cold water to replenish the energy she had lost that morning. Nearby, a few large trees provided shade from the scorching sun, serving as a favored play area for the village children. This spot allowed the laborers in the fields to keep an eye on their children, much to their delight. The girl, clad in a loose, patched outfit, though her face was smeared with dirt, still exhibited a hint of her innate charm, promising to blossom into a beauty in the future. She was engaged in play with several slightly older children, one of whom, a boy of about 6 or 7, climbed onto a haystack and exclaimed loudly, "Last week, my dad took me to the zoo in the county. I saw a tiger. The tiger was fierce and it ate meat, such a big chunk of meat that it swallowed it whole." With bravado akin to that of an emperor, the boy declared, "I'm a man. How could I be afraid of a tiger? Yet," he added, "but I want to eat meat." Some children, with fingers in their mouths, fantasized about the taste of meat. "I want to eat pork. I think chicken is also quite good," they chimed in, shifting the conversation from the mighty tiger to the delectable subject of meat. Standing among them, the girl listened in confusion until her eyes lit up at the mention of food. In her sweet, youthful voice, she chimed in, "My mom says we'll have eggs for dinner. Eggs are delicious." The boy atop the haystack glanced at her dismissively, snorting, "What is so good about eggs? Meat is the best. Besides, you don't even have a dad. How could you possibly afford eggs? They must be stolen." At this, the surrounding children erupted in laughter, chanting, "Born of a mother, raised without a father, little liar, stealing eggs." The girl gazed around at the crowd encircling her, her lips pressed together in stubborn defiance. "I have a dad," she insisted. "Mom says he has just gone to a faraway place. I have a dad." Her voice trembled. "Woo-woo. A little liar. You don't have a dad. My dad said when you're starving, your mom might have to sell meat." The young boy looked down from his lofty position at the delicate girl, who had plopped down on the ground in tears, mockery evident in his disdainful demeanor. Suddenly, her piercing cries echoed through the air, catching the attention of the adults nearby who were engaged in their work. Upon hearing her distress, Wang Yao immediately dropped her hoe and rushed over. Upon arrival, she found her daughter merely seated on the ground weeping, unharmed, which brought her a momentary sense of relief. As a single mother, Wang Yao was acutely aware that her daughter had been bullied by the children of their village, sometimes even tripped deliberately, causing her to fall. "Why are you crying, my dear? You must be brave and stand tall." Wang Yao gently embraced her daughter, offering soft words of comfort while patting her shoulder and wiping away her tears. "Mom, they said I don't have a father. But I do have a father. You said he just went far away and hasn't he returned yet?" "I have a father," the girl protested, rubbing her eyes in frustration as tears continued to stream down her cheeks. The boy, undeterred by Wang Yao's presence, stuck out his tongue and pointed at them, taunting, "Of course you don't have a father. You're just a bastard." Wang Yao felt a surge of anger welling up within her, her brows knitting together in discontent. Yet, glancing at her fragile daughter still sobbing, she held back her fury. Instead of responding to the boy, she gently took her daughter's hand, saying, "Come, my dear. Let us go. As long as we know you have a father, that is what matters. He is a little liar, and you're a big liar. You clearly don't have a father." The boy persisted, emboldened by Wang Yao's glance, intensifying his taunts. At that moment, other adults working in the fields gathered around, and the boy's mother, lacking any sense of embarrassment, stepped forward and pretended to chastise her child, saying, "Wang Yao, don't take this to heart. Children speak without thinking." Though Wang Yao's expression darkened, she did not wish to cause discord with her neighbors. Nodding, she intended to embrace her daughter and leave. However, the boy, offended by the slap on his backside, exclaimed, "Mom, I didn't lie. Dad said they don't have any men in their family. They might starve selling meat. And he'll take me to try it later." The adults surrounding them paused, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue as they looked toward Wang Yao and her daughter. Wang Yao, renowned for her beauty throughout the region, despite her roughened hands from farm work, still radiated charm. Her daughter, a budding beauty, would likely surpass her mother in allure as she grew. Wang Yao's face flushed crimson with a mixture of anger and sorrow, her heart heavy as she held her trembling daughter close. The boy's father, initially a mere spectator, found himself entangled in the chaos caused by his child, realizing he should not linger in this uncomfortable situation. As he turned to leave, he was unexpectedly kicked by the boy's mother, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You heartless man, have you been waiting for a chance to look down on me while I'm a widow? How shameless can you be, wandering around here?" She railed, raising her hoe as if to strike him. "Do not act recklessly. This is mere nonsense from a child. How can you believe it? Stop, stop." "Oh." The man scrambled away in a panic, evading the hoe wielded by his wife. Seeing her relentless, he shouted, "Wife, cease. This is not my affair. It's that widow Wang, flaunting herself after her husband's demise, wandering about. Which man can resist? Just ask them. Who hasn't he secretly gazed at widow Wang?" He pointed at the onlooking men, his voice trembling with fear. The surrounding men, realizing they had incurred an unwarranted debt, quickly shook their heads. Aware their own wives stood nearby, a slip of the tongue could mean a night spent apart. "Do not speak such nonsense," they exclaimed. "That is you, not me." The boy's mother, accustomed to such antics, directed her ire towards Wang Yao. "You shameless vixen, now that you have lost your husband, you seek to entice the men of others. How disgraceful." Her words were harsh, and though the elders in the vicinity looked on with pity, they knew the boy's mother was notorious for her tirades. Should anyone come to widow Wang's defense, they risked her tongue turning against them, possibly implicating themselves in scandal, provoking their own formidable wives. The fear of public opinion silenced the crowd. Wang Yao, already feeling wronged, trembled as tears streamed down her face at the unjust accusation of being a seductress. "Perhaps a few tears will win the favor of a man," the boy's mother taunted, her jealousy flaring at Wang Yao's beauty. "What if your daughter turns out just like you?" "Do not speak of my daughter," Wang Yao retorted, raising her hand to strike the boy's mother, only to have her wrist seized. "Oh, so you dare to strike? You shameless vixen, I shall teach you a lesson. Do not hit my mother," cried the child, sobbing. The two women struggled, the delicate Wang Yao pushed to the ground, her attention diverted by the child's plight, leading to her hair being grasped by the other woman, putting her at a disadvantage. "Let go." A commanding voice rang out, and the woman felt an immense force on her wrist, causing her to wince and release her grip as she was shoved aside. The person who intervened was none other than Chinsong, who had just arrived, with a piece of pork in one hand and the other gripping the woman's wrist. He coldly regarded her. "Do you not fear retribution for bullying a widow and her child?" Chapter 5. Gratitude or Illicit Affair from a Distance. Chen Song had observed the gathering crowd, curious about their commotion. Initially uninterested in the quarrel between the children, he considered leaving. However, recalling that widow Wang had saved him from drowning, he decided to remain, intending to express his gratitude once the crowd dispersed. Yet, the situation escalated unexpectedly. The exchanges grew increasingly harsh, and the prospect of physical confrontation loomed. Recognizing the crowd's intent to watch the spectacle, Chen Song understood he must intervene. With a firm grip, he seized the woman's wrist, attempting to pull her away. Yet, she fought back fiercely, leaving him no choice but to kick her aside. The young boy was instantly taken aback, paralyzed by fear, and with a cry, he dashed to his father's side. The onlookers from the village, including the boy's father, stood in stunned silence, all gazing in astonishment at Chinsong. Who could forget that the third son of Ai Guojia had always been gentle-natured? Having been dominated by his mother, Huang Qin, and now again by his sister-in-law, after suffering losses during the division of the family, he had even taken to diving as a form of protest. Such a person, how could he dare to strike another? It was not until the boy's loud wailing pierced the air that the crowd snapped back to reality. The boy's father was the first to react, pulling his child behind him and angrily exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind, you little rascal? How dare you hit my wife?" The woman lying on the ground, having been kicked by Chen Song, had not yet grasped the situation. It was only now that she turned over and recognized her assailant. "You wretched boy, you must be that widow's paramour. You, the head of the family, your wife has been struck, and yet you remain indifferent." The boy's father felt the sting of humiliation wash over him, his face reddening as fury contorted his features. Rolling up his sleeves, he clenched his fist and lunged at Chinsong. Meanwhile, Chen Song was preoccupied with ensuring the safety of Wang Yao and Yao Tiao, observing for any injuries. Wang Yao, trembling and clutching Yao Tiao, spotted the approaching man and shouted, "Be careful." Despite his focus on the two women, Chen Song remained vigilant. Upon hearing Wang Yao's warning, he swiftly turned and, with a side kick, sent the boy's father crashing to the ground. "Damn it, you little brat, I'll make you pay." The man had never endured such humiliation, especially not in front of so many villagers. How could he ever show his face again? Blinded by rage, he scrambled to his feet and charged at Chinsong once more, this time more cautious, keeping an eye on Chinsong's movements to avoid being knocked down again. "Still coming? You refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoings? What sort of man are you?" Chinsong thought to himself, perplexed by his own strength since inhabiting this body. His physical prowess had visibly increased. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to carry dozens of pounds of dendrobium to the county. Seizing the man's incoming fist, he exerted force from his waist, stepping forward and executing a shoulder throw that sent the man crashing to the ground. "Still want to fight? Not only do you bully the vulnerable, but even when I've intervened, you still seek to strike. How audacious of you. Make way, stop the fighting," called an elderly figure approaching with a cane, the village head of Chunjia Ao, who was, in fact, the highest-ranking elder in the village, making Chinsong his great-grandnephew. "Ai Guojia's second son, how could you be so heavy-handed? Jigua is also your elder. How can you lay hands on your superior?" The village head, a man of principles, was particularly intolerant of disrespect towards elders and immediately reprimanded Chinsong without consideration. Chinsong frowned, about to speak, but the little girl, Yao Tiao, whom he was shielding, stepped forward first. "Grandpa village head, they started by insulting me and my mother. It was my uncle who came to help. You can't wrongfully accuse the good." Yao Tiao looked up with wide eyes and a pouting expression, leaving the village head momentarily at a loss. "Is that so?" The village chief surveyed the surroundings, observing the expressions of the onlookers. The crowd, eager to engage, chattered animatedly about the unfolding events. Before the elder could fully grasp the situation, he realized the gravity of it. Jigua, as a grown man, to bully a widow and her child. How shameful. "Village chief, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. It's merely the foolish prattle of children and the relentless nagging of women. It has nothing to do with me," protested the man referred to as Jigua. His heart sinking. He felt powerless, having been assaulted with no recourse to complain, especially since he was unable to defend himself. "I shall deal with you later," the elder declared, pointing at Chen Jigua before shifting his attention to Wang Yao. "Ah Yao, I understand the matter now. I will ensure Jigua apologizes to you. Shall we consider this settled?" The village chief regarded Wang Yao with a gentle demeanor. "Chief, an apology alone is insufficient. The weight of public opinion is formidable. Should his family endure such gossip, would they be willing to settle?" Chinsong interjected, unable to remain silent. It was evident that the village chief favored his own, viewing Wang Yao as only half a villager since she had lost her husband, while Chen Jigua was still his kin and thus deserving of protection. "That won't be necessary, chief. I have forgiven them," Wang Yao replied, her desire to leave growing stronger. "Very well. I shall ensure they come to apologize to you after returning home, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Chinsong attempted to speak further, but Wang Yao shook her head to silence him. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to remain here in disgrace?" The village chief reprimanded Chen Jigua, who shot a resentful glance at Chinsong before leading his wife and child away. As the commotion subsided, the onlookers dispersed, yet their chatter continued. Aside from Wang Yao, the topic of discussion shifted to Chinsong's unexpected assertiveness in defending her. "Thank you, Chinsong," Wang Yao said, pulling her daughter Yao Yao close and brushing away the remnants of her tears with a forced smile. Under the glow of the setting sun, her delicate features, blushing and fragile, captured Chinsong's attention, striking him momentarily speechless. Undoubtedly, she was a beauty known far and wide, and it was no surprise that gossip surrounded her. A woman of such grace, now bereft of her husband and lacking support, surely faced great hardships. A flicker of compassion crossed Chinsong's face. "Isn't this what should be done? I owe you my gratitude for saving me the other day, otherwise I might not be here today." He glanced at Wang Yao before his gaze fell upon the little girl, Yao Yao, who was staring intently at him. "Look, I've brought some meat, intending to deliver it to your home as a thank you." "Mommy, it's meat," Yao Yao exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the offering, her mouth watering as she tugged at Wang Yao's sleeve. Yao Yao, what have I taught you? Wang Yao admonished, her expression serious. Uncle, thank you for helping Yao Yao and Mommy today, Yao Yao said earnestly, causing Chinsong's heart to swell with tenderness for the well-mannered child. Indeed, the phrase children of the poor mature early was not mere rhetoric. Such a good girl. May I escort you both home? He offered. Yes, yes. Yao Yao clapped her hands in delight. No need for trouble. We can manage on our own, Wang Yao replied, glancing around at the lingering villagers who were still busy in the fields, occasionally pointing and whispering. It was my oversight. I apologize. Chen Song quickly realized that it was rather inappropriate for him to escort a widow home in broad daylight, fearing the whispers that might circulate among the villagers. Holding the bundle of pork, he handed it to Yao Tiao and turned away, heading back to his dilapidated pigpen without a backward glance. Chinsong, we don't need this, Wang Yao called after him, but only his dismissive wave was her response, leaving her to let out a resigned sigh. Mom, this meat. Looking into her daughter's expectant eyes, Wang Yao momentarily lost her train of thought, pondering how long it had been since she last treated Yao Tiao to meat. All right, we shall eat half today, and tomorrow we'll prepare the other half to return to Uncle Chinsong, shall we? Okay, let us eat meat. Chapter 6. Prelude to Renovating the Pigpen. Originally, the meat was intended for a family gathering. But upon encountering Wang Yao and recalling that she had yet to express her gratitude for her life-saving assistance, he decided to give it away. Returning leisurely to his modest plot of land, Chinsong was abruptly reminded of reality upon seeing his dilapidated pigpen. Well then, time to repair the house. Gazing at the structure, he recalled a renovation project he had seen in his past life. A creative initiative by a university's art department aimed at transforming rural pigpens on Chongming Island into functional, yet aesthetically pleasing spaces. Naturally, Chinsong did not intend to replicate that design entirely. After all, it was now the year 1202. And what had been avant-garde back then would now seem quite unconventional. For this endeavor, he would need to consult the old village chief. Muttering to himself as he circled the pigpen, Chinsong made his way towards the village committee, which still bore the name from before the reforms, the Chunjia Ao Rural Production Team. The village committee was housed in the old ancestral hall, which had lost its significance after the abolition of feudal superstitions. It was said that the main lineage of Chunjia Ao had followed the old Chiang Kai-shek to an island, and later, to avoid suspicion, the villagers decided to convert the ancestral hall into a commune, which eventually transformed into a production team. Is the village chief in? Before even crossing the threshold, Chinsong called out. Who is it? Come in, came the voice of the old village chief. With a decisive step, Chinsong entered the ancient hall, which remained unchanged despite the relocation of the ancestral tablets. As he stepped into the inner chamber, he found the old chief with his head bowed, intently studying a newspaper. It was only when he heard the sound of footsteps that the chief lifted his gaze, his expression rather grim. What brings you here, you rascal? Isn't the matter with Wang Yao settled? What more do you want? I say, old three, you've wronged me. I came to you for another matter. Chinsong replied, moving closer and pulling out a chair to sit down. Oh, pray, enlighten me on what brings you here. The old chief turned to face Chinsong. Old three, you know our family is split, right? Chinsong pointed at the table, feigning a sense of grievance. I know. A few days ago, your brother's wife even asked me and your fourth uncle to witness it. Are you having second thoughts? That one do. You promised back then. There's no room for reversal. The old chief shook his head, his gaze fixed on Chinsong. Well, since it's settled, it shall not be altered. I am here to inquire about the dilapidated house at the village entrance, which was left over from the land reform and the dismantling of the four olds. May I take some of the broken wood from there? Chinsong mentioned that the house originally belonged to the Chun family's ancestral estate, a grand mansion that was significantly dismantled after misfortunes befell the clan, with whatever could be divided shared among the villagers. Subsequently, the house was further ravaged. Apart from the foundation and walls, little remained intact. Are you planning to build a house? The old village chief, aware that Chinsong had only received 2 acres of dry land and a rundown pigsty, posed this question, suspecting that he indeed intended to construct a dwelling. I don't have the funds for that. I merely wish to renovate my dilapidated pigsty to make it livable, Chinsong replied, half-heartedly. The old chief, however, took him at his word, knowing that Chun Ai's family was not affluent, and recognized that Chinsong had no money for a house. Concluding that he was genuinely considering residing in the pigsty, that crumbling house holds only some rotting wood. It would be more sensible to chop down a tree from the mountain. If you wish to take it, feel free, the old chief said, waving his hand dismissively in agreement. Thank you, third uncle. I shall take my leave. Chinsong expressed his gratitude and departed from the ancestral hall. This lad has indeed changed. He was never this glib before, the old chief murmured, watching as Chinsong disappeared from sight. Chinsong hurried to the village entrance and soon encountered the dilapidated house, a structure of blue bricks and tiles, now in a state of disrepair. The roof tiles were mostly shattered, and the surrounding walls had collapsed on both sides. The view was overgrown with weeds, leaving only a few columns to support the roof and a few wooden windows to shield the interior. Upon stepping into the overgrown premises, Chinsong startled a wild cat that had made its nest there. The cat, fur bristling in alarm, glared at him momentarily before darting away. It appears to be quite decent. These wooden windows are still intact. After all, this ancestral home had stood for over a century, and the wooden windows were exquisitely crafted, adorned with carvings depicting celestial beings guiding the way. The window frames were engraved with grooves in various patterns, creating a diverse array of elegant designs. I have struck a fortune. In his previous life, Chen Song had amassed wealth and collected antiques, including these window panels, lattice screens, partitions, and other traditional window structures, which would be valued at hundreds of thousands in the 21st century. How fortunate that they have come to me. And I must indeed thank the village chief for his generosity. The windows were not severely damaged, as the villagers had not taken them for firewood, thus preserving them relatively intact. After some tidying up, Chinsong managed to gather a dozen fine wooden windows. Having just passed noon, he packed the windows and dragged them back to the pigsty before hurrying to his parents' home. Upon entering, he saw his sister-in-law emerging from the former firewood room, now the residence of his younger brother and parents, carrying a bowl of fish and meat. Ah, third brother, what brings you here? Did you not separate from the family? Why arrive just in time for lunch? His sister-in-law eyed him sideways, unable to resist a mocking tone. Sister-in-law, I have some matters to discuss with father, he replied, disregarding her comments as he made his way into the inner room. The house built from firewood may not be particularly good, yet it is certainly an improvement over Chinsong's pigsty. Chen Aigua and Huang Qin had just returned from the fields and were in the midst of their meal when they spotted Chinsong. Frowning slightly, they rose to inquire, "Why have you returned, third brother?" Observing that the dish of fish was reduced to mere bones, with no fish meat left on the table, Chinsong realized that his sister-in-law had already taken all the flesh. He simply shook his head and, hearing his father's question, promptly replied, "Dad, I wish to renovate the pigsty. I would like to ask you to find a few familiar uncles to help me build some walls and a roof. I'll pay them 2 yuan each per day. Renovating the pigsty? That is indeed a sensible plan. Living in a pigsty is hardly ideal." Chen Aigua nodded in agreement. However, Huang Qin seized upon the crux of the matter and asked directly, "Where did you acquire the funds to hire laborers?" Indeed, offering 2 yuan a day was quite generous. The local laborers typically earned only 50 cents. Chen Aigua suddenly understood, realizing the implication of Huang Qin's reminder. "I made a bit of money from a transaction in the county today, just enough to renovate the pigsty." Transaction? What sort of business could yield such profit? "You mustn't engage in speculative ventures," Huang Qin exclaimed, rising in astonishment, neglecting her meal. "I collected some wild honey from the mountains, as you both know. Wild honey is a rare commodity that many city dwellers desire to purchase." "What? You went to the mountains to gather honey? You, my child, are usually not so audacious. What has inspired such boldness today? Those wild bees are not to be trifled with. Have you forgotten the child from the neighboring village who was stung to death a few years ago?" Chen Aigua grew anxious upon hearing his son's words. "Dad, I am perfectly fine. Besides, if I hadn't gone, I would have starved. Now I can exchange some money to improve the house, which is quite fortunate." Chinsong smiled faintly, showing no signs of emotional turmoil. Observing his son's calm demeanor, Chen Aigua fell silent, sighing inwardly. Ultimately, the division of the family property had not been equitable, and it was too late to remedy that now. "I understand. I will go find some workers for you. But you must procure the red bricks for the walls yourself. If you have everything in order, we may complete the work in a couple of days. I plan to construct a house combining red bricks and wooden boards. The red brick factory in the neighboring village is not performing well, so I can purchase some bricks." "That sounds good. Thank you, Dad. I apologize for interrupting your lunch. I shall take my leave." With that, Chinsong departed. "Isn't it rather inconsiderate that your son did not bring back any honey? The eldest grandson will soon be able to enjoy it," Huang Qin remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. as she watched Chen Song's retreating figure. Enough, Chen Igwa said sternly, then lowered his voice. Now that we have divided the family, do not expect to take advantage of the elder family. Chapter 7. The renovation of the pigsty in progress. Stepping outside, Chinsong noticed his sister-in-law acting rather furtively, which brought a smile to his face. Most of their parents' belongings had been allocated to his elder brother and sister-in-law, and her current demeanor suggested she was perhaps still under the impression that she was entitled to their parents' legacy. Peering in with uncertainty, Chinsong chose to disregard her. Although his elder brother was indeed his blood relative, he found it difficult to bond with his sister-in-law. Out of respect for his brother, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Essentially, the unspoken agreement was that as long as she did not provoke him, he would remain indifferent to her presence. Departing from Chinjiakeo, Chen Song made his way to the adjacent Yongjia village's brick factory. This brick factory was a collective industry established prior to the reform and opening up period, later taken over by Yang Daong, who capitalized on his father's position as the village chief. However, during this era, wealth was still a distant dream for many, and the funds to purchase bricks for construction were scarce. Consequently, the factory suffered annual losses and faced declining productivity, to the extent that this year, wages for the workers could not be disbursed. The factory was eerily silent as Chen Song entered. Not a soul was present. He frowned slightly, intending to leave when he encountered a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette. "Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? Are you not aware this is a private factory?" The man inquired. "I came to buy some bricks, but it seems the owner is not here," Chen Song replied. Observing the man before him, clad in a crisp white shirt and sporting a Shanghai brand watch, with a worn black briefcase tucked under his arm, he noted a certain air of familiarity. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he deftly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Chen Song. "Brother, you wish to purchase red bricks? I happen to be the owner. May I ask your surname?" "So you are Boss Yang?" "I am from the neighboring Chinjiakeo, looking to build a house," Chen Song stated, accepting the cigarette from Yang Dayong's hand. He glanced at the cigarette, a popular brand of the era, priced at around 8 cents a pack, rather decent for the time. "Brother Chen, may I inquire how many bricks you intend to procure?" "The quality and quantity of my bricks are unparalleled, well known throughout the region," Yang Daong boasted, patting his chest in assurance. After a long absence from smoking, Chen Song inhaled deeply, exhaling a ring of smoke. The familiar aroma filled his lungs, evoking a long-lost sense of comfort. However, he was caught off guard as the body reacted poorly, causing him to cough. Smoking is detrimental to health. One should be responsible for their well-being, he thought. Extinguishing the cigarette before responding, "There's no need to rush. I would like to know the price of your red bricks, Boss Yang." Yang Daong paused, taken aback by Chen Song's youthful visage, initially assuming him to be an easy mark. Yet, observing his smoking technique, it was evident that he was no novice. Hence, Yang Daong refrained from deceiving him and cautiously quoted, "Let's be friends. I'll give you a preferential price, $1.50 per brick. If you order in bulk, I can offer a discount." 80 cents. Chen Song exclaimed. "What? 80 cents? That's unacceptable." Yang Daong shook his head vigorously. Now, don't be hasty. I hear your factory has been struggling lately, with reports that wages for your workers have gone unpaid. It appears there isn't a single worker present today," Chen Song remarked. "That's nonsense. My bricks are used far and wide. How could business be poor? Today is merely a holiday, so the workers are not here. Do not spread such rumors," Yang Daong retorted. 80 cents for 10,000 bricks. I will pay on the spot," Chen Song declared, producing several large notes and displaying them in his palm. "Paying on the spot? Not deferring until year-end?" Yang Daong questioned, taken aback. Those engaged in construction knew that payments for materials were typically not made immediately. Most transactions were delayed for months, sometimes even until the year's end. For those facing financial difficulties, such delays could lead to a disruption in cash flow and potential bankruptcy. Yang Dayong's brick factory found itself in a precarious situation. In a bid to sustain the business, he exerted every effort possible, yet the factory's performance remained dismal, accumulating significant debts for raw materials and workers' wages. Had Chen Song been able to provide cash on the spot, it would have at least facilitated the factory's operations, alleviating its dire circumstances. Yang Daong was indeed tempted, but the low price of 8 cents made him hesitate. However, upon seeing the substantial wad of cash in Chen Song's hand, he ultimately resolved to proceed. "Very well, I shall take a loss and extend a favor to Brother Chen. 8 cents it is." Chen Song instructed Yang Daong to deliver the bricks to his pigsty in Chinjiakeo before preparing to return. With 80 yuan less, he was left with just over 50, which, according to his plans, would suffice for renovating the pigsty, albeit with little remaining. Money, it seemed, was perpetually insufficient. Upon returning to the pigsty, Chen Song observed his father, Chen Igua, directing several uncles from the village in moving tools for the construction. Chen Song quickly approached, offering the refreshing Qingtai cigarettes he had procured from Yang Daong. "Father, uncles," he greeted. Chen Igua nodded slightly, unfazed by the cigarettes, knowing that his son had taken a risk to gather honey and could afford a pack. "Well done, Songzi," indulging in Qingtai, a fine smoke. The uncles, unaware of Chen Song's newfound financial freedom, assumed that the funds for the pigsty were entirely provided by Chen Igua. "You all have worked hard. The bricks will take a little while to arrive. Today, we should gather a few trees from the back mountain. All right, for the sake of these cigarettes, we shall assist you in erecting this structure," the uncles replied with smiles, as they seldom indulged in smoking, occasionally rolling hay for a brief indulgence. Seeing Chen Song's generosity, they were more than willing to lend their labor. The back mountain was abundant with trees, and as construction in the village was rare, tree felling was infrequent. The trees stood tall and robust. Chen Igua, accompanied by several uncles and Chen Song, ventured to a flat area on the back mountain, casually felled a few trees, and easily transported them back with logs as makeshift sledges. Just as they returned with the sizable trees, Yang Daong arrived with the bricks. "Now we have everything," Chen Igua remarked. "Son, how do you envision altering the pigsty?" Chen Song retrieved an old calendar from his pocket, flipped it over, and revealed a rough yet clear architectural sketch of the structure, easily comprehensible to the uncles. Who would have thought Songzi possessed such talent? "This design is excellent and requires no alteration to the pigsty's overall structure. It's my first time seeing a house design. I've heard only city folk can draw such plans. Songzi is quite remarkable. Brother Igua is fortunate. Your eldest has given you a grandson. The third has built his own house, and now he can draw as well. I've heard the fourth is also doing well in school." The uncles, engrossed in the sketch, began to drift off topic. Chen Igua swiftly curtailed their chatter and urged them to get to work. They removed the old wooden planks from the pigsty, lifted the torn leather and straw from the roof, and cleared out the interior, leaving only the main structural framework intact. As the day's labor concluded, the sun had already set. Chen Song called upon several uncles to halt their work, intending to resume the following day, when unexpectedly, a visitor arrived. It was Wang Yao, gracefully approaching with a bowl of stewed meat in hand. Chapter 8. The Spring Breeze Sanwazi, look over there. Is that Widow Wang? Chen Igua beckoned to the others, preparing to leave, yet his gaze was drawn to Wang Yao's approaching figure. He instinctively patted his son's shoulder. Chen Song, who had been tidying branches from a few trees, planning to transform them into planks and strips the next day, paused at his father's gesture, turning to follow Chen Igua's gaze, where he beheld the elegant silhouette of Wang Yao, accompanied by her lively daughter. "What brings her here?" Chen Song murmured in confusion, then proceeded to greet her. "Uncle, Yao Yao has come." As Chen Song stepped closer, a small figure leapt into his embrace. The child's exuberance was overwhelming. He instinctively held her tightly and, in a fluid motion, lifted Yao Yao, spinning her around to dissipate her momentum. This gesture caused Chen Igua to furrow his brow in concern, as he instinctively assumed a special bond existed between Chen Song and the widow. After all, how else could the child be so affectionate towards him, and Chen Song reciprocate with such intimacy? Chen Song remained oblivious to his father's thoughts, and even if he were aware, he would likely remain indifferent. "Yao Yao, come down. Aren't you afraid of toppling Uncle Chen?" Wang Yao observed her daughter's delight, a smile naturally gracing her lips. Since the passing of her husband, she had endured tremendous pressure from her in-laws, her own family, and the village's incessant gossip. Without her daughter Yao Yao, she might have contemplated leaving this place altogether. Uncle is a strong man. He won't be knocked over by Yao Yao. Reflecting on how this very uncle had stood up to the bullies who tormented her and her mother, Yao Yao felt a deep affection for Chen Song, wishing to cling to him and not let go. "It's all right. Children will be children." A bit raucous is to be expected, Chen Song discerned Wang Yao's intent to reprimand her daughter and interjected, shielding Yao Yao from any scolding. "I only worry you might tire yourself. This little rascal certainly knows how to create a stir. I apologize." "No need for apologies. By the way, did you come to see me? Is there something you require assistance with?" Song then noticed the enticing bowl of stewed meat in Wang Yao's hands. The aroma wafting through the air, making his stomach grumble. "Uncle, your stomach just growled." Yao, with her ear pressed against Song's belly, pretended to be serious as she remarked. "Ha ha." Song chuckled awkwardly, ruffling Yao's hair. "This meat is from the portion you gave me at noon. I prepared half of it as stew to bring to you, primarily as a token of gratitude for your help today. I'm uncertain how else to express my thanks. Please accept this bowl of stew." Wang Yao raised the bowl high, extending it towards Song. "Uncle, my mother's meat is truly delicious," Yao declared, nibbling on her fingers, gazing longingly at the meat in the bowl. "You're such a glutton. Did you not have meat at noon?" Wang Yao teased, gently tapping Yao's forehead. With a wry smile, Song gazed at the meat in the bowl. This meat was intended as a token of gratitude for rescuing him from the reservoir. It was far too extravagant, several pounds of meat that neither he nor Yao could possibly consume. So he had brought it over, hoping she wouldn't disdain his cooking. "Since you insist, how could I dare to refuse? Please, have a seat." Only then did Song realize that his pigsty was still incomplete, leaving him without a proper place to rest, which filled him with embarrassment. "Perhaps sitting is not the best idea. Are you building a house?" Wang Yao inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the construction site behind Song. Indeed, with the family splitting up, one must have a place to dwell. "This pigsty is quite spacious. With a few modifications, it could serve as a home." "That sounds commendable. It's impressive that at such a young age, you are taking on the task of building a house." Wang Yao expressed her genuine admiration. It's nothing extraordinary. Having a roof over one's head is the main concern." Song felt no pride in his modest endeavor. With just over 100 yuan, he knew it would hardly suffice to construct a proper dwelling. He had painstakingly gathered materials to refurbish the pigsty, scavenging from the old Chen family home for wooden windows, sourcing timber from the large trees on the mountain behind, and pinching pennies from the brick factory. Otherwise, he would have needed at least 200 to 300 yuan for materials. In the early 1990s, in this remote area, building a modest three-room house would only cost around 2,000 yuan. Not to mention, in 1983, prices were even lower, with urban wages averaging merely 10 to 20 yuan, and rural wages even less. Constructing a house didn't require a significant sum. "How about this? Since you're constructing a house and must be in need of a place to stay, why not reside at my home? I have an extra room that can be tidied up for you." Wang Yao's lips pressed together as she spoke. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze and summoned the courage to extend the invitation. Ever since her husband's passing, she had devoted herself to raising Yao, though life had been fraught with difficulties. Had it not been for Chen Song's timely assistance today, she and her daughter might have been bullied by Chen Jigua's family, left utterly defenseless. The memory of Chen Song shielding her, enveloped in his warmth, made her cheeks burn, and now, she found herself instinctively inviting him into her home. Of course. "Uncle, please stay at my house. That way, you can spend time playing with Yao." The little girl harbored no ulterior motives. She simply wished to grow closer to Chen Song. "Is that appropriate? A grown man living in your home?" Chen Song set Yao down, scratching his head in awkwardness, unsure how to respond to Wang Yao's unexpected invitation. "I understand. We are but a widow and her orphan child, and the villagers refer to me as the widow. I am aware of my circumstances, but I did not expect you to be so considerate." Wang Yao's face paled at Chen Song's vague refusal, tears welling in her eyes, prompting her to speak her heart. No, that is not what I meant." Chen Song quickly grasped Wang Yao's delicate shoulder, impulsively wanting to wipe her tears. But the sight of Chen Igua approaching halted him in his tracks. Sanwazi, since you do not mind, I shall not hesitate either. I will prepare to stay at your home shortly." Chen Song awkwardly released his grip on the delicate shoulder of Xiang, offering a sheepish smile while disregarding the calls of Chen Igua from behind. "Uncle Igua is calling you. I must take my leave now. Yao, let us go." "Are we leaving just like this? But I still wish to converse with Uncle," Yao lamented, gazing longingly at Chen Song. "He will come to our home later. Please behave and help your mother tidy up the house for him, all right?" Wang Yao gently urged as she took Yao's hand and crouched down, brushing her hair back to reveal her fair neck. "Very well. Goodbye, Uncle," Yao waved at Chen Song, lost in thought while gazing at Wang Yao's fair neck. Chen Song only snapped back to reality upon hearing Yao's farewell, and he waved back at her. As he watched the two depart, Chen Song scratched his head and chuckled foolishly before turning to head back. Chen Aigua, seeing Wang Yao leave, stepped forward and noticed his youngest son grinning foolishly, which prompted a furrow of concern on his brow. His voice grew serious. Senwazi, what is going on with you and Widow Wang? I heard earlier that you got into a fight with your uncle Jigua over her, and now she is back. Father, I simply could not stand by while Jigua bullied that widow and her child. Wang Yao saved me once, so I helped her out. She came to thank me just now, Chinsong explained. Really? A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Aigua's eyes. He had not clearly seen the interaction, but he thought he had observed his son's hand resting on the widow's shoulder, which she did not seem to reject. Nevertheless, Chen Aigua had always perceived his son as shy and believed he would not act inappropriately. Little did he know, his son had already transformed from the one he once knew, for the original temperament would never have led to such confrontations. Truly, father, do you not trust your own son? Remember to keep your distance from Widow Wang. Her in-laws are not to be trifled with. Do not get involved. Understood, father. Chapter 9. The splendor of dining out under the curious and teasing gazes of several uncles. Chinsong chose to remain silent. He felt that speaking too much might lead to missteps, so he simply smiled at them. Why not join us for dinner at your parents' house tonight? Your brother should be back from school by now, and it would be perfect, Chen Aigua suggested after seeing off a few uncles. Chinsong shook his head with a smile. Father, I think I shall pass. Otherwise, my sister-in-law will surely have something to say. Chen Aigua did not respond but patted Chinsong on the shoulder, letting out a gentle sigh. Once the house is renovated, I will bring you some seeds. Although the land is not suitable for rice, planting other crops should yield well. Thank you, father. You should head back now. Mother and fourth brother are likely waiting anxiously. It is best to return early. Very well, I shall be off. Wait, father, please take this bowl of meat back. Fourth brother has been studying hard. He needs some nourishment. I have enough meat, do not worry, Chen Aigua replied, taking the bowl of stewed meat without further argument, knowing his wife would urge him on. He hurriedly departed. Chinsong watched his father disappear into the distance before he proceeded to tidy up some things in the shed. By the time he finished, the sun had just set. After a quick wash, Chinsong hesitated, realizing that his earlier promise to Wang Yao might have been hasty. As a grown man, spending the night at a widow's home felt rather inappropriate for her reputation. Forget it. I shall take a look first. There is no need to stay the night. Chinsong provided himself with a reasonable justification, and instantly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. As twilight descended, Chinsong's pace towards Wang Yao's home slowed. Upon catching sight of the glow of the kerosene lamp emanating from her window, he halted, hesitating for a moment before stepping into the courtyard. He knocked on the door, and within, a flurry of commotion ensued, followed by a sweet and melodious voice. Mom, is it uncle who has come? Let me go and see. The door swung open, revealing Chinsong's face, and Wang Yao appeared to exhale in relief. She glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and quickly ushered him inside. No sooner had Chinsong crossed the threshold than little Yao Tiao leapt into his embrace. Uncle, you finally arrived. Yao Tiao has been waiting and is quite hungry. Mom said we must wait for you to eat together. She looked up, her bright eyes sparkling, a smile gracing her lips. Hasn't Yao Tiao eaten yet? Chinsong turned to see Wang Yao just placing bowls and chopsticks on the table, the dishes untouched. Let's dine together, shall we? Oh yes, uncle, please sit. Yao Tiao pulled Chinsong to the eight immortals table. Chinsong surveyed the room, noting its spaciousness, even larger than the room assigned to his elder brother. Albeit sparsely furnished with little in the way of furniture or appliances, there wasn't even a light fixture installed. Wang Yao gracefully approached, sitting down and silently serving Chinsong a bowl of rice, casting a disapproving glance at the little imp, Yao Tiao, who was eagerly attempting to climb into Chinsong's lap before taking her own seat. Eat up, you still have half the meat you brought for lunch. Wang Yao placed a piece of meat into Chinsong's bowl, then added another to Yao Tiao's, while she herself opted for a modest serving of greens. Upon seeing the meat, Yao Tiao settled down, diligently focusing on her bowl. You should eat too, Chinsong remarked, noticing Wang Yao had not touched her food, and promptly added a piece of meat to her bowl. No need, I'm on a diet. On a diet? Chinsong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Could a woman born in 83 truly need a diet? His gaze shifted to Wang Yao, assessing her waist and form. Her figure was flawless, certainly not in need of any reduction. Feeling Chinsong's heated gaze traverse her, Wang Yao's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her so intensely that she nearly buried her face in her bowl. You're still looking. Wang Yao muttered softly, her annoyance evident. Realizing his indiscretion, Chen Song hastily turned away, scratching his head in chagrin, silently lamenting his lapse in decorum. Yet, having once been a man of 40, he quickly regained his composure, feigning a casual interest in his meal. To his surprise, Wang Yao's cooking was quite delightful. Unbeknownst to him, he polished off an entire bowl of rice, though he scarcely touched the meat on the table. Shall I serve you another bowl? Wang Yao inquired, setting aside her own utensils to assist. No, I'm quite full, Chinsong replied with a smile, declining her offer. Yao Tiao, do eat up, uncle has finished. Observing Chen Song's refusal, Wang Yao refrained from pressing further, instead directing her attention to Yao Tiao, who was still voraciously devouring her meat. Mother, the meat is delicious, and I want to eat more. The innocent and graceful girl blinked her large eyes, her joy from the meal beyond words, a satisfied smile adorning her face. You little glutton, how about we save the meat for tomorrow? The girl pondered momentarily and replied, All right, we shall have the meat tomorrow. She then set aside her bowl and chopsticks, opening her arms wide to Chinsong, exclaiming, Uncle, hug me. Xiao Yao, come down quickly. How can you expect your uncle to carry you every day at your age? Wang Yao felt a mix of amusement and frustration at her daughter's affection for Chinsong. It was both vexing that despite raising her, she was not as close to Wang Yao as she was to someone she had barely met. No, I want uncle to hold me, Xiao Yao pouted, nestling comfortably in Chinsong's embrace, ignoring her mother, resembling a little piglet. Chinsong couldn't help but reminisce about his daughter in a past life, who also adored snuggling in his arms, nuzzling against him. Gently, he reached out to stroke Xiao Yao's hair, speaking softly. It's all right, let her stay with me. You go ahead and tend to your tasks. Wang Yao, glancing at Chinsong, noticed a tenderness in his gaze, which unexpectedly brought a flutter of joy to her heart. Nodding slightly, she began to clean up the dishes, preparing to wash them. Xiao Yao, would you like uncle to tell you a story? A story? Xiao Yao looked up, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, picture books and storybooks had existed long before the reform and opening up, though few were purchased in rural areas. During market days, one could always find small stalls brimming with picture books, their prints not very clear, but capable of captivating a throng of children. How about I tell you a story about Sun Wukong? In 1982, CCTV aired a pilot episode of The Journey to the West, which received a fervent response, leading to a bustling production that culminated in 11 episodes by 1986 and a complete 25 episodes by 1988. Just last National Day, The Journey to the West aired. And while no family in Chinjiakou owned a television, the tale was still a favorite topic for everyone. Yes, hurry and tell me. But you must sit properly first. Chinsong chuckled, soothing the eager little girl. Hearing this, she obediently climbed down from Chinsong's lap and settled in her chair, her full attention on him. This story begins long ago, with a mountain called Huagua Mountain, where there was a stone. As Wang Yao stepped out, she beheld the harmonious scene of one large and one small figure swaying gently, leaning against the doorframe in quiet observation. Unbeknownst to her, a content smile graced her face. Chapter 10. A midnight glimpse. Chinsong lay on the bed in Wang Yao's outer room, covered by a blanket she had brought out. Although the blanket had faded and lost its vibrant colors, it remained intact, still carrying a faint fragrance. Reflecting on the earlier scene where Xiao Yao wished to sleep beside him, a smile spread across Chinsong's face. This little girl, much like his daughter in a previous life, was irresistibly charming, evoking a strong desire within him to cherish and protect her. Lost in thought, my mind drifted far away, and before I knew it, I succumbed to slumber, the sound of my own snoring gradually filling the air. After a long day, Chinsong's snores resonated loudly, reaching even Wang Yao's ears in the inner room. With pursed lips, Wang Yao opened her eyes and cautiously glanced at her daughter in her arms. Sighing softly, she found herself unable to return to sleep, her thoughts wandering into the unknown. In the dead of night, Chen Song awoke from the stifling heat. The oppressive summer warmth, compounded by the stagnant air in the room, rendered the atmosphere unbearable. After just 2 hours of restless sleep, drenched in sweat, he realized it was too hot to endure any longer and resolved to cool off. Peering into the closed inner room and listening intently for any sounds, he found silence, prompting him to tiptoe out of bed, open the door, and step into the backyard. The backyard, meticulously tended by Wang Yao, displayed a neat arrangement of firewood stacked to the side, while the small vegetable garden swayed gently in the night breeze. Bathed in starlight, the entire courtyard exuded a tranquil ambience, soothing the spirit despite the oppressive heat that persisted, causing beads of sweat to continue forming on his skin. Approaching the well in the center of the yard, Chen Song tipped the wooden bucket, secured with a thick rope, into the depths below. When he hoisted it back up, it brimmed with refreshing water. In the countryside, well water, a cherished source of hydration, was undoubtedly beloved. After scanning the surroundings and confirming solitude, Chen Song shed his garments and scooped some well water to pour over his head. Ah, the refreshing sensation. A chill seeped through him, lifting his spirits. An advertisement phrase inexplicably came to mind, perfectly encapsulating his current state of being. Soon, the first bucket of well water was exhausted. Chen Song filled another bucket, continuing to douse himself slowly, as the oppressive heat of the summer gradually dissipated, and his body relished the comfort of the cooling water. After drying off, he returned to his room, feeling rejuvenated, and laid down to sleep once more. Meanwhile, after Chen Song's departure, a slender figure emerged from the corner of the backyard. Illuminated by moonlight, it was Wang Yao. At that moment, she clicked her tongue in disbelief, staring at the ground where the well water pooled. Her mind filled with the image of Chen Song's bare torso as he bathed. How could he dare to undress in my home? It was utterly mortifying. How did I end up here watching him? Initially, Wang Yao had merely been unable to sleep and had come to use the restroom. But upon hearing noises from the backyard, she ventured to investigate. To her surprise, she stumbled upon Chen Song bathing in the open, instinctively hiding in the shadows to observe him until now. It was best to return to bed. Feeling a subtle warmth rising within her, she shook her head, dispelling the fanciful thoughts that lingered, and quietly re-entered her room to sleep. Seeing her daughter still peacefully slumbering, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Slowly lying down, she forced herself to close her eyes, only to find sleep eluding her more than before. At dawn, Chen Song awoke, stretching luxuriously. Last night had been the most restful he had experienced since returning to this era, as he had slept until he naturally arose. Upon getting out of bed and freshening up, he discovered that Wang Yao had already been industriously preparing breakfast. On the table lay a bowl of plain porridge and some pickled vegetables. Though modest, it was a staple in this time. Observing Wang Yao bustling about, Chen Song felt somewhat embarrassed. He had merely wished to express his gratitude, yet he found himself inexplicably residing in her home, especially considering she was a widow. He worried about the whispers that might arise in the village, should word get out. "Are you awake?" Hearing a sound behind her, Wang Yao turned around and noticed Chen Song lost in thought. Assuming he was still groggy, she paid him no mind and handed him a wooden basin filled with a splash of clean water. "Wash your face first. I will go wake Yao Yao. After you eat, you should return to continue your work on the house." "Oh, all right." Chen Song, coming to his senses, realized he had been clearly and decisively arranged for. After washing his face, he felt considerably refreshed. As Wang Yao turned to pour more water, he caught sight of a grumpy little girl being coaxed out of bed by her mother, pouting and walking unhappily. It was then that Chen Song noticed the pronounced dark circles under Wang Yao's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Did you not sleep well last night? Was it my snoring that disturbed you?" No. Wang Yao waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was not the case. Their conversation roused Yao Yao slightly. The little girl rubbed her eyes and, upon spotting her favorite uncle, dashed over to him, clinging to his arm. "Uncle, Mommy is mean. She won't let Yao Yao sleep." "Yao Yao, dear, being lazy in bed is not the behavior of a good child. Aren't you a good child?" "Yes, Yao Yao is a good child." "Then will Yao Yao still linger in bed?" Can Yao Yao be a good child who lingers in bed for a while?" The little girl bit her finger, looking at Chen Song with innocent eyes, presenting him with a pressing question. Caught off guard by her inquiry, Chen Song paused before responding. "That won't do, dear. You must go to bed early and rise early for your health, to be a good child for your mother." After persuading the little girl to wash her face on her own, Chen Song finally sighed with relief. While children are adorable, they can be quite challenging to manage. Fortunately, Yao Yao had learned to wash her face and brush her teeth independently, so after a few minutes, Chen Song led her to the dining table. He hastily gulped down a bowl of plain porridge, not even minding its heat, and set the bowl aside after wiping his mouth. "Uncle, drink slowly," Yao Yao exclaimed, astonished to see her uncle down an entire bowl of porridge in one go, her eyes wide with surprise. "Finished already?" "Yao Yao cannot learn to do that." Chen Song chuckled awkwardly. "Chen Song, Why are you in such a rush? Aren't you afraid it's too hot? Wang Yao, startled, hurriedly inquired. It's nothing. I have many tasks to attend to today, so I plan to head out early. Well, I've finished eating, so I shall take my leave now. I apologize for disturbing you last night, Chinsong expressed gratefully, looking at Wang Yao. His original self, feeling the absence of warmth during the family division, lacked a strong will to survive after being rescued from the reservoir, which was why he had been replaced by the current Chinsong. Honestly, it's already generous of you to not mind that we are a widow and an orphan. Many in the village avoid us. Wang Yao sighed at this thought. It's all right. I will visit often to see you and Yao Yao, he reassured her. Will you still be staying here tomorrow? Wang Yao's expression remained neutral, yet a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. As for the progress, my father mentioned to several uncles that the renovation would not be overly challenging, and it is anticipated that the house will be assembled by tonight, making it feasible for habitation. Wang Yao expressed a hint of regret, but soon smiled, saying, Then I must congratulate you on acquiring your own new home. Thank you, Chinsong replied. After a brief conversation with Wang Yao, he departed, despite Yao's insistence on accompanying him, which Wang Yao ultimately prevented. Chinsong hurried away, wishing to avoid drawing attention from the neighbors. Chapter 11. A home of one's own. Upon returning to his modest plot of land, Chinsong found that Chun Aigua and several hard-working uncles had already arrived. Under Chun Aigua's guidance, they busily cut wooden boards, laid red bricks for walls, and replaced the roof beams, thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. After all, Chen Song had generously provided funds, and his father, Chen Aigua, was well-versed in the renovation trade. The uncles he enlisted were diligent men who would not shirk their responsibilities. They were committed to completing the work and ensuring their employer's satisfaction. Why are you all here so early? Chen Song inquired as he pulled out last night's refreshing cigarettes, handing one to each uncle while asking about their progress. The uncles patted their chests, assuring him that a significant transformation would be visible by nightfall. And if Chen Song was agreeable, he could likely move in that evening. Chen Song nodded slightly, praising the uncles for their commendable efforts. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get back to work, Chen Aigua said, clearly displeased that his son's presence had interrupted their labor. Come on, your son hasn't complained. Why are you so anxious? One uncle joked. Indeed, we are building a house for our nephew, not for you. Chen Aigua, another chimed in, eliciting laughter among the group. Chen Aigua approached, casting a stern glance at his third son while disregarding the banter, and asked Chen Song, Where did you sleep last night? I was worried and came here looking for you, but you were nowhere to be found. Feeling the warmth of his father's concern despite their family's unequal division of property and his own grievances, Chen Song felt a sense of comfort. Dad, I spent the night at the ancestral hall, he fibbed slightly, thinking it best not to reveal that he had actually stayed at Widow Wang's house. After all, it would be better to keep such matters to himself to avoid any unnecessary complications. That's good. Enough dawdling. Let us aim to finish today and save on labor costs. Chen Aigua instructed the group, who nodded in agreement and resumed their industrious work. The pig pen was expanded, following the lines of the old house that had collapsed, creating a spacious yard. The original roof structure was reinforced, and the skilled uncles quickly restored it. With the combination of red brick walls and wooden boards, the outline of a large house began to take shape. Third child, what about the windows? Should we make them on-site? Chen Aigua asked, noticing the house was taking form but lacking windows. Chen Song was momentarily taken aback but quickly retrieved a stack of wooden windows from nearby. What are these? The wooden windows from the old house. Chen Aigua recognized their origin immediately. You have a keen eye. These windows were crafted by a renowned artisan. Had it not been for the land reform and the destruction of the four olds, they might not have come to you. Indeed, I consider myself fortunate. These windows are perfectly usable, requiring no repairs, and can be installed directly. Chen Song picked up a wooden window and aligned it with the newly constructed wall opening, having previously marked the dimensions on the design blueprint. Several uncles had left space for the window while laying the bricks. Chen Aigua, a seasoned renovator, skillfully secured the window without nails, employing a few riveting structures to firmly attach it to the wall, shaking it vigorously without a hint of movement. Chen Song held deep admiration for his father's craftsmanship. After all, without such skills, Chen Aigua would struggle to provide for his 3 children. The roof was initially bound with wooden strips as Chen Song climbed up to assist his uncle. Observing the adept way his uncle aligned the lines and hammered in the nails, swiftly securing the long wooden strips evenly across the ceiling. Within half an hour, The entire roof had been adorned with wooden slats. Come, lend a hand in bringing up the tiles. The original blue tiles from the pigsty remained intact, and combined with those brought by Chen Song, they were sufficient to cover the new house's roof. The blue tiles of this era were simple, ordinary curved tiles, devoid of any elaborate designs, yet their simplicity, when paired with intricately carved dragon and phoenix windows, imbued the house with a beauty reminiscent of the ancient water towns. As the basic shape of the house took form, Chinsong suddenly recalled that lunch for everyone had yet to be prepared, and a sense of dread washed over him. Having returned to this era with little experience, he had forgotten that he was responsible for providing meals for the workers. Chen seemed to sense Chinsong's concern. After finishing his tasks, he approached, pulling Chinsong aside and whispering, "What?" only now remembering to prepare lunch. With a knowing chuckle, he appeared to have anticipated that his youngest son would overlook this matter. "Father, you caught me. I was in such a rush this morning that I completely forgot. It's likely too late to prepare now. Look at the sun, it must be noon already." Chinsong felt a bit embarrassed, as they were all working for him. And according to village customs, the host was expected to provide meals and afternoon snacks for the laborers. "I knew you wouldn't be reliable. I reminded your mother to bring the food this morning." Chen patted his son's shoulder, exuding the wisdom characteristic of a father. It seemed to convey, "Son, no matter how wealthy you are in building a house, you still rely on your father's assistance." Just as they were conversing, Huang Qin's voice rang out. "Time for lunch." Chen Song turned to see his mother, Huang Qin, carefully approaching with a large basket in each hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to take the baskets from her and place them in a nearby clearing. "Mother, you've worked hard preparing food for everyone. Let us be clear. Now that we've separated households, this meal isn't free. Just give me $1, Huang Qin remarked nonchalantly, extending her hand toward Chinsong. His expression darkened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately retrieved a $1 bill and handed it to her. "What's wrong? What are you two up to?" Chen approached, and Huang Qin had already taken back the money, which Chen naturally did not notice. Chinsong shook his head. The uncles gathered around, curious about the dishes. Exhausted, they finally reached mealtime. Chinsong smiled at his uncles and helped serve the food. "Please eat quickly, the dishes will get cold. It's a pity there's no wine, otherwise I would toast to everyone. For now, I'll raise my glass of water instead, to express my gratitude for your help in building my house." Chinsong lifted his glass. "You're too polite, Chinsong. Come, let's drink a toast. Enjoy the meal." After a morning of hunger, everyone quickly devoured the food. Chinsong and Chen assisted in tidying up afterward, while Huang Qin took the bowls and chopsticks back. Chinsong refrained from mentioning his mother's request for money to Chen. There was no need to, and besides, his mother was right. After all, they had divided the family, and this meal could be considered a purchase from his fourth brother, who was blissfully unaware of it. The afternoon's tasks were straightforward, involving mixing some wood ash and cement to coat the walls. Chinsong ventured to the riverbank behind Chenjiao, gathering a pile of pebbles to pave a path in the yard. He also joined Chen in cutting some bamboo to construct a fence encircling the area. The house had truly taken shape. Although it lacked furniture and felt rather empty from the outside, it stood as a commendable new residence in all of Chenjiao. Who would have imagined that this house was transformed from a pigsty? Several uncles stood in front of the house, astonished by the results of their labor in its construction. The original pigsty had merely been 2 decrepit shelters made of wooden boards and logs, yet now it had evolved into a 4-room dwelling, complete with a kitchen, bedroom, and a spacious yard, far superior to many homes in the village during this era. Remarkably, this transformation had only cost Chinsong a little over 100 yuan. "I have a home now." Chinsong stood in the yard, gazing at the house, nodding to himself in utmost satisfaction. Chapter 12. The last straw that broke her back. The house was nearly complete. Only meticulous decoration and furniture remained before it could be officially inhabited. While it was possible to move in directly, the absence of a bed and essential living items rendered it rather inconvenient. After some contemplation, Chinsong decided to impose on Wang Yao's family for one more night. The initial awkwardness had faded. This time, he felt little psychological burden as he approached Wang Yao's home. As dusk approached, Chinsong walked briskly. Upon nearing Wang Yao's house, the sounds of women arguing reached his ears, interspersed with plaintive cries. What was happening? Could it be that the fierce woman from Chen Jigua's family had come to seek revenge? Chinsong's expression shifted. His previously cheerful mood soured instantly. Without time to ponder, he hurried towards Wang Yao's home. Before he could get close, he spotted an elderly woman grappling with a middle-aged woman in front of Wang Yao's door, while a young girl cried behind Wang Yao. Chen Song let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't anyone from Chun Jigua's family. Yet, his expression changed again. If they weren't from Chun Jigua's household, then who were these two women? Wang Yao, by nature, is not one to instigate trouble. Coupled with her monotonous routine of rarely leaving her home except for work in the fields, it is unlikely that anyone would seek to cause her distress, let alone confront her directly. In the village, apart from the idle gossip of a few bored women who would genuinely harbor animosity towards her, Chen Song observed that the elderly woman seemed to utter something, which caused Wang Yao to cover her face and weep profusely. An overwhelming surge of anger welled up within Chen Song, prompting him to swiftly step forward and position himself between the old woman and Wang Yao. The robust aura of masculinity enveloped him, and as Wang Yao, wiping her tears, lifted her gaze, she felt an oddly familiar scent and stared blankly at the man before her heart swelling with renewed grievances. Enough of the tears. A gentle voice reached Wang Yao's ears, compelling her to instinctively wipe away her tears and nod softly. "Uncle, the bad person is bullying mommy, the little girl, Yao Tiao," exclaimed as she dove into Chen Song's embrace, who was prepared and caught her effortlessly. "Be good. Wait for uncle to chase away the bad person." Yao Tiao obediently nodded. Falling silent, Chen Song turned to face the astonished elderly woman and the middle-aged woman, his brow furrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? And why are you bullying these mother and daughter?" "Ah, I see now why you are reluctant. It turns out you have a mistress," the elderly woman retorted sharply. Her face twisted with rage as she pointed at Wang Yao and Chen Song, her fingers trembling with indignation. "Wang Yao, how can you be so shameless? My son Ace has only been gone for a few years, and you could not contain yourself, seeking out a man behind our backs to find a new father for Yao Tiao. Truly, you have no shame." The middle-aged woman's expression mirrored her disdain, though a glimmer of glee flickered in her eyes, betraying her hidden delight as she spoke in a sarcastic tone. "No, I am not. I did not," Wang Yao cried out in desperation. Chen Song's brows knitted tightly at the venomous words of the two women, their insults more offensive than those of his sister-in-law. His fists clenched in anger. He would have lashed out were it not for the implication that these two were related to Wang Yao. This elderly woman was likely the mother of Wang Yao's deceased husband, making her Yao Tiao's grandmother. "Ladies, please refrain from spreading such baseless accusations. It tarnishes her reputation," Chen Song admonished sternly, positioning Wang Yao protectively behind him. "What is this? You, the adulterer, dare to act innocent? You do not appear very old. How could you engage in such behavior? Do your parents know?" With Wang Yao shielded behind him, the elderly woman redirected her ire towards Chen Song. "I assure you, my relationship with Wang Yao is entirely innocent. We have not even held hands. How could I be the so-called adulterer? Moreover, she is currently single. So even if there were something between us, it would hardly qualify me as such." Chen Song's eyes narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light as he regarded the elderly woman with evident dissatisfaction. "You claim you are not an adulterer? Look at her, hiding behind you. She never acted this way when Ace was alive. And as for that girl, so close to you, who can truly tell if she is my granddaughter or your daughter?" The elderly lady's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Chen Song's demeanor, but as thoughts of Wang Yao's fertile fields crossed her mind, her resolve solidified. "Mother, Yao Yao is your own granddaughter, the flesh and blood of both A's and me. How could you say such a thing?" Wang Yao's tears fell in an instant. Reflecting on the past 2 years of struggle to preserve the belongings of her deceased husband while raising her daughter Yao Yao, she felt the weight of all the injustices and suffering she had endured. Now, faced with her mother-in-law's scorn and ridicule, she crumpled to the ground, silently weeping. Yao Yao, alarmed by her mother's distress, rushed into her embrace, crying out loudly, yet Wang Yao seemed to have lost her spirit, only shedding tears and remaining unresponsive to her daughter's cries. Chen Song's expression grew increasingly grim as he gazed into Wang Yao's vacant eyes, and he thundered, "Enough. You old hag, do you even comprehend what you are saying? This woman before you has been mourning your son and single-handedly raising her daughter. What has she endured amidst the village's gossip? What is the purpose of her suffering?" Chen Song's voice rose, his arm gesturing towards Wang Yao. "You are a woman too. Can you not empathize with her plight?" Startled by Chen Song's fervor, the elderly lady momentarily feared for her safety, retreating a few steps. Yet, spurred by Chinsong's provocation, she disregarded him and retorted with a shrill voice. Oh, guarding my son's memory, you say? If she truly wished to honor him, what role would you play? Do you think this old woman is blind? What am I here for? I simply cannot stand by while you bully others. Chinsong's words drew frowns from both women. The elderly lady attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by a middle-aged woman. Well, since you claim you are not her lover, this is our family matter. It would be best for an outsider like you to refrain from meddling. The middle-aged woman glanced at the despondent Wang Yao on the ground, adopting a dismissive posture, signaling for Chen Song to leave. Yao Yao saved my life. I will not leave. I won't allow you to torment her. You would do well to leave before I lose my temper, Chen Song declared, feeling a deep sorrow for Wang Yao's dazed state, which only intensified his disdain for the others. Saved your life? Huh. Is she your lover or a benefactor? You know in your hearts. The middle-aged woman disregarded Chen Song, leaning down to gaze at the expressionless Wang Yao. Wang Yao, think clearly. You and your daughter are alone. How will you cultivate these few acres? It would be better to let them go to your sister-in-law. Surely A's would agree if you were watching over you. So, this is your true intention, coveting her land? Is this what you call family? Are you trying to drive this mother and daughter to despair? Chinsong's fury erupted as he advanced, causing the two women to retreat in panic. Yet, the middle-aged woman remained obstinate, surveying the surroundings. My brother is dead. Naturally, the land should revert to my mother. She is elderly and needs our assistance. What is wrong with that? You, an outsider, have no say in this matter. Leave now, lest I lose control and strike you. I do not discriminate between men and women when it comes to that. Chen Song gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to strike. Why are you being so fierce? Wang Yao? I shall return another day. The elderly woman barked in a feeble yet intimidating manner. Why are you still here? Chen Song stepped forward to intimidate them. We will be back. The old woman hurriedly fled with the middle-aged woman. Once Chen Song saw them retreating, he turned back to Wang Yao, sighed softly, and assisted her into the house. Chapter 13. Every family has its own difficult scriptures. Chen Song helped Wang Yao to her feet and guided her inside, but noticed two ants from next door gazing at him in astonishment over the low wall of the courtyard. A sudden jolt of anxiety struck him. This situation was akin to being caught in a field of melons beneath a trellis of plums, and it would be difficult to explain. Meanwhile, Wang Yao remained in a daze, her vacant eyes failing to perceive the peculiar looks from the neighboring women. Observing her, Chen Song sighed again, disregarding the aunt's stares as he continued to support her into the house. Once he had seated Wang Yao and sent Xiao Tiao off to play, he was taken aback when Xiao Tiao remained silent, her head bowed. Xiao Tiao, be a good girl and play for a little while. Uncle and Mommy need to discuss some matters, all right? Chen Song gently took the delicate, pale hand of the little girl, speaking softly. Uncle, I'm hungry, Xiao Tiao said, touching her belly and looking up at Chen Song with teary eyes still glistening, resembling a fragile little angel in need of care. Mommy just returned from the fields and hasn't cooked anything yet. Those bad people came, and Mommy said they are Xiao Tiao's grandmother and aunt. But Xiao Tiao doesn't like them. They bully Mommy and me. The little girl began to ramble, her large eyes filling with tears once more. Looking at the petite figure before him, Chen Song was suddenly reminded of a time in his past when he and his wife had quarreled, and their little daughter stood at the door, looking just as delicate and heart-wrenching. Good child, don't cry. If you cry, who will protect Mommy? Chen Song wiped the tears from the little girl's face, encouraging her. Xiao Tiao won't cry. She will protect Mommy. The little girl resolutely lifted her head, her tiny fist clenched, her expression serious, as if pledging a vow. Yet, Xiao Tiao still felt very hungry. Chen Song paused for a moment, glancing at Wang Yao. Xiao Tiao, could you please watch over Mommy? Uncle will prepare some food for you. Okay. Xiao Tiao nestled closer to Wang Yao, clapping her hands in delight at the prospect of her favorite uncle cooking for her. Once reassured that Xiao Tiao could look after Wang Yao, Chen Song ventured into their kitchen. The kitchen contained few items, only a cabbage, a few cucumbers, and some leftover stewed meat from yesterday. After surveying the ingredients, he decided to make smashed cucumbers, stir-fried cabbage, and stewed meat. He scooped a bowl of brown rice, rinsed it clean, placed it in a large pot with an appropriate amount of water, covered it with a steaming rack, added the stewed meat, and secured the lid. Chen Song approached the clay stove, grabbed a handful of straw, found a matchbox nearby, struck a match, and ignited the straw. Chen Song hurriedly stuffed the straw into the earthen stove, followed by several dried mulberry branches. In an instant, the bright flames consumed the straw, and wisps of blue smoke wafted from the stove. Caught off guard, Chinsong was stung by the smoke in his eyes, and tears streamed down his face. It had been a long time since he last used the stove, and today he was unexpectedly harmed by a mere puff of smoke. With a sigh of exasperation, he continued to add more mulberry branches, creating a small peak in the fire. The flames roared to life, crackling and popping, as the branches ignited beneath. Chinsong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had gone awry. On this sweltering summer day, heat surged forth from the stove, directly blowing onto his face, causing it to flush and sweat to pour down. Inside the large iron pot, water heated by the flames began to boil, gradually transforming the raw rice into cooked grains. Steam escaped through the cracks of the pot's lid, rising into the sky until it became invisible to the naked eye. Listening to the crackling of the burning mulberry branches and the bubbling of the water in the pot, Chinsong felt a sense of calm wash over him. His mind drifted back to the remarks made by the elderly woman and the middle-aged lady regarding Wang Yao. Several years prior, Wang Yao had married Chen Wenza of Qinjiao. After the division of the family, Chen Wenza had received a few acres of rice paddies. And relying on these paddies along with his salary as a primary school teacher, the family had lived quite comfortably. Unfortunately, every 2 years, Chen Wenza succumbed to illness, depriving the family of their main source of income. Wang Yao had no choice but to toil in the fields while raising her children. Now, Chen Wenza's mother and elder sister-in-law had come with a clear intention to reclaim the few acres of rice paddies that had been allocated to Chen Wenza, transferring them to the name of her eldest son, Chen Wenza's elder brother. This was undoubtedly an improper act. The division had been sanctioned by the clan elders, and even in Chen Wenza's absence, those acres remained his family's property. Unlike the modern era where the deceased's immediate relatives inherit in the 1980s, a husband's estate belonged solely to his wife and children, especially in rural areas. Reflecting on this, Chinsong felt a wave of sympathy. The plight of widows is fraught with difficulties, a truth not to be underestimated. He found the behavior of the two women rather unbecoming. After all, if they were to seize the meager rice paddies that sustained the orphaned mother and her children, what would become of them? It was likely that they would soon starve. He couldn't fathom how those two could be so heartless as to wish them such dire straits. Lost in thought, Chinsong realized that the bubbling sound from the pot had ceased, indicating that the rice was now cooked. He stood up from the fire pit, grabbed a cloth to handle the pot, and set it aside. He placed a new pot on the stove, preparing to stir-fry. The knife, forged from cast iron, was sharp and efficient. Chinsong chopped the cabbage into segments and placed them in a basket for later use. He then smashed a cucumber into chunks, adding them to a bowl, crushed garlic, and chopped it finely before mixing it with the cucumber. A sprinkle of chili flakes and rice vinegar completed the dish, yielding a delightful, smashed cucumber salad. After searching high and low for cooking oil in vain, Chinsong resignedly opted to place a bit of water in the pot. Once the water reached a boil, he added the chopped cabbage and allowed it to simmer. The cabbage cooked rapidly, and after adding a pinch of salt, he removed it from the pot. The reheated stewed meat, cucumber salad, and braised cabbage were served on the table as Chinsong called out, "Dinner is ready." Yao Yao, who had been waiting for her mother, had long inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Were it not for her promise to her uncle to look after her mother, her little legs would have dashed into the kitchen by now. "Uncle, it smells so good. Even better than what Mom makes." Yao Yao gazed longingly at the dishes on the table, a puddle of drool forming in her mouth. Setting a bowl of rice in front of her, Chinsong affectionately ruffled her hair. "Yao Yao, you're such a good girl. Hurry and eat. You must be hungry." Yao Yao glanced at the rice, then turned to Wang Yao. "Mom should eat first." She tugged at Wang Yao's hand. "Mom, dinner is ready. You have to eat well to grow big. That's what you told me, and you need to eat well too." Wang Yao's eyes regained their sparkle as she tilted her head, gazing at her daughter, who looked up at her with wide eyes. Suddenly, she enveloped Yao Yao in her embrace, holding her tightly in silence. "Mom is right here. It's time to eat. All right, let us eat." A forced smile graced Wang Yao's face as she glanced at the table filled with food, her expression mingling gratitude and apology towards Chinsong. With a nod, she picked up her bowl and began to eat slowly. Seeing this, Yao Yao felt reassured and settled down to eat heartily. Chinsong observed the two of them, experiencing a sense of familial warmth he had never felt in his own home. Chapter 14. The Harm of Rumors After a Quiet Meal. Wang Yao busied herself with clearing the table and washing the dishes. Chinsong attempted to offer his assistance, but she gently pushed him away. with no other choice. He entertained Yao Yao while waiting. Reclining in a slightly worn-out armchair, he watched as Yao Yao squatted on the floor, fiddling with a spinning top, her brow glistening with sweat. As she played, she occasionally glanced up at the relaxed Chinsong. Despite the perspiration, her face radiated joy, seemingly forgetting the events of 2 hours prior. "Uncle, come play with me." Yao Yao stood up and approached Chinsong, pulling him to join her. Reluctantly, Chinsong abandoned his comfortable position and joined the little girl in her spinning top game. After a while, as he pondered why Wang Yao had not yet emerged, he turned toward the kitchen and spotted her leaning against the doorframe, watching him and Yao Yao with an expression filled with anticipation. Momentarily distracted, Chinsong blinked, and when he looked again, Wang Yao was approaching Yao Yao, her gaze shimmering with maternal affection. This sight made Chinsong rub his nose and shake his head, dismissing the notion that he had misinterpreted her expression. "Look at you, all sweaty from playing." Wang Yao lovingly wiped the sweat from Yao Yao's face, gently interrupting her play. Yao Yao obediently stood still, allowing her mother to clean her up, a silly grin adorning her face. Uffed. Chinsong couldn't help but chuckle at Yao Yao's beaming smile, which only made her laugh even more joyfully. After Wang Yao took Yang Tiao to bathe, she sent Yang Tiao off to sleep. Chinsong lay there for a while and was just about to doze off when he noticed Wang Yao approaching, dressed in her nightgown, floating towards him. "Can we talk?" Wang Yao asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment. From his elevated position, Chinsong gazed down at Wang Yao and seemed to glimpse the profound depths of her heart, quickly averting his gaze and nodding. He felt as though he might bleed from his nose. What do you wish to discuss?" Chinsong tilted his head, making an effort to avoid looking at Wang Yao. "What is wrong with your head?" Wang Yao asked curiously, turning to face him directly. Once again, Chinsong inadvertently caught sight of that depth, and this time he closed his eyes. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Yao, who had not intended to think too much about it, recognized that her attire was quite modest and did not reveal anything. It was merely the disparity in their heights that had led to the unintended situation. Covering her heart with her hand, her face flushed crimson, and she resisted the urge to flee from his presence. "All right." After a moment of silence, both of them managed to regain their composure. Yet the atmosphere felt increasingly awkward. "So, what do you want to talk about?" Unable to endure the tension any longer, Chinsong finally broke the silence. "Oh right. Thank you for today, if it weren't for you." As she spoke, Wang Yao's eyes suddenly turned red once more, though she fought back the tears threatening to spill. "They are your mother-in-law and sister-in-law, aren't they?" Chinsong, aware of the answer, still felt compelled to ask. Wang Yao nodded. "For the sake of the family land?" Wang Yao glanced up at Chinsong, realizing that the elderly lady's words earlier had already disclosed the situation to the man before her. Indeed, after A's split the family, he received these few acres of land, and they want to reclaim it. They claim that since A's has passed, anything given to him must be returned. A's is gone, yet his wife and daughter remain. How can they dare to act so heartlessly? Yang Tiao is also of their blood. Why? I cannot comprehend. At last, Wang Yao's tears fell, and Chinsong sighed softly, choosing not to intervene or comfort her, allowing her to vent her pent-up frustrations and sorrow. After silently weeping for a while, Wang Yao suddenly remembered that a man was sitting before her, watching her wipe away her tears. Lowering her head, she discreetly dabbed at her eyes, then looked up at Chinsong, only to find him gazing back at her. "In truth, you need not concern yourself. The land rightfully belongs to your family, as it has long been allocated by the collective, with the village elders as witnesses. Even if they wished to reclaim the land, they would not succeed against the collective. The old village chief would not allow them to act recklessly." Chinsong reassured Wang Yao, sharing his thoughts. "However, if they frequently come to bother you, it is likely that they harbor ill intentions. Knowing there is no hope of reclaiming the land through normal means, they may seek to intimidate you into relinquishing it voluntarily. I suspect that is their plan." Wang Yao exclaimed, her cherry lips parting in surprise. "They have calculated your character, knowing you would not report them to the collective, and thus they bully you." Chinsong explained further. "What should I do?" Wang Yao appeared at a loss, her hands fidgeting with uncertainty. "It is quite simple. If they come again, you should insist on taking them to the village chief for a fair discussion, and then to confront the elder who witnessed the division of property. They will soon realize you are not easily intimidated," Chinsong advised her. "Isn't that a bit harsh? They might truly come to loathe me. After all, they are my husband's relatives." Wang Yao hesitated. Well, they are planning to seize the last few possessions from you, a widow and an orphan. Do you really think they will regard you and your daughter as blood relatives? Chen Song revealed the harsh truth, causing Wang Yao's complexion to pale. Deep down, she understood. Yet previously her gentle nature and the familial ties made her reluctant to engage in conflict. However, how could one avoid contention in matters such as these? With Chen Song's poignant words, Wang Yao finally came to a realization. Indeed, what does it matter if I consider them family? They are indifferent to the notion of gaining 2 more relatives. Their only concern lies in whether they can acquire an additional 3 acres of land. Wang Yao's face turned ashen as she articulated what she should have comprehended long ago. Observing Wang Yao fall into silence once more, Chinsong chose not to speak further. He turned and entered the room where he had slept the previous night, collapsing onto the bed in sheer exhaustion. After a long day of laboring to build the house, he was utterly drained, and soon the sounds of his deep slumber filled the air. Upon hearing the snoring from the other room, Wang Yao finally came to her senses. Both amused and exasperated, she returned to her own room, gazing at her sleeping daughter, and softly whispered, "Don't be afraid, my dear, I will protect you." A smile of comfort gracing her lips. The following morning, Chen Song arose early, and before Wang Yao could awaken, he quietly departed. He intended to venture to the mountains again, hoping to procure more items to sell for money to buy furniture and daily necessities. To his surprise, upon arriving at the new house, he found his father, Chen seated on the steps of the courtyard, smoking a pipe. The swirling smoke escaping his lips as he wore a troubled expression. Seeing Chen Song return, Chen immediately stood up and approached him. You. I told you not to get too close to that widow, and now look. Probably the whole village knows about you and her." He paused, his gaze towards his youngest son filled with an unspoken complexity before continuing. "The woman next door was gossiping after dinner last night, claiming that the widow's mother-in-law has caught wind of your affair and is planning to cause a scene." Chen Song listened, bewildered, and after hearing his father's account, furrowed his brow. Now he had unwittingly become the subject of village gossip, a topic of conversation among the old ladies at the tea house. Chapter 15. A promise of 100 years. Chen Song himself felt no embarrassment. Rather, he worried about whether Wang Yao would hear these rumors and their potential impact on her. She was, after all, a woman of delicate pride and strong will. What if she became despondent? Noticing Chen Song lost in thought, Chen Igwa's frustration escalated. "What is so captivating about that widow that you cannot eat or sleep?" He playfully smacked Chen Song on the back of the head, rousing him from his reverie, his tone inadvertently adopting a father's sternness. "Father, please refrain from making baseless accusations. My relationship with her is entirely innocent. I have no such intentions." Although Chen Song harbored a slight affection for Wang Yao, it had not yet reached that level of emotional depth. Initially, he was motivated solely by a desire to repay a kindness. But as he learned more about Wang Yao's temperament and her struggles, his sympathy for her deepened. However, when it came to genuine feelings of love, he still felt a certain distance. After all, considering the time he had lived, including his previous life, Chen Song had experienced more than 50 years and was not one to easily fall for someone. "I must insist that you keep your distance from her family," Chen Igwa said, furrowing his brow as he observed that Chen Song seemed unperturbed by his advice. This irritated him. Despite their separation, Chen Igwa felt a lingering sense of guilt towards his third son and occasionally checked in on his recent circumstances. He had hoped that with some financial success and a new house, his son's life would flourish, if not prosperous, at least stable and free from worry. However, this unexpected issue had arisen. "Father, enough. She has already endured enough misfortune. We cannot treat her in such a manner." Chen Song waved dismissively. You truly drive your father to the brink. You refuse to listen to reason," Chen Igwa exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. His son had grown up, developed a strong will, and was no longer the child to be reprimanded at will. "Father, she speaks for herself. I need only to focus on my own actions. Why concern myself with the opinions of others? If we must always cater to others' views, we may as well live our lives in accordance with their judgments." Chen Song reasoned. He possessed a broader perspective than Chen Igwa, who, despite their similar ages, had spent decades in the small village. While Chen Song's additional memories from his previous life granted him a more expansive outlook. "There's no reasoning with you. Take care of yourself," Chen Igwa retorted. Feeling frustrated and choosing to leave, unable to express his anger physically toward his now taller son, he walked away, stewing in his discontent. Once Chen Igwa departed, Chen Song began to ponder Wang Yao's perspective. Women tend to be particularly sensitive to rumors, and it was certain that Wang Yao was already aware of the gossip circulating in the village. However, having reassured her the previous night, he hoped she had taken his words to heart. If so, these rumors would not only fail to harm her, but could also fortify her spirit. Considering that his finances had dwindled to nothing, Chinsong resolved to first procure some funds before addressing other matters. He returned to the back mountain of Chinjiao, once again assuming the role of a diligent gatherer. He swiftly filled his bamboo basket with a generous harvest of ironclad orchids, moving with practiced ease through the familiar terrain. Although he had hoped to locate some honey, his search yielded no beehives. However, he did come across a few mushrooms, which, while not particularly valuable, were undeniably delicious. Despite his naturally shy disposition, Chen Song exhibited remarkable practical skills, climbing trees to retrieve bird nests, taking his younger brother to fish for eels, and wading into the creek to catch fish. There was hardly anything he could not do. Thus, before the elder sister-in-law had married into the family, there were often wild delicacies brought by Chinsong to enhance the meals. However, after the eldest brother Chen Imo tied the knot, Chinsong lost interest in such endeavors. Instead, it was his younger brother, who was disinclined to study and preferred engaging in these activities. Chinsong did not pressure his brother to pursue education, believing that everyone has their own opportunities. If his younger brother Qinjin possessed his own interests and skills, he could lead a prosperous life. Furthermore, in the present time, possessing a trade holds greater significance than formal education. While descending the mountain with a basket of dendrobium, Chinsong unexpectedly discovered 2 wild chickens concealed in the grass. His eyes brightened with excitement as he quietly set down the bamboo basket and stealthily approached. The wild chickens, having a high sense of alertness, sensed danger as Chinsong's looming figure drew nearer. With a flap of their wings, they prepared to take flight and escape. Quick as a flash, Chinsong lunged forward, pinning the 2 wild chickens down. Skillfully, he gathered some nearby grass and fashioned it into a makeshift rope, tying the chickens' feet together, rendering them unable to flee. Having successfully captured the wild chickens, Chinsong felt a surge of exhilaration. This was indeed an auspicious sign. He held the chickens in hand and leisurely made his way down the mountain. Upon returning to his unrenovated house, he spotted the little girl, Yao Tiao, sitting pensively on the doorstep, her chin resting on her hands, lost in thought. Upon seeing Chinsong, Yao Tiao dashed over, exclaiming, "Uncle, where have you been? Mother sent me to find you." Chinsong dropped the wild chickens and playfully tousled Yao Tiao's hair, replying, "I've been up the mountain. What does your mother want with me?" Yao Tiao pouted, asking him not to mess with her hair, before continuing, "I don't really know. Mother said not to worry about what others say. She won't be angry." Mimicking her mother's tone and demeanor, she glanced up at Chinsong and asked, "Uncle, why does mother say she won't be angry? Did I make her unhappy?" Chinsong shook his head gently and replied, "Not at all. Yao Tiao, you are your mother's joy, aren't you?" "Indeed," she agreed, "I am very well behaved." Chinsong sighed in relief, knowing that Wang Yao had overcome the hurtful gossip, growing stronger in spirit, and he couldn't help but commend her resilience. He offered one of the wild chickens to Yao Tiao, saying, "Little Yao Tiao, take this chicken home as a token for my stay at your house these past few days, shall we?" Yao Tiao did not take it. Instead, she looked up at him with a hint of distress and asked, "Uncle, are you not planning to stay any longer? Will I no longer hear your stories? You can always come here to find me, and I will gladly tell you stories whenever you wish." Chinsong reassured her with a smile, kneeling down to meet her gaze with utmost tenderness. Yao Tiao, biting her finger, finally nodded in agreement. As she accepted the wild chicken from Chinsong, a smile graced her face, as if envisioning the chicken transformed into a delicious broth, and she couldn't help but drool at the thought. "Return home now. Your uncle needs to go to the county. When he returns, will you promise to bring something delicious for Xiao Yao Tiao?" "Uncle, you must keep your word," she insisted, extending her finger. "Let us make a pact." "Very well. We shall seal our promise with a pinky swear, binding us for 100 years without change." Chinsong also extended his pinky, and the two made their solemn agreement. Perhaps feeling a bit shy, Xiao Yao Tiao quickly seized a wild chicken and ran off. Once she had departed, Chinsong took a couple of swigs of water, not pausing for long before he shouldered his bamboo basket and headed towards the county. This time, he opted for the bus rather than walking. Each day, a single bus traversed the route from Chunjiao to the county, generally around 10 in the morning. passing through the neighboring village before reaching its destination. The fare was not particularly steep, yet it still cost 5 cents. A sum Chinsong typically would have hesitated to spend. However, he no longer minded the cost. The dilapidated little bus arrived shortly, with few passengers aboard. As there were not many from the surrounding areas heading to the county, and those willing to pay for a bus ride were even scarcer. The conductor paid no mind to Chinsong's large bamboo basket. After collecting the fare, he left him to his own devices, which Chinsong appreciated. The bus was a medley of scents. Some passengers brought along a sheep, others carried 2 snakeskin bags filled with unknown contents. While some were dressed in Zhongshan suits and donned glasses, perhaps due to a lack of sleep the previous night, Chinsong disregarded the others and dozed off in a drowsy haze. Approximately an hour later, the bus entered the county, with the driver halting outside the station. The conductor urged everyone to disembark quickly, as they had another route to attend to. Chinsong was roused by the conductor's booming voice, and after giving his face a light pat to shake off the drowsiness, he shouldered his bamboo basket and exited the bus. The county hospital was not far from there, but it required a walk of a couple of blocks. Chapter 16. Encountering familiar faces again as he ambled down the street with his bamboo basket. Chinsong attracted little attention. In this newly opened era, many individuals were out selling goods. The risks associated with speculative trading had vanished. There was no fear of being reported, nor was there anyone clinging to the remnants of capitalism. This was indeed an era brimming with opportunities. Chinsong gazed upon the small county town before him, his memories of a past life offering scant information about this place. He realized that relying on future experiences to rise within this modest town would be a formidable challenge. After traversing 2 blocks, he finally spotted the county hospital. It was neither overcrowded nor desolate. By midday, many medical personnel had begun to rest or switch shifts. Upon entering the hospital, Chen Song made a beeline for the gynecology ward, which was housed in a building that, despite being only 3 stories tall, was considered quite tall for this era. Just inside the door, he happened upon the older sister he had encountered before. She was accompanied by 2 women, both dressed in a rather fashionable manner. From a distance, one might have mistaken them for visitors from Shanghai or the Special Economic Zone. One of the women even adorned herself with gold jewelry, a clear indication of her affluence. "Ah, young man, you have finally arrived. I have been searching for you." The older sister, spotting Chinsong, brightened up and immediately approached him, drawing the 2 women closer. "Look, business has come knocking once again." Chinsong secretly mused, yet his face radiated genuine joy and mirth as he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Isn't this my sister? How have you been? The dendrobium you purchased last time has proven effective, hasn't it?" This lady was the very first customer Chinsong encountered at the hospital, who had graciously purchased 2 pounds of dendrobium and a jar of honey, significantly contributing to his earnings and even advocating for him before the doctor, thereby saving him considerable effort. The woman beamed with delight, saying, "Indeed, the results have been remarkable. I have been consuming dendrobium tea daily. And just look at my complexion, much smoother, reminiscent of a young maiden. My husband even became quite affectionate last night." Chinsong was momentarily taken aback, reflecting inwardly. This middle-aged woman is truly different. In this era, she speaks so candidly about such matters, it's quite overwhelming. The lady gently patted her face, gesturing for Chinsong to observe how her skin appeared noticeably fairer than before. "Young brother, are you here to sell more dendrobium? My girlfriends are all eager to try some. Didn't you just purchase 2 pounds a few days ago? Have you finished it already?" Qin Lang expressed his surprise, considering that dendrobium is a traditional medicine and excessive consumption is ill-advised. Although the dendrobium was fresh, 2 pounds, when dried, would yield a considerable quantity. It was impractical to consume it as one would tea, as it could easily brew 100 cups. The lady leaned in closer to Chinsong, whispering, "Believe it or not, it truly is an excellent product. Since I started using it, not only has my complexion improved, but my overall health has also seen a remarkable enhancement. I came for a follow-up today, and guess what the doctor said? Many of my gynecological issues have improved. Isn't that miraculous? Does dendrobium have such effects?" Chinsong pondered with a frown, contemplating how many gynecological ailments this lady might typically have, visiting the hospital so frequently. Perhaps, after a few minor issues were treated, she mistakenly attributed the improvement to dendrobium's effects. Even a woman in her 40s or 50s, regardless of her usual health maintenance, is likely to encounter some gynecological issues. Chinsong thought that the perceived benefits of dendrobium were likely a confluence of various factors, with the hospital's treatment being the most significant contributor. Naturally, he could not express these thoughts aloud. After all, this lady frequently sought medical attention, and it was probable that she endured considerable discomfort from her conditions. Now, following the doctor's recommendations and aided by dendrobium, she had developed a misconception. However, despite her misunderstanding, Chinsong felt no need to clarify, for who would turn down financial gain? Consuming a bit more dendrobium wouldn't cause harm. Provided it wasn't taken in excessive quantities, it could simply be regarded as a health supplement. With a smile, Chinsong replied, "Congratulations, sister. The efficacy of my dendrobium is indeed commendable, being completely wild and freshly picked. You won't find such quality at supply stores or state-run shops. They may sell cultivated varieties with average effects." Pausing for a moment, he recalled that he had sold a batch of wild dendrobium to the hospital recently and continued. "Of course, the hospital received another batch of wild dendrobium from me not long ago. The effects should be the same, but since they must distribute it among all, the quantity available will inevitably be limited." Listening to Chen Song's words, the elder sister nodded in agreement. Qin Lang then added, "Sister, you may not know that while wild products are indeed effective, they come with their own limitations." The elder sister, intrigued, quickly inquired, "What limitations? Are the wild ones not good?" Chinsong chuckled, "Of course, it's the yield. These are all naturally grown items. It's not easy for me to find a large area. I must reserve some for seeds. I cannot harvest everything. By the time I finish gathering, if I want to keep some, there will be none left." The elder sister nodded slightly, exchanged glances with the two other women behind her, and stepped forward to pat Chinsong on the shoulder, saying, "Young brother, where are you from? You seem quite talented. Would you like me to introduce you to a young lady? Please don't tease me, sister. I'm just a simple farmer from the countryside. Even if I meet a girl from the city, why would she be interested in someone like me?" Chinsong half-jokingly waved his hand in refusal. "Young brother, look at my friends. They all want to buy some dendrobium from you. How much do you have? We each need 10 pounds. Surely you can accommodate us," she said, leading the conversation. Yes, we also need 10 pounds. Money is not an issue." The woman adorned with gold jewelry, seemingly the leader of the trio, spoke first, pulling out 2 large banknotes from her bag. Chinsong's heart soared at the sight of the notes, though his expression remained guileless. "All right, since you 3 sisters are so supportive of my business, I will certainly take care of you. 10 pounds each, correct?" "Indeed, 10 pounds, the golden jewelry-clad elder sister affirmed, with the others nodding in agreement. Even before Chinsong officially began selling, he found himself attended by loyal customers accompanied by newcomers. He had no intention of raising prices, and the bamboo basket of dendrobium diminished by half in an instant, with 6 large banknotes effortlessly slipping into his pocket. The 3 elder sisters somehow produced burlap sacks, each dragging one as they departed from the hospital. "What formidable women," Chinsong mused, admiring them as they left. "Ah, you truly treat our gynecology department like a marketplace." Just as Chinsong turned back to gaze at his remaining dendrobium, a familiar voice emerged. He looked over to find it was the female doctor who had previously assisted him with honey sales, her surname seemingly Su. A glance at her name tag confirmed it read Su Jiao Jiao. "Ah, it's Dr. Su. We meet again. I'm just trying to make a living here. Please don't mind me. I traveled from the countryside to inquire whether the hospital is still accepting the dendrobium I gathered." In his past life, Chinsong had encountered many women like Dr. Su, who appeared to be strong and assertive. If one were to engage her with trivialities, she might dismiss them without a second thought. Yet, if he presented himself as somewhat vulnerable, it could evoke her sympathy and perhaps even her protective instincts, potentially leading to her assistance. "All right, I will ask Director Wang, but you must not disturb the patient's rest. This is the inpatient department, and it cannot be too noisy." Su Jiao Jiao had a favorable impression of this tall and handsome man. Although he was a rural farmer, he spoke well. Coupled with her good mood, she chose not to pursue the matter further. "Dr. Su, I apologize for troubling you. Regarding the previous matter with the dendrobium and the honey, without your assistance, I would have had no means to sell the dendrobium to the hospital, nor could I have earned a bit more to support my family." Chinsong handed over a wild chicken from his basket. Dr. Su looked at Chen Song with surprise, not expecting this man to hold her in such regard. She was merely a junior doctor at this hospital, relying solely on her salary without any additional income. The wild chicken he offered could fetch 3 to 5 yuan in the market, and she was astonished that he was willing to give it to her. Please, don't be so kind. I see that you have your own struggles. Take the wild chicken back and sell it yourself, Su Jiaojiao said with a smile as she declined. Chinsong replied with a gentle smile, Dr. Su, please don't misunderstand. I consider you a friend, and it is quite normal for friends to exchange small tokens. We wouldn't want others to think that country folk lack manners. He insisted again, this time firmly placing the wild chicken in Su Jiaojiao's hands. She attempted to protest further but was interrupted by Chen Song's words. If you refuse to accept it, it would imply that you do not regard me as a friend. Faced with this, Su Jiaojiao felt too embarrassed to refuse any longer and accepted the wild chicken. All right, I will take it. As for the dendrobium, I shall inquire with Director Wang. Please wait here, she said, and with that, she hurried off with the wild chicken. Chinsong smiled faintly. After all, one must have a thick skin in life. Chapter 17. Protection Fee. Chinsong stood by the large basket of dendrobium, leisurely waiting in the gynecology inpatient building. Many patients passing by couldn't help but steal a glance at the tall and handsome Chinsong. A kind-hearted older sister even approached him to inquire about his marital status. Seemingly intent on playing matchmaker, Chinsong politely declined and instead took the opportunity to extol the benefits of dendrobium, successfully selling a few pounds and pocketing some money. Just as he completed the transaction and had yet to stow the cash away, a group of individuals barged into the gynecology building, dressed in security uniforms. They were all burly and menacing, and before even entering the building, the leader barked at Chinsong. What do you think you're doing? Do you treat this hospital like a marketplace? Hand everything over. Chinsong furrowed his brow at the sudden appearance of the hospital security. Typically, hospital security personnel were not the type to confront someone as robust as him. In this era, people were still quite simple-minded, and there were seldom any incidents of violence. So the security staff were usually retired gentlemen, merely tasked with guarding the entrance and conducting patrols at night. However, these men, with their intimidating demeanor, bore no resemblance to typical security guards. They seemed more like thugs. The leading security guard, tall and muscular, cast a scornful glance at Chinsong, fixating instead on the cash still in his hands. With an arrogant tilt of his head, he shouted, "Who do you think you are? Do you not realize where you are? You think you can just set up a stall and sell whatever you like? Here, I am in charge. Do you want me to haul you off to the police station? Sir, we're merely selling a few items. There is no need for such hostility." Chinsong discerned the underlying message from the head of security. This was a blatant demand for protection money. The head of security glared at Chen Song as he nonchalantly stuffed money into his pocket, catching a glimpse of several large bills within, which made his eyes redden with fury, his expression turning even more menacing. What nonsense is this? This is a hospital, not a marketplace. Are you not aware that your actions impede doctors in their healing efforts and hinder patients' recoveries? Hand over the money immediately. All illicit gains must be surrendered, or I shall escort you to the police station. Before he could finish, one of the security thugs behind him reached out to snatch the cash from Chinsong's pocket, while another attempted to seize the large bamboo basket in front of him. Chinsong held onto the basket firmly, and as he noticed the thug in security attire reaching for his pocket, a flash of hostility flickered in his eyes, only to be quickly concealed. He stepped back and swatted the thug's hand away with a swift motion. With wide eyes, Chinsong glared at them, his demeanor far from amiable. What is this? The belongings are mine. Are you attempting to rob me? This is a hospital, under broad daylight. Do you really wish to commit robbery here? Robbery? I am the head of security at this hospital. I dictate the terms here. It is illegal to sell goods in a hospital, and thus you must forfeit all your illicit earnings. Are you unaware of this? The security chief was instantly incensed. Typically, he merely collected protection money from the street outside the hospital. If it weren't for the recent crackdown from the authorities, he would not have had to leverage connections and gifts to secure his position as the head of security here. His avenues for income had significantly diminished. Though numerous small vendors occasionally entered the hospital to sell their wares, none could compare to the substantial sum in this young man's pocket. The sight of a rural youth amassing such wealth was intolerable to him. What law in our country states that selling goods in a hospital is illegal? Though I hail from the countryside, I am not naive enough to believe your claims, Chinsong retorted coldly, having discerned their intentions long ago. What do you understand? This is the hospital's regulations. Today, you must either accompany me to the police station or pay a fine. Otherwise, do not expect to leave this hospital. Oh, then enlighten me on how this fine is to be paid. Chinsong narrowed his eyes, observing the gluttonous gleam in the security guard's eyes, instinctively clenching his fists. It seems you are somewhat perceptive. The head of security nodded slightly, his jowls shaking. It's simple. I see you've earned quite a sum just now, so a fine of 50 yuan will suffice, and we can consider this matter resolved. I will not pursue it further, and should you wish to return to cell again, just pay another 50, and I'll pretend I never saw you. How does that sound? 50 yuan? Huh. I didn't realize you were so audacious, dreaming of such a sum. Chinsong's expression turned calm. What do you mean by that? The head of security failed to grasp Chinsong's mockery. Accepting protection money is one thing, but your price is exorbitant. Is the hospital aware of your actions? Chinsong regarded them with disdain, speaking in a low tone. How dare you, you little brat? Do you know who I am in this area? Today, without 50 yuan, you shall not leave this hospital unscathed. The security captain flung his baton forward, brandishing it with indignation. No money, then your life, he exclaimed angrily. Chinsong, undeterred, pulled his bamboo basket behind him, disregarding the threats posed by the group. The captain, feeling humiliated in front of his subordinates, was incensed by Chinsong's defiance. He swung his baton, intending to strike Chinsong. However, Chinsong was swifter. Before the baton could descend, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the captain tumbling to the ground, caught off guard by Chinsong's unexpected aggression. The captain felt a sharp pain in his abdomen from the kick and lost his balance, crashing to the floor. Damn it! You dare to hit me? Everyone get him! Take this brat down! The captain roared in fury, commanding his subordinates to attack Chinsong. Initially, Chinsong had no intention of fighting, yet, faced with the captain's outrageous demands and imminent violence, he felt compelled to retaliate. Understanding that he could not evade this confrontation, he prepared to face 5 burly assailants armed with rubber truncheons. With a fierce determination, he executed a powerful side kick, toppling the first security thug, who landed heavily on the captain, further incapacitating him. Damn it! All of you attack together! The captain gasped, pushing aside the subordinate who had fallen atop him. Chen Song leaned back to evade another strike from a security guard, only to be hit from behind by another assailant's baton, sending a jolt of pain through his shoulder and nearly causing him to stumble. Enraged by the pain, Chen Song unleashed his fury, employing shoulder throws and heavy punches against the security guards, harnessing the newfound strength that had surged within him, wreaking havoc on the scene. The captain, brandishing his baton, attempted a sneak attack, but Chen Song was caught off guard and received another blow, igniting a fiery rage within him. With a fierce determination, he retaliated with a punch that connected squarely with the captain's face, knocking out a tooth. The captain fell to the ground, and Chen Song, seizing the advantage, mounted him, delivering blow after blow. The captain shielded himself with his arms, yet he could not escape Chen Song's relentless assault. What are you doing? Fighting in a hospital? Have you lost your mind? A sudden voice from a middle-aged man broke through the chaos, causing Chen Song to pause and regain his composure, retreating to protect his belongings. You're finished. I'll kill you. The captain snarled, scrambling to his feet, intent on confronting Chen Song once more. And you black dog, why are you here in the hospital causing trouble? Do you not want your job anymore? The voice belonged to Director Wang, the very same director who had previously accepted Chinsong's gifts of dendrobium and honey for the hospital's herbal medicine department. Chapter 18. A fortuitous misunderstanding. The burly man, known as Black Dog, halted his fist, which was poised to strike Chinsong, his face flushed with rage, his gaze fixed on Chinsong with evident hostility. Director Wang, this rascal is causing a ruckus in the hospital. I am merely fulfilling my duty, yet this man dares to retaliate against us. We are taking him to the police station right now. He gasped for breath, tugging at his security uniform that Chinsong had pulled at. The rowdy security guards behind Black Dog were restless, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of several crisp bills in Chinsong's pocket. Director Wang could not possibly be unaware of Chinsong, having recently encountered him just days prior when he procured a batch of high-quality wild honey from him, which had earned him considerable goodwill. However, witnessing Chinsong's altercation with the hospital security, his expression darkened instantly. Young man, the last time we met, I thought you to be a decent fellow. Who would have imagined you would resort to violence in the hospital? Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Director Wang's stern words were accompanied by the concerned gaze of Su Jiao, who stepped forward. Director, I was here just moments ago, and he was seated quietly. It was only upon seeing this batch of dendrobium that he expressed interest, as you mentioned its quality last time and wished to acquire more. I had asked him to wait while I went to the herbal department to find you, and upon my return, this chaos ensued. Chen Song cast a grateful glance at Su Jiao, silently acknowledging that her intervention was not in vain. Noticing her subtle signals, he understood her intentions. Immediately, he approached Director Wang with a look of remorse. Director Wang, I apologize. I did not expect this. My intention today was simply to thank you for your previous assistance and to inquire if the hospital would be interested in a new batch of wild dendrobium. I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. I accept responsibility for my actions. Director Wang, do not heed his nonsense. My security colleagues and I witnessed this man harassing several women outside the obstetrics department, coercing them into purchasing items. We could not stand by and let this happen, so we attempted to remove him, only to find him retaliating with such ferocity. Black Dog interjected angrily, convinced that no one would stand against him or expose his deceit. Silence. To Black Dog's astonishment, Director Wang dismissed his claims, demanding he be quiet. Black Dog was momentarily taken aback. You speak. Director Wang, having little regard for Black Dog's character, insisted that Chinsong present his side of the story. Chinsong was taken aback. He had expected Director Wang to harbor a negative impression of him for fighting, yet here he was, granted the opportunity to defend himself. Perhaps there was a semblance of fairness in the director after all. He promptly recounted the events as they transpired. Director Wang listened attentively, nodding along. But when he heard that one of the women was adorned with a gold necklace and jewelry, his expression sharpened. He abruptly interrupted Chen Song, asking, the lady you mentioned, was she wearing a purple dress and a star-shaped gold necklace? Chen Song nodded, wondering what significance this lady held. Upon witnessing Chen Song nodding in affirmation, Director Wang cast a glance at Su Jiao, who responded with a blink, seemingly exchanging unspoken thoughts in an instant. Director Wang, this scoundrel is lying. I should take them away. They must be sent to the police station to prevent any disturbance to the hospital's order. Noticing Director Wang's silence, the head of security, a brutish fellow known as Black Dog, mistakenly assumed that the director doubted Chinsong's words. A flicker of hope crossed his face. Believing his plan was succeeding as he adjusted his uniform and approached to seize Chinsong angrily. Step aside. Who do you think you are? To dictate who goes and who stays? Director Wang positioned himself directly in front of Chinsong, blocking Black Dog's advance. With a fierce glare, he scolded. What do you think you're trying to do? This hospital is a public space, not your former turf. If you dare to misuse your authority here, do you not fear that I will contact the logistics director? Black Dog was taken aback. Typically, Director Wang was the most easygoing of individuals, rarely irritable and never one to meddle in others' affairs. What had transpired today that had roused his temper? Observing Black Dog's bewilderment, Director Wang furrowed his brow in displeasure and chastised. What are you still doing here? Do you not comprehend my words? Should I really call logistics? With that, he made his way to the nearby office, feigning the action of dialing the phone. No, Director Wang. Please, continue with what you were doing. We will take our leave immediately. Black Dog, unwilling to incur the director's wrath, was keenly aware that the logistics director had previously warned them about Wang, who was a favored associate of the hospital's president and reportedly had connections from the provincial capital. They were not even official employees of the hospital, merely temporary security workers who had managed to secure their positions through relationships. A call from logistics could easily result in their dismissal. In these times of stringent enforcement, losing this job and the income from collecting protection fees from street vendors would lead them to dire straits. Black Dog and his cohorts hastily retreated, not even daring to utter harsh words to Chinsong. Chinsong observed this scene, scratching his head in confusion. He could not fathom how he had garnered such influence that a hospital director would stand up for him. Chinsong, I presume, you are here to deliver dendrobium today? This quality is exceptional, truly wild. On behalf of the hospital, I graciously accept it. Should you procure more of such splendid dendrobium in the future, do ensure to bring it here. I assure you, the compensation will be generous. Director Wang amiably patted Chinsong on the shoulder, his smile warm and inviting. Chinsong nodded, shouldering the bamboo basket of dendrobium as he followed Director Wang to the herbal medicine department to collect his payment. Upon exiting the department, Chinsong still felt somewhat dazed, recalling how Director Wang had kindly offered his assistance should any issues arise. As he distanced himself from the herbal medicine department, he caught sight of Su Jiao conversing with a nurse. It dawned on him that the earlier exchange of glances between Su Jiao and Director Wang must have contained matters of which he was unaware. Approaching Su Jiao, Chinsong expressed his gratitude. Dr. Su, Thank you so much today. Had it not been for you summoning Director Wang, I fear I would have been taken away by those brutish security guards. Su Jiaojiao replied with a charming smile. Please, come in and have a seat. Chinsong followed her into her office. You're fortunate, aren't you? Do you know why you weren't harmed just now? Su Jiaojiao settled down, her long, fair legs exposed beneath her white coat, dazzling Chinsong's eyes. He quickly averted his gaze, bewildered. What on earth happened? I'm still in a daze. Su Jiaojiao produced some tea leaves and poured a cup for Chinsong. I see you have quite a refined appearance. I never expected you to be so fierce in a fight. Black Dog was once a notorious troublemaker, yet you managed to overpower him. I was merely defending myself. He insisted on provoking me, and I couldn't just stand by, could I? It's a rural temperament. Chen Song responded with a sheepish smile. Curious, are you? You really want to know what happened? Su Jiaojiao took a sip of her tea. Of course. I can't fathom why Director Wang let me off so easily. It seemed he was quite amiable towards me. I almost thought he was a relative of mine. Chinsong expressed his astonishment. Haha. It's all thanks to the wild dendrobium you picked. Do you know who the 3 ladies were that bought your dendrobium today? Who were they? Chinsong asked, intrigued. The one adorned in gold jewelry is the county mayor's wife. Those who can associate with her are likely to be the wives from the county committee. Su Jiaojiao chuckled, contemplating how fortunate Chinsong was. After all, Director Wang and the mayor's wife are relatives. Who else would he assist if not you? Chapter 19. An opportunity presented unexpectedly. The clients purchasing goods turned out to be formidable figures. Chinsong couldn't help but marvel at this era, where hidden talents abound. Merely encountering someone in a hospital can indirectly help resolve what appears to be a significant issue. Seeing Chinsong's astonished expression, Su Jiaojiao found it amusing. What's the matter? Isn't this all behind you? Are you still worried about Black Dog seeking revenge? Chinsong regained his composure, looking at Su Jiaojiao, and exhaled deeply, finishing his tea in one gulp. It's not that I fear them. It just feels so sudden and inexplicable. I had a fight, and now it's over just like that. Don't overthink it. Director Wang has already spoken. They wouldn't dare trouble you again. Su Jiaojiao leaned in closer, whispering. You may not know, but Director Wang is related to the mayor's wife. You see, his assistance stems from familial ties. Chinsong nodded, but his gaze inadvertently fell once more on Su Jiaojiao's long legs. She sat gracefully, her legs elegantly crossed, her toes peeking out from her sandals, glistening and charming. What are you looking at? Su Jiaojiao caught his gaze and chuckled, stretching her legs slightly, noticing that Chinsong's eyes followed the movement. Cough, cough. Chinsong, feeling a bit embarrassed, hastily raised his cup to mask his discomfort, only to realize he had already drained it. Now, the awkwardness intensified. Are my legs beautiful? Su Jiaojiao giggled, playfully showcasing her long legs. Chinsong instinctively nodded, only to be surprised when Su Jiaojiao covered her legs with her white coat. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chinsong's eyes, yet he swiftly concealed it. You insufferable men, he muttered under his breath. Su Jiaojiao rose gracefully, gesturing for Chinsong to exit her office. Dearest Sister Jiaojiao, please do not be upset. Is it not a common folly among men? It was merely your enchanting beauty that compelled me to gaze a moment longer. Please, do not harbor any resentment towards your younger brother, he hastily explained, believing she was angered. All right, I bear you no ill will. I must return to work now. You may leave, Su Jiaojiao replied, half amused and half annoyed, as she gently ushered him out. Oh, Chinsong exclaimed, scratching his head, only to peek back into the doctoress office. Sister Jiaojiao, you truly aren't upset, are you? If you do not depart soon, I shall genuinely be upset, Su Jiaojiao replied with a playful reprimand. Seeing her expression, Chinsong promptly withdrew, closing the door behind him. What an insufferable younger brother, she thought, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson, akin to a blooming rose. With money nestled in his pocket and a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, Chinsong exited the hospital. At the entrance, the security guard and his cohorts fixated on him with wary eyes, too fearful to approach, lest they incur the wrath of Director Wang and face dire consequences. Chinsong cast a fleeting glance at them, dismissing them as he strolled out of the hospital's gates, navigating with familiarity to the small eatery he had visited previously. The proprietress approached him, her face adorned with a bright smile. Ah, it's you again, young man. What will you have today? Please bring me the beef soup from last time, along with a plate of meat dishes and a pancake, Chinsong ordered, recalling the delightful flavors of the soup. Then, glancing at the scorching sun outside, he added, "Madam, do you have beer? I'd like a bottle." The proprietress called out cheerfully, "You've come to the right place. We have a refrigerator with chilled beer. Would you like a bottle?" Chinsong's eyes lit up. "You have a refrigerator? That is impressive." "Of course. As restaurateurs, we must keep pace with the times, especially in this era of reform," she replied proudly. "However, I must inform you that the chilled beer costs an extra 5 cents, just to clarify, so you don't accuse me of deceiving you." "Very well, dear madam. We are familiar with one another now, so please bring me a bottle of chilled beer," he agreed. The proprietress nodded in affirmation and retreated into the kitchen. In these times, refrigerators had long been commonplace, though they were certainly not inexpensive. Their prices rivaled those of televisions, making them a luxury for most ordinary families. Even if one could afford it, the availability was limited. The most commonly used refrigerators were produced by the Beijing Snowflake Refrigerator Factory, boasting an annual output of 800,000 units, which was quite impressive in this day and age. Nevertheless, most people did not own one. Firstly, they were financially out of reach and required special purchase tickets. Secondly, electricity supply was often erratic, with power cuts affecting not just residential areas but also industrial sectors, rendering refrigerators more of a decorative item than a practical appliance. Soon, the proprietress returned with a bottle of beer, followed closely by the rest of the dishes. As Chinsong opened a bottle of beer, he quickly took a sip, the frothy liquid cascading down his throat and settling in his stomach. His eyes squinted in delight, and a refreshing shiver coursed through his body. In his previous life, despite having attained significant success and managing a company worth billions, he had succumbed to the vices of excessive drinking and smoking due to his business dealings, resulting in health issues. By the time he could finally relinquish these obligations, he found himself unable to indulge in alcohol, forced instead to prioritize wellness. The cool beer slid down his throat, its subtle bitterness unfurling in his mouth, followed by the invigorating surge of alcohol in his stomach, prompting an involuntary groan of satisfaction. It was truly delightful. Unable to suppress a belch, he expelled a mouthful of carbon dioxide, feeling that even the finest wines of his past, such as Lafite or Jaeger, paled in comparison to the sheer pleasure of this icy beer. Reflecting on the summer delights of his later years, which featured beer and crayfish, he lamented the absence of the latter on the table. Eagerly, he inquired with the busy proprietress, "Do you have any crayfish?" "Crayfish? Where would we find such a thing? We used to eat them in the countryside, but they are not available in the county. The taste is quite delightful, especially paired with some beer," she replied, nodding as she reminisced about the crayfish of her past. Chinsong's face lit up with uncontainable joy. No crayfish meant no authentic late-night snack. Although absent in the county, they thrived in the countryside, particularly in the ponds and ditches of Chinjiakao, where they proliferated to the point of being a nuisance during this season. What was this? This was not merely crayfish. It was an unadulterated opportunity for profit. He recalled the myriad flavors of crayfish enjoyed in his later life, realizing that in this era, they were typically just fried with a bit of spice. Any flavor would surely outshine the simplicity of those times. Crayfish had become one of the most beloved delicacies, celebrated for their tender meat and high nutritional value. Adored by food enthusiasts, beyond the classic flavors, each variety offered a unique taste that left a lasting impression. Moreover, there were spicy crayfish, secret recipe crayfish, garlic crayfish, salted egg yolk crayfish, oil-braised crayfish, and chilled crayfish. Each preparation he was well-versed in. The popularity of crayfish alone attested to their worth. This was indeed a golden opportunity knocking at his door. Chen Song downed the rest of his beer in one gulp, the coldness failing to extinguish the fervor in his heart. "This money is as good as mine." Chapter 20. The fishing net for crayfish. With this thought igniting his spirit, Chinsong found the food on his table lacking in flavor. He hastily cleared the remnants of his meal, wiped his mouth, and paid the bill before hastening out. The proprietress watched his retreating figure and muttered to herself, "What's with this young man? He's eating like a famished ghost. He didn't devour his food like this last time. Could it be he only eats once every few days?" After tidying up the tableware, she shared her observations with her husband in the kitchen, eliciting a hearty laugh from them both. Chinsong hurried back, relieved to discover that he could still catch the bus to Chinjiao. The bus arrived promptly, and as he boarded, he settled at the rear, deep in thought. The local crayfish were quite sizable. Each weighed at least 3 taels, and a pound contained around 30 to 40 of these crustaceans. A platter filled with 30 to 40 crayfish would make quite a substantial dish. The more he contemplated the prospects of crayfish, the more promising they seemed. However, it was still 1983, and the market outside had yet to fully embrace the craze for crayfish. Chinsong decided to test the waters first. Upon arriving at Chenjiao, he alighted from the bus and swiftly made his way toward a few ditches, intending to catch some crayfish before nightfall. Halfway there, it struck him that he had brought nothing with him except a bamboo basket meant for storing dendrobium. How was he supposed to catch them? Surely, he couldn't resort to catching them one by hand. His house was newly constructed, and he had originally planned to procure some furniture from the county. But he had returned early for the sake of the crayfish, neglecting to purchase any household essentials, let alone fishing nets. Borrowing from his father was not an option. If his father found out, the neighboring sister-in-law would certainly be informed, and who knows what gossip might ensue. Chen Song was not ready for his family to know about his ambitions just yet. He wanted to wait until things were on a firmer footing before divulging his plans. He recalled seeing an open fishing net at Wang Yao's house the last time he stayed there. It would be perfect for catching crayfish. Chen Song remembered that night at Wang Yao's, when he had gotten up to shower and spotted the fishing net in the corner of the yard. Without hesitation, he turned back and headed straight for Wang Yao's home. Upon entering her yard, he spotted Xiao Yao Tiao playing in the mud, her face smeared with dirt as she giggled joyfully, seemingly oblivious to her appearance. The moment Xiao Yao Tiao noticed a visitor, she scrambled to her feet, and upon recognizing Chen Song, she leaped with delight, calling out, "Mama, Mama, Uncle is here." While shouting, she dashed towards Chen Song. He scooped her up into his arms and spun her around, eliciting peals of laughter from the delighted child. "Yao Tiao, come down. Your uncle has just returned from the county. Don't wear him out." Wang Yao emerged from the kitchen, having been busy with meal preparations. Hearing her daughter's exclamations, she hurried outside. As Xiao Yao Tiao struggled to be set down, Chen Song gently placed her on the ground. "Uncle, you promised to bring back something delicious for Yao Tiao. Where is it?" she asked eagerly, extending her little hand towards him and glancing at his empty bamboo basket. Her expression shifting to one of disappointment, as if she were on the verge of tears. Chen Song felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh no. In his eagerness to return early and experiment with the crayfish, he had completely forgotten the treat he had promised Xiao Yao Tiao. This was a promise he had made, and it could not be broken. Wang Yao, noticing Chen Song's awkward demeanor, sensed he might have forgotten. She gently intervened, saying to Xiao Yao Tiao, "All right, Yao Tiao. Mama has told you several times not to ask for other people's things." "Oh," the child replied. Little Yao Tiao pouted her lips even higher, radiating an aura of discontent. Chen Song's mind swiftly devised a plan. "Little Yao Tiao, Uncle hasn't he forgotten to bring you something special? I saw a delightful treat in the city and thought of making it for you." "Really? A delicious treat from the city?" Little Yao Tiao broke free from her mother's grasp, bouncing towards Chen Song with wide, eager eyes. "Indeed, it's true. However, Uncle must first gather a few items to prepare the delicacy for you." Chinsong reassured the little girl. "Don't trouble yourself. You've had a tiring day." Wang Yao interjected, not wishing to burden Chinsong further. "No rush. I'm quite eager to give it a try. Sister Wang Yao, may I borrow your fishing net? I'll be back shortly." Chinsong pointed to the long-neglected triangular open fishing net in the yard. "Let us skip dinner for now. I want to be long." Promises made to children must be kept, lest they lose faith in adults. Wang Yao nodded and retrieved the net from the corner. It remained intact. She hadn't used it in years. "Little Yao Tiao, wait for Uncle," Chinsong said, ruffling her hair before heading towards the ditch. The ditch in Chenjiao was not particularly deep, merely submerging to his thighs, yet it was quite wide, resembling a small river rather than a mere drainage channel. Few people frequented this area, primarily mischievous children splashing about. Adults would not permit their children near the nearby river or reservoir, so they played here instead. While adults washed clothes by the riverbank, where the water was clearer, unlike the murky ditch filled with algae. The banks of the ditch were adorned with aquatic plants. Chen Song inspected the vegetation and was delighted to discover numerous small crayfish hiding within. Though not densely packed, their numbers were substantial. Overjoyed, Chen Song carefully lowered the net into the center of the ditch, slowly maneuvering it toward the bank beside the plants. As the net enveloped the greenery, he quickly lifted it several times, forcing the concealed crayfish to flee. Yet, escaping was futile. The net had already ensnared them. With a swift motion, Chen Song raised the net, revealing a multitude of red crayfish wriggling and clawing, which he promptly deposited into a bamboo basket. A preliminary estimate indicated he had captured at least over 2 pounds of crayfish. A broad smile spread across Chinsong's face. With this method, he quickly caught a considerable haul, soon filling the bamboo basket with over 10 pounds of crayfish. Additionally, he netted over a pound of snails and several small fish. These crayfish are indeed abundant, Chinsong mused, marveling at his fortune. In this era, crayfish had yet to gain popularity. Otherwise, the villagers would have long since sold such a plentiful catch, as they typically did not consume them themselves. Let us leave it at this for now. Little Yao Tiao is still waiting for me. Chen Song, whistling a cheerful tune, made his way towards Wang Yao's home, carrying over 10 pounds of crayfish and other aquatic delicacies. Unbeknownst to him, several villagers who spotted him exchanged whispers and pointed fingers. Chen Song remained oblivious to their chatter. And even if he had noticed, he would likely have dismissed their remarks, which revolved around his connection with Wang Yao. After all, Wang Yao herself assured him that it wouldn't affect her, leaving Chen Song indifferent to the gossip. At that moment, the allure of fine cuisine took precedence. Chapter 21. Chen Song's secret recipe for crayfish. As he carried his bounty of crayfish and seafood, Chen Song paid no heed to the gossiping villagers. Xiao Yao Tiao, I'm back, he called out as he entered the house, still clutching his load. In a flurry, Xiao Yao Tiao rushed out of the room, her eyes fixated on the bamboo basket in his hands, ignoring Chen Song entirely. Ah, crayfish, she exclaimed, her face a canvas of confusion. Though rural folk were no strangers to crayfish, the modern generation seldom indulged in them. Xiao Yao Tiao, often frightened by the mischievous boys who would catch crayfish to tease the girls, harbored a wary attitude towards these creatures. The sight of so many crayfish in the basket instantly flooded her mind with unhappy memories of her childhood games. Uncle, you're mean. I don't like you anymore, she pouted, glaring at Chen Song before turning and darting towards the inner room. Just then, Wang Yao emerged from within, and Xiao Yao Tiao collided into her embrace. Wang Yao lifted her up, saying, "You mustn't be rude to your uncle." Xiao Yao Tiao buried her little face against Wang Yao's chest, shaking her head vigorously. The movement caused Wang Yao to momentarily lose her balance, forcing her to hold onto the child tightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chinsong quickly turned his gaze away. Xiao Yao Tiao peeked up at Chinsong and the crayfish in the basket, urgently declaring, "Mom, it's crayfish. Uncle is just as mean as ergo. He wants to scare us with them." Crayfish? Wang Yao, puzzled, glanced at her earnest daughter before stepping into the yard. There, she beheld the sizable mound of crayfish in the basket, their claws raised defiantly. "What on earth are you doing with so many crayfish?" she asked Chinsong, utterly perplexed by his actions. "Of course, I'm gathering them to eat. What else would I do?" Chinsong replied, then turned to Xiao Yao Tiao, saying, "Little Yao Tiao, didn't I promise to make you something delicious? Crayfish are indeed a treat, and I will prepare them for you shortly." "Delicious?" Xiao Yao Tiao perked up, but upon seeing the crayfish, she retreated back into Wang Yao's embrace, shaking her head stubbornly. After a moment, she emerged from Wang Yao's hold to ask, "Are they really good?" Xiao Yao Tiao swallowed hard, pointing at the crayfish in the basket. "If Uncle isn't trying to scare me like ergo, then I might just begrudgingly forgive you. Of course they are edible, and they are truly delightful." Chen Song seized a lobster and playfully tossed it towards Yao Tiao, who surprisingly showed no fear and displayed an eager expression that suggested she desired to taste it, an expression of longing for sustenance. How could it possibly be that delectable? Wang Yao, surely, had tasted crayfish before. Even those from the countryside had indulged in such fare. Generally, it was merely boiled like river shrimp, seasoned with a pinch of salt for consumption. For those with a discerning palate, a dip in soy sauce or vinegar sufficed, yet the flavor was hardly remarkable, leading to a gradual decline in its consumption. Eventually, the introduction of braised crayfish improved its taste somewhat, but one would seldom be inclined to lavish soy sauce upon it, resulting in a dish that was not particularly appetizing. Wang Yao was acutely aware of this, which fueled her skepticism regarding the palatability of the crayfish. "Just watch. I shall prepare it now, and soon we shall see," Chen Song declared with a smile. "However, you must first assist me in cleaning them. This basket is quite full." With a playful giggle, Yao Tiao insisted on helping. Before Wang Yao could utter another word, Yao Tiao clumsily descended to the ground. "All right," Wang Yao responded, procuring 2 stools and a large wooden basin, along with 2 pairs of scissors. She beckoned for scissors, and Chen Song settled down, placing the bamboo basket between them. He demonstrated how to properly prepare the lobster, snipping off half its head with the scissors, extracting the intestinal vein from the tail. and tossing it into the clean wooden basin. Is this how it's done? Wang Yao imitated his actions, and Chinsong nodded slightly in approval. I want to try too, Yao Tiao exclaimed, squatting before the bamboo basket, eager to grasp a lobster, but upon witnessing the lobsters waving their claws menacingly, she instantly lost her enthusiasm. Uncle, Mommy, I think I'll just watch you prepare the lobsters, Yao Tiao said, pouting and timidly retreating a couple of steps. Haha. Let little Yao Tiao observe from the side, shall we? Chen Song and Wang Yao exchanged amused glances, both finding joy reflected in each other's eyes. Very well. Yao Tiao clapped her hands, puffing at the lobsters in the basket before obediently standing aside to watch. Chen Song and Wang Yao quickly became adept at handling the lobsters. With each snip and pull, their speed increased, and the number of lobsters in the bamboo basket gradually dwindled, while the pile of cleaned lobsters in the wooden basin grew higher. As twilight descended, when Chen Song extracted the last lobster's intestinal vein, he finally exhaled in relief. He tapped his back, straightening his somewhat aching waist, and slowly rose to his feet, taking a few steps and bouncing lightly to ease the strain, only to turn and find Wang Yao stifling a laugh at his expense. Let us wash them by the well, Chen Song said, ignoring Wang Yao's suppressed amusement. After bending over for so long to handle the lobsters, it was only natural to feel sore. It was not a matter of weakness. So what was there to find amusing? He rinsed the lobsters with well water and scrubbed them gently with a brush. After several thorough rinses, the basin of lobsters was now quite clean. Nodding in satisfaction, Chen Song turned to face Wang Yao and Yao Tiao. All right, I shall head to the kitchen now. You shall witness my culinary skills firsthand, Chen Song proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Great. Hurry, uncle. Yao Tiao is already hungry, Yao Tiao chimed, patting her slightly protruding belly as if to convey that she was indeed ready for a meal. Under the eager gaze of Wang Yao and the graceful Yao Yao, Chen Song entered the kitchen, cradling a large basin of lobsters. He gathered dried chili peppers and a dozen cloves of garlic, commencing his preparations for the seasoning. Lacking beer and mindful of Yao Yao's sensitivity to excessively spicy food, Chen Song decided that the mala version of the lobsters would not be overly fiery. Instead, he opted for garlic-flavored lobsters, a choice that required a considerable amount of garlic and meticulous preparation, keeping him quite busy. In the absence of specialized tools for garlic processing, he resorted to using a kitchen knife to crush and finely chop the cloves. As the water in the pot boiled, he poured all the lobsters into the large pot, adding ginger and cooking wine before covering it with a lid, allowing it to simmer for a few minutes. The steaming heat wafted out, releasing the tantalizing aroma of the lobsters. Outside the kitchen, Yao Yao bit her finger, uncertain whether she was asking herself or her mother. Is that delightful scent the fragrance of lobsters? Lifting the lid, Chen Song observed that the lobsters had transformed into a vibrant red, curled into compact clusters, igniting his appetite. After retrieving the lobsters from the water, he rinsed the pot and drained them, dividing the lobsters into 2 portions, each weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. Chen Song intended to prepare the garlic-flavored ones first, followed by the mala variety. He poured oil into the pan, added the minced garlic, and once it was fragrant, he introduced the blanched lobsters. The aromatic garlic melded beautifully with the lobsters, creating a rich and enticing aroma. Chen Song swiftly stir-fried, ensuring the garlic infused every lobster before adding salt and transferring the mixture into a clean wooden bowl. Next came the mala lobsters. After cutting the dried chili peppers into segments, he found some green peppers in the kitchen and sliced them as well. Following the same procedure, he heated oil, added the dried chili peppers to release their fragrance, and then tossed in the lobsters. The spiciness and aroma of the chilies blended with the lobster's flavor. Chen Song timed it perfectly, adding Sichuan peppercorns and green peppers before covering the pot once more. A few minutes later, he added salt, removed the dish from the heat, and plated it. 2 generous portions of freshly prepared lobsters emerged from the kitchen. Chen Song carried a wooden bowl in one hand as he was met by 2 drooling beauties. Ding ding ding. The secret garlic lobsters are here. I want to eat. I want to eat. Yao Yao eagerly reached for the lobsters as soon as Chen Song set them down. Ouch, that's hot. She quickly withdrew her hand, looking at Chen Song with a pout. Little glutton, let me serve you, Chen Song offered, placing a garlic-flavored lobster into Yao Yao's bowl. Chapter 22. They are all sold out, ah? As Yao Yao peeled back the shell of the lobster, she eagerly bit into the succulent meat. A burst of garlicky sweetness exploded in her mouth, as if a multitude of delectable flavors had detonated across her taste buds, causing her to squint her eyes in bliss. So delicious. She immediately leaned over the plate of garlic lobsters, reaching out for another. Little glutton, didn't your mother teach you to use chopsticks? Wang Yao playfully swatted Yao Yao's outstretched hand away, looking at her with mock annoyance. Mom, it's not Yao Yao's fault. It's Uncle's fault for making the lobsters taste so good that Yao Yao couldn't help herself. With a charming twinkle in her eye, she adeptly adapted to the art of navigating murky waters, evading responsibility. Ah, Sister Wang Yao, it is only right to enjoy crayfish with our hands, Chinsong remarked as he eagerly dove in. He targeted the spicy platter, deftly peeling one open and savoring the succulent meat, the flavors bursting forth, spicy and aromatic. While it fell short of the exquisite taste found in future establishments, in this era where spices were a luxury, it was nothing short of delightful. Thus commenced a contest between Chen Song and the enchanting girl, one indulging in garlic and the other in spice. Their eyes locked in playful competition as they peeled and devoured. Observing their relish, Wang Yao felt her appetite stir, joining their culinary escapade. Delicious. So spicy, she exclaimed, reaching for a spicy crayfish, fanning her rosy lips with one hand while the other prepared to peel. Chinsong was taken aback by this unexpected side of the gentle Wang Yao. Could she truly exhibit such spirited behavior? As she relished the spice, her cheeks flushed upon noticing Chinsong's gaze. She turned away, biting into the crayfish meat and muttering, "What are you staring at? Do I not deserve some dignity?" Chinsong paused, then turned away, unable to suppress a smile. The trio resumed their feast, yet alas, both Wang Yao and the girl had modest appetites, soon finding themselves unable to consume more. The girl gazed at her swollen belly, then at the enticing crayfish, momentarily perplexed, craving yet unable to indulge. Wang Yao, being an adult, managed to exercise restraint, casting an amused glance at her daughter, choosing not to comment. "How do you find the crayfish I prepared?" Chinsong inquired cheerfully, surveying the heap of shells on the table. "Quite delightful. Though a tad spicy, it truly whets the appetite," Wang Yao offered her sincere critique. "Well, I shall take the remainder to the county for sale," Chinsong replied, nodding, confident that the flavors were satisfactory, though uncertain of the market's receptiveness. He resolved to test the waters with the remaining 10 pounds of crayfish in 2 flavors. After tidying up, Chinsong packed the 10+ pounds of crayfish into a container and set off for the county. With dusk approaching, he estimated his arrival would coincide with the evening meal rush. Upon reaching the county, however, he chose not to head to the hospital, but instead ventured to the busiest street, bustling with youthful energy. Here, a plethora of commercial establishments thrived, a favored locale for the young and vibrant. The winds of reform and opening had long since swept through, bringing with them a variety of appealing garments from the South, electronic gadgets from special zones, and even goods from Hong Kong and Macau. Chinsong set up a modest stall at the street corner, warming the crayfish and placing a wooden sign that read, 10 pounds of secret recipe crayfish, 1 pound per plate, while supplies last. Around 8 o'clock, the street bustled with activity, yet few paid heed to Chinsong's modest stall. Unperturbed, Chinsong heated the crayfish and lifted the lid of the pot. Instantly, an enticing aroma of crayfish wafted through the air. What a delightful fragrance. Spicy. Could it be that a new hot pot restaurant has opened? I discerned hints of garlic in the air. As the lid was lifted, many nearby caught a whiff of the enticing scent, prompting them to search for its source. Shortly thereafter, Chinsong's stall was surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. "Young man, how much for your crayfish?" inquired an elderly gentleman clad in a white off-shoulder shirt emblazoned with the words First Steel Factory. He fanned himself with a palm leaf, his gaze fixed intently on the crayfish within the pot. "3 yuan a serving, sir. Isn't that a bit steep?" The old man was taken aback. 3 yuan was nearly a day's wage for him. "Do not be misled by the price, sir, for it is indeed worth every penny. These crayfish were caught just this evening, meticulously prepared, and cooked using my secret method. The cost of ingredients and time alone is considerable, and just take a whiff of this aroma. Doesn't it speak for itself?" Chinsong picked up a spicy crayfish, its glossy shell exuding an irresistible fragrance that made one's mouth water, prompting involuntary gulps. The old man hesitated, torn between desire and the perceived expense. Meanwhile, a young man stepped forward, addressing Chinsong. "Master, I'll have a serving. Here s 3 yuan. What flavor would you like? We have spicy and garlic." Noticing the young lady behind him, adorned in a floral dress with braided hair, Chinsong quickly understood. Make it garlic, then. The young man whispered something to the girl, who nodded in agreement. Very well, 1 serving of garlic crayfish coming right up. Chinsong efficiently prepared a generous plate and handed it to the young man. The pair moved to a nearby flower bed, where they sat down to enjoy their meal, devouring the crayfish with remarkable speed. The elderly gentleman, initially indecisive, contemplated asking the young couple about the dish's taste, but observed that they were too engrossed in their meal to notice him. Such enthusiasm could not be mistaken. Young man, I'll take a pound of the spicy ones. The old man exclaimed, pointing at the spicy crayfish, smacking his lips. With a chuckle, Chinsong accepted the old man's money and served him a plate of the spicy crayfish. The old man wasted no time in indulging, savoring each bite. Onlookers, intrigued by the scene, began to inquire about the crayfish's delectable nature. I'll have a serving too, young man. Me first. Here's my money. Don't push. I want a spicy one. I'll take garlic. In an instant, the crowd descended upon Chen Song, purchasing every last crayfish he had left. Why are there none left? Boss. Indeed. How do you conduct your business? With gentle reassurances, Chen Song calmed the crowd, promising that he would return tomorrow with more crayfish. As he observed the patrons, engrossed in peeling and savoring the crayfish, Chen Song mused, this is it. Crayfish are truly unbeatable. They all sold out. Chapter 23. Persuading Wang Yao despite repeatedly asserting that he had sold out, even going so far as to upend the pot to demonstrate. The patrons drawn in by the aroma and the previous customers purchasing crayfish ultimately accepted the reality and departed with resigned shakes of their heads. A few attempted to offer payment in advance to reserve their share for the next day, only to be met with a chuckle from Chinsong, who declined their offers. Boss, 1 serving is hardly sufficient, remarked a youthful man accompanied by his partner, his jovial demeanor evident as he inquired of Chinsong. Your crayfish are truly delightful. I had them in the countryside before, but they were never this delectable, albeit in smaller quantities. Of course, if 2 of you are sharing, it might not suffice. If you wish for more, do come back tomorrow. As you can see, I have run out, Chinsong mused, sensing that this fellow was merely flaunting his affection rather than genuinely seeking a second serving. Will you still be open tomorrow, boss? The young man turned to his companion, his face alight with anticipation. Rest assured, I shall be here, Chinsong replied, watching as the young couple departed, content. He couldn't help but scoff at their display of affection, muttering, those who flaunt their love don't last long. Subsequently, as patrons finished their crayfish and returned their plates, 1 elderly gentleman clad in a shirt emblazoned with the markings of a steel factory, licking his fingers with gusto, expressed his dissatisfaction. Young man, your crayfish are commendable, but what kind of late-night snack is this without beer? Sir, today is merely my first day of operation. I merely wanted to test the waters and see if my crayfish meet everyone's taste. It's impossible to anticipate everything, Chinsong explained with a hint of amusement. The gentleman, exhibiting a straightforward nature, accepted Chinsong's response without further complaint, but before departing, he turned back to inquire, will there be beer tomorrow? Indeed. Not only will there be beer, but there will be more crayfish as well. Be sure to come early, Chinsong assured, thumping his chest for emphasis, which pleased the gentleman enough to nod in satisfaction as he took his leave. Once the crowd dispersed, Chinsong counted the money in his pocket. Due to the seasonings and broth, each plate of crayfish did not weigh a full pound, leading him to realize that his 10 pounds of crayfish had yielded 12 portions sold at 3 yuan each, totaling 36 yuan. In this era, even an ordinary worker might toil for a month to earn 30 to 40 yuan. Yet this was merely what Chinsong had amassed in a single evening. While this sum was less than what he could earn selling dendrobium and honey, it offered the advantage of sustainability, unlike honey, which was a one-time sale. And while the dendrobium in the mountains of Chenjiakeo was plentiful, it was not boundless, requiring him to leave some for future harvests. Given the life cycle of the crayfish, he had at least 4 more months to capitalize on this venture. I was right. This is indeed promising. Even at 12 servings a day, by the end of summer, I could save over 4,000 yuan, not to mention that I can sell more than just this little bit each night going forward, Chinsong calculated quietly, a sense of clarity beginning to form in his mind. However, he pondered, should the crayfish supply increase, I might struggle to manage alone. Would I need to enlist some assistance? As he considered this, his thoughts inadvertently turned to Wang Yao's face. Uncertain of her willingness, I must inquire upon returning. Chinsong tidied up and prepared to head back to Chenjiakeo. It seems necessary to acquire a mode of transportation. Relying solely on the bus line 11 is not only slow but also quite exhausting. Alas, I neglected to add any furniture for my family today. Chinsong instinctively turned towards home, suddenly realizing something that clouded his expression. It appears I will trouble Wang Yao for yet another evening. With a change of direction, Chinsong made his way to Wang Yao's residence. The village had long since fallen silent, devoid of the light from the affluent households, rendering the entire area shrouded in darkness. Upon arriving at Wang Yao's home, Chinsong was surprised to find her waiting outside. The small and delicate Xiao Yao Yao peacefully asleep in her arms. "You're back. How is it? Tired, I presume?" Wang Yao attempted to rise, but was gently halted by Chinsong, who shushed her, gesturing towards the slumbering Xiao Yao Yao. "Sister Wang Yao, please put Xiao Yao Yao down first. I have something to discuss with you." Wang Yao nodded in silence, cradling Xiao Yao Yao as she retreated to the inner room, returning only after a while. The two settled down together. "So, how did the crayfish sell today?" Wang Yao inquired eagerly, glancing at the empty containers behind Chinsong. "Sister Wang Yao, what do you think I sold them for?" Chinsong replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You're making me anxious, you scoundrel," Wang Yao exclaimed, rising to give Chinsong a playful swat. However, as she stood, her footing faltered, and she stumbled over a chair, falling toward Chinsong. "Be careful." Chinsong quickly stood, extending his arms and stepping forward to catch Wang Yao in his embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him as he steadied her by the waist. Involuntarily, Chinsong's gaze fell upon her, noticing the delicate flutter of her long eyelashes and the glistening of her large, expressive eyes, which softened after a moment of tension. As their faces drew near, her fair complexion blushed like a ripe apple in September. Chinsong found himself entranced, momentarily forgetting to assist her back to her feet. "How long do you intend to hold me?" Wang Yao's shy voice finally broke the silence. "Oh, my apologies." Chinsong, jolted back to reality, hurriedly adjusted her posture and stepped back a few paces, exhaling a sigh of relief. "It's all right. That's good, that's good." Chinsong wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, offering a sheepish smile, feeling somewhat sheepish. After a prolonged silence, Wang Yao could no longer contain herself. "You still haven't told me how many crayfish you sold today." "Oh, right. Speaking of which, I realized that people in the county are quite well off. We had 10 pounds of leftover crayfish, and I managed to sell them for a total of 36 yuan. Chinsong retrieved the 36 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Sister Wang Yao, I used your pot and seasonings for the crayfish. Here's 20 yuan as compensation for using your household items." No, it's unnecessary." Wang Yao, seeing the two bills being offered, quickly waved her hands in refusal. "Really, you don't need to. Those items aren't worth much, and who in the countryside doesn't have them? There's no need for such a sum. Just take it." Chinsong insisted, slipping the money into Wang Yao's hands, who resisted accepting it. "How about you use this money to purchase some oil and seasonings? Consider this 20 yuan as the initial cost for my future endeavors in preparing crayfish. This proposition is quite agreeable." Wang Yao nodded, glancing at Chinsong, ultimately accepting the money. "There is, however, another matter in which I seek your assistance, Sister Wang Yao." Upon witnessing her acceptance of the funds, Chinsong contemplated his previous thoughts from the county. "What do you require my help with?" "I am more than willing to assist you," Wang Yao sincerely promised. "There's no need for such formality, Sister Wang Yao. Tomorrow, I plan to catch a larger quantity of crayfish. Managing everything alone, processing, cooking, and selling, will undoubtedly prove overwhelming. Hence, I intend to enlist your help to greet the guests and collect payments when the crowd grows." That is all. Wang Yao had anticipated a more significant request, only to find it was merely for her to assist with the guests and transactions. "Are you unwilling?" "Sister Wang Yao, I intend to hire you, with compensation included. How does 5 yuan a day sound?" Chinsong assumed Wang Yao might decline and promptly revealed his previous thoughts. "There's no need for payment." Wang Yao shook her head. "My intention is to help you without requiring any remuneration. That simply cannot be. If you refuse payment, it would be akin to working for free, making me a representation of malevolent capitalism." Chinsong jested. "Just agree to it. Since I can afford to pay you 5 yuan, I'm certain I'll earn far more than that, so you need not worry." Very well, very well." Wang Yao patted her chest, her perfect silhouette drawing Chinsong's gaze once more. Chapter 24. Idle chatter. The following day, Chinsong awoke late, having indulged in a restful sleep after a night of bustling activity. He had returned home feeling parched and fervent due to the hints of glory Wang Yao had subtly suggested, only managing to drift into slumber in the early hours. Upon rising, he discovered that both Wang Yao and Xiao Yao Tiao were absent. Assuming Wang Yao had taken Xiao Yao Tiao to the fields, he paid it no heed, closing the door and departing from Wang Yao's residence. Unbeknownst to him, as he exited, the neighbor aunt was holding a basin and happened to catch sight of Chinsong. Instantly, her mind raced with thoughts and past gossip, leading her to believe that she would be the main storyteller at the village gossip session that day. Chinsong remained unaware that the neighbor aunt had discovered his overnight stay at Wang Yao's home. At this moment, he was still contemplating how to procure more crayfish in the afternoon. For the time being, he planned to ensure that the flavors of the crayfish would be limited to spicy and garlic, which would suffice. Chinsong was not inclined to explore additional flavors. Particularly given the lack of competition, diversifying the flavors would only serve to complicate his efforts unnecessarily. However, Wang Yao's household did not typically indulge in spicy foods. Possessing only a modest supply of chili peppers, all of which had been utilized as seasoning the previous night. Continuing with the spicy flavor today would pose a challenge regarding the availability of chili. Additionally, the garlic required for the garlic crayfish was also in short supply in Wang Yao's kitchen. Chinsong resolved to visit his father to acquire some garlic and chili peppers. Chinsong's mother, Huang Qin, fled from Sichuan during her youth, escaping the hardships of her time. In those days, everyone struggled with poverty, yet survival in Qinjiakao was never an issue. To secure her place there, Huang Qin married Chen Song, a union that has endured to this day. Fond of spicy food, Huang Qin filled their courtyard with an abundance of chili peppers before the family division. As she was the only one who enjoyed them, they planted a variety each year, drying the surplus to store for later use. Regarding garlic, Chen Song cultivated a substantial amount annually, as garlic is a vegetable rich in nutritional value. The leaves could be sold at a decent price, and the bulbs served both as food and seasoning, making them quite a versatile crop. After the family split, the garlic bulbs and dried chili peppers belonging to Chen Song and Huang Qin were stored in the pantry of the eldest brother, Chen Mo, becoming his rightful possession. Chen Song was on his way to the house that now belonged to his elder brother, Chen Mo. As he approached the courtyard, he encountered Chen Mo, who was emerging with a hoe in hand. "Third brother, what brings you here? Come in and sit down." Chen Mo greeted him warmly, delighted at the rare visit from his younger sibling since the family division. "Brother, are you heading out to work in the fields?" Chinsong casually inquired as he stepped into the yard, scanning for the presence of his sister-in-law, but finding none. "Indeed, you arrived just in time. Had you come a few minutes later, I would have locked up and gone to work in the fields," Chinmo replied, pouring a glass of water for Chinsong and inviting him to sit. "Brother, I heard from Dad that your house is nearly finished and quite charming." "Yes, it's almost complete, though I still need some furniture. I plan to hire a skilled craftsman to make a set, and then purchase a few pieces from the county," Chinsong explained, observing the new wrinkle that had appeared on his brother's face. Mo was only about 25. It seemed premature for him to show signs of aging. "Brother, has something happened?" Chinsong asked, his brow slightly furrowing as he noticed the fine lines at the corners of Chen Mo's eyes. What could possibly happen to me?" Chen Mo replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and shaking his head. "Nothing is wrong, then, brother. I came to ask for some dried chilies and garlic bulbs. The ones left by our parents should be in the pantry, and I wonder if I could take them away for my use." "Dried chilies? Garlic? What do you mean by?" "You're my brother. There's no need for such formality. Besides, these items are of little worth. They're just leftovers from our parents." "Take whatever you want," Chen Mo insisted, standing up to head to the pantry. Moments later, he returned, dragging out 2 heavy bags of urea. Seeing this, Chinsong quickly rushed to assist in bringing the bags to the yard. "Brother, won't sister-in-law be upset?" He cautiously probed. "Why worry? Would she truly argue with me over such trivial matters?" Chen Mo replied lightly, though a hint of awkwardness lingered in his expression. Chen Song recognized that his brother was not one to easily deceive. Sensing his brother's feigned bravado, he chose not to press further and accepted the bags from Chen Mo. With his newfound strength, Chen Song effortlessly lifted the 2 bags, leaving Chen Mo momentarily questioning his own physical prowess. "Brother, when did you become so strong?" "I don't know. Perhaps I've developed recently." Chen Mo nodded, unsure if he truly believed Chen Song's nonsensical words. "Brother, I'm leaving." Song lifted 2 bags and strode away. Chen Mo began to tidy the table and noticed a Tinyuan note concealed beneath Song's cup. He paused for a moment, sighed softly, and ultimately decided to keep the money. Song effortlessly carried the garlic and dried chili back to Wang Yao's courtyard, only to find that she had not yet returned. Glancing upwards, he observed that the sun had ascended to its zenith, indicating it was already noon. Song knew that Wang Yao usually had her lunch casually on the ground, but little Yao Tiao was still quite young, and such casualness was not ideal. He ventured into the kitchen and prepared a few flatbreads, hastily consuming a few bites to satiate his hunger before wrapping the remaining 2 with some vegetables and shredded potatoes, intending to deliver them to the 2 ladies. At midday, many laborers had already returned from the fields, with only a few remaining to have their lunch there. Chen Yao's plot of land was substantial, and as a woman, she naturally worked slower than the men. If she had to return to cook and eat, it was likely she wouldn't finish the day's work. This arrangement was somewhat unfair to little Yao Tiao, who had to endure the sun while making do with her lunch. Yao Tiao was quite understanding. When her playmates from the village returned home for lunch, she refrained from crying or causing a fuss, instead choosing to stay in the shade of a tree, playing with mud and weeds. Occasionally, inspired by her whimsy, she would weave some weeds into a crown, donning it proudly as she frolicked about, entertaining herself for the entire day. When Chen Song arrived, Chen Yao was seated at the edge of the field, pulling Yao Tiao down beside her. The 2 were enjoying their rations and engaging in cheerful conversation, the elder and younger beauties sharing laughter. Chen Song stealthily approached them and scooped Yao Tiao into his arms, spinning her around. Upon hearing Chen Song's voice, Yao Tiao recognized the playful banter and burst into joyous laughter. The sound of her laughter echoed, and those nearby who had not returned home observed Chen Song teasing Yao Tiao. Wang Yao, standing beside him, gazed at Chen Song with tenderness, and everyone around them revealed expressions of enlightened affection. They congregated, whispering to one another, pointing at Chen Song and Wang Yao, their faces adorned with envy. Yao Tiao, your uncle has brought you lunch. Chen Song presented the aluminum container filled with vegetable wraps. Yao Tiao accepted the wrap, curiously took a bite, and immediately began to devour it with gusto. You child, eat slowly, Wang Yao gently chided, attempting to temper the little girl's voraciousness, which soon transformed her back into an adorable little fairy. This is yours. Chen Song offered another vegetable wrap. Why did you come to bring us lunch? It's quite embarrassing. We brought our own, Wang Yao replied, a touch bashful, yet she accepted the wrap and took a delicate bite. Her eyes sparkled, and she began to savor the food thoughtfully. Chen Song glanced around and noticed the villagers looking at the 3 of them with curious envy, occasionally whispering to one another, prompting a quiet sigh from him. Though he endeavored to distance himself from them, he could not resist the urge to care for the mother and daughter. If they were to endure the village's gossip because of him, he vowed to take them away from this place in the future. As for the nature of their relationship, that remained to be seen. At least, for now, Chen Song felt he had yet to convey his true feelings to Wang Yao. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to escort them out of Qinjiao. Chapter 25. A rainy day after the 2 lovely ladies, one large and one small, had finished their meal, Chen Song tidied up. In the afternoon, I heard on the radio that light rain was expected, so I planned to take the petite Xiao Yao to help me catch crayfish, asking her to keep watch from the shore. What do you think? Chen Song held the sleepy beauty in his arms, who, having eaten her fill, was now drowsy and quietly dozing off with her eyes closed. Is it really going to rain? Wang Yao inquired, glancing at the sky, which was clear and bright. It doesn't look like rain at all. If it does rain, we certainly won't be able to work in the fields. I'll just take Xiao Yao to assist you instead. Can the weather forecast be wrong? Chen Song helped Wang Yao gather the tools before they all returned home together. Xiao Yao had already fallen asleep, and Chen Song cradled the little girl, careful not to jostle her. Wang Yao was skeptical about Chen Song's prediction of rain in the afternoon. She had intended to finish her work in the fields, but was compelled to return home with them after he carried away the tools. As the trio walked back, the villagers, while not overtly pointing fingers at them, cast curious glances. It's all right, Chen Song reassured Wang Yao with a calming smile. She nodded in silence. The sweltering summer weather was indeed unpredictable. Just as they arrived at Wang Yao's home, the sky suddenly darkened, and fine droplets of rain began to fall. Once Xiao Yao woke up, Chen Song noted that the rain showed no signs of stopping. Seeing that it was only a light drizzle, he decided to venture out for crayfish. I want to go too, exclaimed Xiao Yao, her excitement palpable. In her mind, rainy days were meant for play, adults would not work in the fields, and children would revel in the outdoors. Wang Yao's home had only one set of rain gear, a relic from long ago. Chinsong handed it to Wang Yao, then, after pondering for a moment, fashioned a makeshift raincoat for Xiao Yao from a plastic bag, which she eagerly donned. These two had long suffered from malnutrition, and their physical health was quite average. He hoped the rain wouldn't compromise their well-being. Xiao Yao, thrilled, dashed out of the house wearing Chen Song's rudimentary raincoat, running into the yard to embrace the gentle rain. Chen Song organized their equipment and declared, "Let's go." This time, unlike yesterday, Chen Song was well prepared. He wielded the triangular net from the previous day, along with a bamboo basket. Wang Yao carried a wooden bucket. And even Xiao Yao had her own small plastic bucket in hand, along with a homemade netting she had produced at some point. As the rain fell from the sky, it trickled down Chen Song's neck, providing a refreshing coolness amidst the sultry summer heat. Chen Song did not don a raincoat, yet he paid it no mind. A mere drizzle was of little consequence to him. Moreover, wearing such an item would hinder his ability to wade into the water and catch shrimp. The trio made their way towards the previously mentioned ditch. Xiao Yao was filled with excitement, her little feet dancing upon the damp earth. As she brandished a net in front of her, hopping along in pursuit of low-flying dragonflies, while occasionally turning back to beckon Chinsong and Wang Yao to hasten their pace. "Be careful, don't trip," she cautioned, but her briskness left Wang Yao, carrying a wooden bucket, struggling to keep up. In response, Xiao Yao playfully made faces at her mother. While the ditch was indeed teeming with crayfish, it could not compare to the abundance found in others' ponds, where the presence of larger fish contributed to a nutrient-rich environment more conducive to the growth of crayfish. However, Chinsong and his companions intended to catch the crayfish for sale, which rendered it inappropriate to venture into someone else's pond. Upon reaching the ditch, they found the water slightly murky due to the rain. "Why don't you both catch them from the bank? I'll go into the water." Chinsong instructed Wang Yao to keep an eye on Xiao Yao. Although the ditch was shallow, it still posed a danger to small children. With no one else around due to the rain, Chinsong felt at ease. The rain had driven the crayfish to the surface, and they could be seen resting among the aquatic plants. Chinsong quickly spotted several large specimens. "Wow, there are so many little crayfish. Uncle, hurry and catch them," exclaimed Xiao Yao, who had transitioned from initial fright to pure delight, recalling the delicious taste of the crayfish from the previous night. "Then be a good girl and listen to your mother, helping out on the bank, all right?" Chinsong said, ruffling the girl's hair through the plastic bag of her makeshift raincoat. "Okay." Her eyes sparkled as she lifted her homemade net. Chinsong chuckled, rolled up his pant legs, and waded into the water, maneuvering the triangular net along the edge of the aquatic plants, herding the crayfish into the trap. These little creatures had not been harvested in years, leading to an overwhelming population. Even after Chinsong had caught nearly 20 pounds of crayfish the previous day, the quantity in the ditch remained substantial. As he pulled up a net, nearly a pound of crayfish along with some snails appeared within. Chinsong sorted through them, tossing the crayfish into a bamboo basket and placing the snails into the wooden bucket that Chen Yao had brought, before diving back into the water. Wang Yao was not idle. She deftly scooped a basin of river water to clean the snails, which were coated in mud and debris. Squatting by the ditch, she meticulously rubbed the snails to remove the grime. Their teamwork significantly improved their efficiency. Though still young, Xiao Yao initially remained quietly by the bank, using her little net to catch crayfish. Yet, her patience soon waned, and she ventured onto the steps of the ditch where village women traditionally washed their clothes, her feet splashing into the water. However, the crayfish were not so easily deceived. While Chinsong had effectively limited their escape, Xiao Yao found her net inadequate. After several failed attempts, she ultimately gave up. Spotting her mother washing snails nearby, she began to explore the snails herself, rushing to Wang Yao to seek praise upon successfully finding one, only to return to her exploration once more. Little Yao Tiao, however, seemed to be less fortunate. Shortly after entering the water, her tiny foot was pricked by a leech. While the pain was not particularly intense, the soft little creature startled her, causing her to burst into tears. As a girl, and such a young one at that, she naturally harbored an innate fear of such squishy and slimy little pests. The leeches in the ditch were not numerous. The real abundance could be found in the fields, which were veritable disaster zones for leeches. Chinsong observed little Yao Tiao's frightened tears with a distinct lack of sympathy, breaking into hearty laughter. "Bad uncle, Little Yao Tiao won't pay attention to you anymore. Upon seeing Chen Song's mockery, little Yao Tiao's displeasure grew, and she sulked. All right, the uncle won't laugh anymore. Chen Song hastily covered his mouth, signifying that he would refrain from further laughter. Yet, the little girl remained pouting, likely feeling wronged by the leech's bite. How about this? I'll make delicious little crayfish to make amends with you. Chinsong promptly resorted to his secret weapon, food, to appease the young girl. Well, if that's the case, then Yao Tiao will forgive you. And make sure to prepare plenty. Little Yao Tiao's eyes widened in delight, and she smacked her lips, as if already savoring the taste of crayfish. Chinsong and Wang Yao exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent chuckle. Chinsong returned to his task of catching crayfish, and, to his surprise, this time he reaped a greater reward. When he pulled up the net, he discovered a 3-pound soft-shelled turtle. Its limbs and head retreated into its shell. Utterly terrified, Chinsong laughed heartily and tossed it into the bucket designated for snails. The three of them worked together diligently, spending several hours until they finally filled a bamboo basket with a considerable haul of crayfish, weighing approximately 30 pounds. Wang Yao's wooden bucket was also brimming with snails. Chinsong estimated that the combined weight of their catch must be around 40 pounds. Once they had packed up their belongings, Chinsong called for Wang Yao and the still water-playing little Yao Tiao to head home. What brought even more joy to Chinsong and Wang Yao was the unexpected delight of the 3-pound soft-shelled turtle, wild and pristine, its shell larger than Chinsong's entire hand. Little Yao Tiao hopped with glee, exclaiming about the crayfish, spicy, garlicky, making Chinsong chuckle heartily. Chapter 26. Crayfish and snails. Around 3 in the afternoon, they all returned to Chen Yao's home. Chinsong first placed the turtle in a wooden bucket with a bit of water. However, the turtle remained tucked inside its shell. Even after Chinsong had not touched it for a while, it showed no signs of emerging. Chinsong paid it no mind. While little Yao Tiao was quite curious about the old turtle, frequently scampering over to take a peek and occasionally poking its shell with her finger. Be careful, little Yao Tiao, the old turtle might bite you. Chinsong teased her affectionately. Bad uncle. Little Yao Tiao is so adorable, the old turtle wouldn't dare bite me, she retorted, hands on her hips, pouting defiantly. Chinsong watched her with amusement, remaining silent, but keeping a watchful eye on the little girl, while also setting aside the snails and crayfish. Sister Wang Yao, let us sell the snails tonight, Chinsong suggested, pointing to the half-full bucket of snails. Ah, Matsun, how should we prepare these river snails? Selling them tonight leaves no time for them to expel the sand, and if we sell them like this, they will end up with mouths full of grit. Wang Yao expressed her concerns, unable to hold back her thoughts. The key to a delectable dish of stir-fried snails lies in the crucial step of sand purging. In later years, numerous methods emerged for this task. The simplest being the addition of salt and salad oil, enabling the snails to quickly expel sand within just a couple of hours. However, in this era, no farmer would resort to such techniques. To speak of salad oil is to speak of luxury. Even a few drops of oil in today's dishes are considered a bounty, let alone using it to aid the snails in their cleansing. As for salt, it is a precious commodity, especially in the early 1980s when a bag of salt held significant value. At that time, salt was predominantly a state-controlled industry, with limited availability and high prices. For rural folk, a single bag of salt could suffice for an entire year. Yet, as is often the case, where there are policies, there are also countermeasures. There were always places where loose salt was sold, and while everyone knew it likely came from dubious sources, its affordability was irresistible. After all, who could resist the necessity of salt? Consequently, the community turned a blind eye, tacitly acknowledging the situation. Returning to the matter of purging sand from the snails, the villagers had another practical and swift method at their disposal: rusty iron tools. Chinsong pried open the wooden barrel containing the snails and found a rusty, misaligned sickle, which he inserted among the snails before filling the barrel with water. The purging process would not take too long, but it was not instantaneous either. Approximately 3 hours would suffice. This time frame was perfect for Chinsong and Wang Yao to attend to the crayfish. They estimated about 30 kilograms, filling a large bamboo basket to the brim. Following the method Chinsong had previously taught, they processed the crayfish with remarkable speed. Seated in the courtyard, they faced the enormous basket of crayfish. Despite their efficiency, it took over an hour to finish with the 30 kilograms, leaving them with sore backs and weary limbs. They struggled to stand upright for a moment before regaining their posture. After completing the crayfish, Song took a glance at the old turtle, which, seemingly unable to tolerate the persistent poking from Xiao, had poked its head out, ready to snap at her playful jabs. Xiao, clever as ever, was currently teasing the old turtle with a twig. Seeing her enjoyment, Song decided not to interrupt her and returned to check on the snails in the barrel. Carefully extracting the sickle, he stirred the contents, noting that the snails had expelled a significant amount of sand, rendering the water murky. Song transferred the snails to another barrel, pouring out some muddy water from the original barrel to clean it. He placed the sickle back inside and returned the snails, filling the barrel with water once more. They would need one more round of purging to be nearly ready. The snails appeared relatively clean, and Wang Yao had already given them a good scrub upon her return. What shall we do now, Asong? Wang Yao asked after resting for a while, checking the time and preparing to make dinner. I will go fetch some perilla. You handle the dinner preparations for now, as I plan to mooch off your meal again today. Chinsong chuckled. How could I deny you a meal? Wang Yao harbored a deep-seated desire for Chinsong to remain in her home, sharing meals and engaging in chores. Did this not resemble the warmth of family? The mere thought caused her cheeks to flush crimson, though fortunately, Chinsong was not gazing in her direction, thus oblivious to this enchanting sight. Upon exiting the courtyard, Chinsong discovered that the rain had ceased, yet the earth remained damp and pliable beneath his feet, evoking a sense of muddiness. Observing the wisps of blue smoke curling from the chimneys of his neighbors, he realized that everyone was preparing dinner. As he strolled towards the village shrine, he noted a small river meandering nearby, basking in sunlight, where a verdant patch of wild perilla leaves flourished. It was unclear who had scattered the seeds, but after being left untended, this wild perilla had grown abundantly, much like the dendrobium orchids on the hillside. This land, technically belonging to the village's communal reserve, had been neglected and lay idle. Without hesitation, Chen Song approached and harvested a substantial amount of perilla. This herb not only served as a delightful vegetable, but also possessed medicinal properties, being a favored substitute for sand ginger in the countryside. Known for its prowess in eliminating fishy odors and warding off the chill. Mengzi, what are you up to? Chen Song turned to see the old village chief, who had inquired. Xinyi, I'm just gathering some perilla leaves to saw it with a few snails for my own indulgence. No one seems to want these leaves, so I thought I'd take a few. Chinsong casually replied, wishing to avoid burdening Wang Yao with additional troubles. Mengzi, this doesn't quite add up. Why would you harvest so much perilla for yourself? The old chief seemed to peer through Chen Song's facade, his gaze laden with meaning. Smacking his lips, he casually probed further, his curiosity piqued. Noticing Chen Song's silence, he pressed on. I've heard whispers that you've been getting rather close to Widow Wang lately. Senyi, just speak plainly. What is it you wish to convey? Chinsong stood upright, brushing off the raindrops that clung to him from the perilla leaves. Oh, Mengzi, don't hold it against me for being nosy. You're still a young man yet to marry. It's wise not to grow too close to a widow. You still have marriage prospects ahead of you, and should your potential partner learn of your closeness to a widow, it could jeopardize those prospects. The old chief's gaze was profound, as if he spoke from experience. After a moment of silence, Chinsong met the old chief's gaze and shook his head gently. Senyi, I appreciate your concern. Wang Yao has faced considerable hardship, and the village is rife with idle gossip. Each household has its share of whispers. I cannot stand by and do nothing. Moreover, Wang Yao saved my life once. I cannot be ungrateful. That would be a betrayal of my principles. Oh, there are many ways to repay kindness, but running to her home daily is not one of them. It tarnishes her reputation and yours as well. The old chief, exasperated, felt a sense of frustration towards Chen Song's obstinacy. After a few more admonishments, seeing that Chen Song remained oblivious to his warnings, he fell silent and turned away. Retreating to the village office, Chen Song soon dismissed the old chief's words from his mind and gathered a plentiful amount of perilla to take home. Wang Yao had been waiting for his return, and although dinner was not yet fully prepared, it was nearing completion. Chen Song rinsed the perilla leaves before turning his attention back to the snails. Indeed, after a brief interval, the snails had expelled most of the sand. Chen Song washed them once more, using an entire basin of water, and then retrieved a pair of scissors, preparing to trim the rear ends of the snails. Meanwhile, Wang Yao continued to stoke the fire in the clay stove as Chen Song meticulously snipped the snails one by one. By the time the rice was cooked, he had managed to trim half of the snails. The two switched places, and Chen Song commenced the preparation of the small crayfish. Over 30 pounds of crayfish were divided into 2 batches. After gathering the dried chili peppers and garlic, Chinsong wielded his knife to chop the dried peppers. Once completed, he forcefully smashed the garlic cloves, the rhythmic chopping sound soon transforming them into minced garlic. Chapter 27. All set. He placed the pot on the stove and filled it with water. While waiting for the water to boil, he arranged the crayfish and organized all the seasonings neatly on various plates. Before long, the water began to bubble vigorously. Lifting the lid, a wave of steam enveloped him as he poured in the first batch of crayfish along with a splash of yellow wine. The quantity of crayfish was indeed substantial, requiring him to cook them in 2 separate rounds. The cleaned crayfish, plunged into the boiling water, quickly turned a vibrant red. After a brief tumult in the pot, white foam surfaced, which Chinsong skimmed off, stirring the crayfish as steam rose around them. Moments later, he lifted the pot and transferred the parboiled crayfish into a basin. He added more water and lowered in the second batch, repeating the process before transferring those as well. Turning to glance, he noticed that Xiao Yao had abandoned the playful soft-shelled turtle to assist with tending the fire at the clay stove. "Xiao Yao, you're doing wonderfully," Chinsong praised. And her face lit up with joy. She eagerly inquired, "Uncle, since I'm being so good, may I have a little extra crayfish later, just a tiny bit?" As she spoke, she pinched her thumb and forefinger together to indicate a small amount. Chinsong was momentarily taken aback, then playfully chided, "You little schemer. Are you waiting for me? Don't worry, I'll make sure you have plenty." "You're the best, uncle," Xiao Yao exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she returned to watch the fire. Before long, 2 large basins brimming with freshly cooked crayfish were ready. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, filling the entire courtyard. Xiao Yao wiped her mouth in anticipation, tugging at Chen Song's sleeve, occasionally tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the crayfish emerging from the pot. Wang Yao, concerned she was too close, pulled her back, but within half a minute, the little one returned, eagerly gazing at the crayfish. Amused, Chen Song scooped up a garlic-laden crayfish with a spoon and handed it to her, urging her to step back. With the crayfish in hand, the little girl's face broke into a radiant smile as she savored the succulent juices, expertly pulling off the head to relish the roe inside before discarding it. She swiftly peeled away the shell, chewing the tender meat with satisfaction, and then clapped her hands, glancing back at the remaining crayfish, her impatience noticeably diminished. The young girl dashed outside and quickly returned, informing Chinsong, "Uncle, Mother says the snails are ready." Chinsong affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and exited the kitchen, where he encountered Wang Yao approaching with a heavy bucket of water. He promptly stepped forward to take it from her, glancing into the wooden bucket at the pristine snails. Nodding in satisfaction. "Now allow me to show you," Wang Yao said. Their household had run out of oil, a commodity already scarce and exorbitantly priced. Many families hesitated to use oil for cooking, often resorting to tossing in a few peanuts beforehand to extract a small amount of peanut oil. Chen Song swiftly slaughtered a few loaches he had saved from the previous night, simmering them into a rich broth. He cleaned the pan, added a small amount of water, and sauteed the snails with dried chili peppers, constantly stirring. Once adequately seasoned with soy sauce for color, he introduced perilla to neutralize the fishy odor. When the snails were nearly cooked, he poured the broth over them, transforming the dish into a glistening spectacle, each snail shining as if it had been stir-fried in oil. The sauteed snails were transferred to another bowl. While not as plentiful as lobsters, they were still a significant quantity. Dinner is served. Chinsong portioned out a bit of everything for the meal, using the leftover flatbreads from lunchtime as the staple. "Xiao Yao, eat well. Later, Uncle and Mother will take you to the county, all right?" "To the county?" Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she set aside the lobsters and snails. "Last time, Dahu went to the county to see the big tiger. I want to see it too, but I'm scared." Dahu was the son of Chen Jigua, who had previously bullied Wang Yao and Xiao Yao. "We are going to the county for serious business, to earn money. Perhaps next time." Wang Yao's smile briefly faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, patting Xiao Yao's head. "Very well, earning money is of utmost importance." Without waiting for Wang Yao and Xiao Yao to finish their meal, Chen Song departed, intending to borrow a donkey cart from his good friend. His friend, Denyo, was among the poorer villagers, only slightly better off than Chen Song had been at the time of his separation from his family. At least Denyo's home was not as dilapidated as a broken pigsty, and he had a donkey. Denyo lived at the edge of the village. His father had become paralyzed while working when Denyo was young, and his mother had fled from the burden. Young Daniel had relied on the donkey to transport goods and care for his father, ensuring their survival. However, the donkey was now aging and losing its strength. As Chen Song approached Daniel's house, he noticed the tall weeds by the gate and casually pulled them out while calling, "Daniel, are you there?" Before he could hear a reply, the donkey in the yard brayed loudly. Chen Song observed the donkey, munching on hay, its front hooves lifting rhythmically, seemingly responding to his call. "Who is it? Who's there?" The door swung open, and Daniel peeked out, his honest face lighting up with joy. "Chen Song, what brings you here?" He quickly stepped aside to let Chen Song enter. "Here, this is for you," presenting a large bowl of small lobsters and snails. Chen Song stepped inside. He noticed a figure lying on the bed and promptly inquired, "Uncle, how have you been lately?" The person on the bed was Daniel's father, who had been bedridden for the past decade since his paralysis, seldom venturing outside. Were it not for Daniel often carrying him out for some fresh air, he might have seen even less sunlight. "It is indeed a matter of concern, but my health is as it is. There is no cause for undue worry." "Chen Song, where are the lobsters and snails you brought?" Daniel placed the items Chen Song had brought on the table. "This afternoon, I had a little venture in the ditch. Since nobody else would eat these, I thought it would be my turn." "Uncle, do give it a try. I prepared it myself, and the flavor is quite delightful. A few days ago, I went to fetch some goods. After all, I just separated from my family. Upon my return, I heard villagers saying you had struck it rich, having built a new house in just a few days." Daniel looked at Chen Song with curiosity. "It was merely good fortune on my part. After the separation, I went to the reservoir to brood and accidentally fell in. Had it not been for Wang Yao rescuing me, I might not be here. The more I thought about it, the more I felt I shouldn't give up. I was compelled to find a way. So I ventured into the mountains to gather some items to exchange for money. Unexpectedly, I managed to collect some wild herbs and honey, which I traded in the county for a bit of cash, allowing me to construct a house on the foundation of the pigsty." "That's impressive." Daniel patted Chen Song on the shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly. Chen Song looked at him with a hint of grievance, rubbing his sore shoulder. "This fellow has always had great strength. He never shies away from hard work. In the trade of transporting goods, he truly seems to be born for it." Even though Chen Song's physical prowess has significantly improved, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, he likely still cannot match Daniel's strength. "But I heard rumors about you and Widow Wang. Don't listen to the village gossip from those old ladies. I genuinely went to repay a kindness. But then I encountered that scoundrel Chen Jigua bullying her and her son, so naturally, I had to step in. This led to all sorts of wild stories circulating in the village, which I only half-heartedly entertained. Now I see. Enough of this nonsense. I have matters to discuss with you. Uncle, Daniel and I will take our leave now. Please take care of your health." Chen Song turned to offer a few words of concern before pulling Daniel out of the house. "May I borrow your donkey cart? I will give you 5 yuan now. I need it urgently tonight and will likely need it for the next few days. Why are we even discussing money? What do you need the donkey cart for?" As he asked, Daniel walked towards the donkey. "I'm going to do some business in the county. Once I'm up and about, you can join me, Daniel. It might turn out to be better than your usual transporting goods. We can take Uncle to the county and keep an eye on him." Chen Song, convinced by his own suggestion, recognized that having a trustworthy person by his side would undoubtedly aid him in earning his first pot of gold. He trusted no one else but the honest and straightforward Daniel. "You're going to do business in the county? What kind? Come, let us take the donkey cart with us today, and you'll find out." "Very well, let us go." Daniel harnessed the donkey to the cart, while Chen Song took a seat on one side and Daniel on the other, urging the donkey to move forward. "We're not going to my house, but to Wang Yao's." "What? Didn't you say there was nothing between you two?" "There isn't. But I did ask her for assistance." Chapter 28. All elements in place. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Daniel. This was not Daniel's first encounter with Wang Yao. He had attended Chen Wen's wedding the day she married into the Chen family, so he was not entirely unfamiliar with her, though they were not particularly close either. "Daniel, I know you. You've returned with goods today, haven't you?" Wang Yao was indeed aware of Daniel, one of the two families in the village facing the most dire circumstances. How could she not be, having known him for quite some time? They needed to hurry to the county. It was roughly 6 o'clock, and traveling by donkey cart would get them to the county by around 7:30. Chen Song nudged Daniel, signaling him to assist in lifting the basin filled with crayfish. "Yes, the earlier we set off, the sooner we can return." Suddenly, Wang Yao recalled the bucket of snails and inquired, "How shall we package these? The crayfish have their trays, but we can't sell the snails in large portions, can we?" They must be contained in something smaller first, right? Just as they were about to leave, Chinsong replied, I have already prepared for this. He retrieved a bundle of bamboo tubes from the donkey cart, crafted from mozo bamboo. Although they appeared sizable, their internal capacity was rather limited. And this, he added, producing a long string of bamboo skewers. He waved these items in front of Wang Yao, proclaiming, we'll use the bamboo tubes to hold the snails and the skewers to eat them. Wang Yao's eyes sparkled with delight, giving Chen Song a thumbs up. The skewers were merely a backup. Most people preferred to suck the snails directly from their shells, allowing for a more flavorful experience enhanced by the broth. Thus, Daniel drove the donkey cart, carrying Chen Song and Wang Yao, along with a petite girl named Yao Tiao and 2 basins of crayfish alongside a bucket of snails. As they set forth towards the county city, upon arriving at the commercial street, they found it bustling, even more crowded than the previous day. The townsfolk paid little mind to the additional donkey cart. The commercial street was teeming with activity, and transportation mainly relied on livestock. Bicycles and tricycles were present, but scarce. Only a rare small vehicle would draw a few extra glances. Daniel wiped the sweat from his brow and, feeling somewhat hesitant, addressed Chinsong. Are we really going to sell here? They seem to be dressed so well. Will they even appreciate our goods? Chinsong understood Daniel's concerns. In 1983, the county had little purchasing power. Ordinary workers might visit the department store only once a year, let alone consider buying what seemed to be meager snacks like crayfish and snails. For the older generation, spending money was something to be avoided. This cohort of the 1980s, despite having modest wages, boasted the highest savings rates, being the most frugal in decades since the founding of the nation. Their spending habits were conservative, with an Engel coefficient consistently above 80, indicating that their annual expenditures on services and entertainment were minimal. Do not worry, I sold these yesterday without issue. Just wait and see, Chinsong reassured him. Had it not been for the previous day's impressive sales, he might not have been so bold. He assembled the planks of the donkey cart, placing the basin of crayfish and the wooden bucket for the snails atop, and lifted the cover. No sooner had he done so than a familiar voice called out to him. Young man, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I thought you weren't coming. An elderly gentleman, dressed in a shirt from the familiar First Steel factory, approached, fanning himself with a palm frond while shuffling in flip-flops. Ah, what a coincidence, sir. Out for another stroll today? Chinsong recognized this was the very gentleman from the previous day who had complained about the lack of beer with his crayfish. What's wrong? Can't an old man enjoy a leisurely walk? The elderly gentleman spoke rather bluntly, yet Chinsong merely chuckled and chose not to engage further. Is there no beer today? The old man glanced at the succulent crayfish and glossy snails, his mouth watering at the sight of the spicy delicacies, but upon noticing the absence of beer, his brow furrowed. Oh dear, my memory fails me, Chinsong exclaimed as he slapped his forehead, retrieving a wad of cash and handing it to Daniel. Daniel, please run to the small eatery near the county hospital and fetch 2 cases of beer. Here's the money. Daniel nodded, clutching the cash, and hurried towards the county hospital. See, old man, I've sent someone to buy the beer. If you could just wait a moment. It will be here in a few minutes, Chinsong said, careful not to provoke the elderly man further, whose sharp tongue suggested he was a former leader from the First Steel plant. Have you brought your family along to sell goods today? Upon hearing Chinsong's remark, the old man's demeanor brightened considerably. He noticed Wang Yao and the graceful young girl, instantly piquing his interest. He playfully teased the little girl. Are you here to help your father sell things? Upon hearing this, Chinsong and Wang Yao exchanged glances but opted for silence. Instead, it was the little girl who spoke up. Grandpa, this is my uncle, not my father, although I wish he could be my dad. The old man looked at Chinsong and Wang Yao with a puzzled expression but refrained from further comment, instead continuing to amuse the young girl, clearly fond of her. Soon, Daniel returned, carrying 2 cases of beer and placing them atop the donkey cart. Well done, Daniel, Chinsong praised him. Daniel retrieved the remaining change and handed it to Chinsong, saying, Here's the leftover, for you. Chinsong accepted it and encouraged Daniel to take a moment to rest. Look, old man, we have the crayfish and the beer now. What shall we do? Chinsong inquired. Let us have 1 portion of spicy crayfish, 1 of garlic crayfish, and a portion of snails, along with a bottle of beer. The old man's eyes lit up at the mention of beer, and he promptly placed a sizable order with Chinsong. 2 portions of crayfish for 6 yuan, snails for 50 cents, and beer for 50 cents. The total comes to 7 yuan, sir. Your crayfish are quite expensive, yet they do taste delightful, the old man remarked, calling over his friends who were observing from a distance. Several elderly gentlemen approached, carrying their orders to a nearby table to enjoy their meal. Is that 7 yuan already in the till? Chinsong handed the money to Wang Yao, who gazed at him in disbelief. Just wait and see. Chinsong replied with a smile. Come and enjoy a late-night snack, everyone. Passers-by, come take a look at our freshly prepared spicy crayfish, garlic crayfish, and stir-fried snails. Whether you buy or not, feel free to come and have a look. Chinsong called out enthusiastically. Wang Yao and the little girl watched him with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, the young girl's wide eyes fixated on Chinsong's animated gestures, questioning whether anyone would come to purchase. Come take a look at the crayfish, snails, and beer. Late-night snacks await. Chinsong's calls proved effective as a number of people soon gathered at the stall. How much for the crayfish? Inquired the second customer, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit with slicked-back hair. Sir, the crayfish are 3 yuan per portion, with flavors of your choice. Snails and beer are both 50 cents. What would you like to order? Chinsong picked up the plate, determined to make his own choices in place of the man. Please give me some garlic sauce. I can't sleep after eating spicy food late at night. All right, just watch closely. Chinsong prepared a plate of garlic-flavored crayfish for the middle-aged man, who handed over some money. Wang Yao accepted it, while the man briefly gazed at her, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes before he turned his attention back to the crayfish. Boss, would you like to order some snails and beer? Chinsong enthusiastically promoted his snails. Look at the sheen on these snails. Pork now costs $2.50 per pound, let alone fatty meat. The oil drizzled on these snails alone is worth the price. The man, captivated by the glistening snails, brightened and involuntarily swallowed. All right then, give me a plate of snails and a bottle of beer. Sure thing. With another successful transaction, Daniel looked at Chen Song in astonishment. Where there are buyers, there are onlookers. As the crowd grew, so did the orders. With the enticing aroma of crayfish wafting through the air and the glimmering snails on display, within an hour, all the crayfish and snails were sold out, leaving only 3 bottles of beer. How is it going, Daniel? Chinsong gestured towards the empty bowls and wooden barrels on the donkey cart. Brother, you truly have a talent for this. Can I really try my hand at this business? Witnessing Chen Song accumulate money so quickly in just 1 hour stirred something in the honest and simple-hearted Daniel. Of course, I would be grateful for your help, Chen Song replied, having already devised a plan. With Daniel joining him, he could expand his enterprise. Come on, let us not leave these bottles of beer behind. Let us drink before we go. Uncle, I want to drink too, piped up the young girl, Xiao Yao Tiao. At an inopportune moment. You absolutely cannot, Wang Yao exclaimed, pulling the little girl aside as she watched the 2 men downing beer. The girl pouted, stirring her hands animatedly, exclaiming, Humph, bad uncles. Chapter 29. Encountering road thugs. After finishing the remaining beer, Chinsong decided it was time to pack up and return to his hometown. Daniel drove the donkey cart while Chinsong sat beside him, and Wang Yao, along with the little girl, sat on the cart's wooden board. The moonlight spilled over the narrow path outside the county, and the crisp chirping of insects filled the air, enlivening the dark night. Chinsong rested his hand on the wooden frame of the cart, feeling the cool night breeze brush against his face. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy at the day's earnings. Uncle, will we still be able to sell crayfish in the future? Despite the bumpy journey, the little girl didn't mind at all. Seeing her mother steadily gathering small amounts of money today had made her eyes sparkle with excitement. Chinsong turned his head to look into the girl's large eyes, smiling brightly. Of course, we will be selling crayfish for a long time to come. One day, Uncle will buy you beautiful clothes and delicious candies and even send you to school. How does that sound? School? Like Sister Tuanzi? With a lovely backpack and a pretty pencil case? I want that too. The little girl admired a friend named Tuanzi, who had already started school and was her object of envy. The clouds in the night sky gradually obscured the moonlight, casting an ever-deepening darkness over the fields. The croaking of frogs echoed from the farmlands beside the road. The ox, like a startled bird, fixed its gaze ahead, acutely aware of its surroundings. Ears perked to discern every sound. What is wrong, Daniel? Chinsong inquired, sensing the ox's agitation. The croaking persisted, and Chinsong exhaled in relief. Realizing it was merely the frogs, Daniel's tense body relaxed as well. Go. With Daniel urging the donkey cart, the donkey seemed to catch the excitement, its hooves pounding rapidly, propelling the cart forward, leaving no trace in the moonless night. After traveling several hundred meters, they felt a slight sense of calm. But when they looked back, all that remained was an impenetrable darkness. "Be careful!" Suddenly, Wang Yao shrieked, causing Daniel to abruptly rein in the donkey cart. The donkey let out a cry as it came to a halt, and the passengers were thrust forward by the sudden stop, though fortunately, everyone managed to regain their balance. The young girl, frightened, nestled in Chen Song's arms. "Oh, there are men." Not far ahead, for men wielding sticks blocked the road with a fallen tree trunk. Watching Chinsong and his companions intently, upon seeing Wang Yao's face, the men's expressions transformed into lewd grins, their eyes glinting with lascivious intent. A chill gripped Chinsong's heart as he realized they had encountered highwaymen. He had heard many tales of such brigands before. Unlike a few years back when the country had cracked down severely, executing many notorious thugs, such incidents seemed to have resurfaced now. In recent years, villagers near the highways had, under the influence of nefarious individuals, formed road patrols, coercing passing travelers for money, and sometimes inciting violence and chaos. Though Chinsong had never faced such peril before, he had heard enough. Today, he and his companions had earned quite a sum and had hoped for a safe return home, only to stumble into this predicament. Whether they had been targeted or it was mere coincidence, he could not tell. "I will hold them off with Daniel. Daniel, we'll each take on two. Wang Yao, you drive with Yao Tiao and leave at once, understood?" Chinsong instructed, squinting as the four men approached with torches. "No, we must go together," Wang Yao insisted stubbornly, clutching Yao Tiao with unwavering resolve. Her face betrayed fear, and her body trembled, yet she wished to stand united with them. "Foolish girl, your presence will only hinder us. Daniel and I are strong enough to manage, but if they target you and Yao Tiao, we will be at a disadvantage," Chinsong replied, gently patting the quiet girl, who seemed to sense that a confrontation was imminent. Uncle Daniel, you must be brave. I will wait for your return. All right, remember my words." Before Chinsong could finish his caution, the four men had already encircled them. "Brothers, we all seek fortune. I can offer each of you $5. How about letting us through?" Chinsong and Daniel dismounted from the donkey cart, shielding Wang Yao behind them. "5 yuan. Are you trying to dismiss us like beggars? You know you've made at least 200 today?" The leading man, with a face full of blubber, sneered at them, his greed evident as he spoke of the 200. "Moreover, if you leave this woman behind, we might consider letting you go." A heavy weight settled in Chinsong's heart as he realized this group had been watching him in the county for some time. They must have noticed his profitable purchases of crayfish and snails to be so acutely aware of his earnings. "So, is there nothing to discuss?" Chinsong's expression darkened. "You think you can just dictate terms? Who do you think you are?" The burly man swung a club, looking disdainfully at Chinsong. "Brother, why waste words with him? Let us beat them up first, retrieve the money, and then take this woman. She's quite a catch. The brothers will enjoy her." Another fierce-looking man stepped forward, pointing menacingly at Chinsong and Wang Yao. Chinsong's deep voice reached Daniel and Wang Yao's ears. "It seems there's no avoiding this. Let us proceed as we discussed." Daniel and Wang Yao nodded slightly. "Go," the burly man commanded, and the ferocious man charged first, raising the club to strike Chinsong's forehead. The sound of the wind whooshed as the blow approached. A direct hit would surely result in a concussion. Instead of retreating, Chinsong advanced, slipping into the man's embrace, his body coiling to evade the club's attack, his shoulder pressing against the man's chest. In the dark of the night, all that was visible was Chinsong's swift step, evading the wooden weapon, his elbow crashing into the man's chest. The man staggered back, eyes rolling, the club falling to the ground as he gasped, clutching the spot where Chinsong struck. With a pained cry, the man steadied himself. Cursing, "Damn you!" He seized the club again, swinging it towards Chinsong's face, this time having learned not to let Chinsong get close. "Go!" The burly man, witnessing his comrade's defeat, recognized the opponent's skill and commanded the others to surround them. "Daniel!" Chinsong shouted, balancing his focus between dodging and watching Daniel and Wang Yao. "Don't worry." Daniel's simple, yet eager voice rang with determination as he boldly confronted the other three. A single charge sent the three men tumbling, caught off guard. The burly man looked at Daniel in astonishment, almost exclaiming how terrifying he was. "Hit them hard." Having lost face, the thugs attacked with renewed ferocity. Although Daniel possessed great strength, his fighting technique was lacking, while these ruffians had honed their skills through years of brawling, not to mention they wielded weapons. Soon, Daniel found himself on the receiving end of several blows. This can't continue. It's time for a swift resolution. Chinsong observed the man still swinging his club, seeking an opening, and delivered a powerful kick to the man's solar plexus. A man let out a piercing scream as he fell to the ground, his front teeth knocked out, leaving his visage quite tragic. Chapter 30. Overcoming the bully. How are you, Deepening? The man referred to as Deepening lay on the ground in silence after being sent flying by Chinsong's kick, causing the three assailants attacking Daniel to panic. Initially, they had chosen to confront Daniel, who was robust, while leaving the lanky yet towering Chinsong to face Deepening alone. Who would have anticipated that Deepening would be downed in such a short span of time? Witnessing this turn of events, Daniel, despite his gentle demeanor, recognized the opportunity at hand. Seizing the moment when the trio was distracted and flustered, he charged forward with great force, sending two of them tumbling. The third, fortunate enough to be at a distance, managed to evade Daniel's onslaught. Daniel did not rush blindly. After achieving his goal, he prudently retreated, ensuring he kept Wang Yao and Xiao Yaoqiao protected behind him. The three assailants, no longer dazed, regained their footing and glared at Daniel with wooden clubs in hand, brimming with rage. At this moment, Chen Song, illuminated by the moonlight, discerned the identities of the other men surrounding him, besides Deepening. There was a burly man with a face full of flesh, a stout fellow, and a thin one. Damn it, I will kill you. Deepening, finally regaining his senses after being knocked down by Chen Song, saw red from his injuries. Fueled by anger, he disregarded caution, scrambling to his feet and swinging his club wildly at Chen Song. The other three, equally undeterred, charged at Daniel, brandishing their heavy clubs. Goodness, have they truly been pushed to the edge? Their psychological resilience is woefully inadequate. Chinsong silently critiqued the bully, having anticipated such a reaction. He took a slight step back, pivoted, and deftly evaded the clubs swung by Deepening. With a sharp gaze, Chinsong lunged forward. Grasping firmly the club, Deepening attempted to retract. Noticing the blood staining Deepening's face, he harbored no intentions of mercy. He pulled Deepening towards him, forming a fist with his right hand, and, with a powerful backward thrust, delivered a crushing blow to Deepening's nose. A sharp crack resonated, as if an iron fist had struck Deepening's face. Instantly, his nose broke, and a rush of warmth flooded his nostrils, resulting in a torrent of blood gushing forth like a fountain onto the ground. Chinsong released his grip on the club, which fell from Deepening's hands. Deepening, dazed, stared blankly at Chinsong before closing his eyes and swaying unsteadily before collapsing, unconscious. Deepening, the burly man at the forefront, his face a mask of fury, abandoned his confrontation with Daniel and charged at Chinsong, brandishing his club. Chinsong easily evaded the attack. The burly man swung and missed, his anger boiling over. Before he could regain his composure, Chinsong circled behind him and seized the club. Attempting to wrest it from the man's grasp proved futile, as Chinsong discovered the man's strength was on par with his own. Thus, he altered his strategy and delivered a powerful kick to the man's back. The kick was executed with full force. Although the man was strong, his movements were sluggish, resulting in him collapsing face-first to the ground. Damn it! I swear I will kill you. As the individual was about to rise in anger, he suddenly noticed a pair of feet before him. Upon looking up, he saw Chinsong's foot firmly planted on his hand, which was gripping a wooden stick. A blood-curdling scream escaped his lips, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Day after day? Oh my, when it comes to killing, nothing irks me more than you lawless scoundrels who always seek to take shortcuts. Instead of engaging in honest work, you fixate on those of us striving for prosperity. Can you truly face your conscience? Chinsong's foot pressed down harshly on the hand of the man, whose face was a canvas of excess flesh. He retrieved the fallen stick from the ground, raised it high, and brought it down forcefully upon his opponent's back. You incessantly engage in mischief. Don't move, or I shall shatter your skull. You dare act as a highwayman. With that, he applied even more pressure with his foot, intensifying the man's agonizing cries. Witnessing their leader and the formidable Deepening so easily subdued, the remaining pair, a stout and a lean man, could no longer suppress their instinct to retreat, trembling as they clutched their sticks. What is the matter, you wretches? Come on. Don't think of escaping. Daniel, seeing that Chinsong had dealt with two foes, felt his confidence surge. He beckoned dismissively to the rotund and slender bullies, urging them to approach. You two cowards, don't you have wooden sticks in hand? What are you afraid of? With such cowardice, How dare you act as highwaymen? Today, I shall thoroughly deal with you both. Don't come any closer." The stout man, panic evident in his eyes, squinted and cowered behind the leaner one, his entire body quivering with excess flesh, his complexion pale. The lean man remained silent, cautiously eyeing Daniel while occasionally glancing at Chinsong. As Daniel advanced a step, they instinctively retreated. Damn it, what a nuisance. Daniel was not one for idle chatter. He swiftly closed the distance, darting forward, seizing the lean man's wrist, twisting his elbow to wrest the steel pipe from him. "Ah, brother, be gentle." The lean man's arm was painfully twisted by Daniel. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, his stick wrested away, leaving no thought of resistance. Meanwhile, the stout man behind him, without uttering a word, turned and fled, stumbling over a tree branch, falling to the ground, only to scramble back to his feet and run frantically, disregarding the three left behind. Chen Song and Daniel exchanged a glance, incredulous at how swiftly such a hefty individual could escape. Daniel struck the pipe against the lean man's face, who wore a pleading expression, too intimidated to move. "How amusing. Your brother abandoned you three without a second thought. Fatty, damn it." The man, pinned beneath Chinsong, cursed as he lay on the ground. Chinsong pressed down firmly, eliciting another wail from him, silencing any further words. "With your meager abilities, you dare emulate others by extorting protection fees? You think you can rob women? Are you unaware of the recent crackdown by the authorities? You are truly foolish." Chinsong scoffed, surveying the group. "Big brother, please let us go. We won't dare again," the subdued lean man pleaded, his expression one of despair. "Are you the leader?" Chinsong inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. "No, he is our leader." The slender man gestured towards the corpulent man beneath Chinsong's feet, his face a mask of reverence as he flashed a smile that was more reminiscent of sorrow than joy. "What do you say?" Chinsong crouched down, scrutinizing the prostrate figure. The man's complexion was grim, yet faced with the situation, he acquiesced. Having spent his days hunting geese, he now found himself pecked by them. "Since I have fallen into your hands, do as you will. I have no words to offer, but I implore you to spare my two brothers." At this juncture, brotherhood seemed a hollow notion. Did he think they were a band of ruffians? Chinsong lifted his foot from the man's palm, no longer applying pressure. "Your attire suggests hardship. A difficult life is no justification for wrongdoing. Let this be the end of it. I cannot be bothered to involve the authorities. Daniel, release him," Chen Song commanded, and upon hearing this, Daniel relinquished his hold on the slender man. "First, move the tree aside." Upon hearing these words, the two men silently advanced to clear the obstruction, restoring the passage. Chinsong and Daniel hoisted the donkey cart once more, taking Wang Yao and the delicate girl away with them. "Brother, what shall we do?" the slender man inquired, cautiously approaching the corpulent figure as Chinsong's group departed. "What else can we do? We must first take Deepening to tend to his wounds. This time, we struck a formidable opponent. We can no longer pursue this line of work." The man was right. The state is cracking down hard, and I have no desire to meet a bullet. The corpulent man assisted Deepening to his feet, carrying him on his back, and the trio departed. Chapter 31. Divisions of labor. Although they had repelled the road thugs, Daniel had sustained quite a few blows. The initial joy of earning money was considerably dampened by the encounter. Daniel urged the donkey cart forward, speeding along the narrow path, moving much faster than before. In the moonlit night, obscured by clouds, not a single shadow remained. The group traveled several kilometers before their hearts began to settle. Chinsong glanced back, seeing nothing but an inky blackness. "That was terrifying," Wang Yao exclaimed, clutching the delicate girl, her body still trembling. Despite Chinsong and Daniel having driven off the thugs, the incident lingered in her mind. "Don't be afraid, Mama. Uncle and Uncle Daniel are here to protect us." The young girl's eyes sparkled brightly, devoid of fear, as she comforted her mother, prompting Chinsong to regard her with newfound admiration. Gripping the cart's frame to avoid being jostled off by the rapid movement, Chinsong overheard the mother-daughter exchange and reassured them, "Fear not. Has the danger not passed?" However, this incident served as a reminder, wealth should not be flaunted. In these times of widespread hardship, one could not be certain that others would not covet what they possessed and resort to desperate measures. Chinsong paused, looking at Daniel and Wang Yao. "From now on, we shall travel together, and let us keep a few sticks for self-defense in the cart." "Agreed," Daniel nodded, aware from his own travels that rural areas were not as secure as urban ones. In the ensuing journey, the group remained vigilant, cautious to avoid any semblance of carelessness as they sped towards Chunjiao. Accompanied by the distant barking of village dogs, they hastily returned to Wang Yao's home. The oil lamp in Wang Yao's home had run dry. Daniel retrieved a flashlight he always carried, hanging it in the inner room to illuminate the table as much as possible. "Sister-in-law, how much did we sell the lobsters and snails for?" When it came to money, Daniel's voice, usually booming, lowered to a whisper as he inquired of Wang Yao. She remained silent, casting a glance at Chen Song and Daniel, and retrieved a thick plastic bag secured with a yellow rubber band from her clothing's lining. Unfastening the bag, she poured the paper bills and coins onto the table. The onlookers, particularly Daniel and Wang Yao, gasped in astonishment. They had seen money before, but they had not anticipated earning so much in a single night. Under the flashlight's glow, the three began to count the bills, each note pressed gently in their palms. Xiao Yao couldn't contain her fatigue any longer and informed Wang Yao that she was going to bed. Immersed in the joy of counting money, Wang Yao did not respond, prompting Xiao Yao to pout and retire to her room. "I have $27.50, Wang Yao exclaimed, gripping the notes and coins tightly. Unable to believe the amount. "I have $35.50. How could it be so much?" Daniel pondered, contemplating how earning money had become so effortless. "Can you guess how much I have?" Chinsong interjected with a mysterious smile. $42. A grand total of $42. Together, we have $105. Wang Yao and Daniel gasped in disbelief. "Let's count again," Daniel murmured, and Wang Yao nodded in agreement. Both suspected there might have been a mistake. While Chen Song had anticipated this outcome, knowing precisely the weight of lobsters and snails they had caught and their corresponding prices. He obliged as they recounted several times until they finally confirmed the amount. This money came too easily. In this era, a factory worker with good benefits earned between $26 to $30 a month, considered a moderate income in the city. Yet, they had earned $105 in just one night, 3.5 times the salary of an ordinary worker. Wang Yao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Since her marriage, she had worked tirelessly in the fields, hoping to earn a bit more to raise Xiao Yao well and alleviate their financial struggles. Wang Yao's family cultivated 3 acres of rice paddies each year, and after paying their taxes, the remaining rice, even if they abstained from consumption, would only yield about $200 in a good year, assuming the harvest was bountiful. Naturally, selling all their produce was not feasible, as they still needed to eat. However, she never expected that with Chen Song's help in catching and selling lobsters, with minimal costs for oil, salt, and vinegar, they could earn in one night what would take her half a year's labor in the fields. Wang Yao felt her long-held beliefs teetering on the brink of collapse in the face of such a heap of bills. Not only Wang Yao, but also Daniel was profoundly shaken. Having lost his mother at a tender age and with his father rendered incapable of work, Daniel bore the weight of their livelihood alone. He even resorted to leasing their farmland to others, merely requiring the annual payment of taxes and a portion of grain for sustenance. Daniel spent years toiling away from home, relying on a donkey to transport goods across a dozen surrounding counties, engaging in labor-intensive work. Although this endeavor yielded slightly more than farming, most of the earnings were funneled into his father's medical expenses, an endless pit indeed. Initially, Daniel held little hope when his good friends suggested they venture into selling crayfish together. After all, they were close friends, and assistance was only natural. To his astonishment, the business proved to be surprisingly lucrative. While Wang Yao was still reeling from the shock, Daniel quickly regained his composure. "Brother, are you truly inviting me to join in this venture?" Daniel gazed at Chen Song in astonishment, realizing that Chen, who had remained in Chinjiao, possessed a level of audacity that surpassed his own extensive travels. A thought struck Daniel. Aligning himself with Chen Song was undoubtedly a wise decision. "Daniel, do you believe the crayfish business is particularly challenging?" Chen Song posed a question, his expression serious. In response, Daniel immediately shook his head, only to have a fleeting shadow cross his face as he recalled something. Though simple-hearted, he was not foolish. In this day and age, one could hardly afford to be naive, lest they fall prey to deceit while navigating the world. Upon reflection, Daniel grasped that everyone was struggling. Once a profitable venture emerged, many would likely rush to imitate it. The concept of copyright was virtually non-existent. If one could sell, why couldn't another? Thus, the crayfish business might not endure for long. The more prosperous it became, the more it would attract envy, leading a throng of competitors to flood the market, ultimately resulting in diminished profits for all. Perhaps I misjudged. Dainyu sighed softly, recognizing that he would still have to seek out work elsewhere. I wish to invite you to collaborate on other endeavors in the future, but let us keep it confidential for now. What do you think? Chinsong inquired. He understood that his sole advantage in the crayfish market lay in the deliciousness of his product, which he claimed could entice diners with various flavors. Building upon this foundation, their goal was to accumulate sufficient capital for transformation before the industry was overrun by a frenzy of competition, thereby ensuring smoother paths ahead. Chen Song had already envisioned the direction of this transformation, but lacked trustworthy partners. Dainyu and Wang Yao filled that void perfectly. Sister Wang Yao, I hope we can collaborate as a trio in the future, just as we have with this crayfish venture. Chen Song gazed at Wang Yao, his eyes brimming with hope. I have always supported you. Wang Yao nodded, suddenly recalling something that caused her to blush. Unfortunately, the darkness of the room prevented Chen Song from clearly seeing her face illuminated by the flashlight. Now that you've said that, as your brother, I will undoubtedly join you. With a hearty chuckle, Dainyu's honest face was imbued with determination. Well then, without further ado, let us divide the money. Chen Song took the crumpled bills from everyone's hands, stacking them into a thick wad. Sister Wang Yao, today you helped catch the lobsters and deal with the snails. And you even handled the accounts, putting in considerable effort. Here are 30 yuan for you. Chen Song gazed at Wang Yao, understanding her strong-willed nature, and without hesitation, handed her the 30 yuan. Such a sum is far too generous. I've only done a little, Wang Yao protested, shaking her head and hesitating to accept the warm stack of bills. It's not too much. Without your assistance today, I wouldn't have been able to manage these 40 jin of goods, not to mention that there's a share for Xiao Yao as well, who has also been a tremendous help. Just take it. We will earn more in the future. Hearing Chen Song's words, Wang Yao hesitated momentarily, glancing towards the inner room where Xiao Yao lay asleep, and eventually nodded, accepting the stack of money from Chen Song. Next is you, Dainyu. Today you lent your donkey cart, and even had a scuffle with the road thugs, taking a few hits in the process. Here's 20 yuan for you. Chen Song counted out 20 yuan and placed it in Dainyu's hand. Is this really for me? Dainyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. After all, traversing the nearby villages and towns, he typically earned only 20 yuan in an entire month, and now he had made that sum in just one night, which felt utterly astounding. Awesome. You've always been clever, but I never imagined you would excel at making money. Dainyu looked at Chen Song with fervent admiration, nearly leading Wang Yao to suspect a budding romance between the two. Dainyu, times have changed. We must adapt accordingly. Although he didn't fully grasp Chen Song's meaning, he felt assured that following him was the right choice. Once everyone had received their share, they prepared to part ways, with Dainyu remaining behind. Chen Song felt it inappropriate to continue staying at Wang Yao's house and return to his own new residence. The new house was devoid of any scent and quite spacious. Chen Song arranged a makeshift bed, planning to make do for a while until the lobster season passed, at which point he intended to renovate the house and furnish it. Gradually, Chen Song drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Dainyu, clutching the 20 yuan tightly in his palm, returned home to find his father still awake. Dad, you're still up? Dainyu pushed the door open and rushed to help his father sit up, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. You rascal, didn't you say you were just helping Songzi? Why were you gone for so long? And what's this mark on your clothes? Did you get into a fight? Dainyu's father looked at him with concern, noticing the bruises on his clothing, and his expression turned serious. What are you thinking, Dad? I was just taking our donkey to deliver goods to Asong in the county. On the way back, I encountered some thugs and had no choice but to fight. Dainyu quickly shifted the conversation. But that is not the main point. Do you know how much they sold for? Over 100 yuan, all in one night. Dainyu revealed the 20 yuan he was holding. Look, this is what Asong gave me. How can it be so much? Dainyu's father widened his eyes, utterly incredulous. Father, Dainyu remarked, imitating the tone and mannerisms of Chen Song. As a song said, times have changed, and we must progress with them. Look at this 20. It represents my earnings for tonight. Yet, his father remained unable to comprehend. Father, there must be a way for your legs. I inquired with the county doctor. The provincial hospital can treat you. As for the expenses, do not fret. I intend to work alongside a song in the future. I could save up 5,000 in less than a year. You decide, his father replied, observing the spark of ambition in Dainyo's eyes before glancing at his own legs. Dainyo, since you are determined to follow Song, you must commit fully. If he is willing to take us under his wing, we should not take it for granted. You must seize every opportunity to work, understand? Emerging from the fleeting reverie of having access to such funds, Daigneau's father glanced at the money in his son's hand, fell silent, and prepared to retire for the night. Daigneau, however, brimmed with anticipation for the future, silently thanking Chen Song and hoping to one day accompany his father to the province to heal his legs. As the morning star began to shine, the roosters in the village eagerly announced the dawn, their calls awakening the villagers nestled beneath their blankets. Chen Song stirred, peering out the window at the still dim sky, estimating it to be around 6 in the morning. With only 2 acres of dry land, he felt no urgency to labor. Stretching, he heard the delightful crackle of his joints. I seem to be growing stronger, he mused, marveling at the remarkable transformation of his body since his rebirth. Surely, this could not be a negative development. Testing his newfound strength, he effortlessly lifted a stone from the courtyard. Setting the stone aside, Chen Song decided to disregard the changes in his physique for the moment. He filled a basin with clean water to brush his teeth and wash away the remnants of sleep. Just as he was about to prepare a meal, an unexpected visitor entered the courtyard. His sister-in-law, the wife of his elder brother, Chen Mo. "Is Sanshu up and about?" she asked, unusually cheerful, flashing a smile at Chen Song before inspecting his new house with the air of a hostess. "Sister-in-law, is there something you need?" Chen Song inquired, puzzled by her unexpected visit, his heart sinking slightly at the thought of her previous demeanor towards him. "This house must have cost quite a bit, didn't it?" "I estimate it to be over 500. Ignoring his question, she continued to probe about the house. "It's not that much, after all. The foundation is still that of a pigsty. I merely modified the exterior and added a few walls. It didn't cost much," Chen Song replied, half-heartedly, furrowing his brow as he pondered her motives. "Oh, come now, I know better. Just a few walls must have cost a fair sum." Sister-in-law's constant references to the house and money suddenly illuminated Chen Song's understanding of her intentions. "Sister-in-law, I have poured all the money earned from the back mountain into this house, and now I am left with nothing." Chen Song gestured towards his home. "Look at my place. After completing the construction, I have nothing left, not even funds for furniture." Unexpectedly, sister-in-law cast a sidelong glance at Chen Song. "You see, I did not come to you seeking a loan." "Then, what is your intention?" Chen Song, perplexed, had no choice but to inquire. "You are no longer a child. Today marks your 21st birthday. Now that you have separated and built your own house, it is high time for you to consider matters of marriage." Sister-in-law smiled slightly. "In my village, I have a cousin who is of our kin. She is quite lovely, honest, and diligent. What do you think? Shall I arrange for you two to meet?" Realization dawned upon Chen Song. Today, sister-in-law had come to act as a matchmaker for him. Chapter 33. The matchmaking in this era. Matchmaking is quite a commonplace affair. As the saying goes, the will of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. Although some undesirable old customs have been shed in this new age, certain traditions have persisted. Matchmaking is one of them. When a matchmaker visits a home, they first inquire if the child has a partner, then discuss the fundamental details of both parties, including their occupations and appearances. Those with means might even produce a photograph. In those times, capturing a black and white photograph was no small feat, requiring a trip to a studio in the city, where only those of considerable means could afford such luxuries. The photographs typically feature half-length portraits, serving as substitutes for real-life encounters. As long as the ages align and the family backgrounds are acceptable, the prospects for marriage seem promising. However, by the late 1980s, family backgrounds became less of a concern. Whether one was a poor peasant or a capitalist, it hardly mattered anymore. In rural areas, matchmaking falls into 2 categories. The first type is purely for show. Once a match is made, the groom's family must prepare a basket filled with bread and sugar cubes as a token of gratitude, covered with red silk. If the wedding day arrives, they must also present some wine and meat. Families of greater means might even include a tin of malted milk. During that time, red envelopes were not customary. The gestures were simply expressions of thanks. The matchmaker may have endured hardship on foot, but they found solace in their vocal talents. Most of these matchmakers would traverse neighboring villages, seeking familiar faces, assessing the young individuals, and engaging in persuasive dialogue, often exaggerating the merits of one party to elevate their appeal. The second type of matchmaker seeks neither fame nor profit, but rather aims to facilitate a beautiful union. If both parties agree, all is well. If not, they part ways amicably. These matchmakers tend to speak candidly, fearing future reproach. Clearly, Chinsong's sister-in-law did not belong to this latter category. Sister-in-law, I am still young. There's no rush for this matter, Chinsong remarked. Casting a glance at his house while sizing up his sister-in-law, he felt a chill within, aware that her intentions may not be as altruistic as they seemed, especially when it came to matchmaking for a younger brother-in-law whom she looked down upon. Who knows what pitfalls lay ahead? Chinsong dared not place his trust in her. How can there be no rush? You are already 21. Your elder brother was settled down at this age, sister-in-law countered, her demeanor shifting to that of a stern elder. Educating Chinsong. However, her observations did resonate with the current realities of rural marriage customs. In the countryside, the concept of virtual age is quite popular, with traditional marriage arrangements often occurring at the tender ages of 17 or 18. Should one surpass the age of 21 or 22 without finding a partner, they would be deemed past their prime, inviting whispers and gossip from the community. This not only brings shame to the parents, but also becomes a source of deep concern for them. Some parents are unable to close their eyes in peace upon their deathbed, troubled by their children's unmarried status. In Chinsong's age group, it is rare to find an unmarried man in the village, and those who remain single often do so for various reasons, predominantly due to poverty. It is worth noting that Chen Song is tall and possesses a handsome visage. Prior to the division of the family estate, many matchmakers approached his family. Yet despite Chen Igwa's aspirations for his son, the family's financial burdens made it difficult to arrange a marriage for Chen Song. Many matchmakers, upon learning of Chen Song's family's circumstances from the girl's side, quickly abandoned their intentions and ceased further meetings. While dowries were not as heavily emphasized as in later times, the size of the dowry and gifts still dictated the esteem in which the bride was held within the groom's family, often leading to remarks such as she married well. From neighbors, Chen Song, reflecting on his own impoverished circumstances, remarked, "My home is barren. I possess nothing. To marry now would only subject a wife to suffering. It is simply not appropriate." He waved his hand dismissively, indicating his refusal. "Ah, you little rascal, you think I am unaware of your affairs?" Your sister-in-law leaned closer. Lowering her voice, Chen Jigua saw you in the county last night and noticed you had earned quite a bit of money. How could you possibly be broke? At this, Chen Song narrowed his eyes slightly, his brows furrowing in concern. He had not anticipated being discovered, and it appeared the news had spread, prompting his sister-in-law to come early to advocate for a match between him and her cousin. Had it been in the past, given his sister-in-law's temperament, she would never have considered pushing her cousin towards a man as impoverished as Chen Song. It was surprising to learn that his sister-in-law was well informed. While he had indeed made a little money the previous night, after dividing it among others, it was hardly a fortune. If I truly earned a significant amount, this house would at least have a television and a Phoenix brand bicycle, he half-jokingly remarked, gesturing to his dwelling. However, his sister-in-law was not easily deceived. She did not believe for a moment that Chen Song lacked funds. Rumors had already circulated in the village that her husband's younger brother had a knack for business and had amassed considerable wealth, even winning the affection of the village's widow, Wang. Initially skeptical, his sister-in-law later learned from her father-in-law that the money for building their house was indeed earned by Chen Song himself. After witnessing him catching crayfish and hearing about the profits from Chen Jigua, her perception shifted entirely. She became convinced that he was indeed thriving financially. Do not play tricks on your sister-in-law. I am aware of your recent closeness to widow Wang. After all, she is a widow. You cannot possibly marry a widow. She gently admonished. My cousin is truly remarkable. She has a round, delicate face, with skin as smooth as finely milled flour. Her expressive double eyelids are framed by willow-like brows, and her sparkling eyes reflect the bluest skies and the whitest clouds. Her thin lips, when curved into a smile, reveal a pair of sweet dimples. For the first time, Chen Song regarded his sister-in-law with newfound respect, surprised that she could articulate such beauty in her descriptions. Sister-in-law, to be candid, I am currently not inclined to discuss this matter. Chen Song intended to dismantle the issue piece by piece. There is no need for you to busy yourself with this. I am in no rush. You should return home and tend to the children. My nephew must be missing you and is likely crying at this very moment. A situation my elder brother cannot manage. How can you be so oblivious? His sister-in-law retorted, her voice rising in anger. Isn't it for your own good? Consider how old your father is, constantly fretting about your unmarried status, nagging me to arrange something for you. And now that I attempt to help you, you reject my efforts. What sense does that make? This issue will be addressed directly with my father. Sister-in-law, spare yourself this unnecessary worry. Do not toil for naught. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chinsong chose to disregard her and prepared to leave. Are you still thinking about that widow Wang? What could she possibly offer that is better than a virtuous young lady? As Chinsong turned to exit, his sister-in-law, infuriated, called out after him. His steps faltered momentarily. Yet he continued onward, unperturbed. My daughter is from an honorable family, unlike that widow, whose reputation is tarnished by her actions, hosting men overnight. In the past, such women would have faced severe consequences. His sister-in-law spoke with disdain, especially regarding Wang Yao. Upon hearing this, Chinsong finally halted, turning around with a countenance that was strikingly severe. What nonsense are you spouting? Has she wronged you in any way that necessitates involving her in this? My relationship with her is entirely innocent. Furthermore, even if there were something, both parties are unmarried. What can anyone say? Stop this absurdity, he exclaimed, dismissively shaking his sleeve, ignoring his sister-in-law's displeased expression as he strode away. After a prolonged silence, Chinsong's sister-in-law, still reeling from his intimidation, finally reacted, realizing he had vanished from sight. She erupted in fury. You little rascal. If it weren't for the little money you've earned, do you think you are worthy of my cousin? In the past, had you dared to speak to me like that, I would have left you bloodied. Chapter 34. A successful return despite hearing his sister-in-law's furious tirade. Chinsong paid it no mind. He proceeded towards Wang Yao's home, and, before even reaching her door, spotted Denyo squatting nearby, gnawing on a cassava cake. Upon noticing Chinsong's approach, Denyo immediately stood up and walked over. Awesome, have you had breakfast yet? He asked, tearing his cassava cake in half and offering a piece to Chinsong. Thank you, Chinsong replied, accepting it without hesitation and taking a bite. While cassava cake is admittedly quite unpalatable, it possesses a remarkable advantage. It is incredibly filling. For someone like Chinsong, who does not engage in excessively strenuous labor, consuming a substantial piece of cassava cake can stave off hunger for half a day. In this era, cassava cake is a commendable staple, well liked by many. Standing outside Wang Yao's courtyard, the two of them took hearty bites of the cassava cake. Without much chewing, Chinsong and Denyo swiftly swallowed the cake in a few gulps, content with their meal. Just then, the gate of the yard swung open, revealing Chun Yao, who was holding a wooden basin and was about to step outside. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of two individuals outside, puffing their cheeks with cassava cakes. Wang Yao welcomed them into the house, and Chinsong immediately spotted a little girl sipping porridge from a small wooden bowl. It seemed she was still mastering the use of chopsticks, opting instead for a wooden spoon. Upon noticing Chinsong and Denyo's entrance, she promptly set down her bowl, dashed over, and leaped into Chinsong's embrace. Ah, uncle, you finally arrived. Chinsong smiled, looking down at the little girl who clung to him, refusing to let go. He gently ruffled her hair and said, Xiao Yao Tiao, be a good girl and finish your porridge. Once you're full, you can join your uncles in catching crayfish. Xiao Yao Tiao looked up, her little face scrunched in concern. Uncle, I was bitten by a leech yesterday and got hurt, so I can't go today. You and Mom should go without worrying about me. I'll be fine at home. Taken aback by her words, Chinsong glanced at Wang Yao, who was laughing, and offered an explanation. She's just scared from being bitten by the leech yesterday, so she doesn't want to go. But I'm not scared. I just want to stay and watch the house. What if Mom comes back and the house is gone? I must guard it to make sure it doesn't run away. The little girl said earnestly. Exchanging amused glances, Chinsong and Wang Yao burst into laughter, joined by the good-natured Denyo. Humph, pouted the little girl. Xiao Yao Tiao's home isn't going anywhere. How about you stay on the shore and keep an eye on the crayfish while we go into the water? Chinsong suggested, squatting down to meet her gaze, which made her squirm uncomfortably. All right, but only if it's agreed that I'll just watch from the shore, she replied bashfully. Then finish your porridge first. Chinsong took her hand and guided her to the dining table to continue her meal. The little girl drank her porridge quickly, after abandoning the wooden spoon. She boldly lifted the bowl to her lips, downing it like a little warrior, and soon the bowl was empty. After tidying up, the trio set off towards the canal. Perhaps due to the recent fishing, Chinsong could distinctly sense that today's catch of crayfish was slightly less than the previous days, and the larger ones were notably scarce. He refrained from voicing this concern, though his mood grew somewhat heavier. This canal was shared among the villagers, so he felt no apprehension while catching crayfish here. However, as he continued to harvest abundantly, the crayfish population would inevitably dwindle. In a few days, they might have to seek out another spot for catching the small crustaceans, and the only ponds in the village were those where the villagers raised fish. Venturing into those waters would likely raise suspicions about his intentions. The only remaining option was the reservoir at the village's edge near the back mountain. The very place where Chen Song had fallen into before his time travel, and where Wang Yao had rescued him. After scouring the canal for crayfish, the three returned to Wang Yao's home, only to notice many villagers pointing and whispering as they passed by. Chinsong distinctly sensed that they had previously been the subjects of whispered discussions by others. But now it seemed the scrutiny was directed towards the lobsters and snails within their wooden barrel. Furrowing his brow, Chen Song comprehended that word had likely spread about his profitable venture with the lobsters, and it was only a matter of time before others would seek to emulate his success. In endeavors where profit beckons, no one would shy away from hard work. Chen Song had anticipated this day would come, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Since avoidance was futile, he resolved to hasten his efforts to amass his initial fortune. At noon, he invited Daniu to join him for lunch, preparing a delightful dish of freshly stewed soft-shelled turtle. The fragrant aroma of yellow wine wafting through the air, making everyone's mouths water, even drawing the attention of the young girl who gleefully indulged. Perhaps the previous night's success invigorated the group, for today, Wang Yao and Daniu urged Chinsong to expedite the processing of the lobsters and snails. The three of them swiftly completed all necessary preparations. As before, Chinsong took to the kitchen, skillfully preparing the lobsters and snails, which weighed around 40 pounds. It was still only a little past 4 when Daniu and Wang Yao prompted him to leave. Unable to withstand their enthusiasm, he acquiesced, taking only a small amount of provisions with him. Much like the day prior, Daniu drove the donkey cart while Chinsong sat beside him, and Wang Yao gracefully tended to the goods on the cart. In addition to their previous supplies, they had added a few more sticks and a knife for protection against potential highwaymen. Upon arriving in the county, they found themselves slightly ahead of their schedule compared to the day before. Daniu parked the cart in the same spot as yesterday, and as Chen Song unloaded and arranged the items, several familiar customers from the previous day began to gather around. With it being the weekend and the trio having already established their presence in the market, the demand for the small lobsters surged, and even the nearby stalls experienced a boost in sales. People, drawn by the crowd, lined up to purchase, and within a couple of hours, the 40 pounds of goods had transformed into a pile of cash. In the sweltering heat of July, Chen Song felt as though he had been cast into a steaming cauldron, drenched in sweat, each droplet cascading down as if he had just emerged from water. After selling everything, the three of them tidied up and secured their belongings onto the cart. Chen Song, cradling a sleepy little girl, placed her gently in Wang Yao's embrace, while Daniu steered the cart back towards the village. This evening, having become adept at their tasks, they sold their wares even more swiftly than the previous day, concluding their work earlier than expected. Chen Song estimated that if they departed for the village now, it would be around 9 o'clock, which was not too late. The little girl had initially wished to explore the county further, but the group, weary and fatigued, had lost any desire for leisure. As Chen Song and Daniu navigated the road with the donkey cart, they did not entertain idle thoughts, focusing solely on their journey. The relentless croaking of frogs in the fields became increasingly irksome, and the air felt oppressively warm. Yet, they maintained their vigilance. Chen Song gripped the wooden stick he had placed in the cart, while Wang Yao held the knife quietly as she sat within. Last night, they encountered a highwayman in the vicinity, but fortunately, they did not face any further threats or new obstacles. As they traversed the road, the outline of the village came into view, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, allowing them to relax completely. Accompanied by the barking of village dogs, Daniu eased the pace of the donkey cart, quietly entering the village. Without a thought for their hunger, the three of them, Chinsong, Wang Yao, and the young girl, returned to Wang Yao's home. They gathered around the table, illuminated by a flashlight, counting their earnings repeatedly. The joy of earning money lay in this very act. Watching their fortune grow incrementally made all the hardships endured worthwhile. Wang Yao, who had a penchant for meticulous record-keeping, previously documented every household expenditure and income. Now, she had initiated a new ledger to meticulously record daily expenses and revenues, each entry clearly inscribed. In this era, it was widely believed that those who do not save money surely cannot spend it wisely. For aspiring entrepreneurs, initial capital is of paramount importance, as it represents the journey from nothing to something. Every financial resource must be utilized frugally. Chen Song wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Yao's approach. If his plans for future wealth materialized, perhaps Wang Yao could delve deeper into financial matters. After the surprises of the previous evening, both Wang Yao and Daniel had regained their composure. In the tranquil room, the trio repeatedly counted the cash earned that night. 120 yuan, a historical record. They had earned 120 yuan in a single night. Chapter 35, Acquisition. The joy was palpable. This income was equivalent to 6 months of agricultural earnings. The speed at which money was being made was intoxicating, akin to a heist in this day and age. Chinsong declared, I intend to keep today's earnings and future profits to myself, as I have other methods to generate income. This money needs to be saved. He glanced at Daniel and Wang Yao, continuing, if you trust me, let me hold on to it. If not, we can divide it. Without hesitation, Wang Yao placed all her cash into Chinsong's hands, whispering, this money is what you've helped us earn. If you have other plans, use it as you see fit. I trust you. Daniel hesitated momentarily, contemplating his father who lay bedridden, paralyzed, and unable to walk. If they could continue accumulating wealth, perhaps they could afford treatment at a provincial hospital. However, given that his close friend had expressed confidence in Chinsong's intellect, Daniel reasoned that it was unlikely all would be lost. After all, it was unexpected wealth. If it vanished, it would be no great loss, as his father had endured for 2 to 3 months already. Resolving this, Daniel handed over his money to Chen Song, saying, brother, I trust you too. You can use this money for now. Taking the cash from both of them, Chen Song smiled mysteriously, assuring them, rest assured, there will be no losses. With a stroke of good fortune, this money may multiply tenfold. Neglecting the astonished expressions of the two, the group agreed to continue their quest for crayfish the following morning before parting ways. As Daniel stepped out of the door, Chen Song followed closely behind, only to be halted by Wang Yao. Observing Wang Yao's hesitant demeanor, Chen Song assumed she had something to discuss. What is it, Sister Wang Yao? He inquired. I still have 20 yuan left, the money from yesterday's crayfish purchase. You said we need to save up a substantial amount, and I fear it may not suffice. Please, take this 20 yuan for now, Wang Yao replied, producing her handkerchief and unveiling the bills within, offering all the small notes to Chen Song. Chen Song declined to accept them, feeling a wave of emotion as he gazed at Wang Yao, who was shorter than him. Rest assured, this 20 yuan is of no concern. Moreover, the endeavor I am undertaking will take 2 to 3 months. It is not an immediate matter. Use this money for yourself, perhaps to buy a piece of fabric for a new dress for Yao Tiao. He gently pushed the money back, smiling as he refused. With that, Chen Song turned to leave Wang Yao's home. The following day, as everyone reconvened to hunt for crayfish, an unexpected yet anticipated occurrence transpired. The small ditch was teeming with villagers, all wielding nets for the catch. Daniel, witnessing the crowd, was momentarily taken aback, prompting him to glance at Chen Song. Wang Yao and the young girl furrowed their brows, also looking to Chen Song. Uncle, what shall we do? Everyone has come to catch crayfish. The young girl expressed her simple concern, fearing that the absence of crayfish would result in insufficient funds for her family, jeopardizing their meals. It seemed the community's response was swifter than Chen Song had imagined. Observing the bustling figures in the distance, he bent down to stroke the girl's hair. It appears there is no feasible way to catch crayfish here, especially after our 3-day sweep. The supply in the ditch has dwindled considerably. What shall we do then? Wang Yao sighed, her eyes clouded with worry. We need not do anything, Chen Song responded, shaking his head as he watched the others at work. Daniel and Wang Yao looked on in confusion, unable to grasp his intent. Since everyone is already engaged in catching, let us forego the hunt and instead purchase the crayfish directly from them. This way, we can alleviate the daily labor with minimal cost, he suggested, observing the astonished expressions of the crowd. Moreover, with so many people catching crayfish, they will undoubtedly yield more than the 3 of us could gather. The more we acquire, the more we can sell, thus increasing our profits, Chen Song added with a smile. Daniel's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, of course. How did I not think of that? Uncle Daniel certainly would not have thought of it. Only Uncle Chen Song could, the young girl remarked, casting a glance at Daniel while her admiration for Chen Song grew. So, we merely need to spread the word that we are purchasing crayfish at a high price, and the villagers will continuously sell them to us. Wang Yao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her gaze filled with admiration for Chen Song. As they deliberated strategies by the ditch, Chen Jigua, equally busy with his family in the water, was also engaged in the crayfish hunt. He immediately spotted the figures of Chinsong and Wang Yao, and a cold snort escaped his lips. With so many people vying for business, let us see how you will prosper. It is high time for us to reap some rewards. The notion of monopolizing wealth is utterly preposterous. Chen Jigua had long harbored a dislike for Chinsong. After a conflict involving their children that culminated in a fight, Chinsong had taught him a harsh lesson, leaving him with a lingering grudge. Thus, he remained vigilant about Chinsong's activities. Coincidentally, when Chinsong went to the county to sell crayfish 2 days prior, he was spotted by Chen Jigua, who was also there for business. From a distance, he uncovered the secret to Chinsong's newfound wealth. Upon returning home, Chen Jigua discussed this revelation with his wife, who, known for her loose tongue, spread the word throughout the village in less than a day. Everyone was aware of the opportunity to profit from selling crayfish in the county, though the exact profit margins remained a mystery. This gossip also led to Chinsong facing an unexpected matchmaking effort from his sister-in-law, who had heard of his recent earnings and sought to introduce a potential partner in hopes of gaining some benefits. Let us see how you handle this, Chen Jigua thought, observing the three of them remaining inactive in the distance. He felt certain that his revelation of Chinsong's lucrative secret had left him flustered, which lifted his spirits, prompting him to hum a tune while catching crayfish. His wife shot him a disapproving glance, and his off-key humming scared the crayfish away. Realizing his wife's fierce demeanor, Chen Jigua quickly fell silent, but turned to Chinsong in disdain before resuming his work. Not long after, he noticed that everyone around him had straightened their posture. He looked up to see Chinsong standing by the ditch, watching the others. What do you think you're doing? This ditch belongs to everyone. If you can catch crayfish, so can we. Why the scrutiny? Chen Jigua was not one to easily back down. Although he had suffered a setback with Chinsong previously, he had no fault in this situation, which gave him confidence to speak boldly. No, Chinsong replied. I see that everyone has caught quite a few crayfish. Therefore, I intend to purchase fresh crayfish directly from you all. As for the price, well, he scratched his head and glanced at Chen Jigua, seemingly wearing a hint of a disdainful smile. The price for crayfish in the countryside isn't high, so I can only offer 50 cents per pound. I'll buy as much as you have. Song, are you trying to deceive us? 50 cents per pound? Pork is less than 3 yuan. How can you afford 50 cents? An uncle familiar with Chen Song questioned, his interest piqued by the price. They had only heard about the potential profits from selling crayfish in the county, but were unaware of the actual earnings. Compared to the distant county, Chinsong's method of direct transactions for live crayfish was far more appealing. Everyone, don't let Chinsong fool you. Crayfish in the county sell for much more than 50 cents. He can sell them for 3 yuan a pound. Chen Jigua interjected, visibly displeased, as he was well aware of the county prices. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent and began to distance themselves from Chen Jigua. Jigua, whom do you think you are fooling? This product cannot possibly be sold at the price of pork. Do you think the townsfolk are simpletons? A relative familiar with Chinsong cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jigua and countered his assertion. Why do you refuse to believe me? Chen Jigua's expression shifted. He observed the villagers gathered around Chinsong, discussing their catches of the day and how much they could sell, dismissing his words entirely. It infuriates me. Since you don't believe me, I shall sell it myself and compete with Chinsong. Don't come to regret it later. Chen Jigua hoisted his wooden bucket filled with crayfish, urging his wife and children to depart, and spat in Chinsong's direction before leaving. Chapter 36. A bustling sing-song boy. The old village chief shouted loudly outside the gate of Chinsong's newly built house, leaning on his cane as he knocked on the door. Chinsong opened the door and welcomed the old chief inside. In the courtyard sat Wang Yao, Daniel, and Chinsong, while a young girl played on a swing beneath a newly planted tree. The village chief nodded at Daniel and, seeing Wang Yao without a hint of surprise, got straight to the point. I hear you've announced your intention to purchase small crayfish at 50 cents per pound. Is that true? You know about it too, third master? It hasn't been long since I started. Chinsong fetched a chair for the old chief. The village chief took a seat without hesitation and looked at Chinsong, saying, So, this matter is indeed true? You truly intend to buy small crayfish? Of course it is true. Why would I deceive everyone in the village? Chinsong paused, then sat down, meeting the old chief's gaze. Third master, you've probably heard some news. I've set up a stall in the county to sell homemade crayfish and earn some money. However, I don't know who spread the word, but now the entire village is catching crayfish in the ditch. What am I to do? That is indeed a dilemma. But these crayfish belong to everyone in the village, and it's not illegal for them to catch them, right? The village chief felt somewhat uncomfortable, as the villagers had rushed to seize the opportunity he had discovered, effectively cutting off Chinsong's means of income. I wouldn't blame anyone. I thought we could all profit together. Money is something best earned collectively. Thus, I figured everyone could catch them, and I would purchase directly. This way, the villagers could benefit, and I could avoid the hassle. Chen Song spoke earnestly to the village chief regarding this matter. That's splendid. I initially thought someone was spreading false information. By the way, if you have the funds, you dare to undertake this venture, but ensure you can actually pay. The villagers won't let you off easily if you can't. The village chief offered a friendly reminder to Chen Song. Rest assured, third master, look here. Chen Song pulled out a thick wad of cash, estimating that it contained at least 200 yuan. Upon seeing the money, the village chief's eyes widened, and he emphatically struck the ground with his cane. Excellent, excellent. I shall announce this immediately and let everyone know to come catch crayfish for you. Without lingering, the village chief hurriedly departed. Chen Song escorted him to the door, watching in astonishment as the old man swiftly made his way back, his hunched figure moving with surprising speed. Before long, the loudspeakers at the village's entrance broadcast the village chief's voice. Dear villagers, I am Chen Song's third son, residing near the pig pen by the back mountain. Chen Song, who has taken up the procurement of small crayfish in our village, is offering 5 cents per pound, and he will buy as much as you can provide. The village head's voice echoed through the loudspeaker 3 times, ensuring that every villager heard the announcement. At the elder brother's home, the broadcast disturbed Chen Song's little nephew, the son of Chen Mo. His wife was cradling their child, finally managing to lull him to sleep before calling Chen Mo outside. What has your brother done to have so much money to spend on crayfish? How much has he earned these days? Chen Mo, a bashful man, found himself at a loss for words in response to his wife's sudden inquiry. My dear, I have no idea. The third has been leaving early and returning late. I hardly see him. How could I know what he has been up to or how much he has earned? You useless man, his wife scolded, exasperated. He is your brother, and you don't even care to inquire. You should go and ask him if he can take you along in his business. You could share in the profits. Chen Mo was taken aback, unsure how to refuse his wife. This is Song's own venture. As his elder brother, how can I not support him, but instead seek to profit from him? That simply will not do. Firmly rejecting her suggestion, he attempted to turn away, only to be stopped by his wife. You know you should support your brother, so you must help him. Who else is working with him? That big oaf, Daniel, who only possesses brute strength and lacks wit. And that widow, Wang, she is a widow. Your brother is young and full of vigor. This is not appropriate. No wonder he was reluctant to consider marriage this morning. Perhaps there is something going on between them. Pausing to assess her husband, who seemed to waver, she added fuel to the fire. If you assist him, you could earn some money to honor your parents and save for our child's future. At this, Chen Mo's resolve began to falter. Ever since his wife had insisted on dividing the family assets, he felt guilty towards his parents, believing that forcing them to leave their home was unfilial. He had longed to make amends, yet with his meager earnings from the fields, he had little to spare. If he could engage in a small business with Song and earn some money, he could indeed make amends to his parents. Chen Mo momentarily overlooked the reality that this compensation for his parents would come at the expense of his brother. Furthermore, he could also set aside some funds for their child. Gazing at his peacefully sleeping son, he ultimately made up his mind. Then I shall go inquire. He nodded at his wife, glanced at his child, and departed their home to seek out Chinsong. As his husband walked further away, his wife's smile morphed into a peculiar expression. Ah, Chinsong, you have been deceiving me all along this morning, claiming you had no money. How could you be engaged in procurement without funds? Once your brother uncovers how you are profiting, I shall have him venture into it as well. And we shall see who earns more. With a decisive sway of her hips, she headed towards the homes of Chen Aigua and Huang Qin, intending to gather tonight's vegetables. It must be said, Huang Qin's culinary skills were commendable, as she herself could never replicate such flavors. Uncle 12, your lobsters are quite impressive. Chen Song weighed the lobsters brought by the village elder, 7 pounds and 2 ounces, costing $3.60. Sister Wang Yao, please take this to Uncle 12. Denyo took the lobsters inside. Outside Chinsong's courtyard, villagers lined up to deliver lobsters, each carrying bamboo baskets filled with robust little crustaceans. As for why they didn't take them to Wang Yao's house, there were 2 reasons. First, with so many villagers bringing lobsters to a widow's home, It would invite unwarranted gossip, and even if Wang Yao and Chen Song were indifferent, they could not allow Xiao Yao to be subjected to bullying in such a sensitive situation. Secondly, the courtyard of Wang Yao's home was not as spacious as the newly built one belonging to Chinsong. By constructing a simple earthen stove here, they could easily prepare the lobsters without any inconvenience. Song, how long do you plan to keep these lobsters? A villager inquired, scrutinizing Chinsong. Uncle, these lobsters can be delivered any time during the day for the next 2 months. After that, they will be gone, and we will cease to collect them, Chinsong replied, adeptly weighing the lobsters and calculating the price in his head. Uncle, these are our lobsters. Do you accept them? The village children appeared, each carrying a basket to Chinsong. Upon seeing the weight, he was surprised to find at least 10 pounds and curiously asked the children, how did you manage to catch so many? We caught them from Xiaohu's pond. Uncle, can you tell us how much they are worth? They clamored excitedly. Chinsong was taken aback. Xiaohu was Chun Jigua's son, with whom he had a contentious relationship. How could he allow the children to bring lobsters? Did they truly catch them themselves? You caught these lobsters yourselves? From someone else's pond? Chinsong's expression shifted slightly. His concern was not where the lobsters originated, but rather that these children had ventured into the pond. While the rural ponds are shallow for adults, they can still pose a risk for children, and should anything happen, Chinsong would feel deeply guilty. You are not allowed to go to the pond. It is too dangerous. From now on, you can only catch them in the ditches. Otherwise, even if you bring them, I won't accept them, Chinsong warned them sternly. Frightened by his demeanor, the children vowed never to return to the pond. And only then did Chinsong relent, weighing the lobsters to discover they were worth $5.50. The children, ecstatic with their earnings, dashed away with laughter. As Chinsong busily weighed the lobsters for everyone, he noticed his elder brother, Chen Mo, entering the courtyard and approaching him. Third brother. Hearing his elder brother's voice, Chinsong promptly acknowledged him, passing the lobsters to Denyo to be weighed while he walked towards his brother. Elder brother, what brings you here? Chinsong inquired. Casting a wary glance at the numerous lobsters piled up, Chen Mo pulled Chinsong to a corner of the courtyard, distancing them from the hustle and bustle. Third brother, I heard on the radio that you are venturing into the lobster trade. Isn't that a bit speculative? Chen Mo inquired tentatively, his gaze not leaving the cash note in Wang Yao's hand. Brother, it's nothing to worry about. We have embraced reform and opening up. The land has been contracted to households for over 2 years now, so speculation is no longer a concern. Besides, if you take a stroll through the county, you will see vendors lining the streets. I am not the one to stick my neck out. Who would dare to target me? Chinsong, aware of his elder brother's conservative nature, diplomatically described as cautious, sought to reassure him. Upon hearing Chinsong's words, Chen Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet a flicker of enthusiasm ignited in his eyes. With newfound resolve, he turned to Chinsong and asked, Third brother, would you consider bringing me along in your lobster business? We could split the profits evenly. Chinsong, taken aback by his brother's request, regarded him thoughtfully. It was unusual for Chen Mo to make such a proposition. Perhaps this was an influence from his sister-in-law, prompting Chen Mo to seek a share. As Chinsong remained silent, Chen Mo felt a twinge of awkwardness and, sensing an urge to explain himself, continued, Look at our family. It's not that we are destitute, but we certainly lack surplus funds. My nephew has just been born, and there are numerous expenses. Your sister-in-law has only recently recovered from childbirth, and we are so impoverished that we couldn't even afford her an egg for nourishment. Moreover, our parents are aging and have their own financial needs. I am not doing this solely for myself. As Chinsong observed his elder brother, he felt a degree of unfamiliarity. When did Chen Mo become so articulate? Hey, what gives you the right? Denyo, having pushed through the crowd of lobster vendors, approached the two. What have you contributed to claim half of our business? Denyo, a towering figure with a rugged countenance, exuded an intimidating presence that made Chen Mo instinctively take a step back. What do you want, Denyo? Chen Mo, once a straightforward man, felt the pressure of Denyo's imposing stature. Chinsong intervened, blocking Denyo's advance and addressing Chen Mo, Brother, this venture is a partnership between me, Sister Wang Yao, and Brother Denyo. The shares are equally divided, and you have not contributed anything yet you wish to take half. Chen Mo's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground to hide. Then I shall take my leave. Mortified, he turned to exit, feeling he had lost face before his younger brother. Chinsong called him back. Brother, I understand your struggles. While it is true that I cannot offer you a share in this lobster business, I do have other ventures you could learn from us. Chen Song grasped Chen Mo's arm, pulling him back. Never mind. I shall refrain from involving myself in your business. Despite being pulled back by Chen Song, Chen Mo remained reluctant. Rest assured, this business will not interfere with my affairs, Chen Song reassured him. Shall I give it a try? After a moment of hesitation, recalling his wife's advice, Chen Mo ultimately nodded, willing to listen to his younger brother's approach. The elder brother gazed at the two siblings, subtly shaking his head and discreetly tugging at Chinsong's garment. Carrying Chen Mo on his back, Chinsong subtly gestured with his hand behind Chen Mo's view, indicating that all was well. The elder brother murmured softly to himself and walked away, for there were still many waiting in line to weigh their goods. And Wang Yao was overwhelmed with the workload alone. Brother, I have been selling some crayfish these past few days, and occasionally I catch some river snails as well. Many in the county enjoy them. You could set up a stall beside us to sell some snails. Based on my previous sales performance, they tend to sell quite well. After all, he was his own elder brother, and Chinsong found it hard to refuse. The reasons behind their separation are a tale for another time. After all, Chen Mo had raised Chinsong during their childhood, and it was Chen Mo and the elder brother who had come to his aid when he was bullied in the village. Chinsong could not simply turn a blind eye. Can those river snails really sell in the county? Chen Mo's mindset remained rooted in the pre-reform era, lacking the flexibility of thought that afflicted many rural folk. In 1983, the winds of reform had barely reached the countryside. The land had merely come into their hands. This fervent wave of enthusiasm generally swept through coastal areas and major cities. In our rural locality, crayfish and river snails were regarded as trifles, yet if prepared well, could there truly be a crowd in the county that relished them? Chinsong pointed to a heap of crayfish in the yard. Otherwise, why would I be busy acquiring crayfish when I have nothing else to do? To his surprise, the county's palate was peculiar. River snails, merely a taste, could indeed yield profit. Chen Mo murmured to himself, then patted Chinsong on the shoulder. Thank you, third brother. With this business, I will have something to present to your sister-in-law. With that, Chen Mo departed from Chinsong's side. Chinsong shook his head slightly, watching his elder brother's figure fade into the distance before returning to the weighing area for the crayfish. Upon seeing him return, the elder brother immediately pulled him aside and whispered, I bet it was your sister-in-law who encouraged your brother to come here. That man can hardly utter 3 coherent sentences. How could he personally approach you for a business venture, especially demanding such a significant share? The elder brother was well aware of Chen Mo's wife's assertive nature and of the oppression Chinsong had faced before their separation. Who else but my sister-in-law could it be? Sighed Chinsong. As long as I have my own ideas, it is all that matters. The elder brother refrained from saying more, having observed that Chinsong seemed transformed over the past few days. His interactions were impeccable, generous, and far superior to the average person. I introduced my brother to the river snail business. He should be able to manage it, right? Chinsong spoke, yet an unsettling thought arose within him. Given his sister-in-law's frugality, it was likely that she would be reluctant to use enough oil, which could result in an unappealing presentation. Consequently, the river snails might not sell at all. If they were to incur losses, his sister-in-law would likely blame Chinsong, and perhaps even stir up trouble. Upon sharing his concerns with the elder brother, he was met with a sharp retort. If they can't even handle river snails, what business do they think they can run? Do not fret about it. Everyone has their own fortune. You should focus on how to prepare all these crayfish you've gathered today. Chinsong gestured that he was ready, and once again stood by the scale, putting away the lobsters. Half an hour later, he weighed the last lobster and settled the payment. 9 master, take it easy. These lobsters total $3.50. Here you go. As the last customer departed, the 3 men gazed at the yard filled with crates brimming with small lobsters, their spirits soaring with pride. This is all money. After a brief respite, the trio resumed their work, cleaning, deveining, and snipping the lobsters. Chinsong had already prepared the earthen stove, which had long since dried out, and with a large pot ready, he commenced the cooking of the lobsters. They were prepared in 2 flavors, spicy and garlic. By the time Chinsong completed cooking all the lobsters, it was already past 5 o'clock. The 3 of them, along with Xiao Yao Yao, casually shared a few mouthfuls of rice and nibbled on some lobsters. Xiao Yao Yao, having taken a nap in the afternoon, awoke to find an astonishing number of lobsters at her uncle's house, which startled her. With the donkey cart loaded with 3 large barrels of lobsters, the trio set off towards the county. Chapter 38. The competition for lobsters. What? That lad turned you down? The elder sister-in-law glared at Chen Mo, her anger increasingly difficult to conceal. That scoundrel. You are his elder brother, raised him as a child. Yet he would rather assist a widow and a dim-witted giant than extend a hand to you? Upon returning home, Chen Mo recounted Chen Song's words to his wife. But before he could finish, she interrupted him. Wait, let me speak. What more is there to say? You went to help him personally, and if he was unwilling, that's one thing. But he chose to defend those outsiders instead. How can you call yourself a successful elder brother? The elder sister-in-law's voice rose in fury, waking their son from sleep, causing the child to cry out. What is happening? Why is my grandson crying? Hearing her grandson's wails, Huang Qin rushed into the main room. Concerned, seeing Chen Mo and his wife standing there, she mistakenly thought they were quarreling and hurried over, scooping up her grandson to soothe him. Mom, you're just in time. You need to mediate. I suggested that Chen Mo approach his brother to collaborate on the lobster business, as we are family and could support each other while keeping outsiders at bay. But lo and behold, not only did the third brother refuse, he even chose to stand by those outsiders. The elder sister-in-law recounted the situation to Huang Qin with embellishments, painting a vivid picture. As Huang Qin comforted her grandson, her expression darkened upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words. What is wrong with this Song boy? He is not thinking of his own family. Does he want others to mock the Chen family? Huang Qin, already harboring a dislike for her third son, furrowed her brow even deeper upon receiving this news. I will go speak with him. This is simply unacceptable. Wait, Mom dear. Chen Mo, consistently interrupted by the words of his wife and mother, finally seized the opportunity to speak. Don't go. Although my brother did not agree to sell lobsters with me, he did offer me a lucrative business idea. Chen Mo, fearing that the two women might truly disregard everything and seek trouble with the third brother, hastily dissuaded them and revealed the continuation of the conversation that had been interrupted. A money-making idea? The elder sister-in-law immediately grasped her mother-in-law's arm, her expression transforming from gloomy to bright. I knew our third brother would not forget us. He has indeed come up with a plan. You must tell us what this money-making idea is. Son, do share what Songzi mentioned to you. Can we also profit like him? Once the eldest grandson was lulled back to sleep, the elderly matron, Huang Qin, relaxed her demeanor. The third brother explained that when they purchased Crayfish, they discovered that the locals had a fondness for snails as well. He suggested that I procure some snails to sell in the county, preferably setting up near their stall, as he believed it would be profitable. Chen Mo exhaled in relief, noticing that they seemed to have abandoned their intentions of confronting Chinsong before uttering this information. Selling snails? It seemed promising. The elder sister-in-law furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before turning to Huang Qin. Mother-in-law, what do you think? Would the county folks be interested in the snails we prepare? Huang Qin, uncertain about this, stammered a few words but did not respond directly. In my opinion, since it was proposed by the third brother, it must be viable. The county folk eat even small crayfish, so they would surely enjoy snails as well. Let us proceed with this. Chen Mo was already emboldened by Chen Song's steadfastness, determined to make this endeavor a reality. After hearing Chen Mo's words, the elder sister-in-law, still somewhat skeptical, nodded. Very well, we shall gather snails shortly, then purge them overnight. By tomorrow, we can have them ready to sell in the evening and test the waters. Huang Qin observed that the couple had made their decision and, uninterested in further deliberation, gently placed the child back in bed before quietly exiting the room and heading towards the woodshed. Chen Igua was just about to finish work in the fields and return home, while the younger son was due to leave school soon. Dinner had yet to be prepared, and it was likely getting late. Chen Jigua, with a stern expression, was reprimanding his mischievous son, Xiaohu. The little rascal, taking advantage of Chen Jigua's preoccupation, had managed to kill most of the crayfish he had caught that morning. After all, children are naturally playful. When encountering something intriguing, they are unlikely to resist. And these crayfish were toys for young boys. After giving Xiaohu a serving of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat and sending him off to his small room to cry, Chen Jigua ignored him, his heart simmering with anger as he surveyed the deceased crayfish scattered on the ground. Chen Jigua was among the first to learn of Chen Song's lucrative crayfish venture, and thus he had set out early that morning to catch them, accumulating at least several kilograms. Even at Chen Song's purchasing price, that would amount to a decent sum, now rendered worthless as they lay dead. With the realization that selling the live ones was no longer feasible, he pondered whether he could wash them and prepare spicy crayfish to try selling instead. Resolving not to let the fruits of his labor go to waste, Chen Jigua gathered the pile of dead crayfish, cleaned them, boiled them with an abundance of chili, and transformed them into spicy crayfish. He was reluctant to expend so much oil for making crayfish, particularly given the current high price of oil. Chen Jigua was unaware that Chinsong actually used no oil at all. Their methods were entirely dissimilar. The spicy crayfish Chinsong produced was not the sort that could be crafted merely by adding a handful of chili peppers. Delighted with the appealing appearance of his own crayfish, Chen Jigua chuckled to himself, remarking, "This is nothing more than a simple dish, akin to Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts." Chinsong, that little rascal, thought he could monopolize the business. "After all, I can make it too. Just watch as I seize your customers tonight." With this thought in mind, Chen Jigua prepared a barrel of crayfish, borrowed a cow from a villager who raised cattle, hitched it to a cart, and set off towards the county. He was well aware of where Chen Song sold his crayfish, so he naturally wouldn't lose his way. Upon arrival, he discovered that Chen Song had already commenced sales. A queue of eager customers lined up in front of his stall, salivating as they awaited their turn. While Chen Song was already on his second barrel of crayfish, having nearly emptied the first. "Come and see. Come and buy. The best crayfish in Chinjiaku, delicious and inexpensive. Hurry." Noticing the growing crowd around Chen Song, Chen Jigua lifted the lid of his crayfish barrel, only to find no one interested in his offering. Undeterred, he began to shout, "Indeed, it's 3 yuan per pound for my crayfish too." A middle-aged man, who had savored Chen Song's crayfish the previous day and was unable to forget its flavor, was drawn by Chen Jigua's cries, having been in line behind Chen Song. 3 yuan per pound? Chen Jigua thought to himself, secretly amused. Yes, indeed, 3 yuan per pound, and absolutely delicious. "Would you care for a portion?" "Then I shall have a portion," the middle-aged man replied, promptly paying. As he received the freshly earned cash, Chen Jigua trembled with excitement. "I just made 3 yuan. He hurriedly handed a plate of crayfish to the man, who, after taking it, did not leave but immediately grabbed the top one and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh! The man spat out the crayfish and gagged several times. "Why is your crayfish so unpalatable? What kind of business are you running?" After a few retches, feeling somewhat better, he stepped forward and scolded Chen Jigua angrily. "How could it possibly be unpalatable? Don't speak such nonsense." Chen Jigua was unwilling to concede that his crayfish was anything but exquisite, thus a heated argument erupted between the two. "This is utterly inedible. I demand a refund." The man was not one to back down easily, seizing Chen Jigua by the collar and glaring fiercely at him. "What do you think you're doing?" Chen Jigua grasped the man's wrist, only to find the grip so strong that he could not break free, his face reddening. "You're not here to buy food. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you?" "Cause trouble? Do you think I'm a thug?" The man became even more agitated, increasing his grip and furiously retorting at Chen Jigua. "Do you not realize how dreadful your own product is? You think I'm a thug? You deserve to be beaten." As he spoke, the man raised his fist defiantly, momentarily flashing it at Chen Jigua. Their quarrel quickly drew the attention of passers-by, who, perceiving an impending brawl, promptly rushed to intervene. The onlookers, still possessing a degree of innocence, instinctively sought to mediate the situation. The man had no genuine intention of violence. Thus he released his grip on Chen Jigua's collar, allowing himself to be pulled away by the crowd. However, upon being freed and noticing the throng of spectators, Chen Jigua, emboldened, cried out, "Look, everyone, this man is nothing but a petty thug, deliberately claiming my food is inedible and demanding compensation. You're courting disaster." His words ignited the man's fury, prompting him to advance. The bystanders, caught off guard, witnessed him land a punch squarely on Chen Jigua's face. Unprepared, Chen Jigua stumbled sideways, spitting out a bloodied tooth. The surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of activity, hastily restraining the assailant and assisting Chen Jigua to his feet. As the man attempted to strike again, several individuals rushed to embrace him, preventing further violence. "Why such brutality? What enmity lies between you? You've knocked out a tooth. Is he truly a thug?" The onlookers murmured among themselves, casting fearful glances at the assailant. "Let me go? This fool speaks nonsense. I merely found his lobster utterly unpalatable and sought a refund. Now he dares to turn the tables on me. I shall not let him escape unscathed." The man's explosive temper was evident, and even while being restrained, his ire and the force with which he struggled caused many nearby to step back, wary of becoming collateral damage. Chen Jigua, still dazed, was assisted to sit on the ground. Some onlookers, intrigued by the man's claims, tentatively lifted the lid of Chen Zhigua's wooden tub. Upon discovering the lobsters within and sampling one, they promptly spat it out, confirming its unpalatability. The crowd erupted in murmurs. And just then, the police arrived. The gathering parted to create a path as two uniformed officers approached, frowning at the scene before them. Since the crackdown, street altercations had become rare. After all, a significant number had been apprehended and punished, discouraging others from engaging in unlawful behavior. Upon assessing the situation, the officers initially assumed the man was extorting protection money from the vendor. However, as the crowd recounted the events, their perplexity deepened. What had escalated into a physical altercation was merely a dispute over unsatisfactory food. Is it truly that distasteful? One bystander remarked. So unpalatable that I wouldn't accept it even if offered. The taster grimaced as he recalled the flavor. Among the officers, the younger one exhibited curiosity, inquiring with several individuals before whispering to his superior. Why not give it a try? The lead officer suggested, encouraging him to sample the fare for himself. The young police officer nodded, picking up a lobster from the wooden tub. After taking a bite, his expression instantly changed, and he bent over, retching. He hastily opened his green water bottle and gulped down some water. At that moment, everyone believed him. Initially, they thought the taster was a plant, but it turned out even the officer found the lobster unpalatable. What a waste of such abundant lobsters. From the crowd emerged an elderly gentleman, dressed in a shirt from the first steel plant, fanning himself as he glanced at the lobsters in the tub, lamenting their fate. Secretary Chen, you're here too? The leading officer greeted the elder, referred to as Secretary Chen. What secretary? I'm just a retired employee from the steel plant, merely an old man passing by. This gentleman was a loyal customer of Chen Song, particularly fond of the small lobsters paired with a bottle of beer. In his youth, during lean times in the countryside, he could hardly afford meat, let alone enough grain. His fondest memories were of catching lobsters and eels from ditches and ponds to improve his meager meals. However, as he ascended in rank and returned to the county, he could finally afford to eat his fill, but such delicacies became a rarity. Little did he expect that shortly after retiring, he would encounter Chinsong's exquisitely prepared lobsters, rekindling memories of his youth. Thus, he began to frequent Chinsong's stall daily, yearning to relive the past and savor those bygone flavors. Today, having just finished a meal at a neighboring stall, he happened upon a brawl sparked by complaints about the unappetizing lobsters. The elderly man, being of advanced age, was unconcerned about the fight. He was more distressed about the fate of the large tub of lobsters. If they were indeed as dreadful as reported, it would be a true shame. You handle it. What a pity. The lobsters from the stall next door are authentic, he said, shaking his head as he departed towards Chinsong's direction. The two police officers scratched their heads, feeling the situation had dragged on longer than necessary. Although somewhat absurd, the fight had indeed occurred. So they resolved to proceed according to protocol. You too, come with us to the station, the officers instructed, leading the man who had been fighting and Chen Zhigua away, while the crowd remained gathered. Sir, what just happened over there? Chinsong and Daniel were busy serving plates of small lobsters. Though they had noticed the gathering crowd, they were unaware of the cause. Oh, someone wasted good ingredients and got into a fight. The police have arrived, the elderly man replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely witnessed a circus performance. Chinsong nodded, not paying much attention, as he was quite occupied. Out of 3 large tubs of lobsters, only one remained, and the 2 boxes of beer Daniel had just purchased were already sold out. Business was booming. The elderly gentleman received his lobsters and the last bottle of beer, carrying them towards the still-gathered crowd. Upon seeing the elderly man, the onlookers, who had just seen him leave, now watched as he savored a plate of lobsters, occasionally lifting a can of beer to drink, their expressions revealing their envy. Sir, where did you get those lobsters? They inquired eagerly. The elderly man, sensing their curiosity, merely pointed towards the busy trio of Chen Song and his companions. The individuals who had just sampled the crayfish hastily rushed towards Chen Song's stall, prompting a delayed reaction from the others, who soon followed suit, converging upon his booth. How could such a crowd have gathered so suddenly? Daniel observed the influx of people with no trace of concern on his face. Rather, he appeared even more exhilarated. Who knows? Perhaps word of mouth has spread. Chinsong once again offered a platter of crayfish, feeling a twinge of fatigue in his hands. Just as he contemplated wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang, standing nearby, gently took a handkerchief and dabbed away the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead and face. Chinsong was momentarily taken aback, offering a grateful smile in her direction. "Ah Song," I remarked, "I now comprehend that this task is not one that just anyone can undertake. Setting aside whether the crayfish can be prepared deliciously, the procurement and processing of such a large quantity present a significant challenge. Our unique flavors are not easily replicable by others." Daniel paused, witnessing the tender scene of Wang Yao tending to Chen Song's sweat, and felt that his words might intrude upon their moment. Chapter 40. The sister-in-law returns. Today's selling hours extended until nearly 10 o'clock, at which point all 3 wooden barrels of crayfish had been completely sold. The sweltering heat persisted even into the night, oppressive and stifling, compounded by the absence of a breeze. After several hours of labor, the clothes of Chinsong and his companions were thoroughly drenched in sweat, while even the little girl playing quietly on the donkey cart was glistening with perspiration. Yet, despite the heat and exhaustion, the trio refrained from uttering any complaints, instead becoming engrossed in the iron box in Wang Yao's hands. After the previous earnings had nearly filled her bag, she had come prepared this time, knowing they had close to 70 or 80 pounds of crayfish. She had retrieved an iron box from home, anticipating that the earnings would exceed what her bag could hold. Wang Yao handed the iron box to Chen Song, who weighed it in his hands, noting its considerable heft. He placed the box inside one of the barrels, secured the lids, and with a grand gesture declared, "Let us go home." As the night was filled with the chorus of croaking frogs, the group hurried back to the village, encountering no troublesome road bandits, and they returned smoothly to their home. Inside Chinsong's house, which was rather sparse, they casually found seats. Chinsong poured out the cash from the iron box, and it cascaded out, forming a small mountain. Having become adept at counting money, the 3 of them worked in unison, and in no time, they had organized and counted the bills. 245, he announced. The combination of crayfish and beer had set a new record. Chinsong summed up the totals in their hands, and the resulting figure left Daniel and Wang Yao wide-eyed in astonishment. It had doubled since yesterday. How utterly astonishing. Wang Yao quickly retrieved her accounting notebook, recording today's income. After deducting the costs of procuring the crayfish, "We have made a profit of 187 yuan today," she calculated, her eyes brimming with joy. Initially fearing that the influx of patrons would drastically reduce their earnings, they were pleasantly surprised when Chen Song proposed purchasing crayfish from the villagers, which not only resolved their supply issue, but also significantly boosted their income. With renewed determination, "We shall continue to collect the crayfish brought by the villagers tomorrow." Chen Song concealed the money securely, and the others offered words of encouragement until a little girl, utterly exhausted, prompted them to disperse and return to their homes. The following day, Chen Song awoke from his slumber and hurried to the back of the house to unwind. After exhaling a deep sigh, he began to draw water while whistling cheerfully. Suddenly, a sharp shout pierced the air, startling Chen Song into alertness. He quickly shook himself, zipped up his jacket, and rushed to the front yard. His sister-in-law stood there, hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger as she looked around for Chinsong. "Chinsong, what brings you to shout at me so early in the morning?" he inquired, frowning as he approached her, a hint of displeasure etched upon his face. "How can you treat your family this way, Chinsong? We consider you one of our own, and yet you betray us." His sister-in-law advanced menacingly, her hand poised to scratch his face. "You've betrayed us, and I'll make you pay for it." Taking a step back, Chinsong grasped her hand before it could connect, his expression turning grave as he furrowed his brow. "What nonsense are you spouting? How have I betrayed you? What have I done to deserve this accusation? And you dare to deny it? What terrible advice did you give your brother? Selling snails? Do you realize how much we lost last night? How can you betray your own brother like this?" With her hands restrained, his sister-in-law resorted to trying to stomp on his toes. Chinsong evaded her foot while his patience wore thin. "You must not overstep your bounds. I would never betray my brother. Calm down, and let us discuss this rationally. If you lay another hand on me, I shall retaliate." "Oh, so you wish to fight back?" she retorted, escalating the situation. Chinsong, unable to endure her provocations any longer, exerted a firm grip. "Let go, it hurts," she cried, realizing she was unable to break free, her anger beginning to dissipate. "Let us agree to discuss this matter without resorting to violence." Chinsong released her wrist, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. As his sister-in-law regained her composure, Chen Mo appeared in the distance, sprinting toward the small courtyard. breathless as he sought to pull her away. Why did you come here without informing me? Are you trying to make a spectacle for the entire village? Chen Mo merely acknowledged Chinsong with a nod before attempting to lead his sister-in-law away. Am I not allowed to speak? Your beloved brother has caused this mess, and I'm not permitted to voice my concerns? She shook off Chen Mo's grip and pointed an accusatory finger at Chinsong, her anger rekindling. Let us return home, Chen Mo urged, reaching for her again, but she stubbornly concealed her hands behind her, her expression resolute, indicating she would not relent until the matter was resolved. Enough. Brother and sister-in-law, please take a seat, Chinsong implored, guiding Chen Mo to a chair while casting a glance at his sister-in-law. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly sat down as well. Now, please clarify what transpired. What have I done to warrant your early morning visit? Chinsong settled into a chair, observing the quiet couple. Speak up, please. Are you truly unaware of your own actions? The elder sister-in-law mockingly scoffed at Chinsong, addressing him directly. He is my own brother. Why would I ever do anything to harm him? Chinsong retorted, his temper flaring as he gestured towards Chen Mo, inquiring of his sister-in-law. Then who clearly stated it? Perhaps you resent the unfair division of the family assets, and now that you've made some money, you wish to distance yourself from your relatives? The sister-in-law nonchalantly remarked, her demeanor suggesting indifference. Brother, what do you say? What on earth has transpired? Chinsong found himself at a loss for words regarding his elder sister-in-law, and thus turned to his older brother, Chen Mo. In truth, it's not a significant matter. Chen Mo began. You may recall, yesterday you suggested I sell some cooked river snails, mentioning that the people in the county have a fondness for them. I figured since you've sold so many lobsters, your advice must hold merit. Hence, I procured several pounds of river snails that very day. Chen Mo paused, glancing at his wife, who remained silent, prompting him to continue. Then your sister-in-law prepared the snails, and we took them to the county to sell. However, to my surprise, no one came to purchase them, despite my persistent calls. Ultimately, we had to bring them back home. After doing some calculations, your sister-in-law realized that not only did we incur losses from the snails we gathered ourselves, but also from those purchased from neighboring households, alongside the costs of essentials. We ended up losing several dollars. Upon hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Chen Song grasped the situation. In essence, the method he had suggested for selling river snails had not only failed to yield profit, but had resulted in significant losses, a fruitless endeavor. That shouldn't be the case. Just a few days ago, I sold quite a number of river snails with excellent sales, and everyone seemed to enjoy them, Chinsong clarified to Chen Mo, suddenly struck by a thought. By the way, have you tasted the river snails you prepared yourself? Those were meant for sale. How could we possibly eat them? The sister-in-law interrupted, cutting off Chen Mo before he could respond. Under normal circumstances, this idea should be profitable. I know because I sold some just a few days ago. However, I still don't understand why you weren't able to sell yours. First, take me to your home to see the river snails you prepared last night. With a sigh, Chinsong's mind began to form a preliminary idea, albeit one that required verification. Then allow me to take you to see them. Chen Mo disregarded his wife's interjection. Rising to lead the way outside, Chinsong followed closely behind as the sister-in-law watched them depart, muttering a few words before also returning. Let's see what further excuses you can muster. Chapter 41. A chance encounter with Su Jiao Jiao. Here they are. Chen Mo led Chen Song to the kitchen of the old house, where in the corner sat a wooden barrel containing the unsold river snails from the previous night. Is there truly this much left? Chen Song approached, lifting the lid, only to be greeted by a pungent odor of mud and decay wafting from within. Your brother was adamant that your idea would certainly be profitable, the sister-in-law remarked angrily upon seeing the barrel's contents. This is not merely river snails. This is a loss in capital. Ignoring her outburst, Chen Song grimaced at the overwhelming scent, glanced at the broth surrounding the snails, dipped his finger to taste, and, expression unchanged, replaced the lid. I believe I have identified the issue. Chen Song turned to the inquisitive Chen Mo, offering an explanation. What issue? Do you know where things went awry? Chen Mo hastily grasped Chen Song's shoulder, shaking him with excitement. After the division of the family, there had been little income, and the expenses for the children at home were considerable. Chen Mo felt a pang of regret over the loss of several yuan. But upon discovering that Chen Song had identified the problem, he was naturally elated. You found an issue? Yet you refuse to acknowledge that your idea has failed. Continue your charade, and let us see how you will spin this further. If I believe a word you say, then I am not your sister-in-law. The sister-in-law, arms crossed, stood behind them with a dismissive gaze. Silence, Chen Mo exclaimed, noticing Chinsong's increasingly grim expression. Additionally, he sensed the sting in his wife's words, prompting him to interrupt her. All right, it's my fault. Can we please let the third brother finish speaking? Do you truly wish to incur a loss? Chen Mo quickly embraced his sister-in-law, who struggled momentarily but then relented, allowing him to hold her. Very well, I am eager to hear what he has to say. Though Chinsong was not particularly fond of his sister-in-law, he found it somewhat unsettling to witness his elder brother showering her with affection. These snails. Have you not taken measures to eliminate the fishy odor? The muddy stench is detectable from afar. What guest would be inclined to purchase them? Chinsong chuckled, waving away the air before his nose. Eliminate the odor? Did I not add sand ginger? Is this not how we peasants consume them? Surely that suffices? The sister-in-law, breaking free from Chun Mo's embrace, asked with an air of superiority. While sand ginger can mitigate the fishy smell, its efficacy is limited. And you hardly used much with this large barrel of snails, did you? How effective could it truly be? You mentioned that this is how we eat in the countryside, accustomed to the robust, muddy flavor. Yet can we expect the townsfolk to feel the same? They do not frequently indulge in such pungent fare. Thus they are unlikely to purchase it. Chinsong promptly countered his sister-in-law's remarks, lifting the lid of the wooden barrel containing the snails to indicate his point. Indeed, Chen Mo picked up a snail and gave it a vigorous suck, savoring the taste. It does seem rather fishy, having grown accustomed to it in the past. I never noticed. Upon careful tasting, it is not as delightful as one might hope. The townsfolk are likely unaccustomed to such flavors. The sister-in-law looked at the snails before her, falling into silence. It was not solely the muddy odor that was the issue. The appearance of the snails was also lacking. Chinsong provided further commentary, causing the sister-in-law's face to flush. She had never been particularly skilled in the kitchen, and prior to her marriage, cooking had not been her responsibility, leading to her culinary abilities being merely adequate, just sufficient to eat. Although cooking oil is relatively expensive, we should still have some of our home-pressed rapeseed oil left. These snails appear devoid of any sheen, failing to stimulate my appetite. They are certainly not fit for sale. Before Chinsong could finish, Chen Mo pulled him away from the old house. Third brother, today I sincerely apologize on behalf of your sister-in-law. She did not intend any offense. She is simply overly concerned about incurring a loss, especially since our family's finances are quite limited and expenses are high. Outside the courtyard, Chen Mo grasped Chinsong's hand, awkwardly apologizing and revealing his predicament. Forget it, brother. This snail business has potential, but there are costs involved. If you truly wish to pursue it, let our mother handle the cooking. Her skills are commendable. Just add more oil, some perilla to mitigate the fishy taste, and chili to enhance the flavor. This snail dish will surely be delightful. Seeing his elder brother's embarrassed demeanor, Chinsong sighed. During their division of the family assets, he had received the most, taking not only the old house, but also a significant portion of the funds that belonged to Chinigua and Huangqin. While it wasn't an extravagant amount, it should have sufficed to sustain them for a few months. How had it dwindled so quickly? Chinsong chose not to delve deeper. Despite their close kinship, they had indeed separated, and certain matters were best left unspoken to preserve their brotherly bond. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, brother. Chinsong shook his head, preparing to depart. Thank you, third brother. The voice that came from behind him made Chinsong pause, a wave of emotion washing over him. No matter how much he disdained his sister-in-law, his elder brother remained his flesh and blood, and he felt a sense of obligation to support him in the future. As Chinsong left the old house, he did not rush to find Denyo and Wang Yao, as they were likely already in his courtyard, presumably assisting with the procurement of the small crayfish brought in by the villagers. There was no need for haste. The purchasing could proceed without his presence. Chinsong was in urgent need of addressing another matter. He had not stayed at Wang Yao's home for the past couple of days, opting instead for his new abode. However, the bed there was merely a makeshift arrangement of bricks and wooden planks, proving to be quite uncomfortable, more so than sleeping on the ground. Each night, he was jolted awake, suffering from a severe lack of sleep. Thus, he resolved to acquire an actual bed and decided to visit the neighboring village to commission the finest carpenter, Yang, to craft a wooden bed. Other furniture could be arranged later. Having already visited Yangjia village once since his rebirth, where he purchased 10,000 red bricks, Chinsong knew the route. Yangjia village was located over 10 kilometers southwest of Chenjiakeo, requiring a 2-hour walk. With time still on his side, He ambled along the path towards Yangjia village. Suddenly, a minibus behind him honked. Chen Song stepped aside to allow it to pass, only to be surprised when it halted beside him, and the passenger window rolled down. "Hey, do you know how to get to Yangjia village?" inquired a voice from the passenger seat. Upon recognizing Chen Song's face, the speaker exclaimed, "Chen Song, is that you?" Chen Song looked up to find Su Jiao, a doctor from the county hospital's gynecology department. "Dr. Su, what a coincidence!" Chen Song exclaimed, halting his steps as Su Jiao exited the vehicle and approached him. "I thought I recognized you. It's been a while," Su Jiao said with a playful smile, her long legs subtly visible beneath her white coat as she walked towards him. "Dr. Su, what brings you to Chinjikeo?" Chen Song struggled to divert his gaze from her legs to the bus, finally noticing the words County People's Hospital emblazoned on the side. "We received a task from the Health Bureau to conduct free medical examinations in the countryside, measuring blood pressure and sharing medical knowledge with the villagers." Su Jiao stood before Chen Song, nearly matching his height. "This is a wonderful opportunity. I shall accompany you," she declared. Chapter 42. Rivals and Bicycles. Su Jiao led Chen Song onto the county hospital's bus. Within the vehicle, there were merely 3 doctors and 3 nurses, including the driver, totaling 7 individuals. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Deputy Director Zhang from Internal Medicine. He is a favored disciple of the hospital director and has undergone advanced studies in Beijing. Quite impressive." Su Jiao pointed to a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor seated behind Chen Song. "Greetings, Director Zhang. I am Chen Song," he offered courteously. At this, Deputy Director Zhang's stern expression softened into a smile as he extended his hand for a handshake, inquiring, "Where do you hail from, young man? Are you Jiao's boyfriend?" "Zhang, you speak nonsense." Su Jiao blushed and stamped her foot, adding, "You truly have a penchant for frivolous remarks." She turned to Chen Song, explaining, "Please disregard him. Although he appears stern, he is quite humorous within the hospital, and the nurses enjoy conversing with him." "No trouble at all, Director Zhang. I am from nearby Chinjiao and am en route to Yangjia village. Fortunately, I encountered Dr. Su, who kindly offered me a ride. I can guide you along the way," Chen Song replied, nodding and brushing his nose, noticing Su Jiao was not upset, thus disregarding Deputy Director Zhang's teasing. "That sounds splendid. Thank you, Brother Chen," Deputy Director Zhang smiled. "This is Deputy Director Liu from surgery." Su Jiao gestured towards a balding man, her tone slightly frosty. Chen Song felt puzzled. Su Jiao's introduction was rather brief. Turning his gaze, he noted that Deputy Director Liu appeared to be in his early 30s but was already balding, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that seemed ill-fitting. "Hello, Director Liu." Chen Song extended his hand. However, Deputy Director Liu ignored the gesture, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Song and smirking. "What is your relationship with Jiao?" "Director Liu, please address me as Su Jiao. We are not so familiar," she interjected, glaring at him. At that moment, Chen Song comprehended that this man was yet another admirer of Su Jiao, explaining his hostility towards him. "Director Liu has misunderstood. Jiao and I are merely friends," Chen Song clarified, wishing to avoid any unnecessary animosity. "It is best that way." Director Liu adjusted his glasses, his expression impassive as he scrutinized Chen Song before turning to Su Jiao with an ingratiating demeanor. "Jiao, I am merely concerned about the company you keep. Look at his attire. He clearly hails from the countryside. Why would you bring him along?" "Enough, Director Liu. The friends I choose and how I choose them is my own business and none of yours. Please refrain from meddling," Su Jiao retorted angrily, her heart racing in response to her rising frustration. "Deputy Director Liu, I must confess that your words are rather unpalatable to me. What is wrong with being from humble beginnings?" Chen Song had no intention of becoming embroiled in the dispute between him and Su Jiao. Yet the disdainful remarks stirred a sense of displeasure within him. Is it not true that our nation was built by individuals of modest origins? 3 generations back, which family was not comprised of such folk? It is astounding that someone with such a mindset could be regarded as an elite physician in our hospital. Deputy Director Zhang and the 3 nurses seated nearby all cast furious glances at Deputy Director Liu. Zhang, standing up, admonished Director Liu, "I suggest you take your seat and remain silent. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to discuss your conduct during your time in the countryside with the hospital director." Upon hearing this, Liu opened his mouth to retort but was met with the stern expressions of his colleagues. He begrudgingly shot a glare at Chen Song before returning to his seat. My dear brother Chen, I apologize on behalf of our hospital. I hope you can overlook this matter, Deputy Director Zhang said, feeling somewhat awkward as he addressed Chinsong. There is no need, Director Zhang. I was merely a bit miffed. It is nothing to dwell upon. I have no intention of pursuing the matter, Chinsong replied. Showing respect to both Su Jiao and the seemingly stern yet amiable Deputy Director Zhang. Chinsong, let us first guide the driver before we continue our conversation. Su Jiao suggested, pulling Chinsong to the front of the vehicle. Chinsong clearly directed the driver to Yangjia village, and the driver nodded in understanding before starting the minibus in the indicated direction. In the rear of the vehicle, the three nurses whispered among themselves, while Deputy Director Zhang closed his eyes to rest, and Deputy Director Liu glared at Chinsong and Su Jiao's backs with a look of resentment. By the way, Chinsong, are you not from Chinjiakeo? What brings you to Yangjia village? Su Jiao inquired, breaking the silence that had settled over the minibus. I've earned a bit of money and built a new house, so I plan to commission some furniture from the old carpenter in Yangjia village. His craftsmanship is renowned in the region, and it is said that his ancestors once served in the palace, Chinsong explained, feeling the tedium of the journey and engaging Su Jiao in conversation. Are you truly planning to walk there? That seems quite far, Su Jiao remarked in surprise. It's manageable, probably just over 10 miles, Chinsong replied. Did you not consider riding a bicycle? Su Jiao asked. A bicycle? I certainly wish to acquire one. But the expense is considerable, and I cannot obtain a ticket for one, Chinsong sighed, shaking his head gently. Obtaining a ticket is simple enough. I can procure one for you. Our hospital has bicycle tickets available, though they do require payment, Su Jiao excitedly declared, slapping her thigh. Is that so? Then I would be grateful if you could help me get a bicycle ticket. I will pay for it. Chinsong's face lit up with joy. The bicycles of today are primarily the Phoenix brand, sturdy and durable, reigning supreme in this era. They are versatile, even serving as transport for brides on their wedding day, thus carrying a certain prestige. It seems you have been quite successful lately, having completed your house and now preparing to purchase a bicycle. That is impressive. Su Jiao gave him a thumbs up, expressing her admiration. Just look at you. Soon you'll have a house and a car. The next step should be finding someone to marry. Not so fast. I'm busy making money, Chinsong chuckled. What's the matter? Haven't your family mentioned any potential matches? You're not getting any younger, you know. In the countryside, many at your age already have children running around. Su Jiao covered her mouth and laughed, her big eyes sparkling as she crossed her long legs, revealing her delicate white ankles. Don't point fingers at me. Dear Jiao, you are single as well. You're just as much a part of the joke. Chen Song was aware that Su Jiao was no longer young. In this era, whether in the countryside or the city, she was considered a notable leftover woman. It's not that I haven't found someone suitable. The ones my family introduced were all oddballs, not a normal one among them. Su Jiao sighed with exasperation, her expression one of disheartened resignation. But you still have a suitor, don't you? Chinsong nodded, gesturing for Su Jiao to look at Deputy Director Liu behind them. Oh, you cheeky Chinsong, daring to make fun of me. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Su Jiao, both amused and exasperated, playfully punched Chinsong on the shoulder. Deputy Director Liu, as a doctor, possessed commendable skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attained his position at such a young age. However, his arrogance made it difficult for him to get along with most of the staff, and coupled with his lack of physical appeal, he was not someone Su Jiao could admire. After being lightly punched by Su Jiao, Chinsong feigned injury, leaning back against his chair, which elicited light laughter from her. Observing the camaraderie and laughter between the two, Deputy Director Liu's expression grew increasingly grim. As they exchanged amusing stories, about half an hour passed, until the driver's voice broke the ambience. Everyone, we can see the sign for Yangjia village. We are almost there. Upon hearing the driver's announcement, the doctors and nurses turned their attention to the window. Yangjia village was slightly better than Chinjiao. It boasted several skilled artisans who made a living through their crafts. And there was also a brick factory in the village that had been thriving a few years back, allowing the villagers to live more comfortably than those in surrounding areas. Following Chen Song's directions, the driver parked the bus in front of the village committee yard, turning off the engine. Hearing the vehicle's noise, a few individuals emerged from the village committee yard, namely, the village chief and some officials. Upon spotting the county hospital insignia on the bus, smiles instantly spread across their faces. All right, everyone, gather your belongings. It's time to disembark. Deputy Director Zhang seemed to be the leader of the group, instructing the 6 of them to get off. They collected their luggage, grabbed their various bags, and stepped off the bus. Humph. As everyone exited in an orderly fashion. When it was Deputy Director Lu's turn to pass by Chinsong, he let out a cold snort before stepping out of the bus. Chinsong smiled, unfazed by the encounter. After confirming that everyone had alighted, he finally stood up and exited the bus. Thank you, Brother Chen, for your guidance. Deputy Director Zhang extended his hand to shake hands with Chinsong, expressing his gratitude for Chinsong's guidance. Otherwise, they might still be wandering aimlessly, uncertain of when they would arrive here. No need for thanks. It is merely serendipitous that I was headed to Yangjia village as well. And you graciously offered me a ride. I should actually thank you for not charging me for the fare. Chinsong smiled. Now, we have our own tasks to attend to, so let us not linger in conversation. Deputy Director Zhang lifted the many bags in his hands, bid farewell to Chinsong, and began conversing with the village chief of Yangjia village, who was waiting nearby. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the carpenter? I won't keep you any longer. Our medical team is here for a 2-day stint in Yangjia village to conduct consultations and routine measurements for the villagers. We have much to do. Su Jiao approached with her long legs and, with a playful wink and a charming smile, teased Chinsong. Caught off guard by her gaze, Chinsong felt a sudden jolt. Well, I shall take my leave then. He greeted her and departed from the village committee of Yangjia village. There were not many carpenters in Yangjia village, but only a few possessed exceptional skills. Chinsong was in search of Yanggong, a carpenter who had once been a friend of Chun Aigua and whom Chun Aigua had recommended to him. Following Chun Aigua's directions, Chinsong arrived at Yanggong's home. The courtyard of Yanggong's residence was expansive, 3 times the size of Chinsong's new home, filled with piles of timber and various completed pieces of furniture, some draped with black cloth. Is anyone here? Chinsong called out as he cautiously stepped into the courtyard, navigating around the tools and wooden trinkets scattered about. He ventured inside the house. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of wooden crafts, each more lifelike than the last. Some pieces appeared so realistic they blurred the line between the authentic and the imitation. What remarkable skill! Chinsong marveled inwardly, contemplating that such craftsmanship would surely be recognized as intangible cultural heritage in the future. Inside, a middle-aged man was intently working on a wooden screen, carving intricate designs with a chisel, completely absorbed in his task and unaware of Chinsong's arrival. Uncle, Chinsong called out. Receiving no response, he raised his voice. Uncle Yanggong. Finally, the engrossed craftsman paused his work, turned to face Chinsong, and inquired, Who might you be? Are you here for furniture or something else? Uncle Yanggong, I am from the neighboring Chenjiakeo. Chen Aigua is my father. I am his 3rd son, Chinsong. He introduced himself promptly. Oh, that rascal Chen Aigua has come by. Yanggong set down his chisel and tools, glancing past Chinsong toward the door, only to find it empty. Uncle, my father hasn't come. He sent me to convey his regards. It's just me here, Chinsong noted, observing that Yanggong seemed to have a good rapport with his father. Is that so? Yanggong wiped his hands on his apron. You are the son of Chen Aigua. He spoke of you. I cannot believe how much you have grown. Now, tell me what you need. As I happen to have some free time at the moment and can assist you. That would be splendid, Uncle Gong. I wish to acquire a complete set of furniture. My 3 brothers and I have recently separated our households, and I have constructed a house on my grandfather's land. Currently, there is nothing in my home, which is why I sought out Uncle Gong. Chinsong observed the scars etched upon Yanggong's hands, a testament to his craftsmanship. Though his fingers were slender and his knuckles robust, indicating a skilled artisan, it was unexpected that, despite the division of our country, things had progressed so swiftly. Yanggong regarded Chinsong and remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to your father. In honor of him, I shall craft you a complete set of furniture, a bed, cabinets, and chairs. Thank you, Uncle. Chinsong expressed his gratitude promptly. Hold your thanks for a moment. I assume your father did not inform you? My prices for furniture are somewhat higher than elsewhere, so let us be clear that you must not accuse me of being unscrupulous later, Yanggong interjected, adopting a serious demeanor. Ah, indeed, my father never mentioned that. Chinsong glanced at the exquisite craftsmanship surrounding him, silently nodding as he began to comprehend the skills of his father's friend. Uncle, a slightly elevated price is acceptable, provided the final products are both practical and aesthetically pleasing. That is assured. Everyone in these 10 miles knows that the quality and design of my work are unparalleled, Yang Gung replied confidently, speaking of his expertise. That is reassuring. Allow me to pay a deposit. Here is 50 yuan. I shall settle the remaining balance once the furniture is completed, Chinsong stated, producing the 50 yuan in 10 crisp notes and placing them on the table. So generous. When did Chen Igor raise such a lavish child? Yang Gung murmured while swiftly pocketing the money. Uncle, please start with a double bed and make sure it is elegantly designed. I currently have no place to sleep. Chinsong requested. You young ones, in this sweltering heat, a simple straw mat would suffice, Yang Gung scoffed. If you are in a hurry, I happen to have a wooden bed that I completed not long ago. If you like it, we can finalize it now, saving me the trouble of crafting another. Uncle, you have finished products? Allow me to see, and if the style suits me, I shall take it with me, Chinsong said, intrigued by Yang Gung's craftsmanship, evident from the fine pieces displayed in the room. Come and see, Yang Gung called, leading Chinsong outside the courtyard, where he lifted a dark cloth to reveal a double wooden bed. This was a traditional, simple folding bed, yet compared to more intricate designs, its railings were remarkably straightforward, featuring merely 4 posts. The headboard, however, was adorned with some carvings, presenting an overall appearance that was both elegant and unpretentious. This is the one, Chinsong decided instantly, captivated by the simplicity and grandeur of the folding bed, which bore a weighty historical significance while incorporating elements of contemporary society. Uncle, I will go fetch someone to help me move it, Chinsong declared, sealing his decision. Very well, you may take this bed with you, and we shall address the remaining items later. I estimate it will take about half a month to complete. Yang Gung waved his hand, pleased with Chinsong's choice of the folding bed. This piece was originally commissioned by a wealthy family, but they later rescinded the order and opted for some European-style bed, leaving this one to languish. Typically, families prefer simpler wooden beds over folding ones. Thank you, uncle. I shall seek assistance now. Chinsong greeted and made his way toward the village committee of Yangjia village, intending to enlist the help of the village chief. Upon arriving at the village committee, he witnessed a commotion between the medical team from the county and several villagers. Chapter 44. The scoundrel, what shall we do? Amidst the crowd, Yang Arii gazed at the physicians with a sardonic smile, gesturing toward the individual sprawled on the ground. My brother has been harmed by your doctors. He now lies here. We demand an explanation. Good sir, our doctors have yet to attend to him. He collapsed directly onto the ground. You cannot obstruct us from examining him. Should anything befall him, the blame cannot be placed upon us. Vice Director Zhang positioned himself protectively between Yang Arii and his unruly companions, shielding the medical staff behind him. What of it? My brother fainted merely because that female doctor touched him. Unless we receive satisfactory answers today, this matter shall not end here. You shall not leave Yangjia village. Yang Arii's commanding gesture urged his cohorts to press closer. I did not even touch him. Su Jiao, peering from behind Vice Director Zhang, called out, moreover, I am a gynecologist. How could I attend to a male patient? He collapsed right before me. Who witnessed this? Who can attest that you did not touch him? I saw my brother fall before you. If it was not your doing, who else could it be? Yang Arii scoffed. Arii, the county hospital has come to provide health checkups for everyone, free of charge. Please, do not create a disturbance here. The village chief trembled as he stepped between the two factions, attempting to mediate. I say, old man, tend to your duties as village chief. This matter does not concern you. But if you insist on interfering, do you believe I will not bring my brothers to your home to cause a ruckus every day? Yang Arii's narrowed eyes glinted with menace, his gaze threatening toward the village chief. The village chief fell silent, retreating a few steps, cowed into inaction. Do you not realize we are from the county hospital? How dare you attempt to extort us? Are you not afraid we will involve the authorities? Vice Director Liu, who had been hiding behind Zhang, finally mustered the courage to speak, only to withdraw again immediately after, retreating to the safety of the group. Call the police? Huh. By all means, try. Yang Arii sneered, disdain evident in his gaze directed at the cowering Vice Director Liu. His uncle is the captain of the police station, who oversees this area. The village chief's warning sent a pallor across the faces of those present, observing the aggressive demeanor of the opposing group. Vice Director Zhang recalled the hospital director's instructions to ensure the well-being of all. He softened his tone. What exactly do you wish to do? If only we had come to this understanding earlier, Yang Arii replied with a hint of a smile. You only relent when I am forced to escalate matters. What a hassle. I shall not demand much. Since this doctor caused my brother to faint, let her care for him for 2 days, and additionally, Compensate us with 200 yuan. Then we shall consider the matter resolved. Impossible. Without hesitation, Vice Director Zhang's expression darkened as he outright refused. What does it mean to take care of their brother for 2 days? Isn't this sending Dr. Su into a fire pit? What scheme are these ruffians concocting? How could Deputy Director Zhang possibly be unaware? This group is clearly enamored by Su Jiaojiao's beauty. Such a thing, how could Deputy Director Zhang ever consent? As for the 200 yuan compensation, it has become an insignificant matter. Impossible? You had better think carefully before you respond. Yang Arai furrowed his brow, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, as the unruly men behind him also displayed menacing expressions, advancing towards everyone. We cannot accept the terms you propose. Deputy Director Zhang shielded Su Jiaojiao behind him, declaring, our county hospital has never thrown a colleague under the bus to save itself. Director. Su Jiaojiao's hands trembled slightly, her complexion pale. Rest assured, Jiaojiao, our county hospital is not devoid of connections. Have you forgotten that Director Wang of the logistics department is the brother-in-law of the county mayor? I have already asked the village to call the hospital. There will surely be a way. Deputy Director Zhang reassured Su Jiaojiao, though uncertainly nod at him. Yangjia village, while not remote, is still distant from the county seat. And even if assistance is sought, it is uncertain whether help would arrive in time. It seems you are determined to provoke us until we act. Yang Arai took the lead, rolling up his sleeves, and advanced with a fist the size of a sandbag aimed at Deputy Director Zhang's face. Deputy Director Zhang barely managed to evade this blow, but could not avoid Yang Arai's subsequent punch, helplessly watching as it approached the other side of his face. Hey, they came to offer free treatment. What sort of hospitality is this? Chinsong's voice rang out as he appeared at Deputy Director Zhang's side, seizing Yang Arai's outstretched wrist. Who are you? Yang Arai's expression darkened. Being seized was not a pleasant experience. He attempted to struggle, to retract his fist. But this suddenly appeared man held his wrist with a vice-like grip, rendering him unable to withdraw his hand. Do you wish to meddle? Meddling? I simply cannot tolerate your bullying. Chen Song tightened his grip on Yang Arai's wrist, scoffing. Do not think that just because you have a police relative, you can act with impunity. Are you not afraid that all your illegal deeds will implicate your police uncle and bring him down too? Are you all right? Chinsong turned to the others behind him, relieved to see Su Jiaojiao unharmed. We are fine. You should leave quickly. This matter does not concern you. They intend to extort our hospital, and since you are not affiliated with our county hospital, it would be best if you did not involve yourself. Deputy Director Zhang urged Chen Song to depart, for Yang Arai was no trifling character. Having come this far, and as a friend of Jiaojiao, how could I stand idly by while they bully her? Chen Song glanced at Su Jiaojiao, offering a slight smile. You little brat, who do you think you are? Do you believe I won't destroy you? Yang Arai's fury intensified, his face darkening further as he pried Chinsong's hand from his wrist and slowly raised his fist. You can certainly try. As soon as Chinsong finished speaking, Yang Arai eagerly stepped forward, throwing a punch at Chinsong. Yang Arai, a notorious troublemaker, has long wreaked havoc in the surrounding villages. Chinsong had heard whispers of his misdeeds. He frequently found himself embroiled in conflicts, even tangling with outsiders, at times resorting to violence. His impunity stemmed from having an uncle who serves as the captain at the local police station, who has consistently shielded him from justice, only emboldening Yang Arai's brazen behavior. Now, he dared to confront a state institution like the county hospital in broad daylight, even attempting to abduct a female doctor. With a swift motion, Chen Song deflected Yang Arai's punch, his expression grave. He retaliated with a powerful kick to Yang Arai's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn it! I will kill you. Everyone attack. Yang Arai, sprawled on the ground, was incensed by the humiliation and immediately summoned his lackeys to aid him. The audacity was astounding. Be cautious. Deputy Director Zhang and Su Jiaojiao, among others, observed that Chinsong's strength had exceeded all expectations during this period. Although his fighting style lacked finesse, his raw power and quick reflexes were undeniable. Despite the experience of his assailants, they were no match for Chinsong. And after exchanging blows, one of them fell to the ground. Who called the police? Just as Chinsong incapacitated the last of the thugs, a police jeep arrived. 3 officers emerged, led by none other than Yang Arai's uncle, Sun Gomping, the team leader at the police station. Upon seeing his nephew lying on the ground, Sun Gomping's expression darkened. Chapter 45. Collusion. After disembarking, the old village chief hurriedly approached to greet Sun Gomping. who responded with a casual nod before disregarding him and striding toward the scene. "Uncle, you must stand up for us." Yang Arai lay on the ground, his face bruised, towering yet looking utterly defeated, akin to a battered young girl. "Call the officers." Sun Gongping glared at Yang Arai, his demeanor serious. He shifted his gaze to Chen Song, who stood apart with no visible signs of having fought, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Surveying the familiar faces of the fallen thugs, he began to piece together the situation. "Officer, it was him. He attacked us." Yang Arai pointed accusingly at Chen Song, prompting the others who had been knocked down to rise and do likewise. Sun Gongping narrowed his eyes and called over the two officers behind him, gesturing toward Chen Song and the sprawled thugs. "Charge them all with rioting and take them in." "Wait a moment." Deputy Director Zhang stepped forward, positioning himself before Sun Gongping. "Officer, this young man acted in defense of others. You ought to apprehend these ruffians instead." "Are you instructing me on my duties?" Sun Gongping shot a glance at them, noting the county hospital insignia on their white coats, his brow furrowing slightly. "By the way, who reported the incident?" "It was I," Deputy Director Zhang replied. "Comrade, we are from the county hospital, conducting a medical outreach to provide free blood pressure checks and address minor ailments for the villagers. This is our first stop, having just arrived at Yangjia village." Unexpectedly, as the morning commenced, this individual collapsed before Dr. Su, and as you can see, he remained sprawled there. Deputy Director Zhang pointed towards the man still lying on the ground, whose chest rose and fell in a normal rhythm, clearly not having fainted. It seemed he had merely pretended to be unconscious, only to succumb to slumber after a prolonged wait, oblivious to the fact that Chinsong had already dispatched those around him. "Officer, they are speaking nonsense." Yang Arai hastily approached, clutching his swollen face, and indignantly exclaimed, "It was that female doctor who incapacitated my brother, yet now she is casting blame upon us. Officer, you must advocate for us." "Comrade, my colleague truly did not lay a hand on him." Deputy Director Zhang interjected urgently. "Who can attest to her claims?" Sun Gongping's expression turned frosty as he fixed his gaze on Deputy Director Zhang. "Well, my colleague herself asserts that she has never deceived anyone," Zhang replied, frowning. Sun shook his head, gesturing towards the man still sprawled on the ground. "How can the words of the involved parties serve as evidence? Without any other witnesses, I have ample reason to suspect that this doctor rendered him unconscious." "That is a fallacious argument," Deputy Director Zhang retorted in frustration. "Doctor, please watch your words. I am a police officer, and I adhere to regulations and the law. Since you lack evidence, you shall certainly bear responsibility. As for this individual, he shall accompany me for further inquiry," Sun Gongping remarked casually, beckoning to two officers behind him who promptly followed suit. Deputy Director Zhang was about to express his thoughts, informed by the village chief that Yang Arai had a dubious character, merely a ruffian, when he noticed the covert exchanges between Yang Arai and the officer before him. Chen Song, overhearing their dialogue, furrowed his brow, contemplating the evident favoritism at play. This was clearly a case of extortion, distorted by the officer into a matter of black and white. Gazing towards the village chief and the villagers of Yangjia village, Chen felt a sense of foreboding as he observed their evasive expressions. It appeared they were already aware of Sun Gongping's intention to protect his nephew. Although they wore frowns of discontent, they remained silent, unwilling to confront a brazen ruffian and a police officer overseeing the area. Yang Arai sneered at Chen Song and Su Jiao, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with malice and menace, as if to declare, "What arrogance! In this territory, I am the one in charge. Officer, he is the real villain. Why have you not apprehended him?" Su Jiao, still bewildered by the situation, blurted out, drawing the attention of everyone present. Jiao Jiao refrained from speaking. Lu Deputy Director, trembling with fear, pulled at Su Jiao's white coat, urging her to remain silent. As Yang Arai and Sun Gongping's gazes shifted towards her, Lu quaked even more, retreating a couple of steps. "Dr. Su." Deputy Director Zhang stood protectively in front of Su Jiao. Chen Song approached, addressing Sun Gongping. "Officer, to heed only one side of the story is rather unorthodox. Is it not? Should we not first ascertain the condition of the man lying there? Wouldn't that clarify matters for everyone? What do you think you are? Do I need your guidance to solve cases? I haven't even restrained you yet." Sun Gongping's expression turned icy as he fixed his cold gaze upon Chen Song. "Indeed, the police have yet to investigate your assault. Let me tell you, several of my brothers are injured, and unless you bleed profusely, this matter is far from over. With newfound confidence, Yang Arai brazenly gestured menacingly at Chen Song. It seems you have forgotten your lessons and wish to test the strength of my fist again. Chen Song's dangerous stare caused Yang Arai to instinctively take a step back. However, he collided with Sun Gongping behind him, and upon seeing him, Yang Arai's courage surged. You little rascal, how dare you threaten us in front of the police? You clearly disregard their authority. Keep shouting, and I shall have you all arrested. As the two argued, Sun Gongping suddenly barked, prompting silence among the crowd. Uncle, they are far too arrogant. Arrest them immediately. Yang Arai scowled, glaring fiercely at Chen Song. Close your mouth as well. Sun Gongping shot him a stern look, silencing Yang Arai. Chen Song chuckled softly, retreating beside Su Jiaojiao, patting her back. Surely. Vice Director Zhang has informed the Dean and Director Wang. Director Wang is the brother-in-law of the county magistrate. If this Sun Gongping attempts to misuse his police status, they will not let him off easily, as it concerns the reputation of the county hospital. You are correct. I had the nurse make a call earlier, and they have contacted the county magistrate. We have nothing to worry about, Dr. Su. Rest assured. Although Vice Director Zhang still frowned, his anxiety seemed to have eased. Their hushed conversation remained unheard by Sun Gongping. Since you both have your versions of the truth, let us ascertain the condition of the individual lying on the ground. Is he truly unconscious, or is there more to it? The truth shall be unveiled, Sun Gongping proclaimed, pointing to the person on the ground. He approached, crouched down, and checked for signs of breathing and a pulse. In my estimation, he is indeed unconscious. Sun Gongping stood, a slight smile gracing his lips as he informed the others. Impossible. This man has a healthy complexion and steady breathing. He does not appear to be unconscious at all. Su Jiaojiao exclaimed. I have made myself perfectly clear. He is unconscious. Sun Gongping's brow furrowed as he surveyed the crowd, who dared not meet his gaze. Take them all away. The two officers behind him looked displeased. Yet out of respect for Sun Gongping's authority, they retrieved their handcuffs and prepared to restrain Chinsong. You little punk. Let's see how you act tough once I give you a taste of my fists. Yang Arai leaned in menacingly while the officers cuffed Chinsong. Chinsong ignored Yang Arai's threats and offered no resistance as he was escorted to the jeep. Everyone could see that Sun Gongping was clearly favoring Yang Arai. Chinsong's removal meant trouble awaited him. You fool. Why provoke the county hospital? You may bully the villagers in the countryside, but do you think you can trifle with those at the county hospital? If you weren't my nephew, I would be tempted to beat you to a pulp. Before departing, Sun Gongping admonished Yang Arai with a sense of frustration. Yang Arai nodded submissively, assuring his uncle that he would no longer trouble the staff of the county hospital. Uncle, let the hospital staff be, but that scoundrel must be dealt with properly. He assaulted so many of us, and I shall not let him off the hook. Understood. Leave this matter to me, replied Sun Gongping, casting a stern glance at Yang Arai before getting into the vehicle. The jeep roared to life and swiftly departed. Little girl, this is not over. If you have any sense, come find me. Perhaps he might still find his way out of the police station. Otherwise, Yang Arai leered at Su Jiaojiao, licking his lips as his gaze lingered on her legs. No way, Su Jiaojiao retorted, brimming with anger. Then just wait. Chapter 46. Serving the people. Yang Arai greedily eyed Su Jiaojiao, snorted in disdain, and, recalling his uncle Sun Gongping's warning, begrudgingly relinquished his intentions towards them. He approached the man lying on the ground and roused him from his slumber. The man awoke, bewildered, unsure of how he had fallen asleep. Yang Arai derisively surveyed the others from the county hospital, accompanied by a group of ruffians, and boasted, mark my words. That little wretch will meet his end in the police station's jail with just a word from me. With that, he ignored the expressions of those around him and left, filled with self-satisfaction. Director Zhang, what shall we do? Chen Song was merely trying to help us when he got into that fight. We cannot simply ignore this. Su Jiaojiao exclaimed, her face etched with concern. This predicament stemmed from Su Jiaojiao's involvement. Although Yang Arai had deliberately provoked the situation to extort money and pursue Su Jiaojiao, it was evident that Chen Song was innocent and had been inadvertently entangled in the affair. As a friend, Su Jiaojiao was unwilling to let Chen Song languish in the police station without intervention. Moreover, Sun Gongping's behavior alarmed her. It was apparent that this officer was intentionally shielding his nephew. No one could foresee what kind of treatment Chinsong would receive upon arrival at the police station. Didn't Chinsong just tell you not to worry? I had Shaoli call the hospital using the village phone earlier. They must have connections now. However, they are still unaware of Chen Song's situation. I will make another call, Director Zhang stated, striding toward the village committee. I believe we should hastily return to the county. Coming to the countryside for free medical care was a grave mistake. These people are too uncivilized. I propose we leave immediately and let Chinsong fend for himself to avoid further trouble, Lu Deputy Director suggested, emerging from the shadows. Having seen Yang Arii retreat, he felt emboldened to voice his opinion. Silence. Are you even a man? You did not stand up earlier, and now that those ruffians have left, you dare to speak? Su Jiao glared at Lu Deputy Director with disdain before angrily following after Director Zhang. Jiao, Lu Deputy Director muttered under his breath, his expression sour. Damn that Chen Song. He might as well be done away with by the police. Su Jiao hastily caught up with Director Zhang. Director, called Director Wang. Her brother-in-law is the county magistrate. He can surely assist us. That is precisely my intention, nodded the director and deputy director in agreement. Excellent. Just a word from the county magistrate, and not only will Sun Ganping, a mere team leader of a small police station, receive due respect, but even the county police chief will heed his words. Su Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, though her brow remained slightly furrowed. However, would the county magistrate truly intervene in this matter? A new wave of worry washed over her, though the magistrate was related to Director Wang. The individual in question was Chen Song, who bore no connection to Wang, nor to the hospital. Would the magistrate extend any consideration? He undoubtedly would. Deputy Director Zhang nodded affirmatively. It is imperative to understand that this situation transcends merely Chen Song's imprisonment. It has escalated to the point where our county hospital has been insulted and victimized by thugs. If we cannot protect those who stand by our hospital, who would dare to assist us in the future? Where would our hospital's dignity reside? Therefore, even if things do not pan out with Director Wang, the hospital as president will certainly pull strings to secure Chinsong's release. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao's face lit up with excitement, finally feeling at ease. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if Chinsong would face any ill treatment during this time. Deputy Director Zhang placed a call to the hospital and another to Director Wang, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Soon, Director Wang reached out directly to his brother-in-law, the county magistrate, while the hospital president contacted the county party secretary. Chaos erupted within the county committee compound. The county magistrate and the party secretary were infuriated. At such a critical juncture when the nation was cracking down hard, it was unconscionable that petty thugs, emboldened by their connections to law enforcement, dared to act with impunity right under their noses, reflecting poorly on their administration. The county's call was swiftly routed to the police station where Sun Ganping was stationed. Inside the precinct, the station chief was sipping tea, surveying recent cases and the outcomes of the ongoing crackdown, feeling a swell of pride, convinced that his station was the most successful in the entire county. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Setting down his cup, he answered the call. Moments later, he sprang to his feet, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yes, I will handle this immediately, rest assured, leaders. After hanging up, the chief slammed his teacup to the floor in frustration. Damn it, that rascal Sun Ganping is nothing but trouble. Without a moment's thought for the shattered cup, he strode out of his office. He grabbed a junior officer on his way. Where is Sun Ganping? Bring him to me. The young officer, upon seeing the chief, quickly inquired, Captain. Sun just brought someone in. He should be in the detention room for questioning now. Good grief, it can't be true, the chief muttered, releasing the officer and heading toward the detention room. When Chen Song was brought to the police station, a junior officer had taken his statement before locking him in the detention room. Shortly after, Sun Ganping entered. Now, tell me, why did you engage in a brawl? Numerous individuals were injured, and you will undoubtedly bear legal responsibility for this, Sun Ganping exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and fixing his gaze on Chen Song. Officer, I was merely acting in defense of justice. I could not stand by while that scoundrel Yang Arii bullied the innocent. The entire village can attest to my actions. Chen Song discerned that the individual before him was likely biased in favor of Yang Arii. Everyone can testify, yet so many villagers remain silent. This suggests you are lying. Sun Ganping, gazing at Chen Song's fearless demeanor, felt a wave of irritation. Since the crackdown began, he had apprehended numerous individuals, all of whom begged for mercy upon arrival. Yet Chen Song's defiance only intensified his displeasure. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. If you refuse to admit your guilt, Do not blame me for what follows. With that, Sun Ganping brandished his baton, placing it menacingly on the table to intimidate Chinsong. Officer, when did it become permissible for the police to inflict punishment? Are you not concerned about the repercussions should your superiors discover this? Chinsong coldly regarded him, taken aback by the evident lack of professional ethics in this so-called officer. Ah, you little rascal, do you understand the concept of striking from afar? With a mere swing, I could inflict no harm through this distance. Sun Ganping sneered, grasping the baton and advancing toward Chinsong. Suddenly, the door to the detention room swung open, and the director stormed in, immediately spotting Sun Ganping approaching Chinsong with the baton. What is happening? Xiao Wu, did I not instruct you to keep everyone out? Sun Ganping, growing impatient, turned to face the expressionless director, momentarily taken aback. Director, what brings you here? Sun Ganping, you ought to question your own actions. The director's countenance was stern as he glared at him, striding past Sun Ganping to approach Chinsong. You must be Brother Chen. It's all a misunderstanding. I shall unlock your cell at once. Xiao Wu, the officer referred to, hurried over, retrieving his keys to release Chinsong. And you are? Chinsong inquired, now standing and flexing his wrist as he regarded the officer before him. I am Wang Jiangwo, the director of the precinct. This was an oversight, and I assure you I will provide a satisfactory resolution. Wang Jiangwo had received dual calls from the county magistrate and the party secretary, making it imperative for him to address the situation with utmost seriousness. Witnessing Sun Ganping's misconduct firsthand only deepened his disdain for the man. This incident had tarnished what was once a commendable record of enforcement. Sun Ganping, remove your uniform. I hereby announce your suspension from duty due to suspected abuse of your position, harboring and abetting a criminal organization, and dereliction of duty. Prepare for an investigation. Director, I did not do anything wrong. I merely apprehended him for fighting. Sun Ganping stammered, a chill of realization washing over him as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Sun Ganping, the county magistrate and the party secretary have personally contacted me. Do you still wish to argue? You should be more concerned about how to handle the county police department shortly. Director Wang Jiangwo snorted in disapproval, clearly displeased with Sun Ganping. Brother Chen, I sincerely apologize for this ordeal. I will ensure your prompt return. Director Wang, allow me to make a quick call to inform my family of my safety. Chapter 47. Safe return. Chinsong, are you unharmed? In the reception area of the precinct, Su Jiao scrutinized Chinsong from head to toe, only sighing in relief once she confirmed he bore no injuries. I am fine. Sun Ganping did not have the chance to do anything before the director intervened. Chinsong smiled, yet he found Su Jiao drawing closer to him, a delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils, causing his gaze to involuntarily shift to her visage. Su Jiao's complexion was fair and pristine, her enchanting phoenix eyes revealing boundless charm. Her cherry-like lips were slightly parted, and her exquisite features now bore a hint of concern. Staring at her face, Chinsong momentarily lost his train of thought. What are you staring at? Su Jiao blushed, the rosy hue creeping up from behind her ears, vibrant and alluring. After Chinsong remained in a daze for quite some time, she finally called out to him. Nothing. How come you're back? Chinsong shook himself from his reverie, diverting his gaze from her expression. With such a significant incident occurring, the medical outreach was inevitably cancelled. The hospital sent us back. Deputy Director Zhang mentioned we should come to the police station first, so here we are. I'm just relieved you're all right. I was truly worried sick. Su Jiao patted her chest, exhaling a sigh. Originally, they had hoped to provide medical care to the surrounding villages, but unexpectedly, trouble arose at the very first stop, leaving them fearful that the entire initiative might be doomed. Indeed, it's a pity, as I was looking forward to showing my parents when you all arrived at Chenjiao, Chinsong lamented. Oh please, what does that matter? You are now a significant figure at our hospital. Bring your parents along for a visit, and we'll provide them with complimentary health checkups, far more thorough than what could have been offered during the outreach. Su Jiao shot him a playful glance, exuding charm. Ha ha ha, that sounds splendid. Chinsong chuckled in response. Brother Chen, it's a relief to see you unharmed. Deputy Director Zhang stepped forward behind Su Jiao, grasping Chinsong's hand tightly, as if he were greeting a long-lost relative. Thank goodness you're fine. Otherwise, our hospital would have certainly sought retribution. Chinsong greeted him with a smile. I'm fine, and I appreciate your efforts in rescuing me. Director Wang Jiangwo stood awkwardly nearby, chuckling. The director of the county hospital was a classmate of the county party secretary, while Director Wang of the pharmacy department was the brother-in-law of the county mayor. Such connections were well known throughout the county, and it seemed Sun Ganping had stirred up chaos unnecessarily, dragging the entire police station into the fray. This is Director Wang Jiangwo, Chen Song introduced. Deputy Director Zhang nodded. Director Wang, do you know how to deal with those ruffians from Yangjia village, aside from Sun Ganping? Rest assured, Deputy Director Zhang, I have dispatched capable personnel to apprehend the second-rate thugs led by Yang Area. In this era of strict law enforcement, they dare to operate in defiance. Such behavior will not be tolerated. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Director Wang immediately clarified his stance, his expression becoming considerably more serious. After all, his subordinates had caused such a considerable disturbance, and if he did not take decisive action, he might find himself facing repercussions from above. I must head back now. I intended to wrap things up in Yangjia village this morning, but with this incident, it's already past noon, and there are still people waiting for me in the village. Chinsong bid farewell to everyone, explaining his intention to leave. Brother Chen, don't be in such a hurry. I just happen to be heading to Yangjia village to supervise the capture. I can conveniently escort you to Qinjiao. Director Wang immediately stepped forward, speaking warmly. I will accompany you as well. Su Jiaojiao grasped Chinsong's arm and stepped forward to speak. Dr. Su, she said. As Deputy Director Zhang raised an eyebrow, observing Su Jiaojiao's hold on Chinsong with a contemplative expression. Sister Jiaojiao, you still need to return to the hospital. It's already afternoon. Perhaps you should refrain from accompanying us. I will come back to the county later tonight, and we can meet then. Chinsong subtly released Su Jiaojiao's grasp, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. At Chen's family courtyard, the scene contrasted sharply with the previous day when villagers queued to deliver crayfish. Today, the number of visitors had dwindled, likely due to the near depletion of crayfish from the ditches and ponds. Daniu and Wang Yao busied themselves in the courtyard, weighing the crayfish and compensating the villagers. Fortunately, Chen Song had informed Daniu of where to keep the money the night before. Otherwise, they would have struggled to pay the villagers for such a large quantity of crayfish. Mom, when will Uncle be back? A young girl, having grown weary while observing the numerous bowls of crayfish, approached Wang Yao and inquired. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Wang Yao glanced at the sun overhead, calculating the time with a slight furrow in her brow. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Hadn't Chen Song mentioned he would return shortly after visiting Yangjia village? Logically, he should have been back by noon. What could have possibly delayed him? Wang Yao felt a twinge of concern but continued her work, counting the money from the pile of tickets and handing it to the villagers delivering crayfish. What is there to worry about? Yangjia village isn't far from here. As a grown man, Ah-song can't just vanish. Daniu's honest face bore no signs of anxiety. After all, he understood that Chinsong was not the same as before. His physical prowess now surpassed his own. Besides, Chinsong had merely gone to Yangjia village to arrange for furniture with a carpenter. What trouble could he possibly encounter? Let us hope so. Otherwise, with all these crayfish, we won't be able to prepare his special recipe. If they spoil, we'll incur a great loss, Wang Yao remarked, gazing at the crayfish in the wooden basin. As they conversed, a jeep pulled up at the entrance of the courtyard. The lined-up villagers quickly stepped aside, pointing and whispering to one another. The sight of the police insignia on the jeep heightened their astonishment. The door swung open, revealing Director Wang and Chen Song stepping out. After exchanging greetings, Chen Song entered the courtyard, while Director Wang drove away. Wang Yao and Daniu, spotting the police vehicle, hurriedly abandoned the villagers delivering crayfish and rushed to greet Chen Song. What happened? Why did you get out of a police car? Wang Yao asked, anxiously checking Chen Song for any signs of harm. Her scrutiny surpassing even that of Su Jiaojiao earlier. With so many people around, Chen Song instinctively took a step back to avoid Wang Yao's probing hands. Sister Wang, I'm fine, he reassured her, halting her intentions with a firm call. What's wrong? Did something happen? Daniu inquired, puzzled but refraining from getting too close. I encountered Yang Area in Yangjia village. That fellow was bullying people, and I couldn't stand by, so I intervened. I had to visit the police station. But everything is fine now, Chen Song recounted, downplaying the incident and glossing over the more critical details. Yang Area, so oblivious to his own shortcomings, relies on his uncle's influence at the police station to intimidate the villagers. Every resident in the area has suffered from his malicious deeds. Should I cross paths with him again, I would not hesitate to give him a beating. Dainyu clenched his fist in indignation. There's no need for that. This time he's met his match, especially with the government's strict crackdown. He might end up incarcerated, and whether he can emerge unscathed remains uncertain. Chinsong chuckled, dismissing Yang Arii as insignificant. Uncle, you're here. The graceful Yao Yao dashed out from the courtyard, throwing herself into Chinsong's embrace, her face a picture of longing for affection. How could Chinsong possibly refuse the young girl? He promptly lifted Yao Yao into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. Have you been well-behaved today, Yao Yao? I'm always well-behaved. Today, I diligently watched over the crayfish, ensuring none escaped. The little girl beamed, her expression inviting praise. Excellent. Chinsong gave her a thumbs up. Her laughter filled the air, dispelling the earlier gloom. By the way, how did the crayfish fare today? How many did we collect? Chinsong inquired, glancing at the crayfish in the hands of Dainyu and Wang Yao. The quantity is similar to yesterday's. There are fewer people, but the amount hasn't changed significantly. I estimate around 70 to 80 pounds. Wang Yao calculated briefly. That's good. Let's wrap this up quickly. We need to process the crayfish right away. Sure. Chapter 48. The Bean You Play Incident. Since establishing a regular acquisition business, Chen Song, Dainyu, and Wang Yao have become increasingly busy, tirelessly alternating between collecting, processing, and purchasing crayfish, all while reveling in the joy of counting their earnings. After more than 2 months of relentless work without a single day off, despite feeling utterly exhausted, they willingly embraced the fatigue, for the sight of their growing wealth was a source of satisfaction. After all, youth is the time to strive for fortune. Aside from the young girl Yao Yao, who still enjoyed the luxury of sleeping in and rising early, the trio could aptly describe their routine, rising before the rooster and retiring later than the dog. In a mere 2 months, their earnings surged from a mere 200 to over 16,000 yuan, a remarkable miracle indeed. Although Chen Song was somewhat prepared for this outcome, witnessing such a substantial sum before him stirred his emotions. After all, it was now 1983, and the reform and opening up had only just begun. Becoming a 10,000 yuan household was no small feat. This sum was enough to elevate one to the ranks of the wealthiest in the region. Wang Yao joyfully embraced Chen Song, leaning against his chest to share this rare elation, and moments later, she was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Feeling the softness and full curves of Wang Yao in his arms, Chen Song found himself entranced, slowly placing his hand on her waist, gently caressing her back. Let the tears flow. The hard days will eventually pass, and brighter days await us. Wang Yao rested her entire head on Chen Song's shoulder, tears of joy cascading down her cheeks, her sobs gradually softening into gentle hiccups. From a harmonious family life to becoming a widow after her husband's passing, Wang Yao bore the weight of societal prejudice, contending with a mother-in-law and sister-in-law eager to seize her inheritance, all while raising her daughter alone. Undoubtedly, she invested immense effort. Upon receiving a considerable sum of cash after months of diligent labor, the tension that had long been coiled within her finally began to ease. Moments later, realizing her flushed cheeks, Wang Yao shyly pushed Chen Song away, turning her back to feign embracing her daughter, hoping to conceal her embarrassment from the onlookers. What are you staring at? Chen Song noticed Dainyu stealthily approaching, his simple countenance adorned with a teasing expression, which elicited a chuckle from him. It seems Sister Wang Yao indeed holds a special place in your heart. Dainyu grinned broadly, exchanging playful glances with Chen Song. Get lost, you rascal. Chen Song replied with a laugh. All right, everyone, come gather around for a discussion. Chen Song beckoned the group to take their seats. Have you given any thought to our next steps? Dainyu casually pulled over a chair to sit. This chair had been sent from Master Yang Gong, the old carpenter from Yangjia village, as part of a series of furniture Chen Song had commissioned, which included a bed, several wooden cabinets, a wooden sofa, a few large boxes, and a complete set of tables and chairs, all filling the room to capacity, and all for a mere 300. Despite the cost, the craftsmanship was impeccable. The intricate carvings on many pieces were so lifelike that they prompted admiration from all who beheld them. The young girl particularly adored the wooden sofa, which, paired with purchased cushions, provided a comfortable haven for both sitting and reclining. Wang Yao settled down, holding her daughter, her earlier blush fading, though she still kept her gaze lowered, hesitant to meet Chen Song's eyes. The group sensed the change in the weather. The hottest months had passed. During this period, we have found it increasingly difficult to procure crayfish. Instead, we've had an abundance of loach and eel, which has helped maintain our revenue, Chinsong remarked. Daniel and Wang Yao nodded in agreement. During the first month of their procurement, crayfish had been plentiful, but by the second month, as the season waned, the supply dwindled significantly, largely due to overfishing in the prior months. Indeed, uncles from the village used to deliver crayfish daily, but that has gradually ceased. They haven't brought any for quite some time, Daniel acknowledged. Thus, we must pivot our strategy. Chinsong stood, pacing around the group as if resolutely making a decision. Have you noticed the recent fluctuations in soybean prices while in the county? Soybeans. Daniel and Wang Yao exchanged perplexed glances. Having anticipated Chinsong would discuss other business avenues rather than the price of soybeans. What about soybeans? To be honest, they had not been attentive to the soybean market. While Chinsong had been closely monitoring various ingredients, including soybeans, out of necessity for preparing fried crayfish. In the region of Chunjiao, soybean cultivation is quite rare, with the local population relying predominantly on external sources for soybeans and soybean products. The primary crops grown here are rice and corn, focusing on staple grains. Naturally, Chinsong could not disclose to them that in the forthcoming period, several agricultural products would experience astronomical price surges. During this era, affluent entrepreneurs from the South had begun to manipulate market prices for various products, including soybeans, garlic, sand ginger, and scallions. The notorious phrases garlic you're tough, soybeans you play, ginger you army, scallion strike, and sugar high all originated during this time. Garlic, ginger, and scallions are primarily used as supplementary ingredients in cooking, and their demand is relatively low and inelastic compared to other vegetables. Should there be any aberration in weather or pestilence, these low-demand items, with their inelastic demand, are susceptible to significant production declines. Consequently, any reduction in supply would lead to a steep rise in prices, particularly if speculative capitalists enter the market to drive up prices further. Chen Song had long been attentive to soybeans, and during this epoch, there was a momentous speculative frenzy surrounding them. As he recalls, starting in October 1983, the price of soybeans within the province began an alarming ascent, soaring to an astonishing price of over 10 yuan per gene. Had Chen Song not experienced this phenomenon in his previous life, he might have deemed it a mere fantasy. To put it into perspective, in 1983, pork was priced at only 2 to 3 yuan per gene, yet soybeans commanded a price exceeding 10 yuan. Can you believe it? Prior to this period, soybean prices had remained stable, languishing around 3 to 4 mao per gene. In a mere fortnight, the price skyrocketed to over 10 yuan per gene, marking an almost 30-fold increase. This was undoubtedly the result of capitalists artificially inflating the market by creating a fad of soybean scarcity to reap substantial profits. Furthermore, if this year was marked by soybeans, next year it would be garlic, followed by sand ginger and scallions. Every couple of years, such disruptive market maneuvers would recur. Given that this was the early phase of the country's opening up, many domestic regulations were not yet refined, making such occurrences rather common. It would take several years for the state to gradually enhance various market systems and implement stringent controls over product pricing, rendering such phenomena increasingly rare in later years. The soybeans you play incident was swift and fleeting. In Chinsong's memory, it lasted barely over 2 months. Those who entered the market early and withdrew timely reaped substantial rewards, while the greedy who hoarded large quantities of soybeans found themselves trapped, with some even facing government repercussions for speculation. In his previous life, Chen Song had relatives who, in their greed, stockpiled considerable amounts of soybeans, only to be caught unprepared for the sudden market shift, suffering severe losses. Now, Chen Song was well prepared, with over 16,000 yuan at his disposal to invest, and it would be unreasonable to forfeit this opportunity and not partake in the ensuing profits. Moreover, this represents an opportunity for him to multiply his wealth several-fold. He certainly would not allow it to slip away. If you trust me, starting tomorrow, we shall commence a substantial acquisition of soybeans. Chen Song gazed resolutely at Wang Yao and Daniel. Chapter 49. Covert acquisition. Wang Yao and Daniel exchanged glances, discerning mutual doubt and concern in each other's eyes. In their minds, soybeans were hardly valuable, even at their peak market price. They barely fetched 6 or 7 dimes per gene, and that was only during a year of reduced yield. They simply could not comprehend why Chen Song possessed such unwavering confidence regarding the impending price surge of soybeans. Of course, Chen Song could not directly disclose that he had foreseen future developments, predicting a terrifying escalation in soybean prices. Even if he dared to say so, He suspected Wang Yao and Daniel would remain skeptical. Chinsong, have you considered this matter further? How could soybeans possibly yield profit when their price is still lower than that of rice? Although Wang Yao had faith in Chinsong, the decision involved a significant investment of 16,000 yuan. If they were to invest in an unprofitable, or worse, a loss-making venture, it would be devastating. Indeed, a song. Why don't we explore other avenues? I heard during my recent trip to the county that the government is encouraging farmers to establish grain and oil factories. I believe this could be a viable path. Daniel, having traveled extensively, had gathered a wealth of information and found it perplexing that Chen Song intended to invest all his funds in soybeans. Impressive. I hadn't expected you to be so attuned to policy, Chen Song chuckled, admiring Daniel's insight. Since the remarkable achievements in rural development in our country, the government has begun to encourage farmers to pool resources for factory establishment, particularly for grain and oil production, leading to the emergence of village and township enterprises. The red brick factory in Yangjia village came into the hands of Yang Daong precisely because of this trend, albeit through some underhanded means that circumvented collective industry regulations. Chinsong had contemplated establishing a factory himself, but realized that the timing was not yet right. Presently, there were no signs of such initiatives in the village or township, and it was unlikely that the leadership in the town would open that door anytime soon. For now, Chinsong's objective was to further expand his capital. Without a doubt, the bean you play incident represented a prime opportunity for him to multiply his investments considerably. I understand your concerns, but my choice of soybeans is grounded in my reasoning. Chinsong glanced at the two, paused, and smiled as he continued. In recent days, I visited several markets and observed that soybean prices are on the rise, with the highest reaching 0.53 yuan and the lowest at 0.44 yuan. Historically, we have known that their price generally hovers around 0.40 yuan. This slight increase is noteworthy. That doesn't seem significant, Daniel frowned and inquired. As far as I know, the weather in the province has not been particularly favorable in recent months, leading to a normal decrease in soybean yield. Hence the slight price increase. However, the profit margins remain minimal. Wang Yao nodded in agreement, expressing her belief that there was little to gain. You make a valid point, but you are overlooking a crucial piece of information. Last year, garlic was shorted by capitalists down to 7 yuan per gene, and that garlic which typically costs only 2 dimes per gene. Chinsong's voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of a little girl nearby who was playing quietly. Could it be that soybeans would also transform this year? Is there a possibility they could soar to 7 yuan per pound? Wang Yao's expression shifted, and she inquired with a hint of surprise. How can you be so certain that it's soybeans' turn this year? Daniel still harbored some concerns. I happen to know a doctor at the county hospital. His brother-in-law is the county magistrate. He has several wealthy acquaintances who had planned to short sell last year. According to them, a significant figure in the province intends to exploit the reduced soybean production to short sell soybeans. Chen Song gazed intently at them. With such a golden opportunity, how could we possibly let it slip away? If this is indeed true, I concur with Song's notion. We should invest all our funds into soybeans and align ourselves with those influential figures to reap profits. Daniel rose, his fists raised in excitement. Profiting is commendable, but speculating on agricultural products bears a negative reputation. Wang Yao, being perceptive, sensed the potential pitfalls of such speculation. Acknowledging Wang Yao's concern, Chinsong nodded in agreement. At present, Chinsong lacked substantial capital. Thus, it was imperative to remain discreet and accumulate wealth, capitalizing on the favorable conditions surrounding the soybean market. This endeavor may be profitable, yet it is not without its moral implications, Wang Yao rightly pointed out. Therefore, I plan to covertly acquire soybeans, renting a warehouse in a secluded area of the county to store the collected beans. Upon realizing Chinsong had already devised a strategy, the two exchanged glances, both expressing their assent. Moreover, since we are undertaking this venture, we must ensure the warehouse is monitored. With soybean prices potentially skyrocketing, it is plausible that someone might resort to desperate measures, leading to significant losses for us, Chinsong cautioned. Rest assured, I will personally oversee the warehouse, residing there until all the soybeans are sold, Daniel asserted, flexing his muscles. Chinsong nodded slightly, with Daniel's strength watching over the warehouse. Issues were unlikely to arise. Very well, since we are all in agreement, let us prepare, Chinsong smiled. Wang Yao, you accompany me to find a spacious warehouse in the county. Daniel, you inquire about soybean prices at nearby markets. We shall proceed separately. All right. The group exchanged glances, laughter erupting as they felt an invigorating confidence about their future. Mom, what are you all laughing about? The little girl, unable to contain her boredom, rushed over to Wang Yao, clutching her leg. We were just praising how adorable you are, Wang Yao replied, bending down to stroke the girl's hair. Mom, you're absolutely right. I am quite adorable. The little girl struck a few playful poses, her cherubic face blushing like a ripe apple, eliciting an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. The three adults observed her reaction and burst into laughter once more. By the way, isn't Yao Yao around 5 years old now? Chen Song suddenly recalled, directing a question at Wang Yao. Yes, she is 5 this year, soon to turn 6. Wang Yao confirmed, her gaze towards the little girl brimming with tenderness. It's time for her to start school. Chen Song gazed at the young girl. Fortunately, we've earned a bit of money, and with September approaching, let us send Xiao Yao Tiao to school. In the future, we shall likely be too busy to attend to her, and at this age, it is the perfect time for her to begin her studies, a win-win situation. School? Can I go to school? The girl immediately released her grip on Wang Yao's leg and grasped Chen Song's hand instead, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, filled with yearning. Indeed, we shall go to school. Does Xiao Yao Tiao wish to attend? Chen Song met her gaze and nodded affirmatively. I want to go. I want to go. The girl twirled with excitement. Xiao Hu and Xiao Wan are going to school. I can go too. Overjoyed, she dashed away, frolicking around the courtyard. All right, Xiao Yao Tiao is going to school. We may as well quietly begin our acquisition. Chapter 50. Leasing a warehouse, stockpiling lacks any particular finesse. Once the three of them solidified their plans, they dove right into action. In accordance with their roles, Denyo tirelessly traversed the nearby markets and county fairs over the past few days, meticulously investigating the fluctuations in soybean market prices over recent months, as well as local production and demand, acquiring a substantial amount of data. Meanwhile, Chinsong, accompanied by Wang Yao and Xiao Yao Tiao, ventured into the county in search of a suitable warehouse. However, the number of available houses was scant, as most were already occupied. After a prolonged search, they had yet to find an appropriate place. We've been searching for 2 days and still haven't located a suitable spot. Who would have thought finding a decent large house would be more challenging than I anticipated? Chen Song sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow, as he pulled the young girl closer. Indeed, our county has a considerable population, yet the available housing is limited. There must be suitable options. But they are not easy to uncover, Wang Yao responded, nodding in agreement, attempting to ease Chen Song's growing frustration. It's nearly evening, and if we don't find a suitable place soon, we'll have to settle for a smaller house, Chinsong lamented, lifting the weary Xiao Yao Tiao into his arms as he spoke to Wang Yao. Let us keep looking, Wang Yao urged, understanding Chinsong's perspective. If the soybean business were indeed to escalate as he suggested, a small house would certainly be inadequate for their stockpiling needs, especially considering they possessed a substantial capital of 16,000. The pair continued their search through the corners of the county, eventually finding themselves on the pedestrian street where they had previously purchased crayfish. Ah, it's the young man who sold us the crayfish. A familiar voice reached Chinsong's ears. Holding the now asleep young girl, he turned to see an elderly gentleman dressed in a cream-colored shirt emblazoned with First Steel Factory. He was a familiar face, a regular customer from their frequent late-night crayfish and beer rendezvous over the past 2 months. Sir, it's you. What brings you here? Chen Song greeted warmly, gently placing the sleeping girl into Wang Yao's arms. The girl turned her head, pouting slightly, and continued her slumber. Why haven't I seen you at your stall these past few days? Several loyal customers have been eagerly awaiting your crayfish. I'm practically dying for them. And you're here just wandering about? The elderly man fanned himself vigorously, his expression revealing a hint of discontent. Dear sir, it is not that we are unwilling to set up our stall. Rather, we have simply run out of crayfish. Over the past 2 months, we have nearly exhausted our supply, and after careful consideration, we have decided not to continue. Upon hearing the old man's insistence to set up the stall, Chen Song was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how, after purchasing crayfish for over 2 months, they had yet to indulge in them. How could this be? It is only the end of August. Surely, the crayfish cannot be completely gone. The old man, clearly skeptical of Chen Song's explanation, approached with a fierce glare. Please, do not be agitated. The season for crayfish typically spans June, July, and August. As we progress further into the season, their availability diminishes. Moreover, I have been selling dozens of pounds daily for the past few months, so we truly have none left. Chinsong earnestly explained, hoping to calm the old man down. Very well, if indeed the supply has run out, then so be it. I had thought it merely an excuse for you not to set up your stall. I was even considering gathering a few regular customers to seek you out. The old man sighed, shaking his fan and letting out a few discontented huffs. Chinsong, unsure how to respond, awkwardly smiled and turned to Wang Yao, shrugging to indicate that it was of no consequence. By the way, what brings you here? I see you have been wandering around. What are you up to? The old man, momentarily forgetting about the crayfish, grew curious about Chinsong's activities. Are you perhaps considering selling something else at your stall? A glimmer of excitement crossed his face, as having tasted Chinsong's crayfish, he would be intrigued by any new delicacies they might introduce. You misunderstand. We are actually looking for a larger place in the county to pursue other ventures. Chen Song replied, partially misleading the old man, not disclosing their true intentions, only mentioning the desire for a bigger space. A larger place? How big do you need? The old man paused his fan, suddenly struck by a thought. How big? Chen Song, momentarily taken aback by the question, glanced at Wang Yao, who was also looking at him. It was then that he answered, the bigger, the better, as our upcoming business requires more space. The old man, uncertain if he had fully grasped Chen Song's words, waved his fan toward his abdomen and remarked, I know of a place, though it is somewhat dilapidated. It is quite spacious. I wonder if it would suit your needs. Do you have a recommendation? Chen Song, intrigued, moved closer to the old man, his face alight with enthusiasm, which caused the old man to take a step back. Yes, but do not get so close, really. The old man shot a disapproving glance at Chen Song, who had startled him, rolling his eyes before slowly nodding. If you are truly interested, follow me. I will show you the place. Of course, we are very interested. Please, lead the way, Chen Song replied eagerly. The old man nodded and guided Chen Song and Wang Yao through the winding streets until they arrived at a secluded corner not far from the market. Before them stood a long-abandoned small factory. The iron gate, marred by peeling paint, remained intact, though the large lock had seen better days. A sign beside the factory faintly bore the words First Steel Factory of the Commune. The old man removed the lock from the heavy iron gate and pushed it open, ushering Chinsong and Wang Yao into the small factory. Chinsong examined the structure within the abandoned factory. This derelict site comprised a large workshop and a smaller one. The former likely sprawled over a dozen acres, while the latter approximated 5 acres. Surrounding the buildings was a vast expanse overrun with wild grass. This location marked the former site of our county's first steel mill. 7 or 8 years prior, when the mill sought to expand, the government relocated us, leaving this place vacant ever since. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the elder's eyes as he silently gazed at the overgrown factory. As Chen Song surveyed the surroundings, his expression brightened with increasing delight. What do you think, young man? Does this place meet your expectations? After a moment, the elder smiled, his wistfulness dissipating as he turned to Chen Song. Indeed, it is quite satisfactory. These 2 workshops align perfectly with my requirements. However, the sheer size is rather surprising. I may not need such a vast area. Chen Song mused, feeling a bit troubled. Then, a thought struck him, and he quickly inquired, Elder, may I ask how much it costs to rent this place for a month? If it is exorbitant, I certainly cannot afford it. Haha. This location is quite remote and devoid of much value. The land itself is its only asset. If you truly wish to rent it, I can authorize it for just 100 per month. The elder gestured toward the factory. 100 a month. Chinsong contemplated, realizing that his soybean enterprise could be completed within these 3 months. Although he did not require such a large space, having an open area was preferable to none at all. It would be ideal to have Dainyu bring a bed to keep watch over the place, a win-win situation. Are you a leader at the steel mill? Can you truly determine this price? Wang Yao asked curiously, finding it hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary elder, always clad in a faded steel mill shirt, could hold such a position. I am merely the soon-to-be-retired director of the steel mill, the elder chuckled, pointing at the factory. Now, tell me, will you rent it? If you are interested, we can sign the contract and affix the seal right away. They will be closing soon. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao quickly glanced at Chen Song, who nodded slightly. We shall rent it. Elder, let us proceed to sign the contract. Let us go? There are too many mosquitoes here. I can hardly stand it. The elder led them to the first steel mill, where every employee greeted him as director. Easing Chen Song and Wang Yao's prior doubts about his identity, They had initially suspected he might be a fraud. Entering the director's office, the elder promptly began drafting a simple rental agreement. "Young man, how long do you intend to rent it?" he asked Chen Song, lifting his gaze mid-sentence. "For now, let's start with 6 months, and we can decide later whether to extend," Chen Song replied. "Very well, we shall write it for 6 months. After completing the document, the elder retrieved a seal from a drawer, pressed it into ink, and stamped it onto the paper before handing it to Chinsong. Chinsong accepted the rental agreement. Glancing over it, while not as intricate as modern contracts, it was straightforward and fair, prompting him to sign his name without hesitation. "All right, this factory is yours for the next 6 months. Feel free to change the lock." "Thank you, Director." Chapter 51. Hoarding. Fortunately, the location of this modest factory was rather secluded, allowing Dainyu and Chen Song to organize their belongings without attracting much attention. After a day's hard work, they had cleared the weeds from the entire factory and tidied up the 2 workshops, creating ample space for the soybeans they required. The spaciousness of these 2 large workshops was more than sufficient for their storage needs. In the realm of speculating on agricultural products, the cardinal principle is stability. Chinsong was acutely aware that there was approximately a month remaining until the Bean You Play event, which would unfold over a span of more than a month. During this period, there were 2 significant concerns that warranted attention. The first issue was, of course, the preservation of the soybeans. It is best to store soybeans in a well-ventilated and humid environment while also safeguarding against pests and, ideally, maintaining a low temperature to prevent enhanced respiration that could lead to moisture and mold. The second, and more pressing issue, was security. Initially, the market price of soybeans was relatively low, thus not easily attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, as the volume of buying and selling increased, it could easily pique the interest of certain individuals, a scenario that Chen Song could not afford to overlook. Fortunately, Dainyu was set to guard the warehouse over the next 2 months, vigilantly monitoring not only the storage conditions of the soybeans, but also keeping a watchful eye on any potential wrongdoers. At first, Chen Song sourced his soybeans from the local county's vegetable market, almost sweeping clean the stalls of all available soybeans, including a few pounds that occasionally appeared on makeshift stands. In total, he collected merely a few hundred pounds in a day. For the first couple of days, no one paid him much heed, but on the 3rd day, while purchasing soybeans, a vendor finally stopped him with a question. In a calm demeanor, Chen Song spun a small fib. "I have a distant relative who works as a leader in a food factory in town. I'm just flipping some soybeans for them to earn a modest profit." This piqued the vendor's interest momentarily, but he soon lost curiosity, for he had no connections to any food factory and thus had no inclination to compete with Chinsong. After all, selling a considerable quantity of soybeans to Chinsong had garnered him a modest profit, and he was pleased to have a buyer. Naturally, Chinsong did not limit his purchases to the county. He also collaborated with Dainyu and Wang Yao to transport a donkey cart to the markets in the surrounding villages, returning with a full load of soybeans, approximately 300 to 400 pounds at a time. They managed to make 3 or 4 round trips a day. Consequently, within just a few days, the warehouse was stocked with tens of thousands of pounds of soybeans. Almost all the soybeans available in the county and the neighboring villages had been acquired, and due to the bulk purchases, the price was slightly lower than the market rate. This substantial quantity only cost him a little over 2,000 yuan, a mere fraction of the funds they had on hand. However, within the county and its vicinity, the inventory was nearly depleted. Chinsong had inquired with those who specialized in selling soybeans. Due to his large-scale purchases, their stock had dwindled, and the next shipment was not expected for several days. Consequently, the market was devoid of soybeans. "Why haven't I seen Senwazi lately? It's been several days since I last laid eyes on him," Chenigua asked, holding a half bowl of murky homemade rice wine, directing his question towards Huang Qin. "Who am I to ask? Ever since Senwazi began selling crayfish, he has been coming and going at all hours. He has only visited here once in the past 2 months, and it seems he does not regard you." His father, with much consideration, Huang Qin replied with a scoff, not pausing in her task of clearing the table. "Senwazi hasn't come, and it's been ages since Dawa has paid us a visit as well. I wonder what his daughter-in-law is up to, constantly leaving the child here with us," Chenigua thought, ignoring his wife's sarcastic remarks about their 3rd son, Chinsong, aware that she had never favored him, despite being his biological mother. In contrast, Dawa's family had been occupied in the kitchen ever since they heard about Chinsong's crayfish venture, spending their days cooking and frequently heading to the county at night. Neglecting their own child, who had been left in their care. Chen Aigua glanced at his sleeping grandson in the inner room, letting out a silent sigh. The child is growing up and establishing his own career. Isn't it good for him to stay with us? After all, he is your eldest grandson. And my son has not neglected his financial responsibilities. Just the other day, Dawa gave me 10 yuan, he remarked, his tone lightening. Huang Qin chuckled with pride, momentarily ceasing her chores, feeling quite pleased that Chen Mo had given her 10 yuan in one go. Oh, 10 yuan. It seems that Sinwazi's crayfish business has indeed proven profitable. Chen Aigua smiled, not overly concerned with Huang Qin's attitude. What do you mean? Your eldest son gave us 10 yuan? Surely, Sinwazi has made a substantial profit from selling crayfish as well, yet he has not bestowed upon you a single cent. I have long suspected that this boy is not particularly filial. As long as he does not rely on us financially, what is the point in worrying about him? Huang Qin's words left Chen Aigua momentarily silent. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a neatly folded plastic bag, extracting 20 crisp bills, waving them before Huang Qin and then placing them on the table. Here are 200 yuan. 200 yuan. Huang Qin exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before swiftly snatching the bag from Chen Aigua's hands and counting the money eagerly. Where did you get this money? She inquired, carefully tallying each note. Actually, Sinwazi told me a month ago that his crayfish business was thriving, and he gave me 200 yuan to use for myself, suggesting I treat myself to some cigarettes and wine. I thought of it as a gesture of filial piety from my son. So I kept it to myself, and didn't he mention it to you? Indeed, 200. Huang Qin exclaimed upon finishing her count, gathering the money close to her chest, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. What do you mean by filial piety? This is clearly a gesture from Sinwazi towards both of us. I manage the household finances, so this money should remain with me. If you wish to take it, feel free, but it would be prudent to save it. I was contemplating setting aside some funds to find a matchmaker for Sinwazi, and this money would be perfect for that. Chen Aigua took another sip of the murky rice wine, relishing the moment. What? Is this money to be given as a betrothal gift for matchmaking? Huang Qin's expression shifted abruptly. If he can offer you 200, he surely possesses more than that. There is no need for us to contribute. I think it would be quite fitting for him to bear the expense himself. Chen Aigua, taken aback, prepared to voice a thought, but was promptly interrupted by Huang Qin. Speaking of Sinwazi's marriage, didn't he, the eldest daughter-in-law, mention 2 months ago that she would introduce someone for him? What happened to that? Huang Qin concealed the money on her person and deliberately broached the topic of matchmaking for Chinsong, hoping to divert Chen Aigua's attention. Chen Aigua, a simple and honest man, far more naive than Dainyu, was easily distracted by Huang Qin and soon forgot about the matter of the 200. I wonder where the girl my eldest daughter-in-law has introduced hails from. Is she attractive? I was unaware that she had made an introduction. Chen Aigua furrowed his brow, knowing that Chinsong did not harbor much interest in his sister-in-law. Didn't I tell you? Huang Qin exclaimed, her eyes glinting as she spoke. How could it be any less? I know that girl well. She is from the same village as the eldest daughter-in-law, only 18 years old and quite lovely. In fact, she is a cousin of the eldest daughter-in-law. Although her family's circumstances are modest, she is more than suitable for our Sinwazi. The family situation is not a significant concern. It is more about whether the family is easy to get along with. To my knowledge, Sinwazi has earned a bit from selling crayfish and has even managed to build his own house. He would certainly treat the girl well. Chen Aigua became intrigued by Huang Qin's description of the young woman, reflecting on how his son had recently been spending time with that widow, which was not quite appropriate. Then you should have a word with the eldest daughter-in-law and suggest she discreetly inquire if that girl is interested in a match. Chapter 52. The young lady's concerns. Of course, Chen Song was oblivious to his parents' deliberations regarding a match for him while he busily engaged in the procurement of soybeans. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. This was a crucial moment for him to earn a substantial profit. Women would only impede his progress. After 10 days of intensive procurement, Chen Song's efforts had nearly depleted the county and its surrounding villages of any substantial soybean stock, drawing considerable attention. Some investigated the recent soybean purchases by several local food factories and discovered that all of them were lacking in soybean raw materials, indicating that Chen Song's acquired soybeans had not reached the food factories. This raised a pressing question. What was Chen Song's purpose in amassing such a quantity of soybeans? Some astute individuals recalled last year's garlic price manipulation incident, where someone short-sold garlic, driving its market price up to 7 yuan per gene, leaving countless people yearning for it in vain. Could it be that this year's soybean situation mirrored that calamity? There were those with keen insight who contemplated stockpiling soybeans like Chinsong, only to find that not a single soybean could be located on the market. In truth, some scattered soybeans remained available, but many smart individuals recognized the market shortage and were reluctant to sell at low prices, recalling the idea of hoarding. Consequently, even those with good judgment found it challenging to acquire any substantial stock within the county. Chen Song spent 100 yuan to borrow a tractor from the first steel plant, owned by an elderly gentleman, and ventured to a neighboring county that was significantly larger than his own. This neighboring county boasted vast fields of soybeans, and upon his arrival, Chen Song felt as if he had found his element, as the abundant soybeans in the market quickly filled his tractor to capacity. The tractor, with a load capacity of 2 tons, was limited by the technology of 1983, far from the 10-ton capabilities of the tractors that emerged in the 1990s. In one trip, Chen Song managed to convert all his 2,000 yuan into soybeans, leaving the neighboring market nearly depleted, save for a few remaining stocks. As he hummed a cheerful tune while driving the tractor, he was accompanied by Wang Yao on one side and the lively Xiao Tiao on the other, with the rear of the tractor brimming with bags of soybeans. "Wow, Mama, this neighboring county is so much fun. Can we come again next time?" Xiao Tiao exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with delight as she waved her little hands and bounced excitedly beside the driver's seat. This county, being a significant agricultural and industrial hub with a larger population than his own, naturally had more stalls and markets. Although most of the stalls offered similar wares, they captivated Xiao Tiao, who rarely ventured out. "Perhaps we should ask your uncle if he wishes to return," Wang Yao suggested with a smile. Gazing at the scenic view ahead, the landscape between the two counties was dotted with fields, traversed by a county road that presented a pleasing sight. Wang Yao had not left her own county in a long time, and this excursion provided a much-needed respite from her daily grind. Previously, the weight of life and the burdens of relentless labor, compounded by the demands of relatives and her mother-in-law, left her no time for leisure. However, after Chinsong's insightful words liberated her mind, she had been busy accompanying him in selling crayfish, leaving little room for exploration until now. "Oh dear, my little ancestor. Please don't move around too much. It could be troublesome if you fall off," Chinsong cautioned as he noticed Xiao Tiao squirming beside him. Although the tractor moved at a leisurely pace, the little girl's size rendered her safety a concern. "Xiao Tiao, you must behave," Wang Yao turned to the girl, her expression serious, imbued with a motherly admonition. Xiao Tiao seemed to grasp her mother's intent and settled down, obediently sitting beside Chinsong, her small hands still waving animatedly as her curious eyes darted around, absorbing the passing scenery. "Next time, we might not visit this county again," Chinsong replied, glancing at the young girl beside him, addressing her earlier question. "Ah, we're not coming back." Xiao Tiao's face fell instantly, her nose crinkling in displeasure. Amused by her sudden change in demeanor, Chinsong decided to tease her. "What's wrong, Xiao Tiao? Do you like it here that much? Perhaps I should leave you here while your mother and I return. What do you say? Please don't let me go, uncle. I'm being good, I don't want to." The little girl exclaimed, immediately throwing herself into Chen Song's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and clutching his clothing with a desperate grip. Chen Song remained steady. The girl's sudden leap did not disturb him in the least. Rather, it was her tight hold on his attire that made him feel a bit constrained. "Xiao Yao Yao?" Chen Song regarded the little girl in his arms and called out gently, "Uncle, please don't abandon me. Xiao Yao Yao is very good. I don't like it here. Can we go back together?" She lifted her gaze, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears, as if she had borne an unbearable grievance. Perhaps she was reminded of her father. Wang Yao's eyes also reddened in an instant as she stroked the girl's hair. Had they not been seated on the tractor, it was likely that she would have already taken the girl into her arms. Upon hearing Wang Yao's explanation, Chinsong instantly understood the girl's sentiments. Xiao Yao Yao had taken his teasing to heart, having developed a great dependence on him. She misconstrued his words as a sign that he no longer cared for her and would abandon her, just as her father had departed from this world when she was but 2 or 3 years old, never to return. "Sweetheart, how could uncle ever let you go? I promise you, I will never leave you and will take care of you as you grow up, all right?" Chen Song gently placed the little girl on his lap, adjusting the tractor's steering. "Really? Uncle, you won't deceive me, will you?" The little girl looked up into Chen Song's eyes, her voice soft and uncertain, her hopeful gaze tugging at the heartstrings. "Of course it's true. Shall we seal it with a pinky promise?" Chinsong extended his hand, raising his pinky finger. Pinky swear. 100 years, no changing. Xiao Yaoyao promptly extended her tiny finger to intertwine with Chinsong's, her face instantly lighting up with joy. The little girl beamed, sitting on her beloved uncle's lap, enjoying the beautiful scenery with her mother, feeling the gentle breeze, and then began to sing a song. Even she didn't quite understand. Her smile radiant. September was fast approaching. It was imperative to make a trip to the school to enroll Xiao Yaoyao and pay her tuition. Chen Song turned to Wang Yao and remarked, casting a glance at the cheerful little girl in his arms. Yes, I will speak with the principal then. After 2 hours of driving, the tractor finally crawled into the factory. Dainyu had been waiting anxiously at the entrance, and upon seeing familiar figures, he let out a sigh of relief. Once the tractor was parked, everyone disembarked. Chen Song instructed Wang Yao to take the little girl to play while he and Dainyu unloaded the cargo. Recently, many in the county had begun hoarding soybeans, and prices were already on the rise, likely faster than anticipated. Dainyu furrowed his brow as he carried the burlap sacks filled with soybeans into the warehouse, expressing his concerns to Chen Song about the current situation. I had anticipated this, but fortunately, the price increase is localized to our county, likely due to our frenzied hoarding. The neighboring counties haven't been affected yet. Tomorrow, I plan to visit another county to procure 2 tons, and with a few more trips like this, we can then wait and see. Chinsong had long anticipated this situation. After all, such a frenzied acquisition on his part would inevitably lead to a slight increase in the price of soybeans in the local market. Therefore, he did not exhibit any surprise at Denyo's words. That's good. Seeing the stockpile here grow, I have been a bit concerned. So I plan to stay here to keep watch from today onwards. Denyo's concern was not without merit, and Chinsong nodded in agreement. The two spent half an hour unloading the 15 tons of soybeans from the tractor before finally delivering everything to the warehouse. Upon seeing the stock within, both men exchanged satisfied nods. Chapter 53. Off to school after making 2 trips to the neighboring counties, and having nearly exhausted all the money they had. Chinsong's warehouse now boasted approximately 13 tons of soybeans. The small warehouse was completely full, while the larger one housed about half of the total stock. Denyo's daily task was to remain in the spacious area of the large warehouse, vigilantly guarding the soybeans against any ill-intentioned individuals. Meanwhile, Chinsong was on his way back to Chenjiakeo, accompanied by Wang Yao and the young girl. As August drew to a close, everyone found themselves with some leisure time, prompting Chinsong to take Wang Yao and the young girl to the school to arrange for her enrollment. Chenjiakeo was not a large settlement. Thus, the local primary school was jointly established with several neighboring villages. It was situated on a piece of barren land between the 2 villages, deemed unsuitable for cultivation due to its sandy and stony terrain, making it an ideal location for the school. The school was modestly sized, consisting of only 2 floors. And although somewhat aged, it boasted numerous classrooms. The classrooms were quite adequate, far from the dilapidated structures Chinsong had envisioned. After all, this school had been constructed by the combined financial efforts of several villages, with each community pouring their heart and soul into the project for the sake of their children. The quality of the construction was commendable, and given that it had been built less than a decade and a half ago, it was not as run down as one might expect. As the school year approached, the teachers had already settled in early. Chinsong, accompanied by the young girl and Wang Yao, arrived at the principal's office located on the far end of the 2nd floor. Although referred to as the principal's office, it was a small room shared by both the principal and the vice principal for their administrative duties. As the 3 knocked and entered, they found someone already inside. The principal was engrossed in writing something, and upon noticing Chinsong and his companions, he set his pen down. Who are you? Hello, Principal Yang. We have come to enroll the child for school. Principal Yang, a native of Yangjia village, had attended a normal school in the province during his youth. After returning, he had taken on the role of principal, diligently serving for over a decade. Though he was only in his 40s, his graying hair made him appear much older, as if he were in his 50s or 60s. For the sake of the school, Principal Yang had devoted himself tirelessly, enduring many hardships yet never abandoning his students. Despite challenging times, he maintained a decent reputation within the community, and as they were all neighbors, he did not face excessive hardship. However, witnessing so many children abstaining from education weighed heavily on him. He had visited each household, urging them to return to school, but his pleas often fell on deaf ears, leaving him to lament for many years, his demeanor gradually growing weary. Ah, you are here to enroll? Wonderful. Is this the young girl? Come here. Let me take a look. Principal Yang immediately noticed the little girl, her eyes wandering restlessly, her petite frame twisting nervously. With a warm smile, he beckoned her over. Although the young lady's gaze flitted about, she hid shyly behind Chinsong. Upon seeing someone inside wave at her, she seemed to grow bashful, retreating further into Chinsong's embrace. Little Yao Yao, do go on. Isn't the principal calling for you? Unsure if addressing him as grandfather was appropriate, Chinsong gently nudged the girl away from his hold, crouched down, and patted her back to encourage her forward. The little girl, still dazed, took 2 tentative steps before glancing back at Wang Yao, who smiled and urged her onward. It was only then that the girl timidly approached Principal Yang. Little girl, what is your name? Principal Yang inquired, picking up a piece of candy from the table and placing it before her. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treat. In the past few months, although they had earned some money, little had been spent on her. Unable to resist, she eagerly grasped the candy and cautiously tucked it into her pocket, her initial wariness of Principal Yang dissipating, replaced by a sense of ease. My name is Chen Yao Yao. My mother says my father chose this name for me, and I adore it. With the candy in hand, she seemed to grasp the notion of gratitude, no longer dismissing Principal Yang's words. Yao Yao, a graceful lady, is sought after by gentlemen. Principal Yang recited a line from the Book of Songs, his smile broadening. What a lovely name. Your father must have been quite cultured. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Chinsong and Wang Yao at the door, a slight frown creasing his brow as he recognized the little girl's mother, feeling a twinge of familiarity. Principal Yang, it has been a long time. I am Wang Yao, and this is my daughter, Chen Yao Yao, with Chen Wenza. Wang Yao approached slowly, her hand gently stroking the girl's hair as she bowed slightly. You are the little girl from the Wenza family? Principal Yang was momentarily taken aback, then rose to his feet, his expression brimming with excitement. Yes, this child is indeed my daughter with A's. Although Wang Yao smiled, a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Chen Wenza had passed away 2 or 3 years prior, and Wang Yao had been raising their daughter alone during that time. The memories of Chen Wenza had gradually faded, for in those days of hardship, merely managing to survive had been a significant achievement. It's such a pity about Wenza. He was the finest teacher we had at our school. I never imagined he would succumb to such a dreadful illness. Principal Yang reminisced, lost in thought for a while before returning to the present. I apologize. One grows forgetful with age. That's quite all right, Wang Yao replied, shaking her head, choosing not to elaborate further. It's also my fault. After Wenza passed, I resumed teaching but was so caught up in my duties that I neglected to check on you both. You don't hold that against me, do you? Principal Yang sighed heavily. Not at all. In fact, we are grateful for the 10 yuan you left us. It truly helped us during that difficult time. Wang Yao expressed her heartfelt gratitude with another bow. That was merely my duty. You need not thank me, Principal Yang remarked. Principal Yang smiled and said, Since Xiao Yao has reached the age for school, let her attend. I will make the arrangements. Thank you, Principal, came the response. Before Wang Yao could speak, Chinsong, who stood at the door, expressed his gratitude. And who might this be? Principal Yang inquired, casting a curious glance at the tall and handsome figure conversing with them. This person had brought Wang Yao and Xiao Yao for enrollment. He must be a relative, but as far as he knew, Chen Wenza had only one older brother, who was quite advanced in age and did not resemble this youthful gentleman. This is my uncle. I really like my uncle. I want him to be my daddy. The little girl chimed in, preempting Chen Song's introduction. Xiao Yao. Wang Yao swiftly covered the girl's mouth. Her face flushed as she pulled her to a nearby chair, preventing further outbursts. I apologize. Children often speak without thinking. Please do not take offense, Principal Yang, Wang Yao said, her ears and cheeks aflame, her voice slightly trembling. Hello, Principal Yang. I am Chen Song from Chenjiakeo. My father is Chun Igua, and I was also your student back in the day. Chen Song glanced at the girl whose mouth heaved been covered, scratching his head in mild exasperation. Oh, Chen Igua. In those days, he was the one who oversaw the construction of this school. What was the name of his 4th son again? Ah, yes, Chen Zhen, if I recall correctly. He should be in 5th grade now, Principal Yang remarked, demonstrating his remarkable memory regarding all student information, embodying his sense of responsibility. Indeed, Chen Zhen is my younger brother. I brought Xiao Yao here for enrollment today as a way to repay Wang Yao's life-saving kindness. Besides, Xiao Yao is just so adorable, Chinsong succinctly stated, refraining from elaborating on his relationship with Wang Yao. Very well, Please fill out the child's information. The tuition and miscellaneous fees can be deferred until you are financially able to pay, Principal Yang said, retrieving a form from his drawer and handing it to Chinsong. After a quick glance, Chinsong nodded and took up a pen from the table, swiftly completing the form. "Ah, what beautiful handwriting," Principal Yang remarked, captivated by the elegant script on the form, a testament to Chinsong's diligent practice. "This totals 25 yuan for tuition and fees. Please take a look," Chinsong said, producing several bills and handing them over. Principal Yang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Wang Yao, who seemed unperturbed by Chinsong's payment for the child's fees, and subsequently accepted the money. "All right, September 1st is just around the corner. Please come to school that day, when the textbooks will be distributed." Chapter 54. Pressured into blind dates. Having successfully arranged for Xiao Yao's schooling, Chen Song escorted the mother and daughter back to their home, contemplating a well-deserved rest. These past few days had been exceedingly hectic, leaving him utterly drained. With the matters of the soybean stockpile resolved and Xiao Yao's school enrollment completed, he could finally take a breather. As he settled into his home, fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. He quickly wiped his face with a towel, neglecting to dry off completely before collapsing onto his bed. Soon, the thunderous sound of his snoring filled the room, echoing like a storm. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Chinsong was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks and shouts at the door. "Chinsong, I know you're back. Open the door." Suppressing the urge to lash out, he reluctantly rose from his bed and approached the front door, unlocking it and pulling it open. His sister-in-law, poised to knock once more, paused to see Chinsong standing there, offering an awkward smile before adopting a serious demeanor. "Third brother, why did it take you so long to open the door? Mom and Dad are waiting for you." "I was asleep and didn't hear you," Chinsong replied, observing his sister-in-law alongside Chenigua and Huang Qin. A frown involuntarily crossed his face. If it had been just Chenigua visiting, he would not have minded. But with both his sister-in-law and mother present, he braced himself for unwelcome tidings. "Mom and Dad, what brings you here? Isn't there work to do in the fields today?" He stepped aside to let them in. His sister-in-law crossed the threshold eagerly, her eyes lighting up as she took in the furnishings of the room, instinctively reaching out to touch the wooden sofa and other furnishings. "Oh, the quality and craftsmanship. This must have cost quite a bit," she murmured to herself, her curiosity piqued. As Chenigua and Huang Qin entered, they too were taken aback by the decor. Since bringing the furniture from Yangjia village, Chinsong had been preoccupied with the affairs of crayfish and soybeans, often absent from home. Chenigua had not seen the interior until now, and the luxurious furnishings, crafted with an eye for detail, captured their attention. "This is the result of your inquiry about the best carpenter in Yangjia village? Who did you end up hiring?" Chenigua suddenly recalled the conversation they had a while back. "Yes, I ultimately found Uncle Yang Gong, and I owe you thanks for the introduction. His craftsmanship is unparalleled. Most of the wooden furniture in the house is from him, and I am quite satisfied," Chinsong replied, nodding, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. "But his prices are the steepest. How much did this all cost you?" Chenigua inquired, sinking into the plush wooden sofa, shifting slightly to enjoy the soft cushions. It reminded him of the comfortable sofas in the county committee building where he had once conducted business. "Father, have some water. Mom, sister-in-law, please sit down." "Why are you standing?" Chinsong urged, pouring a bowl of water for each of them. All right, Huang Qin replied, somewhat self-consciously taking a seat beside Chenigua. She had anticipated that her son, whom she had previously regarded with skepticism, would manage to establish such a household after the division of the family, causing her to question her judgment. His sister-in-law, however, was unreserved, exploring every corner with keen interest, her curiosity unabated. Chinsong paid them little mind and settled in, ready to address Chenigua's inquiries. "The prices may be somewhat higher than those of other carpenters, yet the quality is undeniably superior. Uncle Yang Gung produces aesthetically pleasing items, and with thoughts of future family life, I deemed it wise to invest in quality now to avoid the need for renovations later." Upon hearing this, Huang Qin promptly tugged at Chenigua's hand, prompting him to sit up straight. He cleared his throat, and only then did Chenigua speak. "Sanwazi, your reasoning is sound. It's prudent to address these matters before marriage, ensuring everything is in order from the outset. Look at your new home and its splendid decor. Do you not feel something is still lacking?" "Lacking what?" Chinsong raised an eyebrow, looking at his father with confusion. Clearing his throat, Chenigua hesitated, causing the others present to furrow their brows in anticipation. You old fool. Huang Qin shot a glance at Chen Aigua before turning to Chinsong. Senwazi, now that your house is ready and considering your age, shouldn't you reflect on the significant matter of marriage? Indeed, Sendi, at your age, your brother was already married to me, added the sister-in-law, further encouraging the discussion. Chinsong glanced at his sister-in-law, dismissing her. The last time she attempted to play matchmaker, he had turned her down. It seemed she was intent not only on continuing the previous topic, but also had brought their parents along to press the matter. Father, mother, I am currently engrossed in my career and truly lack the inclination to seek a partner. When the time is right, I assure you I will not delay. Chinsong replied, though annoyance simmered within him. He found it difficult to express his frustration towards his parents. What do you mean by career? Establishing a family and a career, what does that mean? It means you should first establish a family before pursuing a career. Chen Aigua, irritated by Chinsong's evasions, expressed his displeasure. In the rural mindset, marriage and children are viewed as essential legacies, and Chinsong's dismissive attitude towards his parents, especially at his age, could even be deemed unfilial. Father, I genuinely lack the desire to start a family at this moment, Chinsong asserted, glancing at his sister-in-law, who feigned indifference. If it weren't for her incessant chatter, his parents would not have come to press him today. And what is the situation with that widow Wang? I have warned you numerous times not to get too close to her. It tarnishes your reputation. Why are you so disobedient? Chen Aigua immediately seized upon the matter of Wang Yao. Father, I have told you, there is nothing between us. Do not be swayed by hearsay, Chinsong countered. Still claiming there is nothing? The entire village is buzzing about it, you know? Wang's mother-in-law and sister-in-law are constantly weaving tales under the old locust tree about you and the widow. Oh dear, you've certainly gained quite the reputation. I dread passing by, fearing someone might call me in-law. Chen Aigua's frustration was palpable, and his words carried a sharp edge. Father, those rumors are baseless. You know that family is clearly trying to seize Wang Yao's land. The whole village is aware they are intentionally tarnishing her reputation. You must not be led astray by their deceit, Chinsong sighed, having had this conversation with his father numerous times. Are these matters truly significant? If you delay your marriage any longer, who would dare to marry a man who has spent years in the company of a widow? Chen Aigua slammed the table, prompting a knowing glance and a suppressed chuckle from his sister-in-law towards Chinsong. Indeed, third brother, I believe your household requires a woman to oversee it. Otherwise, the malicious gossip that reaches your ears would be quite unpleasant, wouldn't you agree? The sister-in-law gestured with her fingers, trying to persuade Chinsong. Sister-in-law, this does not concern you, Chinsong replied, his displeasure evident on his face. How could it not concern your sister-in-law? I have already asked her to find a suitable match for you. The girl is only 18, reputed to be quite beautiful, a true gem. You are certain to take a liking to her. She will visit our home tomorrow, so make sure to tidy up. Chen Aigua spoke with an authoritative tone, leaving no room for refusal. Dad, if you are unwilling, then do not call me your son anymore. Chapter 55. Are you overthinking? Ultimately, Chinsong could not withstand Chen Aigua's insistence. He acquiesced, agreeing to the arranged meeting, which would take place at his home. According to local customs, it is customary for the man to visit the woman's home or for both parties to convene at the matchmaker's residence. Yet somehow, the sister-in-law had arranged for the meeting to occur at Chinsong's house, and the other party appeared to have no objections. The rendezvous was set for 2 days hence. With no way to refuse, Chinsong seized the opportunity to visit the county the following day with Denyo to improve the storage conditions for soybeans, preventing spoilage. Having worked diligently throughout the afternoon, he returned home around 7 or 8 in the evening, just in time to spot Wang Yao and Xiao Yao Tiao sitting in the yard, waiting for his return with 2 aluminum lunchboxes. What brings you here? Chinsong asked as he entered the courtyard, immediately noticing the serene beauty of Wang Yao sitting quietly, alongside the lively and adorable Xiao Yao Tiao. Uncle, my mother and I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Xiao Yao Tiao exclaimed, dropping an unidentified object and rushing to embrace Chinsong with her sooty hands. Chinsong was left in a state of bemusement, unsure how to gently extricate himself from the affectionate grip of the little girl. You little rascal, look at how you've dirtied your uncle's clothes. Wang Yao quickly stood to pull Xiao Yao Tiao away, pointing at the 2 black handprints on Chinsong's shirt as she admonished the child. Hee, it wasn't me. Xiao Yao Tiao giggled, glancing at her own hands before attempting to hide them behind her back, grinning sheepishly. Oh dear, really? Wang Yao sighed. her fair fingers playfully tapping Xiao Yao Tiao's forehead in exasperation. Never mind, children will be children, and Xiao Yao Tiao is simply adorable, Chinsong remarked, dismissing the incident as he realized that his shirt had already been soiled from his labor in the warehouse earlier that day. I knew you would be busy at the county warehouse and might not have had time for a meal, so I brought some food for you. Wang Yao placed the aluminum lunchbox on the table and set down a pair of chopsticks beside it. Thank you, I'm actually quite hungry, Chinsong replied, rubbing his stomach as he belatedly acknowledged that he had not eaten all day. Let us dine first, she suggested. Afterward, you may remove your clothing, and I shall wash them for you. Wang Yao gently guided Chinsong to a bench in the courtyard, where she unveiled 2 aluminum lunchboxes, revealing rice and vegetables within. The meal consisted of scrambled eggs and stir-fried greens, simple fare, yet in these times, having an egg was a notable blessing. Chinsong, unceremoniously, seized the 2 lunchboxes and picked up a pair of chopsticks, eagerly diving into the meal. Do take your time, Wang Yao advised, noting that the food had grown cold from waiting. Concerned that he might struggle with the chilled dishes, she urged him to savor his meal. It's quite delicious, Chen Song replied, swallowing a mouthful and flashing a smile in her direction before returning to his focused consumption. Wang Yao's culinary skills were commendable. She was industrious, capable of nurturing children, and adept at managing finances, truly embodying the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. The young girl beside them watched in astonishment as Chinsong swallowed a hefty portion of rice, her mouth agape in surprise. Chinsong ate swiftly, and before long, the contents of both lunchboxes were entirely consumed. He tidied the boxes and handed them to Wang Yao, catching a glimpse of a tender expression in her eyes, which momentarily entranced him. It seemed rather pleasant, after laboring tirelessly outside, returning home to savor a meal prepared by loved ones, no matter the hardships endured, was indeed a sweet solace. As Chinsong's thoughts wandered, Wang Yao accepted the lunchboxes, bringing him back to reality. Now that you've finished, we shall take our leave. She stowed the lunchboxes in a basket and collected Chinsong's dirty clothing as well. Goodbye, uncle. My mother and I shall return tomorrow, the little girl chimed, skipping joyfully out of Chinsong's courtyard. Farewell, he waved to them. The following day, Chinsong was awakened early by Chen Aigua, who insisted that he change into the only Zhongshan suit in the house. This suit, belonging to Chen Aigua from years past, had been handed down to Chinsong. Though somewhat worn, the style of the Zhongshan suit remained timeless, fitting Chinsong like a coat rack. He had been so busy of late that he had not found time to acquire new clothing, leaving him with only the old garments. Be diligent when the young lady arrives, and make a good impression, understood? Chen Aigua remarked, observing his son in the Zhongshan suit and circling around him, nodding in satisfaction. Such a handsome son, truly my own flesh and blood. Indeed, I am Chen Aigua. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, a voice from beyond the courtyard called out, Come, step inside. This is the Chinsong's household I mentioned. The elder sister warmly ushered the mother and daughter who followed her into the house. From the window, Chinsong glimpsed his prospective match, the one in front presumably her mother, and the young woman in a floral dress trailing behind, his intended. Allow me to introduce you. The elder sister began. This is our family's 3rd son, Chinsong, and this is my father-in-law, Chinsong's father. One after another, my elder sister introduced Chinsong and Chen Aigua. Chinsong merely nodded slightly, while Chen Aigua offered a genial smile. This is the young lady I wish to introduce to my younger brother, my cousin Zheng Yufang, accompanied by my aunt. My elder sister approached Chinsong. So, what do you think, Chinsong? My cousin is indeed beautiful, like a celestial maiden. Whoever marries her would truly be blessed for 10 lifetimes. Only then did Chinsong scrutinize the girl before him, adorned in a floral dress. She possessed an oval face, her long hair tied into a ponytail, with double eyelids that appeared slightly elongated, exuding a hint of pride, complemented by thin lips. She was indeed a beauty, although perhaps slightly less striking than Wang Yao. She could certainly be considered a stunning figure in this rural setting. Please, take a seat, do not stand on ceremony. Before Chinsong could respond, Chen Aigua urged Zheng Yufang and her mother to sit down. Zheng Yufang's mother, having just entered, surveyed the room's furnishings. Upon seeing the notably fine furniture, her expression softened considerably. However, upon noticing the scarcity of electrical appliances, her brow furrowed slightly. Come, have some sweet water. You must be tired from your journey. Chen Aigua promptly brought forth several cups of sweetened water, offering them to Zheng Yufang and her mother. Zheng Yufang took a sip, feigning thirst. Yet her eyes discreetly examined Chen Song, revealing a glimmer of curiosity and satisfaction. It was evident that she found Chen Song's appearance agreeable. Even though my niece was acting as a matchmaker, I had already heard from her about Chen Song's circumstances, so I decided to pose a direct inquiry. Zheng Yufang's mother took a sip of her sweet water and then turned her gaze towards Chen Song and Chen Aigua. You may ask. Chen Song declined to let his father speak on his behalf this time. Let me inquire, as my niece's elder sister mentioned. I've heard you recently made quite a sum selling crayfish in the county. What dowry do you intend to offer? Zheng's mother asked bluntly. Chen Song was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a different line of questioning and was surprised by the direct inquiry regarding dowry. I have indeed been selling crayfish, but all the earnings have been spent on other matters. At present, I only possess a few dozen yuan, Chen Song replied candidly. He had indeed only a small sum left, as the rest had been invested in soybeans, now stored in sacks within the warehouse. Only a few dozen? Zheng's mother was taken aback, then scoffed. What can you do with that? Our Yufang is exceptionally beautiful. Marrying her off in the county or province would require a respectable dowry, often in the hundreds or thousands. You think a handful of yuan suffices to marry my daughter? Chen Song furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. Song, what is the matter with you? Why are you speaking nonsense? Didn't you earn a considerable amount? You even gave me 200 last time. Chen Aigua grew anxious, tugging at Chen Song's sleeve and whispering in inquiry. Father, I have spent all the money I had. Currently, I truly possess only a few dozen yuan. I am not deceiving her. Chen Song's voice was clear, ensuring all present heard him distinctly. Niece, what sort of introduction is this? For Yufang's marriage, at the very least, there must be a bicycle, a television, and a sewing machine, right? Look at him. He has nothing. How could he possibly marry my daughter? Zheng's mother surveyed the room, indeed failing to locate the items in question, which led her to regard Chen Song with disdain. Despite the house's commendable construction, without such possessions, it was merely a hollow facade, utterly ineffectual. Wait a moment, I interjected. Are you perhaps overthinking this? Chapter 56. An unpleasant departure. As Chen Song listened to their conversation, he could no longer contain himself and rose. His expression icy as he uttered a remark that halted all present in their tracks. I had intended to conduct this blind date with some decorum, allowing it to pass without incident. Yet do not presume that I would marry your daughter regardless of the circumstances. What of bicycles, televisions, and sewing machines? And a bride price exceeding 1,000 yuan? Chen Song paused, observing the increasingly grim expressions around him. Let it not be said that I lack the means to procure these items. Even if I did possess the wealth, it would need to be of my own volition. Chen Song, be quiet. Chen Aigua retorted, his countenance darkening. Father, this is not a matchmaking affair. It resembles the sale of a daughter. Which family in our vicinity conducts such a matchmaking? Chen Song was eager to continue his protest, but he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of Chen Aigua's fist pounding on the table. Chen Aigua's fist struck the surface with a thud, cutting Chen Song's words short. I said, be silent. Rising in tandem with his slam, he shot a glare at Chen Song. With a sigh, Chen Song turned his head away, choosing silence and taking a seat once more. My dear, do not mind the child's folly. He has been in a bit of a mood lately. Please, do not take his words to heart. After silencing Chen Song, Chen Aigua swiftly shifted to a smile, addressing Zheng's mother and Zheng Yufang. Zheng's mother's expression had darkened to its utmost, her face paling as she absorbed Chen Song's remarks. She felt an urge to pound the table herself, but refrained, unsure of where to place her awkward hands. Zheng Yufang regarded Chen Song, seemingly overwhelmed by his earlier outburst. Her complexion paled, and the formerly alluring features now appeared somewhat frail, evoking a desire for protection. Mother, let us go? Zheng Yufang discreetly shot a glance at Chen Song, hastily rising and tugging at her mother's sleeve. It seemed he was not keen on our presence. If that were the case, we ought to take our leave. Zheng's mother had no desire to linger further. Even with her thick skin, she found it difficult to feign ignorance in light of the host's remarks. To continue this matchmaking endeavor would be utterly inappropriate. She had hoped to secure a substantial sum for her daughter's marriage. Yet that did not imply she was willing to be perceived as selling her child. Being a shrewd woman, she recognized that should such rumors spread, her daughter would face considerable difficulty in finding a suitable match in the future. In this day and age, in our rural vicinity, which family could truly afford the 3 essential items and prepare a proper bride price? Zheng's mother had initially envisioned marrying her daughter into the county or even the province. But such aspirations were merely wishes. The county folk might not be inclined to marry her daughter, despite her good looks. After all, a girl from the countryside remains distinct from one who consumes urban rations in this era. And do not leave. My younger brother is merely speaking nonsense. Do not heed his words. Did you not see how he was captivated by Miss Yufeng just moments ago? Chen Song's sister-in-law quickly grasped the hands of Mother Zheng and Zheng Yufeng, holding them tightly as if fearing they might leave at any moment. My dear niece, I am here solely for your sake to check on this young man. Yet look at his demeanor. What kind of words does he speak to an elder? Where is the slightest hint of sincerity in his desire to wed? Would I push my daughter into the flames? With her sister-in-law's grip firm, Mother Zheng struggled to break free, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Song and angrily reprimanding him. Indeed, aunt, your words carry weight, but do consider, your demands are rather elevated, are they not? Even among the youth of the county, few could meet such expectations. The sister-in-law endeavored to persuade them to stay, offering comfort. Yes, dear sister, I shall have my third son apologize to you. Chen Aigua hurried over, delivering a sharp pat to Chinsong's nape, causing him to stumble slightly. Chen Aigua's hand was strong, and in an effort to assuage tensions, he did not feign gentleness but struck Chinsong's neck with considerable force. Hurry and apologize to your aunt and Miss Yufeng. You good for nothing. Chen Aigua held a certain fondness for Zheng Yufeng, considering her age compatible with Chinsong's, and admiring her beauty and ample figure. He believed she would bear sons in the future, thus he was keen to facilitate a match between them. Chinsong, having been struck, dared not oppose his father and impatiently turned his head away, refusing to regard anyone. You, how can you speak to your elders in such a manner? Chen Aigua lamented, feeling his pride wounded by Chen Song's lack of apology. Let us depart. It appears you truly have no intention of pursuing this union. Daughter, we shall take our leave. Recognizing Chen Song's expression and understanding his intent, Mother Zheng ceased her words and promptly exited the room, pulling Zheng Yufeng along with her. Allow me to see you off. The sister-in-law glanced at Chen Aigua and Chinsong before hastily following the two women. What is the matter with you? As a junior, how can you speak to your elders in such a way? Chen Aigua, filled with disappointment, exclaimed, Isn't Zheng Yufeng more than suitable for you? Why do you look down upon her? Are you attempting to barter for a bride? She would hardly consider such a transaction. Father, I have expressed time and again that I do not wish to contemplate this matter right now. Please do not trouble yourself, Chinsong replied, patting Chen Aigua's back to ease his frustration. As your father, if I do not concern myself with your marriage, who will? Chen Aigua sulked as he sat down. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he pulled Chen Song down beside him. Tell me, given your temperament, you would never show disrespect to an elder or utter such words. Is there something you are concealing from me? There is nothing to hide. I merely cannot abide the attitude of that aunt from the Zheng family. What are they treating me as, a fool to be taken advantage of? Chinsong's voice rose slightly. Chen Aigua furrowed his brow, still feeling uneasy. Is it truly just that you find her unsuitable, and not because of that widow Wang? Father, why do you always bring up Sister Wang Yao? I have stated this countless times. Very well, as long as you are clear in your own heart. Remember, I will never consent to your association with that widow. Next time, I shall have your sister-in-law introduce you to someone else. Do not refuse. I am your father. Heed my words. Auntie, dear Sister Yufeng, please persuade her not to leave like this. Outside Chinsong's courtyard, the sister-in-law hurriedly caught up with Zheng's mother and Zheng Yufeng, pulling them aside. Cousin, that person speaks so harshly. My mother and I truly cannot remain here any longer. Zheng Yufeng, observing her mother's expression, realized she no longer wished to discuss the matter and thus declined the sister-in-law's invitation to stay. Alas, if you leave now, won't our agreement regarding the dowry be rendered void? The sister-in-law appeared troubled, sighing deeply. You still speak of dowry. Are you not deceiving our family? Did you not claim that your man, this third brother, has recently earned a substantial sum? 1,000 yuan is but a trifling amount to him, is it not? Upon hearing the sister-in-law's words, Zheng's mother became irate, immediately placing her hands on her hips and scolding her. He himself has stated that he currently possesses only a few dozen yuan. What can that amount accomplish? It is insufficient for both Yufeng and me to survive a month. And you expect to take half? You are dreaming. He must be deceiving you. I am well aware that merely from the business advice he provided to my husband, we have made several hundred in 2 months. His stall is even larger. Surely he earns more. So how could he possibly spend it all in just a few days? Look, he has not acquired anything of value for his home. He must be deceiving you. The sister-in-law exerted all her efforts, her words appearing quite reasonable, casting doubt upon Zheng's mother's expression. Could he truly be deceiving me? This thought surged within both Zheng's mother and Zheng Yufang. Chapter 57. The beginning. The news of Chinsong and Zheng Yufang's brief courtship spread, and numerous eligible young men in the village had already cast their eyes upon Zheng Yufang, yet none had captured her interest. Unexpectedly, she had quietly engaged with Chinsong. Although it did not culminate in a union, it evoked envy and resentment among many. This matter quickly circulated, and somehow it reached the ears of Wang Yao, who usually remained aloof from gossip. In the afternoon following Chen Aigua's departure, Wang Yao returned with little Yao Yao to deliver a meal. Chen Song attempted to take the lunchbox from Wang Yao, yet she seemed unwilling to offer it. The young girl observed the two, her head tilted in curiosity. "Mother, give the lunchbox to uncle." Little Yao Yao snatched the lunchbox from Wang Yao's hands, bouncing over to present it to Chen Song. He accepted it with a smile, ruffling her hair, causing her to close her eyes in delight. It was still 2 aluminum lunchboxes. Upon opening them, Chen Song discovered 2 different dishes compared to yesterday. There was a serving of stir-fried eggs with chili and a portion of stir-fried asparagus. Delicious. Chen Song took a bite of the stir-fried eggs, raising his gaze to compliment the meal. However, Wang Yao merely smiled absent-mindedly, taking a seat while casting her gaze away from Chen Song, who was eating heartily. As he savored the meal, Chen Song, captivated by the beauty before him, swallowed a mouthful and inquired, "Why do you not seem very happy?" Upon hearing Chen Song's question, Wang Yao snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. Do you find today's meal to your liking?" The meal was delightful. Sister Wang Yao's culinary skills are beyond reproach. Chen Song praised her, yet he set aside the delicious food he had just commended. "Sister Wang Yao, do you have something to say?" he inquired. "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to discuss," Wang Yao sighed, lowering her head and speaking softly. "What is it? Is there something you find difficult to articulate? Do not hesitate on my account. Please, go ahead." Chen Song assumed Wang Yao was hesitant to voice something embarrassing. "I heard that you went on a blind date with Zheng Yufang from Zhengjia village. What do you think of her?" Wang Yao posed the question she had long contemplated. Not waiting for Chen Song's response, she continued to speak, leaving him momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you mean the one introduced by my sister-in-law this morning? I sent them away." Chen Song replied nonchalantly, expressing no regret for his actions. He recounted the events of the blind date, asserting that the other party was insatiable and not genuinely interested in a match, but rather trying to market her daughter based on her looks. "So, you do not fancy her then?" Wang Yao's expression gradually brightened, her previous gloom dissipating, replaced by curiosity regarding the aftermath of Chen Song's blind date with Zheng Yufang. "Well, while she is indeed quite attractive, marrying a wife is not solely about beauty. As the saying goes, one should marry for virtue. Our ancestors have taught us this well. How could I be so myopic?" Chen Song nodded, clearly indicating his disinterest in Zheng Yufang. "Please, eat up. It will get cold if you delay." Wang Yao, having received the answer she sought, was no longer disheartened and urged Chen Song to finish his meal. "By the way, we need to head to the county tomorrow. The prices of soybeans have begun to fluctuate quite noticeably," Chen Song mentioned as he finished the last bite from his lunchbox, lowering his voice to share his plans with Wang Yao. "Is it time already?" Wang Yao's eyes brightened with anticipation. After all, a substantial amount of money had been invested in soybeans based on Chen Song's suggestion, and if no one were to take over, they might face significant losses. Wang Yao felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that soybean prices might not rise. "Yes, it won't be long. We will know more after observing tomorrow," Chen Song replied. Their group had long ceased purchasing soybeans, as it was anticipated that within a week or so, prices would skyrocket. Initially, the price increases were modest, causing little commotion in the market, and various soybean vendors treated it casually, releasing their stocks at market prices. However, within a few days, the price of soybeans surged uncontrollably. Chen Song had already instructed Dainyu to halt further soybean purchases. Otherwise, the proximity to the price surge might lead soybean traders to suspect they were trying to exploit them. Chen Song was not one to be easily ensnared, so he had begun stockpiling over a month in advance, ensuring he was well prepared before the prices soared. The following day, when Chen Song took Wang Yao to the county, Dainyu was found idly exercising at the factory, only stopping to greet them with delight upon their arrival. At last, you have come. I've been quite bored here alone these past few days. Daniel initially expressed his dissatisfaction before excitedly inquiring. Have you all checked the recent prices of soybeans in the market? We were just planning to take a look, Chinsong explained. During this period, I have been closely monitoring the market price of soybeans, which has seen a slight increase in recent days, reaching approximately 57 cents per pound. Even if the prices do not continue to rise, this batch in our warehouse could still yield us a profit of at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. Daniel animatedly shared the recent market trends with the two, gesticulating enthusiastically, which made Chinsong chuckle. By the way, Daniel, have you noticed any unfamiliar faces near the warehouse lately? Chinsong recalled the security concerns regarding the warehouse and promptly asked. There haven't been any strangers around the warehouse. It's quite remote, so not many people come by. However, I have seen quite a few unfamiliar faces in the market who are looking to purchase soybeans. Most of the locals I recognize, but these few individuals are indeed newcomers, likely from other towns or provinces. Chinsong's heart began to race with caution, furrowing his brow as he speculated whether these unfamiliar faces were representatives of significant capital attempting to manipulate the market. Such investors, aiming to short agricultural products, would undoubtedly collaborate discreetly to suppress price increases. Before any serious conflict arises, they would maintain an unspoken agreement to remain silent. Chen Song surmised that his recent actions had likely drawn the attention of some keen observers, but they had dismissed him due to the insignificance of his financial dealings. However, while these major players may overlook him, the smaller operators could be more troublesome. Chinsong could not guarantee that those serving the interests of the larger capital would not covet his considerable assets. Therefore, the confidentiality and security of the warehouse must be prioritized. Consequently, Chinsong planned to stay with Daniel during this period to guard the warehouse. Based on your observations, I surmise that soybean prices are poised to rise imminently. Chinsong gazed intently at Daniel and Wang Yao, and the three of them shared a palpable excitement over the prospect of wealth. Now, we merely need to wait until the soybean prices reach a certain threshold, at which point we will liquidate everything in the warehouse. Chinsong articulated their strategy. For now, I will remain here with Daniel, while you, Sister Wang Yao, should return home. Tomorrow, Xiao Yao Yao begins her schooling, and you must accompany her. Do not wear yourself out. Chinsong expressed his inability to take the young girl to school. I understand. You two must be vigilant while guarding the warehouse, Wang Yao nodded, recognizing that her presence at the warehouse was of little utility. Thus, she agreed, especially considering Xiao Yao Yao indeed needed assistance in finding her way to school. Chapter 58. The frenzy of soybeans at the entrance of the vegetable market, whether it be the original soybean suppliers, the vendors within the market, or the passing customers. Everyone was engaged in discussions regarding the ever-increasing prices of soybeans. Not long ago, the price was merely 40 to 50 cents per pound, but it has now escalated to $2.50 per pound, a staggering five-fold increase from the initial market price. Everyone was taken aback, recalling the tumultuous garlic price surge from last year, when garlic, which had been merely 2 dimes per pound, was artificially inflated to over 7 yuan per pound, igniting a frenzy of garlic hoarding across several provinces. Most individuals here are convinced that soybeans will escalate to a similarly terrifying price, yet in their minds, it will not surpass 7 yuan. Consequently, while many have begun procuring soybeans, some remain hesitant to enter the market. The rapid increase in soybean prices has instilled fear in them, reminiscent of the disastrous garlic speculation that left many at a loss. Chinsong could only lament his fortunate foresight. How could they know that this was merely the beginning? No one could have anticipated that this humble ingredient, simply intended for food processing, would ultimately be driven to such exorbitant heights. Every day, Daniel would visit the market twice to inquire about the real-time soybean prices, once in the morning and once in the evening. Awesome, it's 3 yuan now. It has already risen to 3 yuan, Daniel exclaimed, rushing back from the market. It was only when he entered the warehouse that he could no longer contain his excitement, his gaze reflecting the incredulity of the recent soybean price surge. Rest assured, there's more to come. If garlic could reach 7 yuan last year, there's no reason soybeans, which are priced higher than garlic this year, wouldn't reach 7 yuan as well. Chinsong promptly handed Daniel a glass of water, watching the soybeans in the warehouse with a heart full of anticipation. Daniel gulped down the water like a thirsty beast, calming his racing heart. Initially, I thought you were losing your mind, believing in the soybean price increase. Now I realize, the true fool was I. Song, you truly have the insight. It was merely an analysis of the market and a touch of audacity. Should this occur again, I doubt I would dare to try it once more. Chinsong, of course, refrained from revealing to Danyu his identity as a reborn individual, opting instead to keep the matter vague. In just a few days, the price had already reached 3 yuan. When shall we begin to offload the stock in the warehouse? Danyu inquired, his eyes glistening at the sight of the over 10 tons of goods. Even at the current price of 3 yuan, these soybeans could yield them a profit of 50 to 60,000 yuan. What if the price continued to soar? How much could they earn then? In this era, the average urban wage was merely 30 yuan. Earning tens of thousands in just a few days placed them among the top earners in the country. Aside from the large capitalists, we need not rush the timing of our sales. Our focus should be on where to offload them, Chinsong suggested, pulling Danyu to sit down and gesturing towards the soybeans. We are not mere retail investors. We have hoarded over 10 tons of goods and cannot afford to sell at the peak price too late, lest we miss the opportunity. Upon hearing Chinsong's words, Danyu's initially exuberant demeanor gradually subdued as he contemplated his options. He furrowed his brow and asked, "You are right. Those who strive to squeeze every last coin often find themselves trapped, unable to withdraw in time. What do you propose? I am at your command." Danyu's cooperation and insight prompted Chinsong to regard him with newfound respect. After the garlic incident last year, the government will undoubtedly implement timely price controls on soybeans. Therefore, even if soybean prices soar to a peak, such a situation will not persist for long. We must be vigilant and sell when the prices stabilize. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unjustly bearing the blame for others' misdeeds. Chinsong has always understood that a businessman cannot be solely focused on trifling profits. If he had not grasped this principle, he would never have been able to expand his enterprise significantly or venture into international markets. Are you referring to those who short sell soybeans? After some contemplation, Danyu understood Chinsong's concerns. Indeed, those individuals had long devised a plan to short sell soybeans, yet we managed to stockpile them even before they did. This raises eyebrows at higher levels, and we risk being targeted, as the prominent nail is often hammered down. There is no escaping the charge of speculation. Chinsong preemptively articulated his stance, emphasizing that while making money is crucial, preserving one's life is of even greater importance. Such price manipulation will surely lead to dire consequences. After consulting with Danyu, they resolved to begin selling once soybean prices reached around 8 or 9 yuan. Based on his previous life's recollections, Chen Song anticipated that the price would eventually surge to approximately 13 yuan, but only for a fleeting 2 days, after which it would plummet back to 50 cents, resulting in a market outcry akin to a stock market crash. Currently, soybean prices are changing every half day. Chen Song had been residing in the warehouse for over 10 days. Although the experience was tedious and monotonous, he felt exhilarated each time Danyu returned with updates on soybean prices. "It's 8 yuan now. Today it's 8 yuan. Danyu burst in, gesturing emphatically with his hand to signify the number. "It's time. Danyu, we must act." Chinsong restrained Danyu's excitement. "Go find the director of the steel factory and borrow a tractor from him. We'll pay for it. Let us borrow it for 7 days to start." Danyu nodded and hurried out towards the first steel factory. While Danyu went to procure the tractor, Chinsong retrieved a large piece of black cloth he had prepared earlier and began to tidy up. He was wary of selling these soybeans in the local vicinity, especially in their hometown of Jiangsu. Together with Danyu, they loaded 2 tons of soybeans, covered them with the black cloth, and set off for the provincial city. Passers-by were unable to discern what was concealed within their vehicle. The provincial city was somewhat distant from their county, and driving the tractor would require at least 6 to 7 hours. However, this did not dampen Chinsong and Danyu's enthusiasm. For the sake of caution, they ensured they avoided all nearby counties. After all, these soybeans were sourced from those very areas, and selling in the same locales would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. They were, at this moment, genuine golden geese. Chinsong was unfamiliar with the routes in the provincial city, but fortunately, Danyu had visited several times and was relatively acquainted with the area. The two of them drove the tractor directly to the vegetable market in the provincial city. However, they did not dare to enter the vegetable market itself, instead opting to halt at a nearby vacant lot. Given the current circumstances, making a conspicuous bulk sale within the market would attract undue attention from watchful eyes. Moreover, in case of any unforeseen complications, navigating through the market could prove challenging. The open space afforded them an easier escape route. Chinsong grasped a handful of soybeans and found a transparent plastic bag, hanging it on the front of the tractor. It was conspicuous, yet not ostentatious. This arrangement clearly conveyed to discerning individuals that he was selling soybeans. Yet the presence of a large black cloth covering the tractor dissuaded those without genuine purchasing intentions from taking an interest in them. Are we just going to wait here? Dainyu expressed some unease, considering that the batch of soybeans behind him could fetch at least 32,000 at current prices, a significant sum that naturally made him anxious. Do not worry. This is the provincial capital, and the public safety is relatively assured. Even if they had intentions to act, it would not be in broad daylight. Otherwise, the police would truly be negligent, Chinsong reassured Dainyu, alleviating his tension. Before long, Chinsong noticed a young man glance at his tractor before disappearing into the market. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly spotted the young man approaching them with a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old. The older gentleman was of shorter stature, donned in a pair of flip-flops, a faded shirt, and gray mid-length trousers, with a pipe clamped in his mouth, puffing away. The old man glanced at the plastic bag filled with soybeans hanging at the front of the tractor, then looked back at the covered cargo area. Moving closer to Chinsong and Dainyu, while lowering his voice. Are you selling soybeans? Prior to the old man's arrival, Chinsong had already cautioned Dainyu to be mindful of their surroundings. The old man, drawing from his pocket a pack of Wang cigarettes, offered 2 to Chinsong and Dainyu. Recognizing that Chinsong was the leader among the pair, he directed his inquiries towards him. Chinsong nodded at Dainyu, accepting the cigarette and placing it behind his ear, with Dainyu following suit and setting his aside. Yes, we are ready to make a deal. Accepting the cigarette was a gesture of goodwill. However, they refrained from smoking cigarettes offered by others out of caution, even though the likelihood of them being tampered with was minimal. In the current situation, ensuring the smooth sale of the soybeans required utmost vigilance. The old man showed no concern for Chinsong's actions, his gaze fixated on the soybeans in the covered cargo area, despite the black cloth obscuring them. The sharpness in the old man's eyes did not escape Chinsong's notice. How much do you intend to purchase? Chinsong inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. He recognized that, despite the old man's unkempt appearance, his eyes did not deceive. He was undoubtedly a formidable character deserving of respect. I will take as much as you have, the old man replied in a low voice, taking a draw from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Upon hearing his words, Chinsong became increasingly vigilant. This old man not only intended to consume their entire load of soybeans, but also seemed uninterested in discussing their price. To avoid complications, Chinsong felt compelled to offer a subtle warning, gesturing a 9 with his fingers. I currently have it at $9. Is that acceptable to you? The old man raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chinsong in silence. After a moment, he replied, All right, how much do you have? I will take it all. It's all gone. I sold too early, and this is the last shipment. Chinsong swallowed hard, his throat constricting with anxiety. The old man's formidable presence was unsettling, as he appeared intent on acquiring more than just the current stock. Consider that, at $9 per pound. This shipment amounted to $30,000 to $40,000. The fact that he could silently agree without negotiation indicated that his cash reserves far exceeded that sum. Chinsong began to suspect that the orchestrators behind the soybean speculation might be in league with this old man. Ah, the last shipment, is it? The old man chuckled, a flicker of dissatisfaction and malice crossing his gaze, fixing his eyes on Chen Song with an intensity that nearly prompted him to call for Dainyu. The old man's seemingly gentle smile faded into something devoid of warmth. Young man, it is better to be honest. Chinsong scanned the area and noticed several individuals emerging from around the market, their eyes shifting toward them with feigned casualness. A chill ran down his spine as he recognized the potential danger posed by this old man. In these times, the Na'vi could perish the quickest, yet they could also wield knives with the most ferocity. Chinsong forced a smile, raising his voice, though his heart raced with trepidation. The old man took a slight step back, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Then he scrutinized Chinsong before bursting into laughter. Indeed. You are someone who can accomplish great things. I will take this batch. Come with me. The old man pointed toward a building at the front of the market, indicating that they should move their vehicle there. Chinsong steadied himself, exhaling slowly, and gently shook his head in refusal. Let's conduct our transaction here. It's better for both of us. The old man paused, then turned around. "Very well. If you are so cautious, I shall not press you." He waved towards the market entrance, and Chinsong noticed two of the earlier figures stepping forward, each carrying a scale. "Dainyu, unload the goods," Chinsong instructed, patting the rigid Dainyu, who had been on high alert and appeared somewhat fatigued. Dainyu nodded, glancing at the old man and the two approaching men, remaining on guard. He dismounted the tractor, moved to the rear of the vehicle, opened the back door, and without lifting the black cloth, began to pull out bag after bag. Externally, it was impossible to discern that the fertilizer bags contained soybeans. The old man's associates approached, casually untying a few bags before returning to nod at the old man. "Weigh it," the old man commanded, instructing his men to bring over the scale, as Dainyu and the others prepared to weigh the goods. Due to the limited capacity of the scale, the entire load of soybeans required 7 or 8 weighings to be fully measured. Ultimately, it totaled over 4,100 pounds, amounting to more than 30 bags of soybeans. This figure aligned closely with Chen Song's expectations. Thus, he did not question it further. However, he was surprised that the seemingly ruthless old man had not resorted to any deceit during the weighing process. The sum converted to approximately 36,800 yuan. The old man accepted the goods without creating any difficulties, producing a fertilizer bag in front of them. "Count it," he instructed. Chinsong opened the fertilizer bag to reveal stacks of blue-green banknotes, with the remainder consisting of small change, nearly filling the entire bag. In 1983, there were no large denomination notes like the 50100. The central bank only designed and approved new currency in 1985, and it wasn't until 1987 that the complete set of the fourth series of renminbi. The familiar blue-gray banknotes featuring the portraits of 4 leaders on the front and a panoramic view of Jinggangshan on the back of the 100 yuan note began to be printed. Thus, Chinsong was not surprised to see a whole bag filled with cash exceeding 30,000 yuan. Fortunately, the stacks of banknotes had been neatly organized, allowing him to easily determine the total amount in the bag by simply counting the stacks. After verifying multiple times without discovering any counterfeit notes, Chinsong finally breathed a sigh of relief and repacked the money into the bag. Once the money was secured, Chinsong cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Noticing no one else besides the old man's subordinates, he quickly tied the bag shut and placed it on the seat of the tractor, positioned between himself and Dainyu. The numbers were accurate. The transaction was complete. Throughout the process, the old man remained passive, merely smoking a cigarette while observing his men weigh the soybeans. "Indeed, the amounts are just right," Chinsong affirmed with a nod, preparing to drive away. "Youth, if you have more goods, feel free to sell them to me. I can offer market prices. I'm not short on cash, and you must understand. There are few who can handle an entire truckload at once in this provincial capital," the old man remarked, expressing skepticism regarding Chinsong's claim that this was their final shipment. "What a pity, but it truly is my last load. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future," Chinsong replied, though still somewhat dazed by the substantial cash he had just received. He managed to maintain his composure while appeasing the old man. "Then so be it," the old man said, turning to leave, while his subordinates began transporting the bags of soybeans into a building at the market. Chinsong contemplated the old man's retreating figure before glancing up at the market sign. Deep in thought, "Dainyu, start the tractor. Let's go," he urged, quickly taking his seat in the driver's position as Dainyu steadied the tractor, which roared to life and headed towards the outskirts of the provincial capital. "Hurry up, Dainyu," Chinsong pressed. "What's the rush? Didn't we sell everything?" Dainyu asked, still guiding the tractor. "The old man is certainly no fool. Do you really think he believes this is our last shipment of soybeans? I suspect he has sent someone to follow us, so we should leave quickly. After all, 2 legs can never outrun wheels," Chinsong explained. Dainyu nodded, and under Chinsong's urging, he accelerated the tractor to its maximum speed, swiftly departing from the provincial capital. "Upon returning, we will first secure the money, and then head to the warehouse for another load to sell in the neighboring city." Chapter 60. Sold out. As Chinsong and Dainyu drove the tractor back to the old steel factory warehouse in the county, they finally relaxed, exhaling deeply and exchanging glances before bursting into hearty laughter. After laughing for a while, they noticed their shirts were already soaked with sweat. Entering the warehouse, they each poured a glass of water and drank heartily. It was only upon returning that they felt a sense of relief. This journey had ended without incident. This shipment alone netted 36,800. They had only sold 2 tons so far, while at least 14 tons remained in the two warehouses. Chen Song felt an overwhelming urge to share this joy with everyone, but alas, that was not feasible. It would have to remain a secret delight within him. Since Chinsong could not find Wang Yao in time, he had no choice but to securely stash away all the money for now, planning to address it tomorrow. "Daniel, let's load up and continue," Chinsong instructed. He understood that they had to sell all the soybeans within 10 days. Otherwise, they would be left holding the product, risking exposure for speculation and becoming scapegoats. When they set out with the second load of soybeans, Daniel had already learned from Chinsong's experience, covering the trailer with a black cloth to conceal its contents completely, only hanging a bag of soybeans at the front of the tractor. This time, they headed to a county-level city under the jurisdiction of the provincial capital, a significant urban area where soybean prices had surged even more dramatically than in Chinsong's county. Although slightly lower than in the provincial capital, it was still quite high, reaching nearly 10 yuan. The sale of this batch of soybeans went smoothly. Chinsong and Daniel managed to sell 2 tons without any trouble, netting another 40,000 in cash. In the following days, Chinsong and Daniel took the tractor out twice daily to various county-level cities under the provincial capital. While they did not encounter another buyer as generous as the first two who could take 2 tons at once, they managed to sell each load of soybeans swiftly. Chinsong speculated that the provincial capital was a focal point for large capital investments, hence the presence of big buyers capable of absorbing substantial quantities at once. The surrounding county-level cities, however, were affected by this, but lacked sufficient manpower for close monitoring, requiring Chinsong to sell the soybeans in smaller batches. As time progressed, Chinsong advised Daniel to be even more discreet with their sales. The soybean prices had continued to soar, surpassing everyone's expectations. To be precise, the market price of soybeans was experiencing a frenzied surge. When Chinsong made his initial foray, the price of soybeans was around 7 to 8 yuan per pound, and it has now surged to 12. What a staggering price. A laborer's monthly wage can barely procure 2 to 3 pounds of soybeans. The vendors who timely participated in this grand feast were elated, having acquired soybeans for a mere few yuan in the morning, only to sell them for an additional yuan by the afternoon. Some went so far as to hoard the high-priced soybeans available in the market, hoping to capitalize on an even higher price later. There were also many irrational farmers who, in a moment of folly, uprooted their crops to plant soybeans, eagerly anticipating an immediate harvest and substantial profits. Did they not consider whether this season was suitable for planting? This frenzy has clearly escalated to alarming heights. Amidst this chaos, Chinsong was unfazed. Within a mere 6 days, he quietly sold off all the soybeans stored in his warehouse, leaving behind only a few scattered beans. A sigh of relief escaped him as he realized that the cash at his disposal had reached over 500,000 yuan. 500,000, enough to fill several burlap sacks to the brim. Chinsong, along with Daniel and Wang Yao, spent an entire night meticulously counting the bills until every last sack was organized. Gazing at the amassed wealth, Chen Song felt a surge of exhilaration surpassing even the joy he experienced upon securing his first major order in his previous life. In his past life in the export trade, Chen Song had leveraged the remarkably low domestic labor costs and the affordability of goods to flood overseas markets, thereby squeezing the market share of numerous Southeast Asian companies. In this era, although the country had opened up, it had yet to join the World Trade Organization, and export trade remained vibrant only in a few special economic zones. In the interior regions where Chinsong operated, there were no signs of such an industry. However, he had his own plans this time. He would not venture into the export trade just yet. The bean you play incident was nearing its conclusion, and the price of soybeans had now soared past 13 yuan, approaching the price ceiling known to Chinsong from his past life. After a few days of this price, regulatory measures would inevitably be implemented. Those speculators continuing to inflate soybean prices would likely face dire consequences. Thus, Chinsong resolved to discreetly withdraw from the county, retreating to the countryside to maintain a low profile and refrain from involving himself in any further dealings concerning soybeans. The following day, as he prepared to return to the countryside, Chinsong, Daniel, and Wang Yao convened in the warehouse to deliberate on how to handle the substantial sum of over 500,000 yuan. This amount should ideally be divided among the three of us, Chinsong remarked, gesturing toward the burlap sacks encircling them. After all, with this fortune, we need not toil excessively in the future. However, I believe that money is never enough. I intend to invest this sum into our next venture to seize our future. He continued, feel free to express your thoughts on how to proceed. I welcome your suggestions without hesitation. Since the soybean incident, Dainyu has developed an unwavering admiration for Chen Song's business acumen. Even though he could have claimed nearly 200,000, he refrains from contradicting Chen Song. Moreover, the two have always shared a deep camaraderie. Chen Song has always understood Dainyu's character. Though he appears simple-hearted, he possesses a touch of cleverness. Yet his integrity is indeed commendable. I have no objections. After all, you are the one guiding me toward profit. Even without my involvement, I believe you would still achieve this success. Therefore, since you have already contemplated our forthcoming endeavors, I wholeheartedly support you. Wang Yao gazed intently at Chen Song. Having witnessed his journey from having nothing at the time of separation to his current stature, her feelings for him have evolved from a past flirtation to genuine admiration tinged with melancholy. Admiration stems from Chen Song's ability to seize opportunities and to withdraw at the right moment. The melancholy arises from the fear that as Chen Song's success grows, her standing in his eyes may diminish. Will she still be able to remain by his side in the future? Chen Song, oblivious to Wang Yao's inner turmoil, after receiving everyone's consensus on the management of the funds, carefully secured 500,000, distributing the remaining surplus of over 30,000 among Dainyu, Wang Yao, and himself. This sum was intended as temporary compensation for their hard work and living expenses, meant to improve their lives until they could embark on their next project. Dainyu, let us first attend to your father's health. Tomorrow, we shall take him to the provincial hospital. Each received over 10,000. And Chinsong immediately resolved to prioritize Dainyu's father's treatment. All right. Clutching a handful of cash, Dainyu's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. For a decade, he had barely saved 100, with every monthly earnings devoted to his father's medication. Now, the money in his hands represented his father's lifeline. A fortune that he could scarcely fathom, earned through Chen Song's recent efforts. From now on, I will always follow your lead, Dainyu declared sincerely. Lifting his gaze to Chen Song, Chen Song was momentarily taken aback, waving his hand dismissively. What are you saying? We are good brothers. We shall share both fortune and adversity. Thank you, Dainyu said solemnly, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 61. A display of emotion as the three returned to the countryside. Night had fallen. After bidding farewell, they each returned to their respective homes. Wang Yao went next door to fetch Xiao Yao Yao, expressing her gratitude to the neighbor before inquiring about the amusing events that had transpired at school recently. Xiao Yao Yao chattered animatedly about the new happenings, her face alight with joy and contentment. Observing the incessantly chattering young girl, Wang Yao felt an increasing sense of gratitude toward Chen Song. Dainyu returned home under the cloak of night. During this period, he had relied on the neighbors to care for his father, providing some financial assistance to ensure they could attend to him amidst their own busyness. Upon arriving home, Dainyu found the house dimly lit. Aware that his father likely had not retired early, yet he hesitated to light the oil lamp, choosing instead to wait in the darkness for his return. A few days ago, Chen Song conveyed a message, indicating that he would remain in the county for a while. Upon his return, it was certain that Dainyo's father had been waiting for several consecutive days. The house was left unlocked, as their family was even poorer than most. The petty thieves from neighboring villages had no interest in their meager possessions, rendering a lock unnecessary. Dainyo gently pushed open the door, and the old wooden door creaked unpleasantly, revealing the sound of his father's cough echoing within. Cough, cough, Dainyo, is that you returned? Dainyo quickly responded, yes. Dad, it's me. He groped around until he found the kerosene lamp on the table, struck a match, and ignited the lamp, casting a dim light that allowed him to see a figure struggling to rise from the bed against the wall. Dainyo hurried over to assist his father in sitting up. Have you completed all the matters with Song Hua and the others in the county? Dainyo's father asked weakly, his face pallid. He was already paralyzed and had not received proper treatment, relying on medication while lacking sufficient nutrition and sunlight, which rendered him far from healthy. Yes, we not only finished everything, but we did exceptionally well and earned a substantial amount of money. Dainyo quickly pulled out a bundle of cash from his bag. Dad, this is the money for your surgery that I earned. Tomorrow, we will go to the provincial capital to have the operation. Your leg can be saved. How did you acquire so much money from your business? Dainyo's father gazed at the thick stack of bills in astonishment. He was aware that Dainyo had been assisting Chinsong in selling crayfish. occasionally hearing from neighbors about their efforts, so he knew they were indeed earning money. However, could selling crayfish yield such a considerable sum? The thickness of the cash in Denyo's hands suggested at least over 10,000. His father's expression darkened. Are you involved in any illegal activities behind my back? I have told you countless times that we can be poor, we can lack money, but we must never lose our ambition, nor can we engage in crime. Have you disregarded my words? Tell me, where did this money truly come from? No, I assure you, this is genuinely earned from legitimate business. Denyo insisted, clutching the bills tightly as he explained to his father, who was glaring at him with anger. Chen Song and sister Wang Yao can vouch for us. We have conducted our business honorably, without any wrongdoing, and I have not brought shame upon you. Is that so? Denyo's father's expression softened, his gaze now penetrating into Denyo's eyes, though traces of doubt lingered. If you wish, you can inquire with Chinsong. The three of us are in agreement. That is good to hear. I was merely concerned that you might stray into illegal activities and lose your way. Denyo's father exhaled with relief. Rest assured, Dad. Chinsong is guiding us. He mentioned that with the nation's reform and opening up, opportunities abound everywhere. I'm not very knowledgeable, so I simply follow his lead and do whatever he instructs. He is my childhood friend, and he would never take advantage of me, Denyo replied with a smile. Song Hua is indeed a fine lad. I have recognized his potential since childhood. However, he was not so astute previously. I never imagined he possessed such a keen business acumen. If I weren't familiar with him since he was young, I might suspect he had transformed into a different person. The father of Denyo gently patted his shoulder and said, since that is the case, you should diligently follow Song Wazi from now on, and do not falter. Denyo nodded vigorously and hesitantly inquired, Dad, you mentioned taking me to the provincial capital for surgery. Since this money is earned from your legitimate business, why shouldn't I use it? His father chuckled, pointing at the money in Denyo's hand. All right, Dad, we will go to the provincial capital tomorrow morning, and Chen Song should accompany us. We must properly thank him then. Okay, Dad. In Lin Jiao, at Chen Igwa's home, Chen Song's sister-in-law was creating a scene inside. Chen Igwa and Chen Mo exchanged uneasy glances, while Huang Qin sat at the table, attempting to console her wailing grandson. Chen Jin squatted in the corner, puzzled, occasionally looking up at the awkward scene unfolding before him. What does the third brother mean by all this? As his sister-in-law, I kindly introduced a match for him, and he was unwilling, but that was fine. He even drove her away. Now my family is criticizing me. My cousin, Zheng Yufang, is a beauty known far and wide. I had introduced her to the third brother, yet he treated me this way. Now my family is saying I married into a place that is unreasonable, and the criticisms are harsh. How can I ever return to my family? How am I to conduct myself there in the future? As the sister-in-law lamented, chaos ensued in the house, with children crying loudly. Huang Qin could not soothe the child and had to step outside to minimize the disturbance. You should speak less. Chen Mo urged his wife, casting an awkward glance at his father. He had only just learned that his younger brother seemed to have made a significant amount of money recently. Initially, he thought that selling a few crayfish would earn him a few thousand yuan, but rumors indicated that Chinsong, Denyo, and Wang Yao each had received tens of thousands. This news left him astonished, as he had only managed to earn a few hundred by following his younger brother's suggestion to sell river snails, which he considered quite satisfactory. What does it mean to be a household with 10,000 yuan? In Chunjiao, there isn't even one such household, even in the surrounding areas. They are scarce. Although Chen Mo was surprised by his brother's earnings, he did not feel excessive jealousy. However, his wife, Chinsong's sister-in-law, was utterly taken aback upon hearing this news. She knew that her initial introduction of Zheng Yufang was for the sake of a matchmaker's fee, which had been agreed upon. If the Zheng family received the 3 major items and 1,000 yuan in bride price from Chinsong, they would give her 500 yuan. 500 yuan. How much could they earn from their arduous labor in the fields? Even after selling river snails for 2 or 3 months, they only managed to earn 200 or 300. 500 yuan is indeed a significant sum. Yet, such a golden opportunity was squandered when Chinsong drove the girl away. Not only that, but her reputation in her family was also tarnished, with harsh remarks being made about her being someone who values money over people. How can I speak less? Have I not worked hard for this family? You, who are useless, do not even defend me when I am being insulted. How can my fate be so unfortunate? The elder sister-in-law sat on the ground, pointing at Chen Mo and berating him. Enough. Chen Igwa slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to tremble and tea to spill. Your cousin's family is no paragon either, demanding 3 major items and a bride price in the thousands. Do they not regard money as money? Who can afford such extravagance? Do they really think themselves as exquisite as Jiao Chan or Shi Shi? People in the city cannot possibly offer such sums for marriage. Moreover, your third brother's suggestion has brought you considerable gains, yet you remain discontented? Chapter 62. A visit to the doctor. Chen Song's sudden retort shattered the elder sister-in-law's tantrum, leaving her momentarily bewildered about her next course of action. For decades, he had lived in silence, under the thumb of Huang Qin after marriage, and subsequently under the control of his daughter-in-law after his children wed. Even on the day of their division, he was aware that the distribution was unequal, with Chen Song receiving the least. Had Chen Jin not been young and still living with them, he would have likely received nothing, as the majority was allocated to the eldest branch. Yet, he remained silent in such circumstances. However, now his elder sister-in-law's unwarranted outburst ignited a fierce anger within him. Chinsong had always been somewhat disliked by Huang Qin. Chen Song had felt helpless at that time. Everyone was impoverished, and even if he wished to compensate, there was little to offer. Witnessing Chen Song prosper through his own intellect and hard work filled him with joy, yet he was taken aback by his eldest daughter-in-law's insensitivity, which ignited his ire. How could I have earned so much? Raising children costs money, and so do household expenses. The elder sister-in-law's voice lowered. This was the first time she had seen her father-in-law lose his temper since marrying into the family, and it quelled many of her thoughts. That money was earned by your brother. He has already been generous in offering you guidance to earn a bit. It is not his obligation to enrich you. Chen Song recognized his own overreaction and sat down again. Chen Imo, take your wife back to your home, and take the child with you. You can't keep making noise all day. Your mother has work to do and cannot always tend to your child. Turning to Chen Imo, he gestured towards Huang Qin and the grandchild she held. Huang Qin entered, likely having heard her husband's raised voice, casting a surprised glance at Chen Song. Why are you shouting so loudly? You're disturbing the child. She shot him a glare, but had also heard Chen Song's words. Although she felt a pang of reluctance towards her grandchild, she complied and handed the child over to Chen Mo's wife. Stop the nonsense. Go back and live your life well. Don't keep fixating on your third brother. It would be better to engage in other activities, which is far more productive. The elder sister-in-law maintained a relatively good relationship with her mother-in-law, unlike the harsh dynamics seen in other families. Upon hearing Huang Qin's words, she nodded slightly and took the child into her arms. Let us go? Chen Imo approached, leading his wife away from the room. What are you getting so upset about? It is indeed your third brother's fault. How could he have driven away a potential match during a blind date? What kind of situation is this? How will others perceive us? Who would dare recommend a match for your third brother again? Huang Qin cast a discontented glance at Chen Song, expressing her perspective. This is not a matchmaking situation. I believe Senwazi is right. Zhang's family merely seeks to sell their daughter. Chen Song, unfazed by Huang Qin's dissatisfied gaze, retorted. A betrothal gift of 1,000 yuan. Doesn't that equate to selling one's daughter? While 1,000 yuan may seem excessive, didn't our daughter-in-law mention that Senwazi supposedly earned over 10,000? A mere 1,000 is but a drop in the bucket, regardless of their demands. A semblance of decorum must be maintained. Driving them away serves no purpose. Huang Qin sighed. In any case, I cannot manage Senwazi. Fortunately, Senwazi is still young, and it is too early for him to court. This matter should not affect him. Spare yourself the worry. Senwazi's ability to earn is his own merit. Let us not allow the other two families to create chaos, lest our family become the laughingstock of the village. Chen Song placed great importance on his dignity. I understand. You old coot. You hardly lend a hand to our eldest son. Huang Qin shot him a glance, but refrained from further commenting on Chinsong. Lend a hand. The division of assets was quite favorable. All the good land and houses went to him. What more could he want? Chen Song stood up, visibly displeased, and retreated into the inner room. Enough of this. You should stop playing around and go to bed. School awaits you tomorrow. Just as Huang Qin intended to follow Chen Song inside, she caught sight of Chen Jin, who was innocently playing in the corner, and her temper flared. She kicked him lightly, urging him to sleep. Mom, I believe Dad is right. That matchmaking candidate for Sango is merely a scammer. I've heard she has duped many in the city for their betrothal gifts, yet she hasn't married anyone or returned the gifts. She is nothing but a fraud. Chen Jin rose, articulating his stance emphatically. Where did you hear such nonsense? That is your sister-in-law's little cousin. How could she possibly be like that? Never mind. Why am I even explaining this to you? You wouldn't understand. Hurry to bed. Huang Qin impatiently urged Chen Jin into the house. It is exactly as I said. My classmates have all mentioned it. Chen Jin, sensing his mother's disregard, muttered dejectedly and pouted as he entered the house. The following day, in the early morning, Chen Song, without a moment to greet his parents or seek out Wang Yao and Xiao Yao, hurried directly to Daniyu's home. Daniyu had barely slept the previous night, too excited to rest, as he contemplated that his father's decade-long surgery delay was no longer an issue. He tossed and turned throughout the night. By the time Chinsong arrived, Daniyu had already prepared the donkey cart, loaded with various supplies, and was waiting eagerly. Daniyu's father watched his son bustle about with a faint smile. Daniyu, Chinsong entered their yard, taken aback by Daniyu's readiness, before breaking into a grin. You've been waiting for me. I can hardly contain my excitement. My father has waited 10 years. At that moment, Daniyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. An imposing figure of a man, yet visibly moved. Chinsong patted him on the shoulder. Come now, why should a grown man cry? Since everything is ready, let us depart quickly. I have some connections with the county hospital. We should inquire there first and seek assistance from the provincial capital. Otherwise, if we go directly to the provincial hospital, we may face delays. Chinsong was acutely aware that, both now and for decades to come, hospitals remained institutions deeply rooted in human connections. Having the right relationships could indeed simplify many matters. All right, I shall heed your advice. Upon hearing that Chinsong had connections within the hospital, Daniyu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Uncle, how have you been lately? How is your leg? Chinsong inquired as he approached Daniyu's father to check on his well-being. What can I say? It has been 10 years. I have grown accustomed to it. I must express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for your support of Daniyu, he wouldn't have earned so much, allowing me the means to seek treatment at the provincial hospital. My illness has indeed been a burden on him, Daniyu's father lamented, shifting the conversation to express his gratitude towards Chinsong. Uncle, you are too kind. Daniyu and I grew up side by side. It is only natural for me to assist. Moreover, we have grander ventures ahead, and Daniyu's help will be indispensable. Chinsong reassured Daniyu's father, offering him a sense of comfort. Understanding Daniyu's father's concerns for his son's future, Chinsong candidly mentioned his plans, which included Daniyu, putting the older man at ease. Upon hearing Chinsong's words, Daniyu's father visibly relaxed. He recognized that while his son was tall and strong, he possessed a certain simplicity that paled in comparison to Chinsong's acumen. With Chinsong's assistance, Daniyu's path would undoubtedly become more navigable. Daniyu's father was well aware of his status as an ordinary farmer, now paralyzed and unable to provide much support for Daniyu. Even if the surgery were successful, he would merely be a typical individual, capable only of tending to the family's fields. Let us be on our way. As Chinsong spoke, he and Daniyu helped Daniyu's father onto the donkey cart. Uncle, I have arrived. Before they could pull the cart out of the courtyard, a youthful voice chimed in. A spirited young girl dashed in, immediately leaping into Chinsong's embrace. Wang Yao followed closely behind. I'm glad you haven't left yet. Knowing you were heading to the provincial hospital, I prepared some provisions for your journey. She lifted the basket in her hand, unveiling a bounty of glutinous rice cakes and sweet potato dumplings. Then I shall not be polite. Little Yao Yao, be good. Uncle is taking Daniyu's father to the hospital, so you must listen to your mother at home, all right? Study well, for I shall check your homework upon my return. Chinsong lifted the young girl, playfully teasing her delicate nose. The little girl scrunched her attractive nose, pouting as she pried open Chinsong's hand. Then I shall wait for you to come back. All right, give me a kiss. Chinsong leaned in and pressed a kiss on her rosy cheek, eliciting a peal of laughter from her. Very well, the time is drawing near. You must be off. Wang Yao took the young girl from Chinsong's arms, signaling that it was time for them to depart. The little girl obediently nestled in her mother's embrace, watching as Chinsong climbed onto the donkey cart, with Daniyu urging the donkey onward. Chinsong leaned out to wave at the young girl and Wang Yao. The little girl also extended her hand, joyfully waving back with enthusiasm. Inside the cart, there was a patient, so Daniyu's donkey cart did not rush too quickly. They first made their way to the county hospital, which took nearly 2 hours. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Chinsong directed Daniyu to pull the cart to the office of the gynecology building, then jumped down. Daniyu, uncle, please wait here for a moment. I will find a doctor to make a call to the provincial hospital and see if we can establish some connections. Chinsong explained briefly to the two. Go ahead, my old bones may cause you trouble. Dainya's father sighed. Uncle, don't think too much. Dainya is my brother. Isn't it our duty to do this? Chinsong reassured Dainya's father, signaling Dainya to keep watch. It's all right, you go in. My dad is here with me. There's no need to worry. Dainya nodded in understanding, patted the cart's wooden board, which creaked in response, and then broke into a cheerful smile. I will head in to find someone and come right back. You two find a shady spot to wait for me. With that, Chen Song turned and entered the gynecology building, navigating familiar turns towards the doctor's office. Today was still quite early, and Chen Song did not see many patients in the gynecology building. He knew Su Jiajiao's office well, having spent time there previously, so he made his way directly to her. Unexpectedly, halfway there, he encountered Deputy Director Zhang, who had just exited a patient room. Hey, Chen Song, what a coincidence. What brings you to the hospital? Wait, this is the gynecology building. What are you doing here? Are you looking for Dr. Su? Deputy Director Zhang called out, while simultaneously instructing a nurse beside him and jotting down notes on paper. Director Zhang, why are you here in gynecology? I remember you are a neurologist, Chen Song replied, somewhat puzzled, as he turned to face the familiar voice, realizing it was indeed Deputy Director Zhang, whom he had met in Yangjia village before. I was called for a neurology consultation. It was a rather challenging case that took considerable effort to stabilize, Director Zhang explained, sighing as he recalled the patient, but then brightening up. However, if you are looking for Dr. Su, it might be a bit tricky. She could be in the teaching and research office. As a resident physician, she is currently supervising interns and is quite busy. I see. Chen Song furrowed his brow. Reflecting that Su Jiajiao was the person he knew best in this hospital, and asking others for help was not an option he felt comfortable with. What should he do? Is there something particularly urgent? I can go and fetch Dr. Su for you, Deputy Director Zhang offered, noticing Chen Song's troubled expression. He leaned in and quietly asked, Chen Song, are you perhaps pursuing Dr. Su? She is quite the belle of our hospital, and many admire her. Last time, Deputy Director Liu was one of her admirers. No, Director Zhang, don't joke around. I'm even younger than Dr. Su. Chen Song hurriedly waved his hands to assert his innocence, though his mind involuntarily recalled Su Jiajiao's alluring long legs, captivating and enchanting. What does age matter? A woman 3 years older may embrace prosperity, and one 5 years older might outshine her mother. It is the older woman who truly understands compassion. I hope this is not the reason for your predicament. I can see that Dr. Su harbors quite an affection for you. She was genuinely concerned when you were taken away last time. Deputy Director Zhang immediately showed interest. As a physician, one is often consumed by work, with little else to occupy their time. The sole pleasure lies in playing matchmaker, weaving love stories among colleagues. Indeed, many romantic unions among doctors and nurses within the hospital can be traced back to his efforts. I am merely an acquaintance of Dr. Su. Her concern for me is entirely natural. Chen Song hastily sought to shift the conversation, mindful that the father and son duo outside awaited his return. He turned to Deputy Director Zhang and said, I initially intended to ask Dr. Su for a favor, but since she is unavailable, I shall take my leave. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Whatever Dr. Su can do, I can certainly help with as well. Please, tell me what you require, and I shall see what I can do, Deputy Director Zhang replied, his demeanor growing serious. He felt a sense of gratitude toward Chinsong for not only addressing issues in Yangjia village, but also for his commendable character, which had garnered the attention of county leaders. Building connections with him was certainly worthwhile. Well, I have a childhood friend whose father has been paralyzed for the past 10 years. He has been unable to afford surgery until now, but with a bit of savings. He wishes to travel to the provincial capital for the procedure, hoping to get his father back on his feet soon. Chen Song paused, glancing at Deputy Director Zhang, who was attentively listening, and felt a flicker of fondness for him. As for the surgery, I have inquired, and it cannot be performed in our county. I know a few of you esteemed doctors here, but I do not know anyone at the provincial hospital. I had hoped Dr. Su might have connections, but now I seek your guidance in finding an expert to assist my uncle. Deputy Director Zhang chuckled and replied, in this matter, you would find Dr. Su of little help. You must indeed come to me. Really? You have connections to specialist physicians? Chen Song's eyes brightened. It seemed that fortune had favored him. Though he had not found Dr. Su, he had encountered Deputy Director Zhang, who could resolve his dilemma. Paralysis in the lower limbs and loss of sensation indicate a neurological issue. Do not forget, I am a neurologist. My mentor is an expert at the provincial hospital and a professor at the provincial medical university. You can trust me to handle this matter. Deputy Director Zhang confidently patted his chest, exuding assurance. What a serendipitous turn of events. I had no idea that Deputy Director Zhang was a disciple of such a distinguished expert. Truly, a master begets great talent. Chen Song complimented him, although he was uncertain about Zhang's medical prowess. Nonetheless, reaching the position of deputy director at a county hospital suggested considerable skill. Thus, his mentor must indeed be a seasoned expert. Very well, let us head to my office. I will call my mentor, Deputy Director Zhang said, leading Chen Song away from the obstetrics and gynecology building to the neurology department's office. Upon entering, Chen noted that this office was more simplistic and somewhat disheveled compared to Dr. Su's. It was evident that Deputy Director Zhang was a person of practicality, unconcerned with trifles and rarely organizing his belongings. Deputy Director Zhang picked up the phone and dialed a number. Brother, is the teacher available? Yes. I have a patient here with paralysis in both legs for 10 years. Yes, it's been quite a long time. Could you possibly arrange for the teacher to take a look? This surgery cannot be performed in our county. It seems we can only rely on the teacher or you. Right, I'll go directly to you upon arrival. All right then, I'll hang up now. Wishing you success in your work. Please extend my regards to the teacher. Goodbye. After hanging up, Deputy Director Zhang raised his head and addressed Chen Song. All right, the matter is settled. Once you arrive at the provincial hospital's psychiatry department, just look for my brother. His name is Li Jike. He will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. Chen Song grasped Deputy Director Zhang's hand in gratitude. It was reassuring to have someone to assist. If Chen Song had to go to the provincial hospital on his own, not only would there be uncertainty about availability, but he might also end up being treated by a junior doctor if things were too busy. Chen Song held no disdain for junior doctors, but given that Daniu's father had suffered from leg paralysis for a decade, the condition was rather complex. It would be prudent to consult a seasoned expert for peace of mind. Time is of the essence. My uncle is still waiting outside. I must leave now to head to the provincial hospital, Chen Song explained. Not a problem. Hurry along. It takes 2 hours to get to the provincial capital. Director Zhang did not mind the time, as the patient's welfare was paramount, and he was well aware of Chen Song's anxiousness. Chen Song quickly exited Deputy Director Zhang's office and made his way to the obstetrics and gynecology building, where Daniu and his father were waiting outside. Chapter 64. Everything goes smoothly, Daniu. Uncle, I'm back. It was nearly 9 in the morning, and the sun was already high in the sky. The days of September still held a hint of warmth. Daniu and his father were seeking refuge under the shade of a large tree in front of the obstetrics and gynecology building, awaiting Chen Song's return. Seeing Chen Song running towards them, Daniu wiped the sweat from his face and waved. How did it go? Is it all sorted? Daniu inquired eagerly. Have no fears. With me on the case, you should trust my abilities. When we arrive at the provincial hospital's neurology department, just ask for a doctor named Li Jike, and he will assist us. Chen Song recounted Deputy Director Zhang's words, explaining to Daniu and his father. The father and son nodded repeatedly, their faces alight with joy. Let us get moving. It will be even hotter in the provincial capital. We should strive to arrive before noon, Chen Song urged, signaling Daniu to turn the donkey cart around. He promptly took a seat, and Daniu drove off towards the provincial city. Half an hour after Chen Song and the others left the hospital, Su Jiao emerged from her training session, reprimanding an intern while lamenting how such work was not meant for humans. Upon seeing Su Jiao, Deputy Director Zhang approached her immediately. Dr. Su, are you done? How did this batch of students fare? Any potential among them? Now I understand why the director used to berate me for being slow-witted. I feel the urge to scold them too. You wouldn't believe it. Such a simple stitch, and I had to teach them several times. It's infuriating. Su Jiao exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration, her long legs thumping against the ground. Don't take it to heart. Interns are often like this. We all went through the same phase. Deputy Director Zhang consoled Su Jiao, then suddenly inquired, do you know who I just encountered? With so many people in the hospital, how could Su Jiao possibly know? She had little interest in Zhang's riddle and was preparing to return to her department to check on her patients. Don't leave yet. Dr. Su, I just saw that young man Chen Song at the hospital, the one from Yangjiakan who saved us, right in the gynecology building. He must be looking for you, Deputy Director Zhang said leisurely, noticing that Su Jiao had halted her pace. Her ears perked up in anticipation of his words, which made him chuckle. Do tell me quickly, what does Chen Song want with me? Su Jiao shot him an exasperated glance, unable to tolerate his demeanor, and urged him to continue. He mentioned that his uncle is paralyzed and requires surgery. He asked if you could inquire whether there are any specialists in the provincial capital who might be able to help. I happened to run into him. And since my mentor is a prominent expert at the provincial hospital, I offered to make a recommendation, Deputy Director Zhang explained. Amused by Su Jiaojiao's eagerness for news about Chen Song. When did he leave? Su Jiaojiao asked hurriedly. He seems to have departed about half an hour ago. Deputy Director Zhang replied uncertainly. For doctors engrossed in their duties, keeping track of time often becomes a challenge. Su Jiaojiao dashed out, only to find the gynecology building deserted. Letting out a sigh? What is this? He comes to the hospital and doesn't even wait for me. At least he could have seen me, she murmured to herself. Returning to her office, a slight pout forming on her lips, clearly displeased. Chinjiakeo, Chinsong's home. Chen Aigua pushed open the gate and entered Chinsong's house, only to find the door locked and no one inside. Huang Qi, who had accompanied Chen Aigua, remarked with a smirk. Could it be that this lad knew we were coming and took off early? You have quite the tongue. Chen Aigua shot a glance at Huang Qi. What are you saying, huh? Go ahead. Say it again if you dare, Huang Qi retorted, feeling disgruntled. Chen Aigua had never spoken to her in such a tone before. She had always kept her man under tight control, but it seemed after the division of their household, he had found his voice. This is unacceptable. Is he trying to usurp my place in the family? I didn't say anything, I swear. Don't get physical. Chen Aigua quickly found himself under Huang Qi's thumb. Memories of her past dominance flooding back, causing him to shiver and relent. Satisfied with her dominance over Chen Aigua, Huang Qi pulled him to sit on the stone bench in Chinsong's courtyard. What do you think Sunwazi is up to? He just returned last night. Why the rush to leave? Huang Qi expressed her discontent. She had never been fond of her third son, feeling that the division favored the eldest and the youngest. Aside from the married daughter, the second son. Furthermore, recently, when Chinsong earned some money, he had only given Chen Aigua 200 yuan, leaving nothing for her, which further fueled her resentment. The child is growing up and needs to focus on earning a living. Isn't that a good thing? If he doesn't work hard, how will we afford this house? All this furniture didn't just appear out of thin air. Where will the money for his future bride come from? You need to broaden your horizons a bit. Chen Aigua, lost in his thoughts, rolled a dry cigarette, struck a match, and took a satisfying puff, momentarily forgetting the earlier events that had subdued him. I'm just a woman. My perspective is not as broad as yours. I know that Sunwazi has scared off potential suitors, and our eldest daughter-in-law is not faring well at her maternal home. Our family has been branded as coarse and impolite. Huang Qin commented with a few huffs, voicing her thoughts candidly. Chen Aigua remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling the acrid smoke. Could you refrain from smoking that? It's quite unpleasant, Huang Qin said, noticing his silence. She seized the cigarette from his hand, continuing, although the matchmaker introduced someone unreliable. There's nothing wrong with the matchmaking itself. Our Sunwazi is indeed of age. Many peers have already settled down. She was resolute, stating she would inquire further about Sunwazi later. Chen Aigua dared not express anger at his wife for taking his cigarette. He simply nodded in agreement with her words. You. Always just asking questions. Sunwazi is already 21, turning 22 soon. What does it mean to be constantly hanging around with Widow Wang? People are gossiping about our family. Just the other day at the river, I encountered Widow Wang's mother-in-law, who was sharp-tongued and scolded me, saying my son scavenges and even preys on widows. Can you imagine how infuriating that is? Huang Qin slammed her hand on the table. I've already spoken to Sunwazi about this, but he wouldn't listen. What can we do? Chen Aigua sighed. I believe we should arrange a marriage for him sooner rather than later. The longer we wait, the more entangled he becomes with that widow. That's all well and good, but who should we approach? Everyone in the village knows of this situation. We would have to look beyond the village. Huang Qin expressed her desire to settle the matter quickly to avoid further gossip. We should enlist the help of our eldest daughter-in-law. She knows many people, Chen Aigua suggested, hoping to have her find suitable girls from outside the village. Don't say that. The eldest daughter-in-law is already the talk of her village. Our family has been placed on the blacklist for matchmaking there. What do you expect her to do? Huang Qin's frustration was palpable, as the eldest daughter-in-law had already caused a ruckus over this issue, which distressed her greatly. Let us proceed this way. Have her inquire about potential matches. We are willing to offer a generous bride price. Let us see which families are interested. We can cover the additional costs, Chen Aigua decisively stated. How fanciful. You think we can afford to pay more? With Sunwazi needing funds for school and our advancing age, Should we not save for unforeseen health issues? Huang Qin firmly rejected the idea, asserting that contributing financially was out of the question for her. You, with such narrow views. How can you not see beyond the fields? She retorted, rolling her eyes at Chen Aigua. I've heard many have gone south for work. The wages are significantly higher there. Those are the ones with a broader vision. Greetings, how far that is. Thousands of miles from home. I return only twice a year. And even with ample wealth, I would choose not to go. Chen Aigua embodies the traditional mindset of the older generation, finding it difficult to leave his homeland. Even though he understands that greater financial opportunities await in the economic zones of the South, he cannot bear to part from his roots, seldom seeing his wife and children. You do not venture forth, yet you speak of broadening my horizons. Huang Qin exclaimed, striking Chen Aigua, clearly displeased with him. As their argument escalated, a figure outside the fence peered in, and upon recognizing the two, pushed open the gate to enter the courtyard. Oh, Aunt Shirtu, are you here looking for Songwazi? Chen Aigua greeted the newcomer, standing up to avoid Huang Qin's unreasonable outburst. No. I merely noticed the commotion and thought your third child had gone to the provincial city. I was surprised to hear noise here, suspecting a thief, Aunt Shirtu replied. She was a neighbor of Daniu, and earlier that morning, while Daniu was preparing, he had mentioned that Chen Song and Daniu were taking Daniu's father to a hospital in the province, thus revealing that Chen Song would not be in the village for the next few days. What? Song Wazi has gone to the provincial city? Huang Qin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Why did this child leave without a word? Did he not just return last night? Ah, you were unaware? Aunt Shirtu inquired, glancing at Chen Aigua and Huang Qin, suddenly feeling she had spoken too much. Aunt, do enlighten us about what my third child is doing in the provincial city. Chen Aigua urged, not dwelling on the matter, though he felt a tinge of concern for his son, who had returned home only to leave again so soon. I saw Daniu preparing things at the door today and casually inquired, only to learn that Daniu is accompanying your third child in business, earning over 10,000 yuan. Oh, my goodness, hasn't Daniu's father been paralyzed for 10 years? Now that they have money, doesn't he need to go to the province for treatment? I heard from Daniu that Chinsong would take them, as he has connections, Aunt Shirtu praised. As for the business that earned over 10,000, the villagers were aware it involved selling crayfish. Aunt Shirtu herself had delivered dozens of pounds of crayfish to Chinsong, who had profited considerably from the venture. I recall Daniu and San Wazi playing together since childhood. They shared a strong bond. Chen Aigua reminisced about Chinsong's younger days. Daniu's father has had a hard life. Not only has he been paralyzed, but his wife also left him. Had Daniu not been resilient from a young age, I wonder if the family could have endured. Why is Song Wazi so concerned? There are still matters at home to resolve, yet he attends to others' affairs, Huang Qin muttered under her breath, pouting in disdain. Hearing her words, Chen Aigua shot her a glare, prompting Huang Qin to fall silent. Aunt Shirtu cast a disapproving glance at Huang Qin, feeling less favorable towards her. In our village, since Chen Song is willing to lend a hand, he certainly deserves commendation, even if one harbors reservations. There is no need to voice them in my presence, Aunt Shirtu thought, realizing the justification behind Chen Aigua's remarks about his wife's narrow perspective. With that thought, Aunt Shirtu lost interest in continuing the conversation. Well, I must take my leave. You may continue, Aunt Shirtu said, preparing to return home, where her children awaited her to prepare lunch. Chen Aigua, with a tone reminiscent of disappointment in unfulfilled potential, chided Huang Qin. You ought to exercise caution in your speech when in the presence of others. I merely speak the truth, Huang Qin retorted impatiently. Oh, you. Chen Aigua sighed and left Chinsong's modest courtyard. What is the point of worrying about trifles? It would be better to support the family, Huang Qin muttered. Yet she followed Chen Aigua out. In the provincial city, when Chen Song and Daniu arrived, the sun was high in the sky, indicating it was nearly 11 o'clock. Although we have arrived just in time for lunch, I find myself quite famished, Chinsong remarked, having skipped breakfast. Uncle, let us first find a place for a modest meal before heading to the hospital. A little delay won't matter. After a brief discussion with Daniu's father, without even needing to inquire about Daniu's state, who had undoubtedly grown hungry after a morning of travel, they decided to prioritize their meal. Indeed, let us eat. I can take my time. After all, I have waited a decade, so a little more time is inconsequential, Daniu's father chuckled, and they set off in search of sustenance. Daniu's father, initially filled with excitement at the prospect of going to the provincial city for treatment, yearned for the opportunity to escape the confines of his bed and walk freely again. However, upon arrival, he felt an involuntary relaxation wash over him. The trio found a small restaurant near the provincial hospital, ordering 3 dishes to share. Surprisingly, the meal was far superior in flavor to the one Chinsong had previously enjoyed, albeit not rivaling the exquisite taste of crayfish. They devoured their meal with the fervor of the famished, swiftly emptying the table of its offerings, to the astonishment of the restaurant owner. Dainyu paid the bill, totaling just over 3 yuan, somewhat pricier than their meals in the county, yet merely equivalent to a single serving of crayfish. Once satiated, they proceeded directly to the provincial hospital. The scale of the provincial hospital dwarfed that of the county facility. After a thorough search, Chinsong finally located the office of the psychiatric department. "Hello. May I inquire if Dr. Li Jike is available?" he asked. Inside, a young male doctor and a middle-aged doctor were engrossed in writing medical records. Upon hearing Chinsong's inquiry, the middle-aged doctor turned to face him. "I am Li Jike. And you are?" "Oh, Dr. Li, I am Chen Song. I was referred to you by Deputy Director Zhang from our county hospital," Chen Song replied, stepping forward and extending his hand to warmly shake Dr. Li's. "Oh, you must be the one my junior called about this morning. Is the patient your father?" Dr. Li inquired, scanning the entrance for the patient but finding none. "The patient is my uncle. I am assisting him in seeking treatment. He is waiting downstairs," Chen Song clarified. "Please bring him up. I will examine him first and then discuss with my mentor," Dr. Li urged Chen Song. "I am currently writing a thesis on the therapeutic effects of treating old nerve injuries, and my junior mentioned your uncle's case, which aligns perfectly with my research. I wish to conduct a thorough diagnosis. Given our good relationship, I shall bring my uncle here," Chen Song declared, rushing downstairs to borrow a wheelchair from the hospital. He and Dainyu carefully transported Dainyu's father to the office. Upon examining Dainyu's father's legs, Li Jike exhibited considerable interest, enthusiastically conducting a series of neurological tests, including the knee-jerk reflex. "Good. The nerves are not completely dead. There is still hope for treatment. He should be hospitalized. I need to consult my teacher," Li Jike remarked, promptly filling out the admission form and instructing them to proceed to the outpatient department for payment. Chen Song and Dainyu were quite pleased and hurried down to complete the necessary procedures. After half an hour of navigation, Chen Song finalized all the paperwork and escorted Dainyu to the neurology ward, where Dr. Li Jike assigned them a bed. "Dainyu, I have matters to attend to in the provincial city, so I must leave for now. I will return to see my uncle tomorrow," Chen Song advised before departing the hospital. His visit to the provincial city was not solely to assist Dainyu in treating his father. He also intended to assess the market in preparation for his next project. While Chen Song was surveying the market, he remained unaware that several provinces and their subordinate counties were undergoing a significant reckoning. The recent turmoil surrounding soybean speculation had reached its zenith, with prices stabilizing at over 13 yuan for 3 consecutive days. Countless vendors began to offload their stock, yet few were willing to take over the remaining inventory, and many sensed something amiss. Fortunately, Chen Song had discreetly begun to divest his soybeans well in advance, avoiding the scrutiny of authorities. In the wake of the soybean play incident, several individuals were apprehended in Chen Song's local county, predominantly wholesalers involved in soybean trading. They had exacerbated the price surge, and the repercussions were severe, with 3 individuals sentenced to death by firing squad. The crackdown extended throughout the province, resulting in 300 to 400 arrests, with nearly 100 facing immediate execution. The sudden and forceful measures from above, coupled with effective market stabilization tactics, instilled fear in the leading figures of soybean price manipulation, causing those who delayed their sales to incur considerable losses. Those who had sensed the impending danger and acted wisely had already fled, while the avaricious either fell victim to the crackdown or faced decades of imprisonment. The authorities aimed to set an example, stabilize the market swiftly, and, in the process, also dealt with the usual street thugs who had incited public outrage. The social atmosphere across the province underwent a cleansing as illicit influences diminished, leading to public approval. Chapter 66. The provincial market having successfully evaded the extensive purging, Chinsong walked along the bustling streets of the provincial city, observing the lifestyle of its inhabitants. The winds of change from the south had long since reached many inland cities. The attire of the young women on the streets transcended the drab palette of gray, white, and black, embracing vibrant floral patterns. Bell-bottoms, batwing shirts, and a plethora of garments crafted from polyester became ubiquitous in the urban landscape. Occasionally, One can still observe some young individuals carrying large radios, playing obscure songs from cassette tapes, swaying their bodies in the streets or squares, expressing the vigor of their youth. Chen Song even spotted some rudimentary electronic watches adorning the arms of children. These timepieces originated from the southern special economic zones, where they are relatively inexpensive. Yet in the inland regions, they fetch prices exceeding 10 yuan each. This illustrates that the winds of economic development from the south have begun to permeate the hearts of the populace. Not only the youth, but even children and the elderly have started to embrace the ever-evolving lifestyle, accommodating the influences from outside. Chen Song harbored numerous plans within his mind, yet he had yet to determine how to allocate the 500,000 yuan in his possession. In this era, regardless of the path one chooses, it is considerably more navigable than what the future may hold. However, this epoch is riddled with constraints, and Chen Song remains uncertain about the present policies. He cannot afford to navigate the waters blindly, for his accumulated capital is hard-earned and certainly pales in comparison to that of industry magnates. Once he decides to venture into a particular sector with limited funds, expansion becomes exceedingly difficult, rendering him vulnerable to competition from larger capital-backed counterparts. The corporate laws of this age are far less regulated than those anticipated in the future, and it is likely that when the time comes, Chen Song will find himself with no refuge even for lamentation. He began to wander aimlessly, observing his surroundings while grappling internally with which plan to pursue. During his exploration of the more prosperous districts of the provincial capital, he unexpectedly uncovered a plethora of issues. Firstly, the current state-owned supply and marketing cooperatives and large department stores, even in the provincial capital, are alarmingly sparse. Chinsong discovered that there is scarcely one cooperative per street, and the entire provincial capital boasts a mere single large department store. Most notably, upon entering the department store, he encountered indifferent staff with rather irritable temperaments, leaving him frustrated enough to merely peruse the aisles alone. Nevertheless, this experience sparked some contemplation. In an era of burgeoning population, these small cooperatives and singular department store are becoming increasingly inadequate in meeting the shopping demands of urban dwellers. Moreover, the attitude of the sales personnel only exacerbates the dissatisfaction of customers, yet they have no alternative, as the store remains singular. Thus, Chen Song added a supermarket venture to his list of plans. Once this idea entered consideration, it proliferated wildly in his mind, frequently surfacing to provoke his thoughts. It is worth noting that while large supermarkets exist abroad, their absence in the inland regions is attributed to certain unspoken factors that hinder industry entry. Chen Song is acutely aware that the first large supermarket to penetrate the inland market was Carrefour, established in 1995. However, he knows that this was not the inaugural supermarket to appear in the mainland. Earlier this year, in January 1983, a large self-service market emerged in Haidian, the capital, serving as a prototype for supermarkets. Though this self-service market is relatively small and priced on the higher side, it undoubtedly signifies that some have begun to take notice of the self-service retail market. Retail itself constitutes a vast market. If Chen Song were to carve a path in the retail sector by establishing a self-service supermarket, he would undoubtedly seize a substantial share of this lucrative pie, achieving a significant leap in his career. More importantly, the retail industry in the mainland today holds far more potential than traditional manufacturing, both in terms of scale and the rapid growth of trade volume, which is unparalleled. Initially, Chen Song intended to open a small factory focused on instant noodles. In Zhuhai, there already exists a noodle factory, operated by a Chinese-Indonesian investor, known for producing brands such as Huafeng 3-flavor noodles, familiar to those born in the 80s, and Magic Chef crispy noodles, recognized by the 90s generation. Currently, this factory's instant noodles lack the recognition they aspire to, with sales limited to the local province and no indication of a nationwide expansion. Should Chen Song venture into this industry now, a capital of 500,000 could suffice to establish a modest factory. However, he is acutely aware that food processing poses significant challenges, not only within the food sector but across all industries that require factory establishment. Although national policies currently support individuals in starting private enterprises, the process remains in its exploratory phase, with regulations limiting the workforce of any private business to no more than 7 employees. 7 employees, what can such a factory accomplish? Essentially nothing. Moreover, there are numerous other constraints associated with establishing a factory at this stage. If Chen Song wishes to navigate each bureaucratic hurdle effectively, he must invest considerable resources. These resources encompass connections, funding, distribution channels, insights into future industry trends, and an understanding of the ever-evolving policies stemming from the country's reform and opening up, elements that Chen Song currently lacks. As a mere farmer, he does not possess these assets. Even if he were to gain successful experience in the future, it would be predicated on an already established system, robust connections, and financial backing, unlike his present situation, which is limited to 500,000 in capital. Of course, one should not underestimate the significance of having 500,000 cash in hand during these times. It may seem substantial. However, when it comes to establishing a factory and navigating the myriad approvals, treating officials to meals and drinks, and providing benefits, amidst so many hurdles, one would inevitably part with at least 100,000. Once he secures the qualifications to establish a factory, would he not need to purchase land for construction? The cost of land is far from inexpensive, and the factory itself cannot be small. This would require at least another 100,000. Then, there is the need to acquire machinery and set up production lines, which entails a substantial investment. By the time all calculations are done, the 500,000 would likely be completely exhausted, with no surplus remaining. Additionally, sales and food processing present a significant issue. Even with good sales channels and an exceptional product, it would likely take 2 to 3 years to break even. In that span of time, Chen Song could potentially earn far more through alternative means. Of course, these challenges are somewhat manageable, but the real concern lies in the possibility of encountering difficult adversaries, which can be truly vexing. The various governmental bodies, such as the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, the Taxation Bureau, the Food Safety Supervision Bureau, the Market Regulation Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, the Fire and Security Brigade, the Environmental Protection Bureau, the Forestry Bureau, the Health Bureau, and the Power Supply Bureau, impose stringent regulations. Should any single department find a discrepancy, one may face exorbitant fines. Their diligence is aimed at safeguarding both the market and the populace, resulting in rigorous inspections. However, for those engaged in food processing, achieving the level of perfection expected in contemporary times is an insurmountable challenge. Consequently, even if one enjoys substantial profits each month, a significant portion is likely to be forfeited due to penalties. The meager remainder must then be shared with major distributors through rebates, as their vigorous promotion of products is contingent upon such incentives. After all, the goods are not exclusive. The mounting stress led Chen Song to ultimately abandon the path of establishing a factory for food processing or entering manufacturing, both of which seemed ill-fated. During his recent exploration of the provincial capital, he discerned that the self-service retail sector is undoubtedly the most suitable avenue for him at present. After visiting several supply cooperatives, his confidence in this direction solidified. Chapter 67. Re-encounter with Zheng Yufang. Having concluded his investigation and determined a new path, Chen Song realized that evening had fallen, and he had spent the entire afternoon wandering through the provincial capital. By this time, the lunch he had consumed was long digested. Feeling the grumbling of his stomach, he patted it gently and said, "All right, enough of that. Let us seek out a delightful eatery to indulge you, so you may savor the culinary offerings of the city. I wonder how skilled the chefs are." As he strolled about, he encountered numerous restaurants, including some venerable establishments that had reopened due to relaxed regulations. Drawing upon his memories from later years, he found a local restaurant named Jiweiguan. This establishment gained renown in the future, cultivating a brand that spawned multiple branches, becoming a celebrated venue in the provincial capital. It is a place where newcomers to the area typically savor the classic local dishes. Upon entering, Chen Song noted that the restaurant was modest in size, yet the signboard bore the marks of antiquity, at least a century old. The clientele was sparse, with only a few young women in trendy attire gathered in a corner, chatting and enjoying their meals. Chen Song chose a vacant spot and settled in, surveying the surroundings. The decor exhibited classical elements, with solid wood furnishings and traditional eight immortals tables, about 6 or 7 in total, filling the space to capacity. A middle-aged woman, donned in an apron and holding a pencil and paper, approached him with a warm smile. "What would you like to eat, dear customer? Our time-honored establishment offers a variety of local dishes. Feel free to order what you fancy." "I'll take a moment to decide," Chen Song replied, noticing the small blackboard on the wall displaying the day's menu and recommendations. "Take your time. Just call for me when you're ready," the proprietress said, unfazed, as she turned to assist in the kitchen. Recently, we've received new styles of clothing from the South. What do you think of this one? How delightful it is. Where did you purchase it? Please bring me one as well. My father brought it back for me last time he went to the South on an inspection trip. He had his secretary get it for me. Your father is truly kind to you, unlike mine, who spends all his time in the office, preoccupied with reforms and poverty alleviation. All right, next time I'll ask my father's secretary to bring you one too. Listening to the girls at the adjacent table discussing clothing, Chinsong couldn't help but smile. He thought about how, once his self-selected retail plan was launched, he would introduce the new styles from the South into the shopping mall, creating a large-scale integrated supermarket to fully utilize its potential. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly chuckled, drawing the attention of a few young ladies at the neighboring table, who exchanged glances and then stifled their laughter as they began to gossip about Chinsong. That guy at the next table is quite handsome. But don't you have a boyfriend? My boyfriend is just a marriage prospect chosen by my father. It's not like I can't admire a handsome man. The girls erupted into laughter once more, returning to their earlier conversation about clothing. Chen Song remained oblivious to their chatter, preoccupied with his upcoming financial plans, and let out another smile. Boss lady, we're ready to order. Returning to reality, Chen Song quickly decided on the signature dishes from the menu, calling out his order. Here it comes. The voice from the kitchen accompanied hurried footsteps. The boss lady approached Chen Song's table, pen and paper in hand. Have you decided what you'd like to eat? Yes, I'd like a serving of soy sauce duck and lotus leaf dongpa, along with a bowl of rice. That will be all for now. Chinsong pointed to the top 2 dishes on the recommended menu board. You certainly have good taste. These 2 dishes are the most renowned in our establishment. You will surely be satisfied. All right, I'll inform the kitchen. The boss lady complimented Chinsong while praising her restaurant, swiftly jotting down his order before heading to the kitchen. Chinsong glanced toward the kitchen, where a somewhat plump middle-aged man in chef's attire, complete with a hat, was stirring something in a large pot. As he eagerly awaited his meal, 2 individuals entered the establishment, one of whom surprised him. Zheng Yufang had initially been reluctant to accompany the man named Zhang Shipong. Not only was he shorter in stature, but his face was also marred with numerous small blemishes. While he was not grotesque, he was certainly less appealing than the average person, and as someone who valued appearance, she found him unworthy of her attention. However, her mother had mentioned that he held a provincial city residence, and that his family was quite affluent with some connections in officialdom. Marrying Zhang Shipong would mean becoming a wealthy lady in the city, freeing her from household chores and the grueling labor of factory work. Her mother's words stirred something within Zheng Yufang. Although she was particular about looks, the prospect of securing such advantageous conditions, especially with a city dweller, made her reconsider. After all, living comfortably is paramount in life, and money is undeniably essential for realizing many aspirations. Zhang Shipong proposed taking her to a venerable establishment, extolling it as the epitome of authentic local cuisine. Zheng Yufang, intrigued by his enthusiasm, accompanied him to the restaurant, only to be taken aback upon entering when she unexpectedly encountered Chinsong, her match from Chenjiakeo. This man, reputed to have made a modest fortune in the village and distinguished by his tall and handsome stature, was a name that Zheng Yufang had etched in her memory. How could fate intertwine their paths in the provincial capital? At the instant she laid eyes on Chinsong, Zheng Yufang found herself captivated, despite Zhang Shipong's wealth. Chinsong's charm was undeniable, and she felt no remorse in stealing glances at such a striking figure. However, Zhang Shipong, feeling a pang of discomfort, was less than pleased. Chinsong, noticing Zheng Yufang, initially hesitated to greet her, hoping to avoid any awkwardness by pretending they were strangers. Yet, Zheng Yufang's lingering gaze caught his attention, sparking suspicion in Zhang Shipong, who turned to her and inquired, "Who is this? Do you know him?" Zhang Shipong harbored a fondness for Zheng Yufang, who was indeed a beauty. Having been the most attractive girl in her village since childhood, she had blossomed into one of the most stunning women in the region. With Wang Yao married off, Zheng Yufang had truly claimed the title of the fairest. Zhang Shipong, however, never considered her as a potential marriage partner. She was merely a rural girl, and despite his family's modest standing in the provincial capital, they possessed considerable assets, with his parents holding leadership positions in state-owned enterprises. He deemed her unfit to join his family, yet he found no harm in cultivating a friendship, treating her with utmost deference, as if she were a cherished possession. The notion of Zheng Yufang casting her gaze upon another man was intolerable for Zhang Shipong. Upon hearing his question, Zheng Yufang quickly regained her composure and stammered, It's nothing. Just a fellow villager. A fellow villager? Zhang Shipong glanced at Chen Song, noting his lack of ostentation. His attire was unremarkable, crafted from commonplace fabric, hardly worth anything. Just a farmer, he mused, someone who had supposedly earned a bit of money. He wondered what brought him to the provincial capital. Zheng Yufang remained curious, pondering why any farmer would venture here without reason. Oh, so he is just a farmer, Zhang Shipong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Song, his irritation brewing over Zheng Yufang's earlier admiration. As Chen Song observed Zheng Yufang and the man beside her entering the restaurant, he felt a slight furrow of concern. What a coincidence it was. Upon realizing that Chen Song had noticed her, Zheng Yufang approached him with a poised demeanor, dismissing the earlier incident when he had rebuffed her during their matchmaking encounter. Indeed, quite the coincidence, she said. Chen Song, however, was not particularly keen on conversing with her, especially given the unsettling gaze of the man beside her. He resolved to keep his distance to avoid any potential complications. Zhang Shipong's eyes flickered with annoyance as he approached Chen Song's table. Ah, since you are from Feng Mei's hometown, that makes us fellow villagers. Allow me to treat you. Let us dine together. The dishes here are rather pricey, unaffordable for the average person. No need to be so polite. I have already ordered the dishes. Chen Song replied with a polite smile, gently declining the offer. What, do you look down on me? Zhang Shipong's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a summer sky that changes without warning, leaving Chen Song momentarily taken aback. Do you not realize that Zai Weiguan is a time-honored establishment, renowned throughout the province? Its offerings are not inferior to those of state-run restaurants, and each dish here is beyond the means of a mere farmer. Zhang Shipong sneered at Chen Song. Observing Zhang Shipong's arrogance and Zheng Yufang's silence, Chen Song found the situation somewhat amusing. These two were indeed relentless. Regardless of their status, whether farmer or official, everyone had the right to dine here. Though initially inclined to disregard him, Zhang Shipong's words irked Chen Song. While the right to dine existed, not everyone could fulfill the obligation to pay. Boy, this provincial city is not a place for someone like you. You'd best return to your countryside, Zhang Shipong contemptuously remarked, failing to realize that his words inadvertently insulted Zheng Yufang as well. Zheng Yufang's expression darkened. After all, she too hailed from the countryside. According to Zhang Shipong's logic, her aspirations to remain in the provincial city were nothing more than a pipe dream. Chen Song clenched his fists, tempted to retaliate, but ultimately restrained himself. Navigating this unfamiliar city and provoking a local bully was ill-advised. It could jeopardize his chances of finding a way out. Are you implying that farmers lack the right to dine here? My grandfather was a farmer. Do you dare suggest he had no right to eat here? Chen Song interjected. At the adjacent table, a woman who had previously whispered about Chen Song's handsomeness rose, turning coldly to confront Zhang Shipong. Who are you? Why should your grandfather concern me? Without a moment's thought, Zhang Shipong retorted, but his words faltered as he noticed the icy gaze of the woman before him. His pupils dilated in shock, stammering, Miss Zhou, what a coincidence to see you here. Zhang, if I weren't here, I wouldn't have heard your grandiloquent remarks. I suppose I must report your views to my grandfather. I wonder if these opinions are solely yours or representative of the entire Zhang family. The woman addressed, as Miss Zhou questioned pointedly. Disregarding Zhang Shipong entirely, she maintained her accusatory tone. Despite the rudeness of her inquiry, Zhang Shipong lowered his head, cold sweat beading on his brow, too intimidated to utter a sound. The woman before him was not someone he could compare to, possessing not only a distinguished father, but also a prominent grandfather. As the cherished jewel of the Zhou family, she was someone Zhang Shipong could not afford to offend. Her father, not only the foremost leader of the provincial capital, has also gained recognition in higher echelons and is rumored to ascend to the cabinet in the coming years. Whether this assertion holds any truth is uncertain. Yet such rumors underscore the capabilities and prominence of this leader. More importantly, her grandfather, a veteran revolutionary, embarked on his journey at the tender age of 13, traversing vast grasslands and snow-capped mountains, even driving a certain Chang to the opposite shore, commanding troops in the pivotal battles along the 38th parallel. Upon his return, he was adorned with a gold star on his shoulder insignia. Even the current leaders show him due respect. A person emerging from such a lineage is hardly one that the Zhang family could afford to offend. Zhang Shipong, caught off guard, merely aimed to showcase his status before a woman while belittling his rival. However, after exchanging a few words, he found himself ensnared by her retorts. Chen Song observed the woman with astonishment. Although Zhang Shipong could not be deemed a top-tier second-generation elite, his tone suggested he was well-connected within the provincial capital, and his background was undoubtedly substantial. The fact that such a person was intimidated by the woman who had unexpectedly come to Chinsong's aid implied her status as an elite in her own right. Chinsong distinctly recalled that he did not know this individual, leading him to ponder whether the woman was merely offering assistance out of kindness. Surely, it could not be simply because she found him handsome. Such a rationale seemed implausible. Remaining silent, Chinsong chose to observe the unfolding drama. Miss Zhou, you may have misunderstood. I did not mean that. I meant, this person, yes, this person, lacks the qualification to dine here, not implying that all farmers do, Zhang Shipong stammered, hastily pointing at Chinsong. The individual you refer to is my friend, Miss Zhou interjected, rising from the table occupied by several young women and plopping herself down next to Chinsong, directing a bemused gaze at Zhang Shipong. Oh, Zhang Shipong stuttered, at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming more profusely on his brow. Standing behind him, Zheng Yufang had never witnessed the man her mother praised so highly display such a flustered demeanor. She gazed at the tall woman, who was equally striking, and felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. All right, since you're fine, you should leave us to our meal, Chinsong remarked, sensing the atmosphere cooling. He had been famished for quite some time and wished to conclude the matter. Yes, I won't intrude on Miss Zhou and her friend any longer. Next time, I shall host a meal for Miss Zhou. For now, I must take my leave, Zhang Shipong said hurriedly, pivoting to depart. Yet, he noticed Zheng Yufang staring intently at Chinsong, igniting a surge of anger within him. He cursed silently, that damned country girl. If it weren't for her, how would I have offended Miss Zhou? How dare she look at this country bumpkin like that? Truly infuriating. Zhang Shipong felt the urge to lash out at the woman. But with Miss Zhou present, he suppressed his fury, dragging Zheng Yufang away. Zheng Yufang was pulled out of the hospital, glancing back with lingering affection at Chinsong, only to find him standing alongside the formidable woman from before, exuding an aura of an enchanting couple, eliciting a sense of self-doubt within her. In that fleeting moment, she felt a pang of regret. Had she secured Chinsong during their blind date, it would have been for the best, especially since Zhang Shipong appeared to be rather unremarkable, contrary to her mother's praises. Witnessing Zhang Shipong's display of weakness had extinguished any interest she had in him, a sentiment that had already been minimal due to his lackluster appearance. Zhang Shipong, in a state of panic, hurriedly led Zheng Yufang away from the small restaurant, fearful that Miss Zhou might retaliate and hold him accountable for his foolishness, as he wished to avoid plunging his family into distress due to his own blunders. As Zhang Shipong departed, Chinsong finally turned to take a good look at the woman before him. She was tall and graceful, standing at eye level with him. Her long, soft hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her large, sparkling eyes twinkled with life, complemented by a charmingly rosy mouth. In terms of beauty, she surpassed Wang Yao, possessing an even more refined demeanor. Despite her vivacious spirit, her height rendered this quality somewhat overlooked. Thank you for helping me out of a significant predicament. I am Chinsong, he expressed earnestly. Oh, I didn't come to assist you intentionally. I just hold disdain for Zhang Shipong. After all, his family has been farmers for 3 generations. How can he now act as if he belongs to the city? He seems to forget that it was those very farmers who established the foundation for their family's current circumstances, she replied, dismissing his gratitude with a wave of her hand. May I know your name? Allow me to treat you to this meal as a token of my appreciation, Chinsong inquired, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Just call me Zhou Wanyan. As for your gratitude, let us leave it for another time if fate allows. I merely lend a hand, she stated, before departing to occupy a seat at the adjacent table. Chapter 69. Don't be pork and night vigil. Zhou Wanyan appeared to have intervened purely out of a sense of justice. Her actions brisk and decisive. Chinsong found her to possess an endearing yet spirited charm, a quality that would naturally attract attention from men. Simply standing there, she was captivating. However, Chinsong was not one to overstep. Zhou Wanyan clearly preferred to distance herself after her act of kindness, returning to her original seat to enjoy her meal and engage in light-hearted conversation with her friends, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Her companions seemed entirely accustomed to her demeanor, displaying no surprise at her behavior, merely watching with expressions of amusement, effortlessly shifting back to their previous discussions. It appeared that such occurrences were not uncommon for her. Chen Song chuckled softly, shaking his head to dispel the clutter of thoughts swirling in his mind, and settled back to await the arrival of the dishes from the proprietress. Before long, the proprietress emerged from the kitchen, balancing a large iron tray in her hands as she made her way to Chinsong's table. "Here are your dishes, esteemed guest. This is the braised duck, and in this clay pot lies the lotus leaf dompa pork, accompanied by rice. It may be a tad hot, so please take your time." With that, she placed a platter of meticulously sliced braised duck on the table and set down a smaller clay pot. Upon lifting the lid, a rich, savory aroma wafted forth, the tantalizing scent of succulent meat juices enveloping the air. Chen Song nodded, momentarily disregarding the proprietress as he eagerly seized a pair of chopsticks, diving straight into the dompa pork. The pork was tender and perfectly marbled, invoking a strong desire to indulge. He separated a piece of meat, bringing it to his lips, and closed his eyes in blissful contentment. The flavor of this time-honored establishment was incomparable, far surpassing that of the quaint eateries in rural areas. Coupled with the farm-raised local pigs, the chef's skill transformed the ingredients into a harmonious masterpiece. Unlike in later years, when economic considerations led to a decline in the raising of local pigs, now the market was still dominated by traditional breeds. The renowned Bai pig, with its rapid growth and substantial yield, often overshadowed the local varieties. As a true connoisseur of fine cuisine, Chen Song had journeyed to rural villages in search of the authentic taste of local pork, purchasing a genuine countryside pig for his enjoyment. In this era, Bai pigs had yet to infiltrate the market, leaving the available pork varieties predominantly local and undeniably delectable. He took a mouthful of rice, pairing it with the succulent dompa pork, followed by a piece of the flavorful braised duck. Pure bliss. Before long, he had devoured an entire bowl of rice, not only out of hunger, but also due to the extraordinary taste of the food. "Another bowl of rice, please," he called out excitedly, his face alight with satisfaction. The laughter of nearby young women was drawn to his sudden exclamation, their attention piqued. "This handsome lad certainly has a hearty appetite." He polished off that sizable bowl of rice in mere minutes. "I bet he's never tasted the dishes here before," which explains his exaggerated reaction. One of them remarked, chuckling. "Honestly, just watching him eat makes the food seem even more appetizing." Zhou Wanyan glanced at Chen Song, amusement flickering in her eyes. Perhaps it truly was his first visit. And maybe Zhang Shipong had been right. He seemed like a country boy experiencing the city for the first time. She quickly joined in the lively conversation, while Chen Song remained oblivious to their gaze. After replenishing his bowl, he swiftly cleared the two dishes off the table, leaving no trace behind, a true embodiment of the clean plate initiative. When the bill arrived, he noted that the two dishes had cost him 25 yuan, a sum equivalent to the monthly wage of an ordinary worker. It was indeed rare for someone to spend an entire month's salary on a single meal. It is no wonder that Zhang Shipong believes Chen Song cannot afford the meals here. However, it is curious that the proprietress did not regard him with disdain, nor did she deny him entry to place an order due to his attire and demeanor. After settling the bill, Chen Song glanced at Zhou Wanyan at the nearby table, who was engrossed in jovial conversation with her friends and paid him no mind, before he exited the establishment. Unbeknownst to Chen Song, upon his departure, Zhou Wanyan cast a fleeting look at his retreating figure. Upon returning to the hospital, he sought out Daniu, who was vigilantly stationed at the ward, where Daniu's father was already asleep. Chen Song gently pulled Daniu out of the room and inquired in a hushed tone, "How did the examination go? What are the arrangements for the surgery?" "Very smoothly," Daniu replied excitedly. "Doctor Li conducted a comprehensive examination on my father and mentioned that the nerves in his legs have not completely deteriorated. However, due to the prolonged paralysis, he may require a few days of recuperation before the surgery. Furthermore, it is said that Dr. Li's mentor, an esteemed expert, will personally perform the operation." Daniu's enthusiasm was palpable. The mere thought of his father potentially standing again filled him with elation, prompting him to engage Chen Song in conversation. A marked change from his previously reticent nature. Chen Song silently expressed gratitude to Deputy Director Zhang, realizing the extent of his influence in ensuring that his mentor oversaw the examination and would perform the surgery. Such a favor felt considerably significant. "That's good to hear. I need to visit the provincial city during the day over the next few days, but I will come to keep you company at night. You cannot handle this alone," Chen Song said, patting Daniu on the shoulder. He understood Daniu's excitement, but reminded him to take care of his health. It's fine, I can manage. It's just a few days. I've endured this before, Dainyu replied hastily. Upon hearing Chen Song's intention to keep vigil, he quickly countered. And you have already assisted me greatly. It would be an imposition to ask you to stay overnight as well. Are we not brothers? Why be so polite? This is only natural. Consider this. If you continue to exhaust yourself, your uncle's surgery will require additional recovery time. How long do you think you can sustain this? Do not jeopardize your health. Otherwise, there will be no one to aid me in the next phase of my plan, Chinsong urged, calming Dainyu with his reasoning. Upon hearing Chinsong's words, Dainyu composed himself and looked at him gratefully. Then I shall not be polite. You go about your business during the day, and come to relieve me at night. That is more like it, Chinsong smiled. During the ensuing days of Dainyu's father's recovery, which were somewhat monotonous, Chinsong spent his days wandering the provincial city, keenly observing the novel items brought from the south. He discovered several potential supply channels, leaving the village committee's contact information behind, while also seeking alternative avenues for prosperity, yielding a number of promising finds. For instance, he stumbled upon the monkey stamps released in 1980, which remained plentiful yet undervalued, priced at merely 2 cents each. He procured over 100 from the post office, intending to collect them for the future. In the evenings, Chen Song took over the night watch for Dainyu, attending to his father's needs, such as assisting with bathroom calls and ringing for assistance. During this time, he engaged in conversation with Li Jike, becoming acquainted with several doctors and nurses at the hospital, establishing amicable relations. A group of young nurses often gathered together, whispering and pointing at Chinsong. Sometimes, in the evening, when Chinsong approached the nurse's station to inquire about a few matters, the two on duty would blush and eagerly vie for the opportunity to converse with him. The tall and handsome Chinsong possessed an undeniable allure for young women. In his earlier days in the countryside, he had been introverted and shy, neglecting his appearance, which resulted in few admirers. However, since transforming into the person he is now, he has become quite articulate and has unconsciously begun to take care of his appearance, thus attracting considerable attention. Were it not for his ongoing business partnership with widow Wang Yao from the village, which had garnered him a rather mediocre reputation, one could only imagine how many suitors would have sought the matchmaker's assistance to approach him. Chinsong, however, held no interest in the young nurses. He merely found himself reminiscing about Wang Yao and Su Jiao Jiao as he observed the girls' flushed faces. He wondered what they might be doing. With these thoughts, he returned to the bedside of Dainyo's father to continue his vigil. Days passed, and at last, Chen Song and Dainyo received notification from Dr. Li Jike that the surgery could be scheduled for the following day. Dr. Li would personally perform the operation with assistance from Dr. Li Jike. Chapter 70. A successful surgery on the day of the shift change. Chinsong found that Dainyo had not left, having endured a night in the hospital ward. The sweltering summer had faded, giving way to autumn's chill. The cold of late autumn began to manifest, especially within the hospital, an inherently frigid environment that felt even more so during the night. Dainyo was still wearing a thin shirt, and Chinsong too felt a slight chill, prompting him to procure 2 light quilts from a nearby supply store, which they shared through the night. The sound of the nurses changing shifts awakened the 2 men in the early morning, while Dainyo's father remained in a deep slumber. You should wash your face. After the ward rounds, Dr. Li will schedule the surgery. Time is of the essence, Chinsong remarked, noticing the fatigue on Dainyo's face, tinged with worry. Dainyo nodded in silence and went to freshen up. After a while, the entire floor began to bustle with activity. Most of the hospitalized patients were now awake, and their accompanying family members started to stir, causing Dainyo's father to rouse from the commotion. You must not have slept well. You both need to take care of me, and look at those dark circles under your eyes, he said, feeling somewhat guilty. While he could endure the discomfort of his son Dainyo being by his side, it felt less appropriate for Chinsong, despite their shared upbringing. After all, their familial ties were distant, tracing back several generations. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Chinsong, saying, I truly appreciate your assistance, young man. It is quite a burden on you. Uncle, please don't worry. There is no need for formality between us. Today we are simply here to ensure a successful surgery. And in a few days, you'll be discharged, allowing Dainyo to rest easier afterward, Chinsong replied, waving his hand dismissively. Coming to the provincial capital was indeed part of his plan. Firstly, it aimed to assist Dainyo's father in his medical treatment. Secondly, it served to assess the market and confirm the subsequent course of action. Both objectives were progressing steadily. Moreover, by by providing care for Daniyu's father. It would enable Daniyu to assist him more effectively and with greater peace of mind, alleviating any worries about his family. Unlike during the time of hoarding soybeans. When Daniyu remained in the county warehouse, his family was still not entirely reassured, often requiring the neighbors' help. However, the neighbors could not match Daniyu's attentiveness, and he felt reluctant to reproach them. In our village, individuals as kind-hearted as you are rare. Your father, much like yourself, was warm and welcoming, which earned him the respect of the village youth. Had it not been for that tumultuous decade, perhaps a few of us would have joined your father in forming a construction team. Daniyu's father was lost in reminiscence, praising Chinsong and reminiscing about Chun Igwa's past influence as well. Chinsong smiled, surprised to learn of Chun Igwa's former esteem, a topic seldom discussed within the family. Uncle, rest assured, in due time, you will be able to enjoy tea, engage in conversation, and play cards with my father without having to remain cooped up indoors. Chinsong reassured Daniyu's father. Indeed, indeed. When the time comes, let Daniyu assist you in your grand enterprises. Just don't mind if he seems a bit slow. You can guide him as needed. As they spoke, both men chuckled, while Daniyu stood nearby, looking somewhat forlorn, akin to a neglected child. After their conversation, Daniyu's father felt a sense of calm regarding the impending surgery, his gaze serene as he awaited further developments. Shortly thereafter, Li Jike arrived with a group of young doctors and nurses for their rounds. Uncle, how do you feel? Li Jike, who had not been present frequently over the past few days, nonetheless placed great importance on Daniyu's father's condition, consistently monitoring his health. I feel quite all right, Daniyu's father replied. Li Jike took the papers handed to him by a nurse, scrutinizing the data with a slight nod. Everything looks fine. There's no need for concern. Your recovery has progressed well enough to meet the conditions for surgery. Shortly, the nurse will discuss the preoperative details with you, and we will proceed with the surgery as planned. Thank you, Doctor. Daniyu expressed his gratitude as he grasped Li Jike's hand appreciatively. Li Jike nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Director Li, Chen Song added. We are friends. As a friend of my junior, you are also my friend. No need for thanks. It is our duty as doctors. Li Jike responded with a smile. Some of the young doctors and nurses nearby wondered when the formidable Dr. Li would show such amiability towards a patient's family. They recalled that he had not displayed this demeanor during the previous visit of a department head's father. Chinsong, unaware of their thoughts, felt grateful for Li Jike's assistance. After exchanging a few more words and completing their rounds, Li Jike moved on to other patients, leaving a young nurse behind to explain the preoperative procedures to Daniyu and his father. The nurse, one of those who had been on duty the night Chinsong kept vigil, was a young and attractive woman. As she discussed the necessary precautions with Daniyu and his father, she discreetly glanced towards Chinsong, her cheeks flushed. As the nurse gradually finished articulating the precautions, Daniyu expressed his gratitude, to which the young nurse waved her hand dismissively, indicating no need for thanks. She hesitantly approached Chinsong, lowering her voice and timidly inquiring, Chinsong, do you have time this evening? Chinsong, who had been deep in thought regarding his forthcoming business plans, was momentarily distracted by the young nurse's interruption and replied absent-mindedly, What did you say? This evening. I'm not on duty, the nurse said, fidgeting with her hands. Her head bowed, a blush creeping to her ears. I apologize, but I have other commitments this evening, Chinsong responded. Observing the nurse's demeanor, he felt somewhat puzzled. When had he developed such a lure? He glanced at his own attire, worn in outdated clothing typical of rural life, visibly threadbare. His stubble had grown due to several days without shaving, and his hair was long and unkempt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. How could a young woman possibly be interested in him? The nurse, likely around 20, was of a similar age to Chinsong. Questions of compatibility seemed secondary. It was perplexing that she would take notice of a young man from the countryside. In this era, few would willingly choose to relocate to rural areas. Upon hearing Chinsong's polite refusal, the nurse's expression clearly darkened. She sulked, her delicate features drooping as she uttered a soft "oh," before turning away dejectedly to return to her duties at the nurse's station. Several nurses gathered around her, inquiring about her bold approach, but quickly recognized her despondency. They immediately understood that her endeavor had not borne fruit, and they rallied in her defense. Before long, Chinsong had pushed the incident from his mind as doctor. Li Jike instructed the intern to bring Danyu's father to the operating room. Chinsong assisted Danyu in transferring his father onto the stretcher, and together they wheeled him into the operating room. Outside the operating room, Dr. Li Jike approached alongside an elderly gentleman. Allow me to introduce my mentor. Professor Wang from the Neurology Department at the Provincial Medical University, a distinguished expert in our hospital, Dr. Li Jike said, presenting his teacher. Thank you for your assistance today. Professor Wang, Denyo and Chen Song expressed gratefully. You are friends of Xiaozhang, correct? He called me to say that Chinsong once saved a member of the medical team. Wonderful. Then we are all family here. There is no need for formality. I will give my utmost effort today. You can rest assured, Professor Wang said with a warm smile, generously praising Chinsong for his previous heroics during the medical outreach. That is most gracious of you. Thank you, Professor Wang. Thank you, Dr. Li, Chinsong replied, exchanging pleasantries. After a brief conversation, Professor Wang and Dr. Li Jike entered the operating room, the door closing behind them, and the red light indicating the surgery commenced its ominous glow. Denyo settled into a nearby worn chair, silently observing the red indicator. Chinsong moved to the window. Gazing out at the passing scenery, the ebb and flow of people seemed to narrate the myriad joys and sorrows of life. Time passed, the sun traversing overhead, until the red indicator above the operating room dimmed. Denyo immediately sprang to his feet. Dr. Li Jike emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow, as Denyo hurried to greet him, closely followed by Chinsong. Rest assured, the surgery was a resounding success. Now we simply await the anesthesia to wear off, and then he will be able to come out. After a month of recuperation, he can attempt to walk again. With ample exercise, he may soon regain the capabilities of a normal person. Thank you, Dr. Li. Denyo exclaimed with unrestrained joy, grasping the doctor's arm in excitement. Dr. Li smiled gently, pushing aside the exuberant Denyo. All right, my mentor is still inside wrapping things up. I merely stepped out to inform you, so you need not worry excessively. With that, Dr. Li returned to the operating room. Before long, Professor Wang, along with Dr. Li and the nurses, appeared. Denyo rushed forward to express his gratitude. With Chinsong echoing his thanks from the side, Denyo discreetly pulled out several red envelopes, attempting to hand them to the doctors and nurses, but was met with resistance from both Professor Wang and Dr. Li. Even when Denyo attempted to force the envelopes into their lab coats, Chen Song intervened, shaking his head, prompting Denyo to relent. If you truly wish to thank them, simply order a banner to be sent to the hospital office, Chen Song advised. Denyo, realizing the wisdom in this suggestion, nodded in agreement and returned the envelopes to his pocket. Shortly thereafter, Denyo's father was wheeled out and returned to his hospital room. As Denyo gazed at his father, peacefully asleep with eyes closed, tears silently streamed down his face. A decade of being bedridden had been fraught with challenges. The path now towards normalcy rendered all the hardships of his youth worthwhile. Perseverance leads to clarity. Chapter 71. The suspicious Hong Kong merchant. The surgery had proceeded smoothly, alleviating Denyo's concerns. According to the doctor, as long as Denyo's father remained under observation for 3 to 5 days without any postoperative complications, he could return home to recuperate. A follow-up visit would be scheduled a month later, with an attempt to walk 3 months thereafter. Dr. Li Jike had already contemplated the challenges posed by distance. As Chinjiaku was quite remote from the provincial capital, monthly visits would be arduous. Fortunately, a deputy director Zhang at the new hospital, who was also a junior colleague of Dr. Li, could assist. Thus, Denyo could arrange for his father to visit Deputy Director Zhang at the county hospital for checkups every 2 months. As Denyo sat by his father's bedside, Chen Song, having completed his responsibilities, decided to venture outside to seek suppliers for the upcoming retail plans. Denyo, I'll step out for a bit and return to take over for you this evening, he said, noticing Denyo's pronounced dark circles, indicating his lack of sleep. He gave Denyo's shoulder a reassuring pat. You should rest for a while. Dr. Li assured us that the surgery went well, and the nurses are there to monitor him. Don't neglect your own health. Yes, I will take care, Denyo nodded, though his gaze remained steadfastly on his father. Chinsong shook his head, aware that even if Denyo acknowledged the advice, he would likely not follow it. Leaving the hospital, Chinsong made his way towards several industrial zones on the outskirts of the provincial capital. While labeled as industrial areas, they primarily consisted of small factories producing daily necessities and some food products, with limited manpower and most goods destined for local markets. The brand influence of these products within the province is relatively commendable. However, once they venture beyond provincial borders, their impact diminishes significantly, particularly when juxtaposed with the renowned national brands, which are in a league of their own. In terms of quality, the disparity is negligible. It is merely a matter of market exposure. These manufacturers are precisely the partners that Chinsong seeks. By the time Chinsong arrived at the industrial zone, it was already noon. Having neglected to seek out a few factories for discussions, he found himself ravenously hungry and settled for a small stall where he ordered a serving of fried rice. As he savored his meal, he noticed a group of people in the distance, moving in a somewhat erratic manner. His keen eyes immediately identified a woman trailing behind the group of impeccably dressed individuals, none other than Zhou Wanyan, who had previously assisted him at Ziwiguan. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Song observed the gathering. Judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be government officials, likely accompanying investors on a site visit. He cast a few glances but soon returned to his fried rice, only to be surprised when the group began approaching his direction. "Ah, it's you," Zhou Wanyan exclaimed, standing before Chen Song with a curious gaze. This marked their first encounter since their meeting a few days prior. Had it not been for her impulsive decision to accompany her father, claiming to be a merchant from the Pearl of the Orient, she might have suspected that Chen Song had orchestrated this serendipitous encounter. "Miss Zhou, what a coincidence to meet again," Chen Song replied, finishing the last morsel of his fried rice and wiping his mouth. "What brings you here?" Zhou Wanyan inquired, her stomach audibly protesting as she watched him eat. "Wanyan, what are you up to? Is this your friend?" A middle-aged man, clad in a white shirt and a tie, approached with an assertive stride, glancing between the two. "Father, I ran into a friend and thought to say hello. Why aren't you with the investors?" Zhou Wanyan smiled. "It's past noon. I grew weary accompanying Mr. Wang and decided to find a hotel for lunch. We need to demonstrate our province's sincerity," the man stated, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Are you Secretary Zhou?" Chinsong asked, suddenly recalling the man's face from various newspapers he had perused while keeping vigil at the hospital. "Haha, young man, aren't you my daughter's friend? Why do you not recognize me?" Secretary Zhou chuckled heartily, his jovial demeanor easing Chinsong's tension. He clapped a hand on Chinsong's shoulder, signaling him to relax. "Secretary Zhou, my name is Chinsong. This is merely my second meeting with Miss Zhou. I am grateful for her assistance during our last encounter," Chinsong replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Even in his past life, he had seldom interacted with provincial leaders, let alone in this era. Unlike the future, which favored a younger cadre of officials, many high-ranking leaders now were well into their 50s or even younger than 40 at the department level. The current times still placed great importance on experience and background, and the man standing before him, occupying such a prominent position at his age, was undoubtedly a testament to his substantial qualifications and connections. Chinsong was already aware of Zhou Wanyan's formidable background. On that day, Zhang Shipong had a somewhat notable reputation. Yet when faced with Zhou Wanyan, his words came out in hesitant fragments. Now, upon seeing her father, he understood what true influence entailed. Unsurprisingly, it appeared that her family belonged to a red aristocracy. Since they had encountered one another, the young man was invited to dine with them, providing companionship for his daughter. As the rest of the group comprised middle-aged individuals, Wanyan had not spoken a word all morning and was evidently restless. Secretary Zhou regarded Chen Song with newfound respect. Some ordinary people, and judging by Chen Song's attire, he was likely not a local from the provincial capital, but rather someone from the countryside. It was no small feat to recognize one's own identity at the first opportunity and to relax enough to engage in an equal conversation without a hint of restraint. Secretary Zhou developed a favorable impression of Chen Song, believing his demeanor surpassed that of those pampered youths, exuding a touch of confidence and an indescribable pride. "Secretary Zhou, is this appropriate? Aren't you entertaining major investors? I am merely an ordinary citizen. It may not be fitting for me to join you, and I wouldn't want to impede your affairs." Chinsong politely declined, only to notice a middle-aged man, surrounded by admirers, approaching them. The man had a somewhat dark complexion, slicked back hair, and wore an unfamiliar watch while carrying a leather bag under his arm. "Secretary Zhou, what is the matter?" "Let us go," the man said. "Mr. David, I was just speaking a few words with a friend of my daughter." Secretary Zhou smiled as he introduced, "Chinsong, this is Mr. David, a prominent businessman from the Pearl of the Orient, here to invest in our provincial capital." As Chinsong listened to Secretary Zhou's introduction and observed Mr. David's manner of speaking, a slight frown formed on his brow. The man spoke neither standard Mandarin nor the local dialect. Rather, his speech bore a resemblance to Cantonese, albeit imperfect, interspersed with grammatically incorrect English, creating an odd impression. "Since he is Miss Zhou's friend, he is our friend as well. We, the people of Xiangjiang, are very hospitable. Young man, let us dine together, Mr. David said with a smile, revealing slightly yellowed teeth. Initially reluctant to attend such an occasion reserved for leaders and investors, Chinsong felt out of place, believing he lacked the standing to participate. However, Mr. David's invitation, even if it was merely a formality, prompted him to reconsider. With lingering curiosity about David, he nodded. Thank you, Secretary Zhou and Mr. David. I find myself quite hungry. Secretary Zhou walked ahead with David, while Chen Song furrowed his brow, observing David's retreating figure, only to feel a gentle tug on his sleeve from Zhou Wanyan. What is the matter with you? What kind of occasion is this? He was merely being polite, and you decided to follow? Zhou Wanyan gazed at Chen Song with astonishment. Besides, we've only met twice. When I say we're friends, it's just to appease my father. Are you really pushing your luck here? I understand your thoughts. I am not seeking to ingratiate myself with your father. I simply feel there is something amiss with Mr. David, Chinsong explained patiently, feeling a bit embarrassed. David? What do you mean by that? Zhou Wanyan, having been diverted from her earlier concerns, focused instead on Chinsong's words. What exactly do you imply? Mr. David, a prominent investor from the south, is rumored to be investing a staggering 200 million in our region. I just overheard him speaking. His words did not resemble Cantonese, but rather sounded like a Hakka speaker attempting to articulate it clumsily. Chinsong observed the man's silhouette and turned to explain to Zhou Wanyan. Are you suggesting that he is an imposter? Zhou Wanyan gasped, her complexion paling instantly. Chapter 72. The indifferent Hong Kong merchant. Let us proceed to investigate. Should we discern any discrepancies, I shall have a word with Secretary Zhou. Chinsong murmured, shaking his head slightly at Zhou Wanyan, signaling her to speak softly. Realizing her own lapse in composure, Zhou Wanyan glanced at the Hong Kong merchant a short distance away before turning back to Chinsong and inquired, do you have any confidence in this investment initiative? My father has invested considerably, and if complications arise, it could be rather troublesome. Chinsong shook his head, uncertain. Come. Observe him carefully. I shall speak with my father first. Zhou Wanyan took a deep breath to regain her composure. Chinsong admired how swiftly she regained her poise, acknowledging her as a true lady of refinement, demonstrating remarkable resilience under pressure. Zhou Wanyan led Chinsong to join Secretary Zhou and the others, subsequently ushering him onto a large bus. Chinsong noticed Zhou Wanyan smiling as she exchanged a few words with Mr. David, before pulling Secretary Zhou aside for a brief discussion. Secretary Zhou's expression shifted noticeably, and he cast a deep glance in Chinsong's direction before swiftly returning to his previous demeanor, seamlessly rejoining the group and inviting David, as if nothing had transpired between him and Zhou Wanyan. Observing Secretary Zhou's expression management, Chinsong felt a surge of admiration. After all, it remained uncertain whether Mr. David was indeed a fraudulent merchant. Remaining vigilant was prudent. Yet, Secretary Zhou's ability to conceal his thoughts was commendable, revealing nothing to Mr. David. The Provincial Investment Promotion Agency had arranged for lunch at the finest hotel nearby, securing the most elegant private room, Santaninu. The decor was tastefully understated, imbued with a refreshing verdancy that welcomed guests with a sense of rejuvenation, making it an ideal setting for discussions. Truly, the seasoned professionals in investment promotion possess an acute understanding of the environments conducive to such business engagements, selecting the ambience for this midday banquet with impeccable precision, leaving no room for critique. Chinsong silently nodded. Although merely a guest at the meal, he could not help but admire their professionalism in investment services. It is no wonder that specialized matters should be entrusted to experts, ensuring optimal outcomes. In the future, as his subsequent business endeavors unfold, he would require a reliable individual to assist him, and the civil servants from the Investment Promotion Agency would indeed be commendable candidates. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the city center. Upon disembarking at the hotel entrance, the attendees exchanged pleasantries in the foyer, while Secretary Zhou and the leaders from the investment department warmly ushered Mr. David upstairs. You accompany Mr. David to the private room. I will join you shortly. Secretary Zhou instructed the head of the investment department, reminding him to ensure that Mr. David feels completely at home. Indeed, Secretary Zhou, I assure you that I will fulfill the task at hand. The head of the investment promotion office, seasoned and battle-hardened, had encountered numerous wealthy merchants, both great and small. However, this time, the investors hailed from Hong Kong, and the scale of their investment was substantial, prompting Secretary Zhou to take action personally. A task assigned by the leadership demands unwavering diligence. The head of the investment promotion office eagerly ushered Mr. David into a private room. Secretary Zhou lingered until the end, then turned to Chen Song, guiding him to a secluded corner. What confidence do you have in what you discussed with Wang? Secretary Zhou retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Chen Song, who declined. Unperturbed, Secretary Zhou's demeanor remained grave. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Song's eyes, wary of any further startling conclusions. In truth, Secretary Zhou was reluctant to accept Chen Song's assessments. After all, according to Chen Song, he was merely a rural farmer from the province, never having ventured beyond its borders. How could he possibly discern the authenticity of Cantonese, let alone detect the nuances of Hakka dialect? If the individual had been from a southern special economic zone, Secretary Zhou might have been more inclined to believe him. Moreover, the investment brought forth by Mr. David indeed surpassed previous endeavors, amounting to a staggering 200 million. Such an influx would undoubtedly embellish his resume. Conversely, if this individual were merely masquerading as a Hong Kong businessman, signing a contract with the government and securing a plethora of favorable terms, only to leverage this contract for a bank loan, the potential loss could reach tens of millions. Should it turn out that he was indeed a fraud, the ramifications would fall squarely on Secretary Zhou, who had advocated for bringing this investment to fruition. No matter how formidable his backing, a mistake of this magnitude would relegate him to a position of retirement, a fate he could hardly accept. Especially in the prime of his political career, Secretary Zhou recognized the gravity of the situation. I can confirm that his Cantonese is, indeed, substandard. Chen Song refrained from elaborating further, merely alluding to the Cantonese issue. How can you ascertain the inauthenticity of his Cantonese? We are not particularly close to Guangdong. Do you even understand Cantonese? Secretary Zhou inquired, perplexed. Not exactly, Chen Song replied. There was an old educated youth in my village who built a crystal radio that could pick up channels from Guangdong. I often listened to it, so I picked up a bit. This was a fib. Indeed, there had been an old educated youth, but he had passed away several years prior. And should Secretary Zhou choose to investigate, he might uncover the truth. Noticing Secretary Zhou's lingering skepticism, Chen Song spontaneously uttered a few phrases in Cantonese. I have never been to Guangdong, so I cannot differentiate, but there are individuals from Guangdong within the provincial party committee. I can consult them for verification. If this matter proves true, young man, your contribution will be invaluable. Secretary Zhou contemplated a course of action, ultimately deciding to proceed with caution and seek further confirmation. Let us not keep Mr. David waiting. Regardless of the legitimacy of his identity, he is perceived as an investor in the eyes of many, and we must not treat him with any semblance of neglect. With that, Secretary Zhou extinguished his cigarette, discarding it on the ground and crushing it underfoot before re-entering the hotel. Chen Song shrugged and followed suit. Upon entering the private room, Chen Song, having experienced such occasions numerous times, found himself reflecting on the current era. The meticulous selection of the environment and ambience underscored the provincial committee's earnestness and significance attached to this investment initiative. Seated at the far end, next to Zhou Wanyan, he noticed her inquiring gaze and merely shook his head lightly. He surveyed Mr. David, who was animatedly conversing with several others nearby, appearing both astute and affable. Yet beneath this warmth lay a meticulous calculation of interests. His speech bore a heavy accent reminiscent of Cantonese, occasionally interspersed with English words, which rendered it somewhat challenging to adapt to. As everyone took their seats, the hotel staff began to serve the dishes, which consisted of classic local cuisine, featuring both fish and meat. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the atmosphere had been sufficiently cultivated, and the conversation swiftly gravitated towards a deeper mutual understanding of the investment opportunities. Chen Song discerned Mr. David's eagerness, although he feigned indifference. His words hinted at a desire for collaborative investment and a probing inquiry into the extent of preferential policies Zhou could provide and the level of support from the provincial government. Zhou did not commit unequivocally, observing Mr. David's adeptness in discussing various investment and business matters, as well as his negotiation techniques with the provincial committee. Chen Song could not help but marvel. If this man were a fraud, he would indeed be a master of deception, as his negotiations were flawlessly executed, leaving no room for doubt. Mr. David, should you establish your factory here, We can certainly offer these preferential policies, Zhou stated, raising his glass and smiling as he outlined the substantial incentives presented during provincial meetings. However, if those are the only terms, I believe other major cities can offer the same, if not better, Mr. David replied, seemingly unfazed. His smile remained, yet his tone was indifferent, with his eyes darting around as if deep in thought. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense and awkward. Nearby leaders chuckled and quickly interjected. Look, we've been chatting. The food and drinks have barely been touched. Everyone, let's enjoy the meal. Mr. David, allow me to toast to you. Chapter 73. Addressing the secretary as uncle with hearty appetite satisfied, the gathering resumed its lively exchanges over investment discussions. Mr. David did not receive explicit preferential terms from the provincial committee, yet he obtained a verbal promise from Secretary Zhou. Zhou was acutely aware that the absence of formal incentives was due to Chen Song's intervention and the ambiguity surrounding David's identity. This evening, Secretary Zhou would host another banquet for Mr. David, accompanied by a staff member dispatched from Guangdong to ascertain his authenticity as a genuine Hong Kong businessman. This was merely one of several measures. Zhou had already leveraged his connections to inquire in the Pearl of the Orient about Mr. David and his company. After all, a businessman capable of investing 200 million yuan could not be lacking in reputation, and it would be prudent to uncover his credentials swiftly. The luncheon was imbued with various thoughts, yet it bore no significance for Chen Song, who merely sought a free meal. In terms of status, he was unqualified to dine with the esteemed leaders present. Had it not been for Secretary Zhou's invitation and Zhou Wanyan's intent to cultivate rapport, Chen Song would likely still be wandering aimlessly in the industrial zone. Regrettably, prior to his arrival, he had already consumed a serving of egg fried rice at a street stall, leaving him not particularly hungry. Thus, he could hardly indulge in the hotel's fare, which he found rather disappointing. After the meal, Mr. David was accompanied by personnel from the Investment Promotion Office as they continued their inspection around the provincial capital, seeking to ascertain potential sites for future investments. The other accompanying officials departed to resume their duties, especially in light of the recent implementation of the Spring Breeze policy, which had prompted provinces to hasten their internal reforms. Secretary Zhou, engrossed in his myriad responsibilities, would not typically engage in escorting a businessman unless the investment amount was substantial. However, now that Chinsong had raised a concerning issue, Secretary Zhou had no choice but to leverage his connections to swiftly investigate the matter. At the hotel entrance, Secretary Zhou, accompanied by his secretary, departed in his vehicle, leaving the remaining leaders to disperse. Chen Song lingered at the door, quietly awaiting further developments. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhou's car returned to the hotel entrance. Come aboard, he signaled to Chen Song as he lowered the car window. Zhou Wanyan shot a glance at him, exited the vehicle, and resumed her seat in the front passenger side. Chen Song smiled and nodded as he settled into the back seat beside Secretary Zhou. The secretary, driving the car, couldn't help but steal a glance in the rearview mirror. Observing the man beside Secretary Zhou, dressed in ordinary attire and unmistakably a commoner, he noted the lack of formality between them. Additionally, given that this man was brought by Zhou Wanyan, the secretary grew curious about his identity and strained to listen closely to their conversation. Secretary Zhou, Chinsong said as he buckled his seatbelt, I have asked a friend to investigate this individual's background. Tonight, I intend to probe further. If he truly is. Secretary Zhou's expression turned serious, and he did not complete his sentence. Although the words remained unspoken, Chen Song detected a dangerous undertone. Realizing that if this person were indeed an imposter posing as a Hong Kong businessman, having deceived a high-ranking provincial official, his chances of escape would be slim. In truth, during the past 2 years of policy liberalization, Chen Song had heard of a similar incident where local leaders in a rural area were duped out of substantial sums by someone falsely claiming to be an overseas Chinese investor. However, that situation occurred in a remote locale with limited information exchange, rendering the local authorities vulnerable. It was astonishing that such audacity could manifest in the heart of the province. One could only wonder if the individual was either brazen or overly confident in their ruse. The incident Chinsong referred to would transpire in a small inland county in the years to come. However, he had chosen to mention it in the past to enhance his argument's credibility. Upon hearing Chinsong's remarks, Secretary Zhou's expression grew increasingly grim. Father, there's no need for concern. At least we have yet to sign any contracts, right? Chinsong reassured him. With my reminder, we can avert this potential loss. And if this individual turns out to be legitimate, we can simply disregard the incident as if it never occurred. Wouldn't that be preferable? Seated in the passenger seat, Zhou Wanyan sought to comfort her father, the diligent leader of the province. The secretary, who was driving, wore a stoic expression, yet turmoil brewed within him. To his astonishment, the renowned businessman David, whose presence had drawn the attention of numerous officials, might well be an impostor. How audacious of him to act so boldly in such a pivotal region. The mere thought caused the secretary to jolt the vehicle, shaking its front end. Zhou, keenly perceptive, noticed the secretary's shock but chose to disregard it, saying, "If this is true, you will have rendered a great service to our province, sparing us considerable losses." "It is my duty, Secretary Zhou," Chinsong replied modestly, devoid of any pride. "What do you mean, Secretary Zhou? Aren't you a friend of Wanyan? From now on, call me Uncle Zhou." Zhou chuckled heartily, his demeanor shifting from stern to warm as he regarded Chinsong. Upon hearing this, Chinsong instinctively glanced at the lovely figure seated beside him, only to find Zhou Wanyan looking back, leading both to share an awkward smile. "What friends? It's merely a temporary designation. We've only met twice. There's no basis for friendship here." Wanyan must have felt embarrassed introducing me, hence the polite reference. I did not expect Secretary Zhou to take it seriously. Noticing Chen Song's hesitation, Zhou teased, "What's the matter? Is it so difficult to utter uncle? That lad will call you Uncle Zhou." Chinsong scratched his head, no longer looking at Wanyan, and finally addressed him as Uncle Zhou. "Very well. Chinsong, where do you reside? I shall have my secretary drive you there," Zhou inquired, prompting the secretary's glance to shift, now regarding Chinsong with a different light. "No need. Uncle Zhou, I am merely accompanying a relative to the hospital and coincidentally happen to be here. Just let me off at the intersection ahead," Chinsong indicated. "All right then. I must return to attend to matters as well, so I shall not accompany you, Xiao Lu." Seeing Chinsong's insistence, Zhou said no more, allowing the secretary, Xiao Lu, to stop at the intersection. As Chinsong exited the vehicle, Xiao Lu followed suit, handing him a slip of paper. "Chinsong, we are of similar age, so you may call me Brother Lu. I am Secretary Zhou's aide. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Here is my office number." Chinsong grasped Brother Lu's hand in a firm shake, nodding with a smile. He did not dare underestimate this individual, being the chief aide to a provincial leader. He was a significant figure within the provincial committee. Even if he were to be reassigned, he could easily secure a position such as county magistrate, thus remaining a person of considerable influence. Recognizing the goodwill extended towards him, Chinsong was determined to reciprocate. "All right, Brother Lu. I shall certainly reach out if I need assistance." Hearing this, Lu returned to the vehicle, restarting the engine. As the car gradually pulled away, the window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing Zhou Wanyan's charming smile as she waved at Chinsong. He was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his face as he waved back at her. As it happens, Zhou Wanyan has always left a favorable impression on Chinsong. Initially, he perceived her merely as a warm-hearted, generous young lady with a passion for culinary delights. However, he soon discovered her decisive nature, upon realizing that something was amiss. She took it very seriously and refrained from mocking Chinsong for his ignorance. Rather, she exhibited a strong sense of self. Chinsong, however, did notice one of her peculiarities, her love for food. Whether at Jiwei restaurant, at street vendors in the industrial district, or dining at hotels, Zhou Wanyan expressed a fondness for every dish, even something as simple as fried rice. This aspect of her character endeared her to Chinsong quite a bit. Once the car had disappeared from view, Chinsong recalled that he had intended to discuss supply tasks with several factories in the industrial area, which he had neglected in favor of getting entangled in the provincial investment matters. However, it was already past 2 o'clock, and venturing to the industrial area would mean arriving around 3, leaving him with little time. Thus, he abandoned the idea and slowly made his way to the hospital. Nonetheless, he had indeed gained something from the day. Not only had he met the provincial secretary, but he had also procured the contact number of the secretary's chief aide. Chapter 74. The headache of business licenses. After bidding farewell to Secretary Zhou and Zhou Wanyan, Chinsong returned to the hospital, to the ward of Dinyo's father. As he passed the nurse's station, a few young nurses were whispering and pointing at him, teasing the young nurse in the center. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stole glances at Chinsong, who realized with surprise that this was the same nurse who had previously invited him to dinner. Upon closer inspection, he found her quite lovely, Her delicate eyes were as pure as water, her nose exquisitely shaped, and her small, cherry-like lips complemented by long hair neatly tucked away under her nurse's cap, with a few strands of bangs escaping to enhance her charm. It was astonishing that such a beautiful girl had once asked him to dine together, and even more so that he had turned her down. Ignoring the nurse's playful banter, Chen Song pretended to wave at them, eliciting laughter as he entered the ward. "Daniel, how are things?" Upon entering the room, Chen Song saw Daniel peeling an apple for his father, with other fruits laid out on the table, indicating that someone had visited Daniel's father. "Song, everything's fine. The doctor checked in this afternoon. However, we will need to monitor his recovery over the next couple of days." Daniel stood up and handed the peeled apple to his father. "Don't worry about me, kid. After being paralyzed for 10 years, I've never felt as good as I do now. I can sense my legs a bit." Daniel's father propped himself up on his hands, taking a hearty bite of the apple, seemingly venting a decade of despair. "Congratulations, uncle. It won't be long before you'll be on your feet again," Chinsong said with a smile, exchanging a few pleasantries with Daniel's father. "Uncle, Daniel and I have some matters to discuss. Please enjoy some fruit to pass the time. We will return shortly." Go on. This is a hospital. What could I possibly be doing here? Besides, isn't there a nurse watching over us? I can see that little nurse is quite concerned about you. Her attention seems to extend to me as well," laughed Daniel, teasing Chinsong while encouraging them to manage on their own. Chinsong and Daniel exchanged glances, exited the ward, and strolled through the small playground of the hospital. "What was the reason for summoning me? Is there progress on the upcoming plans?" Daniel inquired, searching Chinsong's expression for any clues. "You guessed correctly. What we are about to undertake is rather avant-garde. There is much to be done, and it is quite multifaceted. Most importantly, no one has ventured down this path before." Chinsong expressed his concerns, having called Daniel out to seek his opinion. Although the concept of a self-service retail supermarket sprang to mind, it remains a groundbreaking notion in this era. Despite his belief in its expansive market potential, being the first to embark upon such an endeavor carries significant risks. The considerations are manifold, and he could never fathom all the intricacies alone. "No one has tried this before. Doesn't that make the risk considerable? What exactly are we going to do next?" Daniel asked, furrowing his brow. Though he trusted Chinsong, the worry etched on his face lingered. Chinsong then thoroughly recounted his plan to Daniel, detailing the concepts and methodologies behind the self-service supermarket, along with the various preparations ahead. Daniel listened intently, directly asking for clarification whenever he encountered something unclear. Chinsong endeavored to articulate the plan using terminology comprehensible to this era. "Having heard your plan, I find it quite promising. Allowing customers to select their items and then settle the bill together is somewhat reminiscent of a department store, yet simpler and more efficient. Additionally, if the prices are slightly lower than market rates, we could definitely reap substantial profits." Daniel quickly grasped the advantages of the self-service retail supermarket. "Do you truly believe so?" Chinsong, with knowledge from a future era, understood that the supermarket model was indeed viable. He was pleasantly surprised that the seemingly simple-minded Daniel had also swiftly recognized the business opportunity. Chinsong felt his perception of Daniel had undergone a significant transformation. Perhaps it was the constraints of time and vision that had previously limited Daniel. Now, as Chinsong introduces him to a broader horizon, Daniel's thinking has begun to evolve, embracing new ideas and innovative methods. However, a concern arose. Daniel frowned. "Do we possess the requisite business licenses for our supermarket? Establishing a large-scale commercial entity demands numerous operating permits and other credentials. I wonder if we can even obtain these as private individuals." Daniel's words momentarily startled Chinsong. He had been focused on the direction and methodologies of the initiative, but had not considered whether current authorities would permit such an endeavor. Even with the progressive policies gaining popularity, many local leaders remain cautious, often reluctant to be the first to embrace novel concepts. They tend to adopt a conservative approach, aiming to avoid radical missteps. Despite the prevailing sentiment among the populace, it is evident that, even after several years of the spring breeze policy, only a few regions, particularly in the South, have witnessed significant change. I must inquire at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau about this matter, as it had not crossed my mind until now. I shall seek counsel tomorrow, Chinsong remarked with earnestness. To his surprise, Daniel had astutely pinpointed the crux of the issue, earning Chinsong's admiration. "Impressive, Daniel. I hadn't anticipated you would think of this." "Oh, not at all," Daniel replied, adopting a humble demeanor, scratching the back of his head with a grin, seemingly shedding the shrewdness he had just exhibited. After a lengthy discussion, the two agreed that Chen Song should procure several documents in the provincial capital first. If that proved unfeasible, they would contemplate alternative strategies. Upon returning home, he and Wang Yao would convene a small meeting. Speaking of Wang Yao, Chen Song began to reminisce about her, and he found himself missing that charming young girl. He pondered what she and her mother might be engaged in at that moment. After exchanging a few more words, the pair returned to the hospital room to care for Denyo's father. The following day, Chen Song bid farewell to Denyo and departed the hospital, making his way to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the provincial capital. Established in 1953, China's Industrial and Commercial Bureau managed both central foreign-funded enterprises and private enterprises until, during a tumultuous decade, it was merged into the Ministry of Commerce. It was not until a few years ago, in 1978, that it was reinstated. Although its name changed, its essence remained unchanged. At that time, the Bureau's operations were limited. Despite the influx of individuals seeking to venture into business amidst the spring breeze, only a small fraction succeeded in establishing companies. Gone were the days of reckless enthusiasm, where one could set up a company for a mere $1, with some even owning dozens of corporate entities under their name. The Bureau was still located within the municipal party compound, which had since merged with the provincial party office, operating as a single entity. Upon entering the provincial compound, Chinsong carefully inquired with the security personnel before locating the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. There was only one window at the Bureau, which was notably less crowded than others. The civil servant behind the window seemed lost in thought, gazing blankly at a newspaper, oblivious to Chinsong's approach. He tapped on the glass, the sound rousing the civil servant from her reverie. She was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a stylish dress beneath a gray coat that seemed somewhat mismatched. She glanced at Chinsong's attire and appearance before casually gesturing outside, saying, "The agricultural window is the second to last one over there." Without further ado, she turned away, shutting the glass window, and resumed her engrossed reading of the newspaper, seemingly lost in contemplation once more. Chinsong had not finished his sentence when he noticed the woman had already closed the window. A wave of frustration washed over him, and he struggled to suppress his anger. Such service warranted a one-star review at best. Yet, recognizing that he was the one in need of assistance, he refrained from expressing his displeasure and knocked on the glass door again. The woman, clearly annoyed by the interruption, shot him a sidelong glance. Had it not been for Chen Song's handsome visage, she might have reacted more vehemently. She opened the glass door with a hint of impatience, stating, "I have already mentioned, this is not the Agricultural Bureau. Hello, I am looking for the Business Bureau, not the Agricultural Bureau." Chen Song suppressed his annoyance and endeavored to speak calmly. "Not the Agricultural Bureau?" The young woman cast a puzzled glance at Chen Song, her skepticism evident. "No, I am here to register a company." Chen Song affirmed with a nod. "Register a company, just you?" The woman regarded Chen Song with surprise, a derisive smile escaping her lips as her words slipped out. Chapter 75. Once again, helped by a woman. The woman's face was filled with disdain as she observed Chen Song's ordinary attire, which could not have cost more than $5. In her mind, how could someone like him possibly start a company? After all, the most basic fees for registering a company amounted to 200 or 300 yuan, and she couldn't believe Chen Song possessed such funds. "What is wrong with me? Am I not allowed to register a company?" Chen Song, unable to restrain himself from the woman's contemptuous remarks, raised his voice slightly, his expression darkening. "Of course you can," the woman replied, sensing the rising tension in Chen Song's tone, and she quickly complied, rolling her eyes as she extended her hand outside the window, demanding, "Letter of introduction, household registration book." Upon hearing her words, Chen Song suddenly realized that he had come to register a company without bringing anything. He recalled that in his previous life, he always carried his identity card, but in this era, the government had yet to issue identity cards. To verify one's identity, a household registration book was required. Although he had separated from his family, his household registration was still tied to Chen Aigua's household. Moreover, the first generation of identity cards would not be introduced until 1984, the following year. Without the letter of introduction from the village, and lacking any identification, he was utterly unable to proceed with any business. "I didn't bring it," Chen Song replied awkwardly, feeling somewhat diminished and embarrassed after previously being irritated by the woman's comments. "What?" The woman was momentarily taken aback by Chen Song's admission, instinctively responding with disbelief. After a moment, her irritation boiled over, and she shouted at him, "Are you mocking me? You come here to register without a letter of introduction or a household registration book. Are you playing with me for fun?" The woman had never believed that Chen Song could manage to set up a company and had initially been wary of him causing a scene that might attract the attention of superiors. Thus, she had calmed herself to assist him, only to be stunned by his claim of not having any documents. Was this not a mockery? I forgot. Chinsong stammered, scratching his head. The woman, now truly angered, stood up and pointed at him through the glass window, scolding, "You little brat, are you toying with me? Forgetting? How could you forget to eat or sleep?" Chinsong felt utterly mortified, yet the woman was relentless. "This is the first time I've been toyed with. If you're interested in me, just say so. There's no need to approach me in this manner. And let me tell you, I'm not interested in your type, so don't waste my time with your antics." The young woman scolded him, attracting the attention of others in the vicinity who were waiting to conduct their business. Chinsong, feeling embarrassed, wished to leave. "No, I genuinely forgot to bring the introduction letter. How could you suggest that I would be interested in someone so much older than myself?" Despite his initial reluctance to retort, the woman's words ignited a spark of indignation within him, prompting him to respond defensively. "Do you think you have the right to complain?" The woman, hands on her hips, prepared to step out of the office. Chinsong, not wanting to create a scene, especially considering the relationships he needed to cultivate for future business endeavors, feared being blacklisted. Accompanying the woman was a middle-aged man. "Director, this is him. A young lad here to waste my time. He came to conduct business without any documents and still dares to question me," she recounted, embellishing her grievance. The director raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chinsong. He calmed the woman, urging her to be quiet for the moment, before approaching Chinsong. "Young comrade, may I ask your name?" The director wore a friendly expression, seemingly disregarding the woman's account. He was well aware of her character. She was one to judge by appearances and relished in creating trouble. Had it not been for a relative in a high position, she would not have held her current role. "My name is Chinsong." "Ah, director. I'm not here to cause trouble. I genuinely wish to register a company. I simply lack experience and did not bring the necessary documents," Chinsong explained to the director. "Registering a company, you say?" The director looked at Chinsong in surprise, pondering how someone so young, seemingly in his early 20s, was contemplating such an endeavor. Did he think that merely entering the business world would guarantee profits? With this thought, the director cautiously inquired, "The registration fee is quite substantial, and there are subsequent costs involved. Are you certain?" "Of course, I am certain," Chinsong affirmed with a nod. The director, taken aback by his resoluteness, instinctively probed further. "What type of company do you intend to establish?" "Starting a private factory requires approval from the county level or higher. A mere village introduction letter will not suffice. However, if you plan to register under a state-owned or collective enterprise, it may be permissible as long as you have their consent." "I wish to open a department store," Chen Song replied, opting for a term that was more familiar, knowing that even if he registered it, it would likely fall under this category. "A department store?" The director regarded Chen Song with astonishment at his audacity. "Comrade Chen Song, it's no wonder some of our colleagues believe you are merely jesting. This endeavor may be unattainable. We lack any precedent for registering such a business, and logically, it may not be approved." Chen Song sighed, placing his hand on his forehead in exasperation. Just as he prepared to thank the director for his assistance and exit, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Startled, he nearly reacted with a defensive maneuver, ready to execute a shoulder throw. However, upon grasping the delicate hand, he halted, turning to see who it belonged to. "Why did you react so strongly? You nearly scared me to death." Before her stood Zhou Wanyan, who hastily withdrew her hand and stepped back 2 paces, her heart racing as she instinctively patted her chest, drawing Chinsong's attention to the rhythmic thump in that very spot. "Lecher, have you not had your fill of this?" Zhou Wanyan's face flushed, her lips pursed in irritation. "It's not that I haven't seen it. I've seen enough." Chinsong, realizing the shift in the conversation, broke into a foolish grin. "Miss Zhou, what brings you here?" With the topic deftly diverted by Chinsong, Zhou Wanyan quickly dismissed the earlier incident from her mind. "My father just had Secretary Liu escort me home, and I happened to see you outside, so I thought I'd come in for a moment. By the way, I forgot to mention that David has been confirmed as an imposter and is now detained by the police, all thanks to you." "What a relief. I truly did not expect him to be a fraud," Chinsong murmured with a sense of wonder. "Fortunately, after my father heeded your advice, He not only brought in colleagues from Yuezhou for identification, but also made calls down south to inquire, and indeed, they found no trace of this individual. It was only during the arrest that his identification was discovered in his bag. We owe you a great deal for your keen observation, otherwise, the losses would have been significant. Zhou Wanyan smiled softly. My father even said he wants to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude. Oh no, that's unnecessary. Secretary Zhou is quite busy with affairs, and I am but a humble citizen. No need for such formalities. Chinsong waved his hand dismissively. Haha. When the time comes, Secretary Liu will naturally reach out to you. By the way, what are you doing here? Zhou Wanyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Thus, Chen Song revealed his aspirations to establish a department store, emphasizing his intention to create a large establishment akin to the department store in the city center, while also mentioning the director's comments about the impossibility of such an endeavor. While he may have a point, there is always a first time for everything. Let me ask my father on your behalf, Zhou Wanyan said, walking toward the director, who, recognizing her as the daughter of a prominent leader, was readily amenable. After a brief moment, Zhou Wanyan emerged from the office, flashing a peace sign at Chinsong. My father said to cross the river by feeling the stones. Since you have this idea, he can issue you a letter of introduction. You can simply approach Secretary Liu afterward. Thank you immensely, Chinsong exclaimed, gripping Zhou Wanyan's hand in excitement, causing her to blush. Oblivious to her embarrassment, he reveled in another day of her serendipitous assistance. Chapter 76. The letter of introduction. With Zhou Wanyan's support, Chen Song gained entry to the provincial committee office, seeking the secretariat. Secretary Liu seemed to have already received instructions from Secretary Zhou, as he stood waiting outside the secretariat before they could find him. Such foresight is commendable for one who serves closely alongside the top leadership. His demeanor and approach to others are truly commendable. Secretary Liu, I sincerely appreciate your assistance, Chen Song said upon seeing Liu standing at the entrance, his heart racing as he jogged forward to shake his hand. Didn't I mention you should call me Liu Ge? If you keep calling me Secretary Liu, I might just turn on you, Liu joked, though his smile belied a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his superiors suddenly called him, instructing him to issue a letter of introduction in the name of the provincial party secretary, with the recipient being none other than Chinsong. This letter was intended to facilitate the opening of a department store. It was truly surprising. He had assumed Chen was merely a somewhat knowledgeable farmer, but it turns out he harbored ambitions of running a business, particularly one as challenging as a department store, which entails significant costs and risks. As the chief secretary's primary aide, Liu had witnessed numerous government employees being placed on paid leave to venture into the business world over the past 2 years. A few had indeed succeeded, yet many faced dismal failures, ultimately returning to their former positions, only to find those roles filled, leaving them in an awkward predicament. It's my brother's fault, Liu Ge. I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Chinsong remarked, sensing Liu's sincerity and subsequently addressing him as Liu Ge. At that moment, Zhou Wanyan approached, observing the brotherly exchange between the two men. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, but chose to remain silent. Miss Zhou, you're here as well, Liu greeted her. Zhou nodded, signaling for them to proceed with their business. Thank you for your keen observation, or else we would have faced significant trouble. Liu lowered his voice, expressing his gratitude, knowing that this investment initiative was under the direct oversight of Secretary Zhou. Regardless of the outcome, whether positive or negative, the responsibility would ultimately fall on him as the chief secretary's aide. Any misstep could jeopardize his career, making him all the more appreciative of Chen Song's support. It was nothing, Chen replied modestly, having no intention of seeking praise or rewards. It was essential to cultivate relationships with public officials. It not only fostered goodwill, but also ensured he remained in their thoughts, yielding numerous advantages. Ahem. Zhou Wanyan cleared her throat, prompting Liu, ever perceptive, to change the subject. He swiftly led Chen into his office, where he retrieved the prepared stationery and began writing the letter of introduction, simultaneously inquiring about the necessary details. In the secretary's office, several colleagues were curiously observing Chen Song, puzzled by Liu's unusual courtesy towards him. They had never seen this man before, and upon noticing Zhou Wanyan at his side, their imaginations began to wander. Could he be Zhou Wanyan's boyfriend? Perhaps the future son-in-law of Secretary Zhou? Otherwise, why would Liu treat him with such deference? As this notion took root, many male secretaries began sizing up Chen Song, who, alongside Zhou Wanyan's beauty and prestigious background, had drawn considerable interest. Many harbored hopes of winning her affection. And now that she was seen with a man, it sparked envy and jealousy among those with aspirations. Even those who had no designs on her couldn't help but mutter, "What a fortunate fellow." Chen Song was oblivious to the curious gazes of those around him. However, Zhou Wanyan had long since taken notice. She had become immune to such scrutiny and felt no need to elaborate. Within mere moments, Chen Song received a letter of introduction stamped with the seal of the provincial party secretary from Secretary Liu. Elated, he gazed at the document in his hands, silently acknowledging that the initial step had been accomplished. With this letter, he could easily procure his household registration book from home to establish the company and obtain various business licenses. Most importantly, this letter originated from the secretary of the provincial head, ensuring that no department would dare to delay or obstruct the process. In the past, the registration of a company, along with the necessary permits, could take no less than 2 months. Yet, armed with this influential letter, he might complete all procedures in a matter of days without any procrastination. Having secured the document, Chen Song refrained from engaging in lengthy pleasantries with Secretary Liu, recognizing the latter's busy schedule. It was already commendable that Liu had taken the time to assist him with the introduction letter. Chen Song was not one to overstep boundaries and disrupt someone's work. After a brief exchange, he took his leave. Zhou Wanyan followed suit, exiting the office alongside him. As they stepped out, a group of male secretaries nearby became curious and surrounded them, inquiring about the nature of the relationship between Chen Song and Zhou Wanyan. Eager to identify the man in her company, Secretary Liu was no fool. It was unwise to gossip behind closed doors, so he swiftly excused himself, claiming that the leader had urgent matters to attend to. Once outside the provincial compound, Chen Song glanced at Zhou Wanyan, scratching his head. "Thank you for your assistance today. How about I treat you to a meal?" He was genuinely grateful. Yet he understood that a woman of her prestigious background might have simply offered a helping hand without expecting anything in return. Thus, he casually suggested a meal. "Dining out? Sounds splendid. Where shall we go?" Zhou Wanyan readily accepted the invitation. Yet, almost instantly, she realized the peculiarity of her response. She had agreed to dine with a man she had known for only a short time. Who was she, after all? The daughter of the provincial head. A princess in her own right, who had never shown such openness towards men. The mere thought of dining with him caused her cheeks to flush slightly. It wasn't that she found the idea distasteful, but rather that she had acquiesced too readily, as if she were the one pursuing him. In truth, she had merely been tempted by the prospect of a delightful meal. She reasoned that Chen Song's choice of a well-established restaurant like Zaiwiguan would guarantee a satisfying culinary experience. With that thought, she had quickly agreed, lamenting inwardly, "Alas, it is the allure of fine food that has led me astray." Chen Song, too, was taken aback by her swift consent. Shouldn't she have pondered her response or politely declined, suggesting he treat her another time? However, since the words had escaped his lips, he felt it best not to retract them. After all, she had indeed rendered significant assistance today. Treating her to a meal was a small gesture in comparison. "Well then, let us go. I happen to know a place renowned for its crispy pig intestines. I shall take you there today." Chen Song was indeed familiar with this establishment, known as Deepening Restaurant, which, in later years, would be celebrated as one of the top 3 dining gems in the provincial capital. Named after its proprietor, the restaurant originally resided within a small community, reputed for serving the most authentic marinated dishes and home-style local cuisine in the province. Among its renowned offerings was the crispy pig intestine, alongside an array of fresh delicacies from the Chinsong River. The ingredients were meticulously selected by the owner, and there was no fixed menu. During mealtimes, patrons would often queue outside the restaurant. Chen Song frequently dined there, earning a reputation as a true connoisseur, and he could not help but commend the exquisite dishes served at this eatery. "Crispy pig intestine," Zhou Wanyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she smacked her lips, salivating at the thought. "Let us hurry, I'm famished." Chen Song discreetly rolled his eyes, realizing that Zhou Wanyan was quite different from the executive's children he had envisioned. She was refreshingly genuine and possessed a certain charm. Chapter 77. The Gourmet Beauty. After boarding the bus with Zhou Wanyan, they navigated a few winding streets before arriving at their destination. The restaurant was situated near a historic site, close to the riverbank, boasting a pleasant view. At that hour, the foot traffic was sparse, and when Chen Song and Zhou Wanyan arrived, there were still several vacant tables. Before they could enter, a young girl, likely around 14 or 15, greeted them at the entrance. She wore a colorful apron and had her hair styled in pigtails, her round face flushed with youthfulness, embodying a charming sense of the times. Following her to a window-side table, Chen Song and Zhou Wanyan took their seats on opposite sides. This place is quite a distance away, almost to Shaoxian. If the food isn't good, just wait and see how I'll deal with you, Zhou Wanyan pouted, her rosy lips forming a tempting shape, making one want to taste them. She feigned a fierce demeanor, playfully threatening Chinsong before leisurely awaiting his order. Chinsong found her childlike behavior amusing and shook his head helplessly, summoning the young girl back to their table. We operate an open kitchen here. There's no menu. You can choose directly from the dishes on display. However, I highly recommend our crispy pig intestine and marinated duck. They are simply unparalleled. I'm not exaggerating. It's hard to find anything better in the entire provincial capital, the girl said, her pride evident. Is that so? I must try them then. Let us start with a plate of crispy pig intestine and half a marinated duck. We'll select the rest from the display, Zhou Wanyan said, her enthusiasm evident as she tugged Chinsong's sleeve and eagerly approached the food counter, examining the various river delicacies and vegetables on offer. In her excitement, she seemed to forget she was still holding onto Chinsong's sleeve, not wishing to make her feel awkward. Chinsong subtly reclaimed his sleeve while she was engrossed in the selection. I'll take over from here, he stated, noting her indecisive demeanor as she expressed a desire for everything on display. He knew allowing her to choose would lead to endless deliberation. This woman was undoubtedly a severe case of decision paralysis. Besides the crispy pig intestine and marinated duck, let us also order a serving of sautéed shrimp, steamed white perch, and a bowl of water caltrip soup. That should suffice. Chinsong pointed at the dishes and the fish and shrimp in the pond, uttering several names of the dishes. Ah, esteemed guest, you possess remarkable taste. The dishes you have chosen are among the most renowned in our establishment. Have you dined with us before? Yet, I seem not to have encountered you. The young lady, taken aback by Chinsong's enthusiastic mention of the dishes, scrutinized him for a while, unable to recall where she might have seen him. Naturally, Chinsong would not divulge that he was a frequent patron from a future time, nor would he reveal that this very young lady would, in due course, seek a son-in-law to further expand and elevate this restaurant into a celebrated establishment in the provincial capital. As they settled back into their seats, an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused, Zhou Wanyan said with a playful smile, expressing her gratitude with genuine charm. I was just about to have a meal myself, and it is only fitting that I thank you for your assistance today. There is no need to worry about expenses. Chinsong, glancing out at the bustling crowd beyond the window, noted the proximity to West Lake and the Qiantang River, a favored locale for leisurely strolls even in this era. By the way, what prompted you to consider opening a department store? There is already a state-owned department store in our provincial capital. Aren't you essentially challenging the government? Zhou Wanyan recalled Chinsong's intention to establish a store and, curious, inquired about his motivation. Please refrain from exaggerating. I do not intend to compete with the state. As that elder mentioned, our country has entered a new era, and the economy is evolving into a market economy, no longer directly regulated by the state. This allows us the freedom to develop our economy. If the state-owned department store performs well, customers will naturally remain loyal, Chinsong replied, unwilling to admit that his goal was to overshadow the existing department store, as it concerned the livelihoods of many employees. As for my reasons, it is simply because I see a business opportunity, Chinsong chuckled, leaving Zhou Wanyan to ponder the implications of his words. Sensing the unspoken understanding, Zhou Wanyan refrained from further inquiries. After all, wealth was of little concern to her, given her own background. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the young waitress began to serve the dishes. She first presented a plate of sliced crispy pig intestines, accompanied by half a braised duck. Both guests showed little interest in the duck, as it was a signature dish in the provincial capital, available at nearly every establishment, and they had indulged in it many times before. However, the plate of crispy pig intestines was undeniably appetizing. The intestines were sliced into half-centimeter thick pieces, their exterior crisp and inviting, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions that made one salivate at the mere scent. Crispy pig intestines are a specialty of southern cuisine, characterized by their crunchy texture and delightful flavor, rich yet not overly greasy. Typically, local preparations do not include the deep frying process. The moment the dish was presented, Zhou Wanyan could discern that the intestines were of superior quality, thicker than those offered at most braised meat establishments, and they had been meticulously cleaned, with much of the fat removed, resulting in a somewhat dry appearance on the fried exterior. Before Chinsong could utter a word, the eager foodie Zhou Wanyan swiftly grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the holder beside her, hastily placing a piece into her mouth and closing her eyes to savor the flavors. The texture was delightfully crisp, the pork intestine tender yet not greasy, with a hint of sweetness and spiciness, simply delectable. Upon opening her eyes, Zhou Wanyan expressed her thoughts on the crispy pork intestine with sparkling eyes, quickly scooping more onto her plate, completely ignoring Chinsong as she indulged in her feast. Chinsong chuckled at the sight of this woman. He never anticipated that the daughter of a high-ranking official would eat with such childlike enthusiasm. "Don't rush. Try some of this braised duck," he suggested, placing a piece into her bowl. After she savored another bite of the pork intestine, her gaze fixated on the duck, and after a brief glance at Chinsong, she took a bite of the duck he had offered. The selection of duck was commendable, well-balanced in fat and lean meat, firm in texture, and devoid of any strong gamey flavor. The thinner sections were richly flavored, while the thicker parts lacked some seasoning, likely due to insufficient marination time. However, this was of little concern, as the accompanying braising sauce allowed for personalized flavor adjustments. "Quite good, on par with Zhuai Guan," Chinsong mused, pleasantly surprised by Zhou Wanyan's discerning palate. As they relished their meal, both had completed their tasks in the provincial capital, allowing Chinsong to unwind. They began playfully vying for food, each taking turns with their chopsticks until both plates were entirely cleared. It was only after finishing the dishes that Zhou Wanyan recalled she was not dining with her close friends, realizing she had let her guard down and revealed a different side of herself to Chinsong. "You mustn't tell anyone, or else you'll regret it," she playfully threatened. Her eyes fixed on him, prompting Chinsong to nod in agreement. He pondered whether this food-loving, somewhat eccentric woman was her true self, or if the warm-hearted, composed persona she often displayed was the genuine Zhou Wanyan. Chinsong raised his hands, gesturing with his fingers to symbolize a sealed mouth, indicating his silence. "Humph," Zhou Wanyan retorted with a hint of pride. As more dishes arrived at their table, they fell into a comfortable silence, engrossed in their meal, fully appreciating the culinary excellence of what was recognized as one of the province's top 3 restaurants in later years. The chef's prowess was remarkable, leading them to devour every dish with enthusiasm. "Oh, I'm so full," Zhou Wanyan remarked, rubbing her stomach, feeling the effects of her indulgence. Chinsong, too, acknowledged he had eaten a bit too much. He poured a cup of tea from the pot on the table for Zhou Wanyan and filled one for himself as well, hoping to ease their full bellies. "So, how do you find this place I brought you to?" he inquired. "More than satisfactory. I never knew such an exquisite restaurant existed in this somewhat remote area. The flavors are undoubtedly comparable to those of the venerable establishments," Zhou Wanyan exclaimed, taking a sip of tea and expressing her satisfaction with the day's offerings. Chapter 78. Calling a cab home after thoroughly enjoying their meal. Chinsong proceeded to settle the bill. Chinsong and Zhou Wanyan once again boarded the sluggish bus, returning to the provincial government compound. After escorting Zhou Wanyan to her destination, the two exchanged brief pleasantries before parting ways. Chinsong headed back to the hospital, and their conversation was minimal. Naturally, any man would steal glances at such a beautiful girl, often indulging in fanciful daydreams of what might transpire. Yet Chinsong was acutely aware that women of her social standing were beyond his reach, regardless of any future successes he might achieve. The deeply ingrained notion of official hierarchy persisted through the ages, and even in a more progressive era, a lingering respect and fear for officials remained. Thus, despite his confidence in his potential accomplishments, Chinsong was keenly aware that he was but a farmer at present. Even immense wealth would not grant him parity with a lady of her caliber. Moreover, the intricate web of connections surrounding her raised concerns. Who could say whether she was pursued by some privileged scion of an official? Chinsong had no desire to invite such complications. Consequently, his demeanor towards Zhou Wanyan was marked by a conscious restraint, adhering to a principle of maintaining distance and avoiding excessive familiarity. He could assist as a friend. Yet any further intimacy was simply out of the question. Within the hospital, after 2 days of postoperative observation, Dr. Li Jike had issued the prognosis. If Daniu's father showed good recovery over the next couple of days, he would be cleared for discharge, meaning they could finally leave the hospital. For the past 2 days, Dainyu and Chen Song had done little beyond keeping vigil over Dainyu's father as he recuperated. Chen Song refrained from seeking suppliers for potential collaborations. With no company to speak of, any discussions would be futile, so he dutifully remained by the side of Dainyu and his father. 2 days later, upon hearing the doctor's announcement of discharge, both men were filled with excitement. Dainyu went to handle the discharge paperwork, while Chen Song began to tidy up the odds and ends accumulated during their stay, stuffing clothes and other belongings into a plastic bag with little care. When Dainyu returned, everything was ready. As the three prepared to leave, a young nurse approached, handing Chen Song a note before scampering away, eliciting giggles from the other nurses nearby. Chen Song glanced at the name and address on the note, realizing he might have inadvertently ensnared yet another enchanting lady. Utilizing a wheelchair from the hospital, they made their way downstairs, where Dainyu went to fetch a donkey cart from a nearby household. The donkey had initially been unwelcome at the hospital, and it was Chen Song who suggested Dainyu find a local family to care for it, offering 10 yuan for their assistance. Upon seeing the familiar cart, Chen Song frowned at the sight of Dainyu's father. Dainyu, why don't we call for a car instead? Your uncle has just undergone surgery, and this cart is far too jarring. It wouldn't be appropriate, Chen Song expressed, pointing at the cart and the wooden planks atop it, genuinely concerned for Dainyu's father's well-being. The journey there had been manageable without surgery, as he had been paralyzed for a decade, but now returning in such a manner after an operation posed a risk. Should the cart jolt too violently, it could jeopardize his recovery, leading to complications. There is no need for such fuss. We are not delicate individuals. Why can we ride the donkey cart to arrive, but not return in the same manner? Dainyo's father exclaimed, struggling to climb onto the donkey cart. Chen Song, quick-witted, pulled him back into the wheelchair. Brother Song is right. Father, you have just undergone surgery. You cannot endure too much jostling. Let us call for a vehicle and return in comfort. We have the means. You need not be frugal. Dainyo saw his father, obstinate as a donkey, and hurried to soothe him. He patted his chest, assuring him to rest easy. Money is hard-earned. It should not be spent recklessly. Trust me. We shall return on the donkey cart. Although Dainyo's father had spent the last decade bedridden, his character had grown taciturn, yet after the surgery, with newfound hope of standing, he radiated a certain brightness, beginning to ponder various aspects for Dainyo's future. Even if it meant spending a bit more, he felt a pang in his heart, preferring to save for Dainyo's future bride price. Dainyo understood that his father's reluctance to take a vehicle stemmed primarily from worries about financial insufficiency. However, he hesitated to reveal that he, along with Chen Song and Wang Yao, had saved 500,000. Even without stating this amount, he still had over 1,000 in his pocket after the surgery, with the rest hidden in a jar underground at home. Surely he could afford a vehicle ride. Uncle, please heed my and Dainyo's advice. Money can be earned again. But if anything were to happen to your newly operated leg, causing the stitches to come undone, that would be a significant issue. We cannot let a small concern lead to a larger problem. Chen Song gently counseled, urging Dainyo's father to consider their opinions. Listening to Chen Song, Dainyo's father began to contemplate the potential consequences. If something went awry, he would still need to go to the hospital, and the expense would exceed merely hiring a vehicle. With this in mind, Dainyo's father softened and agreed to the plan. Chen Song sighed in relief, advocating for Dainyo's father not only for his health, but also for a more comfortable return journey. After all, the 5 to 6 hour journey, predominantly along unpaved roads post-city, would be quite uncomfortable on a donkey cart. Moreover, after a period of vigil and running around, he was utterly exhausted, longing for the chance to rest during the ride rather than endure 6 hours on a jostling cart, unable to even steal a nap. What shall we do about the donkey? Dainyo's father pondered, pointing to the old donkey. This donkey has been with Dainyo for a decade, despite its age. We have developed a bond. We cannot simply abandon it here. Rest assured, Uncle, I will find a small truck to transport the donkey back with us. Chen Song replied with a reassuring smile, offering a solution. That is good to hear. Dainyo's father finally relaxed. Chen Song secured the wheelchair's brakes, instructing Dainyo to watch over the donkey cart and his father while he stepped out to find a small truck. The hospital, being an unlikely source for such vehicles, led Chen Song to a nearby auto repair shop. After offering a pack of cigarettes to the owner, he inquired about available truck drivers in the vicinity. The owner, appreciative of the gesture, eagerly pointed him towards a neighboring room where he could place an order for a vehicle. Chen Song thanked the owner and entered the adjacent room, where several drivers were engaged in discussions about deliveries. Chen Song entered the house and called out, "Is there a small truck that can go to Chinjiakeo in Tong County?" The people inside paid him no mind, merely glancing at him before returning to their own tasks. Chinsong felt compelled to call out once more. "Is there anyone who can go to Chinjiakeo in Tong County? Stop shouting. This place is so remote. It's not easy to make a round trip. And the fare is low. These truck drivers won't go." A middle-aged man approached, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette. "Would you not go even if I offered a little extra?" Chinsong frowned, surprised at the difficulty of securing a ride. He extended a cigarette to the man, who adeptly accepted it, extinguished his hand-rolled cigarette, and lit the offered one, exhaling a ring of smoke. "This isn't just about money. Your destination is too isolated, and the roads are poor. Many places are inaccessible for trucks," the middle-aged man explained. "However, I could take you. I drive a tractor. The fare for a round trip is 100. Are you interested?" "Sure." With no other options, Chinsong thought a tractor would suffice. After all, in this day and age, tractors were the primary means of short-distance transport, while trucks were expensive and not widely owned. "What shall I call you, master?" Chinsong inquired as they walked outside. "My surname is Wang. You can just call me Old Wang," the man replied. "Master Wang, let's head to the hospital. The person and the goods are waiting at the hospital entrance." Chinsong urged. "All right, let's go. My tractor is over there." Chapter 79. Why should women complicate matters for each other? Master Wang's tractor was a locally produced Yongkong handheld model, renowned for its quality and speed. Riding in the tractor, Chinsong directed him to the hospital entrance. Upon seeing that it wasn't a small truck, Dainyu and his father paid it no mind. A tractor was acceptable since it was currently the norm. After loading the donkey into the rear compartment, Chinsong and Dainyu helped Dainyu's father settle inside. While Dainyu sat beside them, the tractor roared to life, heading towards Chinjiakeo. Due to the lengthy journey, Master Wang refueled with a tank of diesel along the way. Given the poor condition of the latter part of the road, it took 4 hours to arrive at the village entrance of Chinjiakeo. Once they unloaded the people and the donkey, Dainyu paid Master Wang with 10 large bills. Wang accepted the money, his face lighting up with joy. "Next time you come to the provincial capital, you can look for me." "Absolutely." Chinsong waved goodbye, watching as Master Wang's tractor began its return journey until it disappeared from sight. Dainyu reassembled the donkey cart, helped his father onto it, and urged the donkey forward into the village. Chinsong followed behind, and upon seeing the large banyan tree at the village entrance, his spirits lifted. "Isn't this Dainyu's home?" Under the banyan tree, several elderly women sat gossiping. Upon noticing the donkey cart approaching, they glanced over and, after a moment of scrutiny, recognized that sitting in the cart was Dainyu's father, who had not left the house in 10 years. "Several aunts, it's me. This is my son, Dainyu, who took me to the provincial hospital for my leg treatment. I just had surgery a few days ago, and now I'm back home." Dainyu's father greeted them with a smile, having not left his yard for a decade. The appearance of these elderly ladies hadn't changed much, making them easily recognizable. Upon hearing his words, the elderly women were immediately taken aback and gathered around, chattering about how fortunate he was to have such a dutiful son, finally having his leg healed. Since learning about the potential recovery of his leg, Dainyu's father had become noticeably more cheerful and engaged in warm conversation with the ladies. Chen Song and Dainyu exchanged glances but refrained from urging him on, choosing instead to observe from the side. One of the elderly women cast a glance at Chen Song, scrutinizing him before stepping away from the conversation and approaching him. "Song, you're back too. You must hurry and check on Wang Yao. The widow from the A's family, along with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, have come to cause a ruckus." She relayed the gossip she had just heard. "What?" Chen Song, catching wind of the woman's words, wasted no time in turning and sprinting toward Wang Yao's home. Outside the yard of Wang Yao's house, a cacophony of shouting and weeping mingled, occasionally punctuated by Wang Yao's furious outbursts. Nearby, a crowd of locals had gathered, drawn in by the commotion. "You filthy wretch. Don't think I'm unaware of your affair with the third son of the Chen family. Mark my words, if you remarry, you'd better return every bit of land and wealth that A's left you. Not a single coin shall remain." The elderly woman, supported by her eldest daughter-in-law, hurled insults directly at Wang Yao, spitting venomous words. Wang Yao stood defiantly at the entrance, blocking the way into the yard. Within, a young girl peeked out, her delicate face brimming with tears as she clutched Wang Yao's garment, glaring indignantly at the elderly woman. "Mother-in-law, I am still your daughter-in-law, despite my husband's passing. Our bond remains, as does your son's bloodline. How dare you tarnish my reputation in front of everyone? You are also sullying your son's name. Wang Yao glared fiercely at the elderly woman, shielding her daughter protectively and preventing them from entering the house. Let us set aside the fact that Chen Song and I do not share the relationship you claim. Even if we did, it would be my choice. Isn't marriage freedom now? Do you still cling to old societal norms? Should I remain a widow for your son indefinitely? Ah, so your true colors are revealed. I knew there was something between you and the third son of the Chen family. Now you've admitted it without even being asked. Neighbors, witness this. She herself speaks of her indiscretions. It is not mere gossip on my part. The elderly woman exaggerated her accusations, circling the crowd while pointing at Wang Yao. Enough. Everyone here sees through your facade. Why are you really here? We all know it's about a few acres of land. No need to put on such a show. Wang Yao regarded the elderly woman with cold disdain, scoffing at her theatrics. As Wang Yao spoke, the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disdain towards the elderly woman. Today, I am reclaiming my son's land, and what of it? The elderly woman declared defiantly. Initially, the elder of the Chen family had witnessed the division of land, granting a few acres to A's. However, after A's departed, I, considering your vulnerable situation as a single mother with no support, refrained from reclaiming the land, allowing you to sustain yourselves. The elderly woman pointed at Wang Yao, her expression reminiscent of disappointment. Who would have thought that you would not only engage with a young man, but also desire to take these acres as your dowry? This land was bequeathed by my son. It belongs to the Chen family, not the Wang family. If you seek a partner, I have no objection. But the land must remain. Indeed, sister, we are not bullying you. Though the division has occurred, it does not sever our ties. What has been divided is still part of the Chen lineage. Is there any wrongdoing in reclaiming what is ours? The elder sister-in-law, supporting her, laughed and encouraged. Yet her indifference chilled Wang Yao's heart. You are aware that the elder witnessed the division. Since it has been allocated, it no longer pertains to you. There is no justification for reclamation. Wang Yao, however, was not one to yield. In the past, she may have shown weakness, but under the influence of Chen Song during this time, her character had hardened. Previously, when confronted by the elder, she would merely close the door and endure the scolding in silence. But now she stood her ground. Shameless wretch, I will strike you down. The elder, releasing her eldest daughter-in-law's support, strode swiftly to Wang Yao, raising her hand high. With a resounding slap, she struck Wang Yao's fair face, leaving a crimson imprint. Mommy, please don't hit my mommy. You're a bad person. You're not my grandmother. Go away. Little Yao Tiao, crying, rushed from behind and confronted the elder, shaking her tiny fists. The frail strength of the little girl was no match for the elderly woman, whose resolve remained strong. You little bastard. I don't even know if you are truly my son's offspring. Get away. The elder, irritated by the girl's futile attempts to strike her, seized the child's hand and forcefully tossed her aside. The little girl lost her balance and fell to the ground, crying even louder. You dare strike my daughter? I will fight you. Though women are often perceived as gentle, a mother's instinct is fierce. Even standing before her former mother-in-law, Wang Yao's eyes brimmed with fury as she lunged forward. Yet, Wang Yao's sister-in-law, quick to react, positioned herself before the elder, observing Wang Yao's charge with a cold smile. Her robust physique, capable of lifting 2 heavy buckets of well water simultaneously, contrasted sharply with Wang Yao's slender form, which had only gained slight strength from years of labor in the fields. As Wang Yao advanced, she was no match for her sister-in-law, who seized her by the hair, causing her to suppress tears from the pain. Onlookers hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. Why must women make things difficult for one another? Suddenly, a strong hand grasped the sister-in-law's wrist, which held Wang Yao's hair, applying a firm squeeze. Enough. Chapter 80. The rift between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chen Song happened to witness the altercation between the two women and immediately rushed forward, grasping the wrist of the aggressor with considerable force. The elder sister-in-law, in pain, released her grip on Wang Yao's hair. It hurts, she cried out, as Chen Song pulled her back a few meters away from Wang Yao before finally stopping. Such foul language, and yet you dare to resort to violence? Do you not fear that I shall call the authorities? Chen Song glared at the woman before him, noticing the pained expression on her face as he tightened his grip without a shred of mercy. You are the bastard of this whore. The elder sister-in-law spat out through her contorted features, igniting a surge of fury within Chen Song. Not only had she resorted to violence, But now she dared to hurl insults after being restrained. Did she truly believe that just because she was a woman, he would spare her? With a swift motion, Chinsong yanked the elder sister-in-law down to the ground. Help! Help! The bastard of this filthy whore is attacking me. After being pulled down and seated on the ground, the elder sister-in-law felt a sharp pain in her backside. In an unexpected turn, she half collapsed onto the ground and then sat up, pounding her hands against the earth and wailing in a most undignified manner. Chinsong was taken aback by her outrageous antics. Her dramatics were so blatant that even the onlookers could not help but notice. Just as she was making a scene, the elderly woman charged forward, intent on striking Chinsong. With a frown, Chinsong realized that the elderly woman posed a greater threat than the elder sister-in-law. Given her age, any physical confrontation could have dire consequences. Reluctantly, he sidestepped to avoid her strike. However, anticipating her move, he swiftly circled around to position himself behind the elder sister-in-law, blocking the elderly woman's advance. The elder sister-in-law exchanged knowing glances with the elderly woman, who initially seemed reluctant to join in. But as the elder sister-in-law's cries intensified, the elderly woman finally acquiesced and sat down on the ground opposite her daughter-in-law, joining in the lamentations. Wretched! Everyone come and judge. The bastard and his whore are attacking an elderly woman. Chinsong watched their theatrical performance, his anger reaching a boiling point. The surrounding villagers observed the scene with a mix of sympathy and dismay. Even though they recognized the absurdity of the two women's antics, no one dared to criticize the elderly woman, given her advanced age. The weak are always seen as justified. The crowd instinctively sympathizes with the vulnerable. Initially, Wang Yao and her delicate daughter had appeared as the weaker party, garnering the villagers' sympathy. However, with Chinsong's intervention, the balance of power shifted. Despite knowing that the women were being unreasonable, the villagers quickly redirected their sympathies toward the elderly woman. Let it go, Song. She is of considerable age. Just endure it and let it pass. Yes, Song, let us follow their lead to avoid disgrace for the village. Such sentiments echoed in his ears. Yet Chinsong remained impervious to the murmurs of the villagers, choosing to disregard the two unruly women on the ground, who continued their theatrics of dusting themselves off and wailing. He approached Wang Yao, crouching down beside her, gently lifting the sobbing little girl whose eyes were red from crying. He brushed off the dust clinging to her clothes and tenderly wiped away the tear stains on her delicate face. As soon as the little girl saw Chinsong, she burst into an even more heart-wrenching cry, fresh tears cascading down her cheeks, evoking profound sympathy. Her voice, bright and clear, momentarily drowned out the cries of the two individuals on the ground, drawing the attention of the surrounding villagers, who couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion at the sight of the little girl's unrestrained sorrow. Do not cry, Chinsong repeatedly assured her, wiping away her tears and offering comforting words. However, the little girl showed no signs of stopping. She continued to release her feelings of distress and injustice. Chinsong had no choice but to embrace her, gently patting her back before lifting her into his arms and walking toward Wang Yao. Noticing Wang Yao's disheveled hair, the red imprint on her face, and the tears glistening in her eyes, Chinsong freed one hand to smooth her unruly locks. Rest assured, I shall take care of this, he spoke calmly, his words serving as a beacon of solace for Wang Yao, akin to a lighthouse illuminating the darkness, instilling a sense of profound peace. Wang Yao nodded softly, her voice choked with emotion. Chinsong continued to comfort the still sniffling little girl in his embrace while making his way to the two individuals who had ceased their commotion, drawing the attention of the gathered villagers. Just because they are older, does that justify Wang Yao's suffering? Chinsong adjusted the little girl's position to better reveal her state to the onlookers. Is it acceptable for such a young child to be subjected to their abuse? The villagers, upon hearing Chinsong's words, shifted their gazes, their expressions tinged with embarrassment, reluctant to interject. Chinsong did not press them further. He merely sought to highlight the true nature of the vulnerable party in this situation. These two individuals do not even spare a child, and she is their own granddaughter and niece. How can they bear to act in such a manner? This is the behavior of a cruel woman. What else can one call such an act? How dare you speak such nonsense? The elder sister-in-law retorted loudly, unwilling to bear the label of a cruel woman. What are you shouting about? Does raising your voice make you formidable? Is she not your own niece? How can you justify your actions to your brother-in-law? Chinsong's voice rose with a chilling intensity, his gaze fixed on her. The elder sister-in-law, feeling the weight of his stare, retreated a couple of steps, rendered speechless. Huh, what kind of achievement is it to bully an orphan and a widow? For a few acres of land, you dare to pressure family members? Wang Yao would likely prefer to be rid of relatives like you. You are nothing but an adulterer. What right do you have to meddle in our affairs? The elder woman, realizing that her attempts to act like a shrew were futile, openly declared her stance, making her intentions clear. First and foremost, I must clarify that my relationship with Wang Yao is entirely innocent. Yes, I care for her deeply, but that is because she saved my life. She expects nothing in return, yet continues to care for me. Moreover, she is my business partner. Chen Song cast a cold gaze upon the elderly woman. Moreover, she is your daughter-in-law, not just anyone from the village. How dare you slander her? Are you not afraid that your deceased son might come to haunt you in the night? The old woman, taken aback by Chinsong's words, stumbled backward in shock and fell, only to be caught by her sister-in-law. Chinsong wished to say more, but Wang Yao grasped his arm and shook her head. Though he was still agitated, he retreated, cradling the little girl as he continued to comfort her. Mother-in-law, this is my final time addressing you as such. You desire those few acres of land, do you not? I shall grant them to you, but I implore you to never again darken my doorstep. Let us sever our ties and go our separate ways. You shall continue your sunny path, while I tread my solitary bridge. You are no longer my mother-in-law, and I am no longer your daughter-in-law. Let it be. I am utterly exhausted. Are you truly going to give me the land? The elderly woman abruptly broke free from her sister-in-law's support and eagerly inquired of Wang Yao. Yes, those few acres are yours. Wang Yao's frigid words sent the elderly woman into a frenzy of joy. Onlookers regarded the scene with disbelief. I can summon the clan elders to bear witness. All our fellow villagers saw this. You cannot go back on your word. The old woman's face lit up with glee as she pointed to the surrounding villagers. Wang Yao ignored her, leading Chinsong and the little girl into the courtyard, closing the gate behind them. With her objective achieved, the elderly woman departed with her sister-in-law, oblivious to the strange gazes of the villagers. Had their relationship truly been severed? What were a few acres compared to Wang Yao's business dealings with Chen Song, which had netted her over 10,000? Was this not akin to losing a watermelon to gain a sesame seed? Alas, short-sightedness of women.